Chapter 61 Xiao Jianxin rushes to help, a direct descendant of the Xiao family. Master, don't you go and take a look? Xiao Junlin stuttered for the first time. It's just a treasure. The Xiao family has plenty of them, so why do I, the head of the family, need to go there? Seeing Xiao Xuan looking calm, Xiao Junlin is extremely anxious. That is your Xiao family's genius. No matter how much you regard treasures as dung, you should at least go and take a look. It is said that the treasure can turn around the situation of a family. Does the family want to? Xiao Xuan listened to Xiao Junlin's inner slander with a proud smile on his lips. Seeing how anxious he was, he also knew that Xiao Junlin really didn't want to see the Xiao family lose a talented person. So I stopped teasing him. Since this treasure is so powerful, my master should go and have a look. After saying that, he jumped up and was above the sky in an instant. Only then did Xiao Junlin feel relieved. Damn old bastard, if it weren't for your kindness to the family members and your cunning character, I wouldn't have bothered to take care of you. When Xiao Xuan heard this, he almost used his sword and nailed Xiao Junlin to the cross on the spot. And at this time, the two young masters and servants from the northwest of Tianzhou have entered Tianzhou. Looking at Tianzhou that had not changed much in front of him, the young man couldn't help but sigh. I am back again. Uncle Yuan is also full of joy. Ever since the Xiao family was exterminated, they never stepped foot into Tianzhou again. Master, let's go. They are catching up. The master and servant were just about to rest here for a while when they felt the arrival of the Lin family. At this time, dozens of Law Realm cultivators surrounded them from all directions. The leader was actually a powerful man in the Great Dao realm. Uncle Yuan protected the young man behind him and looked at him with an angry face. My young master's heavenly bones have been taken away by you, but you still want to kill them all. The leading man sneered. The heavenly bones are owned by our Lin family. Where did you get the heavenly bones? Besides, dead people can't talk. After saying this, the man threw his head back and laughed, then made a kill gesture. Uncle Yuan was furious when he heard this, but he had nothing to do. Right now, a young man wearing a green shirt and holding a long sword suddenly appeared in front of everyone. If everyone in Tianzhou sees it, they will be able to recognize it at a glance. This is Xiao Jianxin. Xiao Jianxin has just finished a round of training and is preparing to go to the Xiao family. On the way, I suddenly felt the aura of people of the same blood and origin. When they reach a certain level in cultivation, they will be able to sense the existence of people of the same origin and lineage, and accurate to the location. Xiao Jianxin could feel the aura coming from the man in green at a glance. Out of the feeling of being of the same blood and lineage, he immediately rushed to the young master and servant. The young man naturally felt the second-year aura of Xiao Jianxin. I feel very happy in my heart that the Xiao family still has direct descendants still alive. Normally, he would definitely recognize this person, but at this moment, the other party is at the 5th level of Law Realm. With such a talent, how could he be implicated? Therefore, he kept winking at Xiao Jianxin, signaling him to leave here. However, Xiao Jianxin said directly, "Are you a survivor of the Xiao family in Tianzhou?" Back then, the Xiao family had a huge number, and all of their direct bloodlines were gathered in Tianzhou. In addition, the Xiao family was one of the largest families in Tianzhou back then. Therefore, as long as the Xiao family of Tianzhou is mentioned, everyone knows that it is the direct bloodline of the Xiao family. As soon as Xiao Jianxin opened his mouth, the young man could only nod helplessly. The expressions of the people around him changed even more when they heard this. and quickly surrounded Xiao Jianqin. However, Xiao Jianqin didn't think so. Except for the powerful man in the Great Dao realm, he needs to pay attention. Nothing else matters. I am Xiao Jianqin of the Xiao family in Tianzhou. Which branch are you from? Xiao Jianqin was very happy to hear that the young man was a survivor of the Xiao family in Tianzhou. He knew a little bit about the Xiao family's affairs back then. Xiao Xuan was the only direct descendant who escaped after the family was destroyed. Now he met a direct descendant of the Xiao family here. How could he not be surprised? I am Xiao Tianyun, a member of the Tianzi generation. It was only under the protection of my mother that I saved my life from the disaster. Xiao Jian was overjoyed. The current head of the family is Xiao Xuan. I wonder what your relationship is with him. Xiao Tianyun was overjoyed when he heard this, but it hurt his own injuries. The direct descendants of the Xiao family are divided by generation. The Xian generation is the highest generation, followed by the Tian generation. Xiao Xuan is my uncle. I didn't expect that he is still alive. That's great. Uncle Xian is still alive. Xiao Tianyun was so excited, he still had relatives. He is not alone in this world, he also has an uncle in this world. Xiao Jianqin was also very happy, so he made up his mind to take Xiao Tianyun away from here. Not just because Xiao Xuan had given him guidance and was his life mentor. Especially because this is the blood of his Xiao family. So what if there is a powerful man in the Great Dao realm opposite? Over the years, he has traveled far and wide and has all kinds of rare treasures on his body, even if he cannot be defeated. It is not a problem to take Xiao Tianyun away from here. I didn't expect you to meet people from the Xiao family here. Since they are all here, just stay and don't leave. At this time, the voice of the powerful man in the Great Dao realm came over. Xiao Jianqin and others took a look and each had their own plans in mind. Xiao Tianyun even struggled to stand up, protecting Xiao Jianqin behind him. At the same time, he looked at Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan, this little kid must be escorted out of here safely. Uncle Yuan has the cultivation level of the Great Dao realm. Although he is seriously injured at this moment, he is still able to take Xiao Jianqin away safely. Even if he was worried about Xiao Tianyun's safety and issued orders to his direct relatives, he had to carry them out. Xiao Tianyun frowned and his voice was firm. My child, remember to say hello to Uncle Xian for me when you go out. I am very happy to see the Xiao family here today. I know you want to save me, but you are no match for them. What's more, your talents should not be wasted here. Xiao Jianqin did not expect that Xiao Tianyun could be so protective of someone he met for the first time. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xiao's mocking voice came over. No one has ever left alive in my hands. Xiao Jianqin glanced over coldly, noisy. Lin Xiao didn't expect that he would be reprimanded by a mere law realm. What a shame and shame. The coercion of the powerful Dao realm erupted instantly, heading towards Xiao Jianqin. Upon seeing this, Uncle Yuan stepped forward to fight him. Let Xiao Jianqin be faster. I saw him unsheath his sword. The sword energy was fierce, and a terrifying sword intent burst out. Instantly, the sword force that filled the sky directly shattered the pressure of the Great Dao realm. Sword power. It turned out to be a sword power. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even those who are powerful in the Great Dao realm may not be able to comprehend the power of the sword. And he had already understood the power of the sword in the realm of mere law. It's no exaggeration to call this talent an unparalleled talent. Lin Xiao looked fierce when he saw this. I thought he just had good talent, but unexpectedly he turned out to be an unparalleled talent. If he continues to grow, there will be endless troubles for the Lin family. So this boy must die here today. What can you do if you understand the power of the sword? In the face of absolute power, you are nothing but a coward. Lin Xiao shouted loudly, holding a fist with the power of the great Dao realm. He immediately rushed towards Xiao Jianqin. Seeing this, Yuan Bo jumped into the air and directly met Lin Xiao's killing move with both fists. Bang! Although Uncle Yuan was slightly injured, he was still able to hold off Lin Xiao for a while. Although he was at a disadvantage at the moment, Lin Xiao couldn't get the slightest advantage from him. You old immortal, with your broken body, you still want to compete with me? You are simply asking for your own death. Lin Xiao was furious. If you want to deal with those two guys, you must kill this old immortal first. At the same time, the rest of the law realms attacked Xiao Jianqin. So what if he understood the power of the sword? With so many of them taking action at the same time, is it possible that they still can't deal with a young boy at the 5th level of the law realm? At this time, Xiao Tianyun burst out with the aura of some secret method. I'll hold them back first, you run away from here quickly, and then come and avenge me when you become stronger. Xiao Jian stood in front of Xiao Tianyun without leaving any trace. Although he didn't know what secret method Xiao Tianyun was going to use. But that secret method will definitely kill him. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Jianqin summoned the accompanying divine sword that he had obtained when he first understood the sword's intention. This divine sword improved as his cultivation level improved. Now it is a low-grade artifact of heaven level. I saw him swing his sword. A powerful sword intent instantly burst out from him. The sword shot straight into the sky, and instantly fell downwards with sword light all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, the killing moves of more than 20 low realm experts were resolved. Xiao Tianyun was stunned by the scene before him. He originally thought that Xiao Jianqin was just gifted, but he didn't expect to be so powerful. However, in Xiao Jianqin's eyes, these legal realms could not inspire him to fight at all. I saw him waving his sword, and in an instant thunder rolled from the sky, and the situation changed drastically. All of a sudden, several law realm cultivators were killed by this sword. Bodies kept falling from high altitudes. This scene made people gasp. Killing so many law realms with just one sword. The remaining law realm cultivators were shocked by this scene. They hesitated to advance or retreat. Lin Xiao was also surprised by Xiao Jianqin's sword. If you dare to kill another person, I will definitely pull out your muscles and bones. As he spoke, he wanted to throw away Uncle Yuan and go to support those people. However, how could Uncle Yuan give him a chance to leave? Xiao Jianqin didn't take Lin Xiao's threat seriously at all. The long sword circulated in the air, and one sword cut through the sky. The 3 sword intents instantly moved towards the nearest 3 law realms. Next moment, another 3 cultivators of the law realm fell from the sky. But within a few breaths, only Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Tianyun, Yuan Bo, Lin Xiao, and others were left present. Xiao Jianqin stepped forward and was ready to take Xiao Tianyun away from here. When Xiao Tianyun saw this, he was surprised at first, and then quickly asked Xiao Jianqin to leave. Thank you for your kindness, but Uncle Yuan treats me like his own son. Without his protection these years, I don't know how many times I have died. Now that he is in trouble, I cannot leave him alone. After you leave here, remember to say hello to Uncle Xian for me. Xiao Jianqin looked at him calmly. In critical moments, Xiao Tianyun was willing to risk his life even for him, whom he met for the first time. What's more, this person is still his elder. How can he abandon a person with such a kind heart? Therefore, Xiao Jianqin jumped up and went to Uncle Yuan to assist him. Although he can't compete with the powerful ones in the Dao realm, But it is still possible to interfere and provide assists to Yuan Bo. With the help of Xiao Jianqin, Yuan Bo gradually reversed the situation and gained the upper hand. Lin Xiao also suffered many sword wounds due to Xiao Jianqin's interference. If this continues, he will become the first Dao realm to die at the hands of the Law realm. However, he can't retreat now, otherwise the tasks assigned by the family will not be completed and it will be difficult for him to deliver. But if he doesn't retreat, he will die here again. Just when Lin Xiao was in a dilemma, a thick and coercive voice came from the air. Fortunately, you are still a Dao realm cultivator, but you are stumped by a Law realm. You are really a loser. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiao was immediately overjoyed. However, the expressions of Uncle Yuan and Xiao Tianyun changed drastically. They actually came. Xiao Jianqin also felt the pressure from the strong men in the Dongxu realm. He looked gloomily at the two people who gradually appeared in the air. At this time, his heart became heavy. If it comes to the Great Dao realm, he can use exotic treasures to fight it. In the Cave Void realm, he has only one way to die. The two elders stood in the air, looking at the embarrassed Lin Xiao, with a trace of disgust in their eyes. When Xiao Tianyun saw the two elders appearing, his whole body exuded strong murderous intent. There was even more hatred in his eyes. Chapter 62, Can you touch my nephew? How could Xiao Tianyun not hate them both? If it weren't for their intervention, how could his heavenly bones be dug out by that person? Since his uncle's death, he has been living in dire straits in the Lin family. Then he found out that he was pregnant with the heavenly bones and dug it out forcibly. Now he is killing him to death. This hatred cannot be forgotten even if he is reincarnated. When Lin Xiao saw the two elders approaching, he quickly retreated to their side. Sixth elder, eighth elder. The eighth elder snorted coldly, "You can't handle this matter well. My Lin family has really spent all these years raising you in vain." Lin Xiao dared not say a word after being scolded by the eighth elder. The sixth elder on the side was stroking his beard with a smile on his face. For someone who is in the Great Dao realm and has an unparalleled talent with sword power, it will inevitably be a bit difficult to deal with. You and I are here now, so why worry about the final outcome of the matter? Seeing the sixth elder helping Lin Xiao, the eighth elder angrily rolled his sleeves and said no more. Instead, he vented his dissatisfaction on Xiao Jianqin. The qualifications are good, but you have no chance to continue to grow. Looking at Xiao Jianqin, the eighth elder had a sneer on his face. Normally, he would still be a little worried about such a talented person. But who told him to be a descendant of the Xiao family? For the future of the Lin family, he must get rid of such a genius. Xiao Jianqin showed no fear on his face when facing the threat from the eighth elder. Even if the other party is already a strong man in Dongxu realm, he didn't feel afraid because of the opponent's strong strength. "I'm afraid that your cultivation in Dongxu realm won't keep me here." The eighth elder was furious when he heard this. "Huangko kid, you are not too soft. This elder will let you see the strength of Dongxu realm." After saying that, he rose into the air, and the pressure of the Dongxu realm powerhouse burst out instantly. With a finger pointing with the aura of Dongxu realm, he faced Xiao Jianqin and left. Die. Xiao Tianyun and others suddenly felt as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain. The coercion that erupted from the Dongxu realm attracted the attention of many powerful people in Tianzhou. As the number one swordsman in Tianzhou, Xiao Jianqin is also the direct descendant of the Xiao family. Coupled with his years of experience outside, many people have remembered him. Seeing this fighting scene, many people felt anxious for Xiao Jianqin. If it were normal, they would definitely help. After all, both Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Xuan are worthy of their win over But now Xiao Jianqin is facing two cultivators of the cave void realm. There are only a few hundred statues in the entire Tianzhou. A family that can have a strong man from the cave void realm sitting in charge is definitely not weak. It's something they can't afford to offend. Even in Tianzhou, who dares to take action against this elder? You ant. Suffer death. The eighth elder snorted lightly. The finger he pointed just now became dozens of feet wide in an instant. This combat effectiveness directly increased 100 times. The pressure and power of this finger had the potential to crush Xiao Jianqin and others into clay. Everyone saw this scene. They couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Jianqin, as an unparalleled genius, could understand the power of the sword in the law realm. If you continue to grow, you will be able to become a king and an emperor in the future. Even comprehending the legendary immortal way is not guaranteed. But today he is going to die here. Even if they cherish their talents, they cannot offend a family with Dongshu realm for Xiao Jianqin. Even when faced with life and death moments, Xiao Jianqin still looked calm on his body. Xiao Xuan's figure is vaguely visible. As the genius of the Xiao family, he has been practicing abroad for many years. Obtained many rare animals and treasures. How could he not have a life-saving trump card? But just as he was about to take action, a sword light came from the void towards the eighth elder at the speed of light. The sword light cut through the dark clouds in the sky, dividing the sky into black and white. Countless people's hearts palpitated, and they all looked sideways at the sword light in the sky. The sword light instantly turned into a golden giant sword, launching a fierce attack. It fell on the condensed finger of the eighth elder. With just one sword, he could easily neutralize the eighth elder's killing move in the virtual realm. Everyone sighed. Could it be that another strong person from the cave void realm appeared? Although the eighth elder's killing move was defeated, the sword light was still coming towards him. The eighth elder snorted coldly and instantly formed the protective shield of a strong man in the cave void realm. Withstood the remaining power of the sword light. The eighth elder snorted coldly, looking at the place where the sword light passed by and scolding him. Who is here? How dare you stop this elder? This roar carried the coercion of the cave realm, and the onlookers all around were shocked to hear their ears ringing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a sneer mixed with murderous intent. His momentum was not inferior to that of the eight elders. Have you ever asked the head of my family if you want to touch the genius of my Xiao family? If there is not a hair on his body, your Lin family will disappear. Hearing this, there was a burst of sighs and shock all around. Who would have thought that in front of two powerful men in the cave void realm, someone would dare to threaten to destroy his clan? Rubber words. The eighth elder became angry and powerful, and a terrifying pressure shrouded the sky. The sixth elder on the side suppressed his smile, with murderous intent in his eyes. Everyone looked along where the sound came from. A white figure with a sharp sword energy appeared in front of everyone. Instantly. When you see who is coming. Countless people were excited. It turned out to be Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan is actually so strong in front of two powerful men from the cave void realm. If it were your family's most talented person who was about to be killed, would you be able to bear it? So what if he is strong, but the opponents are two strong men in the Dongshu realm? Just because he is invincible in the Dao realm does not mean he can win. In the Dongshu realm, Xiao Xuan is probably going to be cold this time. He who is in the Dongshu realm has 100 times the combat power. Don't argue. Judging from Xiao Xuan's behavior, he must have a trump card. The Lin family members, who were still a little confused at first, heard the heated discussions around them. It's also considered that Xiao Xuan's identity is known. The eighth elder looked at Xiao Xuan with disdain, and a murderous intention surged out of him. With your cultivation level at the 8th level of the Great Dao realm, you still want to destroy the Manchus of my Lin family? You are really brave. Xiao Xuan ignored the other party's cynicism and looked at Xiao Jianqing and the other three. Seeing that the three of them were safe and sound, the stone in my heart fell to the ground. Use your chaotic pupils to explore the detailed information of Xiao Tianyun and Yuan Bo. Xiao Tianyun, the direct descendant of the Xiao family's Tianzi generation, the host's nephew, and the birth of Tiangu. He was forcibly poached by the genius of the Lin family. The 8th elder and the 6th elder were accomplices. At the critical moment, Uncle Yuan came to rescue him. If you are seriously injured, you need timely treatment, otherwise your life will be at risk. The bitter spirit root has been activated. After the Great Tribulation, practice again and your future will be limitless. Uncle Yuan, his original name is Yuan Tian, he is at the 5th level of the Great Dao realm. He treats Xiao Tianyun as if he were his own son. He is seriously injured and needs timely treatment. After learning the information about the two of them, Xiao Xuan couldn't hold back the information in his heart. Unexpectedly, he actually still has direct relatives still alive. Xiao Tianyun is Tianzi's younger brother, and the son of his eldest brother, from the same father and mother. His nephew. He still remembers the scene when Xiao Tianyun had to lift it up by himself when he was a child. Tianyun. Xiao Xuan opened his mouth several times, and finally choked and called softly, fearing that this was just a dream. Xiao Tianyun was shocked, and he knelt on the ground excitedly, looking at the person in his memory with tears streaming down his face. Uncle Xian. Since his uncle's death, no one has called him like this. Now all the humiliation and unwillingness are vented at this moment. Xiao Xuan helped the pale Xiao Tianyun up with trembling hands. Looking at his face that was very similar to his elder brother's, I felt even more heartbroken. He regretted a little bit why he didn't find him earlier so that he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Good boy. Good boy. As long as your Uncle Xian is here, from today on, I won't let anyone hurt you even a little bit. As he said that, Xiao Xuan looked in the direction of the Lin family with murderous eyes. If anyone dares to attack you again, Uncle Xian will make their family bleed like a river. Xiao Xian's tone was extremely firm, and the pressure of the sword erupted all over his body. Xiao Tianyun didn't have time to say a few more words to Xiao Xuan. The 8th elder snorted coldly. It's really a tear-jerking uncle-nephew recognition. It's a pity that you are only at the Great Dao realm and you can't do anything to us. When I think about Xiao Tianyun's current situation, it was all caused by them. Xiao Xuan was so angry that he wanted to crush them to pieces. Only then can we relieve the hatred in our hearts. Shut up. I am speaking, do you allow me to speak? Xiao Xuan's strong and domineering words made everyone stunned. The tone was as if he was scolding his own servant. This scene once again refreshed everyone's understanding of Xiao Xuan. The 8th elder was furious when he heard this. His dignified Dongxi realm was actually scolded by a Dao realm master. Today, it's simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. How presumptuous. How dare you show off your power in front of this elder? Even if you are in the Dao realm. If Xiao Xuan's life cannot be handed down here today, where will his reputation in the cave void realm lie? Come and die. After saying that, the 8th elder burst out with pressure and launched an attack on Xiao Xuan. The Dongxi realm's 100-fold fighting power exploded completely at this moment. Behind him, countless giant trees instantly surged into the sky. It seems that Xiao Xuan is going to be buried alive here. Everyone gasped when they saw this. Is this the pressure of 100 times the combat power of the Dongxi realm? It's so scary. People who originally had hoped for Xiao Xuan now see the fighting power of a strong man in the Dongxi realm. Suddenly lost confidence in Xiao Xuan. Almost no one can survive 100 times the battle in the Dongxi realm. The overwhelming pressure locked Xiao Xuan. However, Xiao Xuan remained calm in the face of such a powerful attack. There was not even the slightest fear in his eyes towards the strong men in the Dongxi realm. I saw Xiao Xuan swinging a sword, and the sword light directly turned into a sword energy, which instantly defeated the opponent's killing move. This scene shocked countless people. However, before they could react, Xiao Xuan launched another attack. How dare you take my nephew's life in the Dongxi realm? I think you have lived too long. Xiao Xuan spoke domineeringly, and then the waning moon sword appeared in his hand. A ray of sword light cut through the sky, approaching the eighth elder. The eighth elder sneered, "If you dare to attack me in the great Dao realm, you are really asking for your own death." As his words fell, the giant trees behind him instantly rose from the ground, and their branches turned into streaks of sword light and headed towards Xiao Xuan. Coupled with the 100-fold combat power of the Dongxi realm, it actually made the world change color. It collided with Xiao Xuan's sword. The situation changed dramatically in an instant. The eighth elder sneered. He was very confident in his move. Not only will Xiao Xuan's sword energy be broken, but his dantian will also be shattered. Just when he was proud, a sword light flashed across the void. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the eighth elder's fatal move was defeated by just one collision. And that sword energy penetrated his defensive shield and attacked the eighth elder directly. The eighth elder was horrified, his face full of disbelief. Faced with such a terrifying sword, he did not dare to show any slightness. He quickly gathered a defensive shield to resist Xiao Xuan's move. I saw a white mushroom cloud explode instantly. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the eighth elder's body was knocked back hundreds of steps. It was hard to keep his body steady. A few strands of gray hair mixed with red blood slowly fell down. The sixth elder on the side looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy face, and the pressure of the cave void realm on his body directly locked Xiao Xuan. This is the strength of a strong man in the Dongxi realm, he is vulnerable to a single blow. Xiao Xuan smiled coldly and looked at the eighth elder with disdain. The six elders stood side by side beside the eighth elder, and everything they looked at turned into a sea of fire. You and I will work together to kill him. If he is allowed to leave here, it will be a disaster for the Lin family. The eighth elder was confused by Xiao Xuan's move. After being reminded by the sixth elder, he instantly understood the consequences. Now he is only at the Great Dao realm, but he has the ability to rival the Dongxi realm. If he is allowed to continue to grow, the Lin family will not be able to compete with him alone, even with all the strength of the family. Then the two looked at each other. Taking a step in the air, he launched attacks on Xiao Xuan from both sides. The pressure locked Xiao Xuan, making him unable to move. As long as Xiao Xuan can be eliminated, everything else is just clouds. Even if what they did was wrong, who would dare to say no in front of the Dongxi realm? The waning moon sword is in hand. With the blessing of many magical powers and the power of the Dzogchen sword, let Xiao Xuan's sword power instantly increase 100 times, even if the opponent is two strong men in the cave void realm. Under the pressure of such a sword, it was impossible to escape intact. Just let me solve it with one sword. The waning moon sword was unsheathed. The sky is turbulent. Countless sword energy came from all directions. Xiao Xuan's sword showed everyone what a terrifying sword power is. Countless people stared at the scene in front of them. If the people fighting above were all strong men from the cave realm, they might not be so shocked. But Xiao Xuan only has the Dao realm cultivation level. You must know that the further you go in your cultivation, the more powerful you will be in the realm of crushing. In the great Dao realm, in front of the Dongxu realm, he is simply his younger brother. But Xiao Xuan only relied on his 8th level cultivation of the great Dao realm to fight against 2 strong men of the Dongxu realm. Chapter 63, The Secret of Swordsmanship. How did he manage to fight between the great Dao realm and the Dongxu realm without losing? This is too powerful. The Xiao family master is indeed the legendary family master. I didn't believe what Xiao Jianqing said at first, but today I broke my understanding of Kendo. With this powerful strength, apart from Xiao Xuan, no one else can be found in Tianzhou. This kind of strength is beyond our reach. I just said that if Xiao Xuan takes action, he doesn't know what the result will be until the last minute. At this time everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Xuan. They wanted to see how many trump cards Xiao Xuan had and where his limits were. Facing such terrifying 2 powerful men from the cave void realm, he could still remain calm. With bold words, he can even be defeated with a single sword strike. On the battlefield, sword intent spread all over the sky. Even facing 2 powerful men in the cave void realm, he was not timid. The 8th elder and the 6th elder were under such a fierce sword attack. He was somewhat invincible. The 8th elder spirit form is wood, so after his cultivation in the Dongxu realm broke out, the surrounding trees can be transformed into his natal dharma for fighting. The 6th elder spirit form is a living creature, and any animal he possesses can be used by him. There are the most jackals, tigers, and leopards here, and the tiger is the most powerful. Therefore, the 6th elder's natal sign is a giant tiger. If it were an ordinary Dao realm, in the face of such powerful strength, it had already been crushed into dregs. However, Xiao Xuan was unmoved. This kind of scene was not scary to him at all. If you only have this strength, you can die. With a wave of the waning moon sword, the 2 men's killing moves were defeated. The 2 of them were even more furious when they were so squeezed by Xiao Xuan. Damn it. The 2 of us thought that your cultivation level was still high. But we hadn't used all our strength to fight against you. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. The 8th elder gnashed his teeth and was so angry that he wished he could cut Xiao Xuan into pieces on the spot. The killing intent in the eyes of the 6th elder had reached an extreme point, and he wanted to cut Xiao Xuan into pieces with his eyes. It's okay to be confident, but don't be arrogant. But after you gain an advantage in a few moves against me, you feel like you're invincible. It's really ridiculous. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Then I, the head of the family, will let you see what it means to be confident and what it means to belittle oneself. After saying that, he rushed directly into the sky. The sword power of the Dzogchen realm exploded instantly. For a moment, countless people's eyes widened. Even the 8th elder and the 6th elder could not help but change their expressions. But the 2 felt that Xiao Xuan was only at the 8th level of the great Dao realm, and no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to cause much harm to the 2 of them. After all, there is a world of difference between the Dongxu realm and the Dao realm. Therefore, the 6th elder laughed disapprovingly. The power of the sword is quite powerful. If you are in the cave void realm, even if you are only at the elementary level, when the 2 of us saw this sword power, we would turn around and leave. Unfortunately, you are only at the Dao realm. This level of power poses no threat to the 2 of us. The 8th elder also sneered, seeming to be ready to break Xiao Xuan's killer move. Xiao Xuan was not angry when he heard this, but smiled with interest. Really? Then take this move from my master and see if you can withstand the power or not. Then when everyone was still confused, the waning moon sword rushed into the sky and disappeared instantly. Just when everyone thought Xiao Xuan made a mistake, a powerful stream of air suddenly fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the 8th elder and the 6th elder felt locked by a mysterious force. The two looked at Xiao Xuan in fear and shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 6th elder looked horrified and full of disbelief. How could he possibly realize such a state? He is just a cultivator in the great Dao realm. The 8th elder had lost his ability to think at this moment. Just because what locks them is the secret of swordsmanship. Also at this time, Xiao Xuan poured all his magical powers into it. In addition, he has learned the sword energy, sword intention, sword power, and sword power along the way. Finally, it was gathered into the secret of swordsmanship. The secrets of swordsmanship are secrets that even those in the Dongshu realm may not be able to understand. Ordinary people would never even dare to think about it. Even if there are talented cultivators who have understood the sword energy, it is also impossible to break through the barrier of sword power and cannot even step into the threshold of sword power. What's more, understanding the secret of swordsmanship? Therefore, after seeing this scene, the 8th elder and the 6th elder both showed expressions of disbelief. This scene also had an unprecedented impact on their Taoist hearts. Everyone looked at the two elders who were stunned in the air with confusion. Suddenly there was an exclamation from the crowd. A secret! This is a secret! The secret of the sword! The head of the Xiao family has actually understood the secret of the sword. As soon as these words came out, it caused a commotion around. Shocking exclamations came from all directions. Who would have thought that Xiao Xuan, as a cultivator in the Dao realm, would actually understand the secrets of the sword? No wonder even the strong men in Dongshu realm are frightened. The qualifications of the head of the Xiao family are too incredible. He may not be able to comprehend even the Dongshu realm, but he can comprehend it at the Dao realm. It's no wonder that the head of the Xiao family dares to challenge two Dongshu realm masters. It turns out that he has the secret of swordsmanship that is enough to crush the Dongshu realm. Then it won't be very easy for the head of the Xiao family to break through. The Supreme Lord in the future. Mysterious truth is something that many practitioners dream of. And it is something that practitioners must understand on the path of cultivation. Even the Dao-killing king can only stagnate here if he does not understand the secret. Until sitting down. But Xiao Xuan understood the secret in the Dao realm, which also means as long as he doesn't die, he will be the supreme master. The expressions of the 8th elder and the 6th elder turned gloomy. He became even more determined to kill Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan, so what if you understand the secret, you haven't entered the cave realm after all. The two of us working together can still kill you here. Xiao Xuan stepped in front of them and looked at the two of them indifferently. Even if the master of this family does not have the cultivation level of Dongshu realm, I can still keep you here. Say it. Xiao Xuan swung his sword directly. Full of momentum, he took one step forward. Boom! I saw countless streams of light flying in the sky. With Xiao Xuan's sword, all the light was absorbed by the waning moon sword. This is already an existence that transcends the secrets of swordsmanship. The sword light passed by, and sword energy cut through the sky. Even the void was cut through by the sword light. The monster sword force seemed to split the entire sky. Even the sky trembled. Seeing the sword power that looked like the coming of heaven, the two Dongshu realm experts were extremely shocked. How could they not know the terrifying pressure of this sword? Then the two looked at each other and launched a fierce offensive against Xiao Xian. A decisive blow, heading towards Xiao Xuan in full view of everyone. Thunder rolled from the sky and the earth trembled. A ray of sword light shot straight into the sky from the surroundings of the two men. The terrifying sword power directly cut through their attacks and fell on them. The three of them met with a killer move. Even the sky was trembling. This blow seemed to open up the world again. Although the two of them were against Xiao Xuan's move. But there were bursts of pain in his chest, as if his internal organs had been shattered. After finally suppressing it, he didn't wait for them to take any further action. Xiao Xuan's next move came forward again. With the blessing of mysteries, he already has the ability to leapfrog challenges. Therefore, he didn't waste any time and went straight to a quick fight to deal with the two of them quickly. A sword with flowing light in the void came towards the two of them at the speed of light. Even if they tried their best, they could not withstand the power of this blow. One of them was seriously injured by the sword energy, even though he struggled to resist. He couldn't resist Xiao Xuan's sword. The sword energy impacted on the two of them. The secrets of the sword even invaded the souls and devoured their functions. With just one sword strike, the two Dongxi realm experts were no longer able to resist. Xiao Xuan retracted his sword indifferently, and his eyes fell on the two of them. The two were horrified. The mere Great Dao realm could actually defeat them all at the same time as they were in the Dongxi realm. Who are you? How could a cultivator in the Great Dao realm have such terrifying strength? The 8th elder and 6th elder were filled with horror. They even speculated that Xiao Xuan had been taken away by some old monster. Xiao Xuan looked at them indifferently and did not respond. He just stepped slowly towards the two of them. When the 8th elder and 6th elder saw this, they felt frightened. If you dare to kill us, the Lin family will definitely not let you go. Seeing that Xiao Xuan was unmoved, the two of them even trembled slightly in their voices. My Lin family has someone who is halfway through the tribulation. Aren't you afraid that he will come forward and wipe out your Xiao family? Hearing this, Xiao Xuan stopped. The 8th elder also thought that his deterrence had worked. After all, who can not be afraid of a strong man who can overcome the calamity in half a step? Although Xiao Xuan has the ability to defeat them, he can't compete with the strong men who are half-step through the tribulation. When everyone saw this scene, they were disappointed with Xiao Xuan. Sure enough, even Xiao Xuan, who had always been strong, had to bow his head in front of a strong man who was halfway through the tribulation. But this is normal, if it were them. He didn't even have the ability to fight against the powerful ones in the Dongxi realm, let alone Xiao Xuan defeated them. It just makes me feel more uncomfortable the more I think about it. It was obvious that they were the ones who used the dirty trick first, but in the end they had to retreat. This is really frustrating. Seeing Xiao Xuan stop, the 6th elder also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Xiao Xuan had let him go, so he asked Lin Xiu to come. Trash. What are you still doing standing there? Send them back quickly. Today he was seriously injured by Xiao Xuan and was embarrassed in front of so many people. After he returns from his injuries and recovers, he must let the strong men in the family come forward. Destroy Xiao Xuan and the Xiao family. However, at this moment, two golden sword lights suddenly appeared above Xiao Xuan's head. I saw the sword light passing directly through the bodies of the 8th elder and the 2nd elder. A muffled groan sounded. The two of them immediately vomited blood. After the sword light dissipated, the aura around the two men gradually decreased until they disappeared. Xiao Xuan. How dare you destroy our cultivation? The 6th elder glared at Xiao Xuan with a hateful expression. Xiao Xuan's sword strike just now destroyed the cultivation of both of them. Not only that, even the dantian was shattered, and the sword intent eroded. Their bodies. The two elders, who were originally fair-haired and childlike, instantly became senile. The vigorous vitality in the body is also rapidly disappearing. The eyes of the eighth elder were filled with death, and he pointed at Xiao Xuan with a hand like dry wood. Xiao Xuan, if you destroy my cultivation today, the Lin family will not let you go. And the Xiao family behind you will also be bleeding like a river. Because of this, the eighth elder's threatening words made everyone feel cold in their hearts. They couldn't imagine what the consequences would be like against a family that was even half-step through the tribulation. What shocked them even more was that Xiao Xuan actually used his Dao realm cultivation to destroy the cultivation of two Dongxi realm powerhouses. How powerful this strength is. Faced with the threat from the eighth elder, Xiao Xuan curled his lips and smiled. I spared your life for the sake of my nephew. The purpose of abolishing your cultivation is to collect a little interest for the suffering he has endured over the years. Today you leave this despicable life and go back to the Lin family to see how this family leader will destroy your Lin family clan. Xiao Xuan's strong words shocked many people. Countless people once again refreshed their understanding of his strength. The eighth elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he said nothing and just stared at Xiao Xuan angrily. Lin Xiu on the side was frightened by the scene. Taking advantage of Xiao Xuan's unpreparedness, he took the two of them away. However, Xiao Xuan deliberately spared their lives. Otherwise, how could the three of them slip away in front of his eyes? However, Xiao Tianyin's injury is the most important right now, if he cannot receive timely treatment. I'm just afraid. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan's eyes were suddenly occupied by surging murderous intent. How could this anger be extinguished by simply destroying the cultivation of the two elders? The Lin family will be destroyed. Immediately, Xiao Xuan hurriedly left with Xiao Tianyun, master and servant, and Xiao Jianqin. Everyone saw Xiao Xuan leaving here. Only then did he slowly come back to his senses. Xiao Xuan dared to destroy the cultivation of two Dongxi realm experts. He shouted that he would destroy the clan that had a strong man who was half way through the tribulation. Who can resist such strength? For a time, Xiao Xuan abolished the cultivation of two Dongxi realms in Tianzhou and threatened to destroy their clan. It spread throughout Tianzhou. Normally, they might have laughed it off. But before that, he had destroyed two Dongxi realms with his Dao realm cultivation. What shocked them even more was that Xiao Xuan had comprehended the Dzogchen sword power in the great Dao realm. Even the secrets of swordsmanship. Just when the outside world was talking a lot about this matter, Xiao Xuan has returned to the Xiao family. He also invited two elders to treat Xiao Tianyin's injuries together with Xiao Yan. Uncle Yuan's injury is not bad. He can recover after taking the healing elixir and resting for a few days. It was Xiao Tianyin's injury. Even Yao Lao, inside Xiao Yan's jade pendant, felt helpless after exploring it. After another round of treatment, Xiao Yan and Xiao Qingyun stopped their hands at the same time, with solemn expressions on their faces. Chapter 64, The Abandoned Dongxi Realm. Xiao Sua is an alchemist and is also extremely good at healing. Xiao Yan is an alchemist, and with the help of the soul body in his body, it is easy to heal patients. Now, after several people used their medical skills at the same time, they all showed solemn expressions at Xiao Tianyin's injury. Xiao Xuan naturally knew the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly asked, "How is the situation?" Xiao Sua sighed, "Judging from the injury, it's not serious. It's just that an extremely important bone in his body was dug out. As a result, the body's functions are rapidly losing, and the wear and tear along the way has accelerated the loss of functions. Even if Xiao Yan and I have treated his other injuries, we can't prevent him from losing his functions. I'm afraid it will only last a few days. When Xiao Tianyun heard this, he also knew that his end was coming, so he had no choice but to smile bitterly. But said nothing. Uncle Yuan on the side couldn't help it. He was bullied in the Lin family before, but now he has someone to support him. His young master still wanted to put the past events behind him. So he told everything about Xiao Tianyun. As a nephew of the Lin family, Xiao Tianyun is the best in the family in terms of strength and talent. Therefore, even after his uncle died, the Lin family did not drive him out due to interests. That day, Xiao Tianyun was tempering his body as usual, but for some reason he suddenly gave birth to a celestial bone. The birth of Tiangu is of great significance, so it is well hidden and cannot be easily detected even in the cave void realm. Xiao Tianyun didn't dare to tell even Uncle Yuan. However, what he didn't expect was that a peerless genius would suddenly be born in the Lin family. Even the elder who was half-stepping through the tribulation was released from seclusion because of this. I thought I would never run into him in my life. Unexpectedly, not only did they meet each other that day, but the existence of Tiangu was also discovered by the elder Bamboo Dujia. When the genius learned about this, he had the intention of seizing the heavenly bones. The Lin family is a powerful clan. If the matter of the heavenly bones is leaked, the heavenly bones will definitely not fall into his hands. Therefore, the genius found a few people close to him and set a trap on Xiao Tianyun. Finally capturing the heavenly bones, Yuan Bo also discovered that Xiao Tianyun suddenly disappeared. Only then did he realize that something was wrong, and at the critical moment, he rescued Xiao Tianyun. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents in the Lin families genius fusion of heavenly bones, those few people did not follow them. He just sent some men to chase him, but then he met Xiao Jianqin. Everyone in the Xiao family was furious when they heard this. This genius of the Lin family is simply bullying others. Even Xiao Qingyun, the reincarnated empress, changed her expression after hearing about the birth of the heavenly bones. The heavenly bones can only be found but cannot be sought. Anyone who is born with heavenly bones, as long as they don't die, will be at a level above the Supreme Lord. In her previous life, she fought for a treasure with a cultivator of the same level who had a heavenly bone. She fought for 100 years before defeating him. The head of the family will personally come to resolve Lin family matters. The top priority is to treat Xiao Tianyun first. Elder Xiao Sua, Xiao Yan, do you have any ideas? After hearing what Uncle Yuan said, Xiao Xian couldn't help but feel angry. It's just that compared to revenge, Xiao Tianyun's life is more important. As for the genius of the Lin family, he will definitely make him pay a heavy price. Xiao Sua and Xiao Yan looked at each other, and they were helpless. Even Yao Lao inside the jade pendant sighed. Seeing this, Xiao Xian's expression became heavier. Heavenly bones? This is a heaven-defying qualification that is rare to be born in 10,000 years. Anyone who possesses heavenly bones is incomparable in strength. Even though I was already a heavenly lord in my previous life, it took a lot of effort to get rid of a heavenly bone cultivator who was eyeing him. For this reason, I also specially studied what happened to that damned heavenly bone, and I consulted the records of all heavens and worlds. I even searched for a few records from before the era, and then I learned that there is a way to treat people who had their heavenly bones dug out. Just when Xiao Zhenlin's inner world was extremely rich, he suddenly saw Xiao Xian looking at him with a gloomy face. Xiao Junlin suddenly trembled, looked at his body without any trace, and even touched his face. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he looked at Xiao Xian with confusion. Why is this old bastard suddenly looking at me like this? There is nothing wrong with me. Could it be that he is in heat? It shouldn't be. Even if you are worried about your own genius, it is useless to look at me. I know the solution, but I don't know how to tell you. Besides, I am just an ordinary sweeper. Whether you believe what I say or not is a question. Just when everyone was silent, Xiao Xuan suddenly looked at Xiao Junlin and said, "Looking at you, you seem to be very sure about this injury." Xiao Junlin was confused. Can Xiao Xuan still see through things? Can you see his innermost thoughts? Master, I don't dare to go home. It's just because I have dull qualifications and have read many ancient books. I just happened to see the record about Tiangu, but I don't know what the final result will be. Xiao Junlin originally wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Xiao Xuan. Since he has already taken the initiative to ask himself, he must say it. As for using excuses, he had already thought about it. Now that I have read through ancient books, I think this is a very good law. Please tell me. Everyone was very puzzled as to why Xiao Xuan suddenly asked a deputy who was guarding the yard. And he still believed in what he said. Even Xiao Qingyun, who had obtained the secret records from before the era, found it very strange. Are there any records related to the heavenly bones in ordinary ancient books? This old bastard seems to believe in this heavenly lord? Although I would not deceive him, he must have been too sick and rushed to seek medical treatment. Master, the record in the ancient book is a prescription. This medicine can not only cure the injury, but also help him to cultivate again. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. I didn't expect that he really had a way. Speak quickly. Xiao Xuan wanted to take a look at Xiao Junlin's brain at this moment, so that he didn't have to wait for his reply. Xiao Junlin suddenly felt excited all over, as if there was a murderous intention permeating the top of his head. It needs to be transformed into the bone marrow of an adult jade dragon. Assisted by the 7-star 100-turn leaf, and the heart of an adult Tianqing Niu Huang. Combined with the fruits produced by the heavenly fire divine vine, and supplemented by these medicinal materials, his injuries can be cured. Anyway, I've already told you the prescription. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. When everyone heard about this prescription, they couldn't help but think about it. I just feel that Xiao Junlin just said a random method to deliberately embarrass them. After listening to Xiao Junlin's prescription, Yao Lao told Xiao Yan his thoughts, and he told everyone. This prescription can only be tried once. The fruit of the heavenly fire god vine bears fruit once every 10,000 years. It contains a trace of heavenly fire qi, which can keep the fire of life from extinguishing. The 7-star 100-turn leaf contains a vitality of creation, which can ensure that the vitality is not lost. The heart blood of the azure bull can lock in vitality, and the bone marrow of an adult jade dragon can neutralize the medicines in the world. To prevent any drug from backlash, the combination of these 4 can already restore its injuries. With the help of other drugs, it is really possible to practice again. Xiao Yan's words made Xiao Xuan start to think seriously. He immediately combined these types of gestures, and it turned out to be exactly what Xiao Yan said. When Xiao Junlin heard Xiao Yan's words, he couldn't help but look at him. As expected of the genius of the Xiao family, in addition to being good at cultivation and refining elixirs, he also has extremely high attainments in medical skills. After getting a positive answer, Xiao Xuan immediately asked people to start searching. Xiao Xuan hugged Xiao Xuan. Master, the family has most of the medicinal materials. It's just that these 4 things, the adult sitting jade dragon, the 7-star 100-turn leaf, the azure ox mang, and the skyfire divine vine, are extremely difficult to find. Even the Xiao family today cannot possibly search them all. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. Can't you find it in the entire Tianluo domain? Xiao Jianfeng thought for a moment and said, this adult-seated jade dragon is only found in the Jiaolong clan. However, the Jiaolong clan is a forbidden area in the Tianluo domain, and only those who are strong in tribulation are not allowed to enter. As for the Azure Bull, it existed in the Arctic Empire, but it was extremely rare and could only be obtained by the royal family. The Heavenly Fire Divine Vine is outside the Tianluo territory and may not even be found. As for the 7-star 100-turn leaf, it is in the Lin family, and there is only one. I'm afraid the Lin family won't give it to me easily. Hearing this, everyone looked a little heavy. They can all see Xiao Xuan's contribution to the Xiao family. Now there is finally a chance to help him, but it is so difficult. No matter how hard they try, they can't find these 4 items. For Xiao Tianyun, they could only say it was a pity. Xiao Tianyun felt relieved when he saw the scene. He looked at Xiao Xuan with a solemn expression and knew that he was really worried about him. Uncle Xian, my nephew is already very happy to see you again and return to the Xiao family. Life or death is determined by fate. This is also my destiny. Everyone is grateful to Tianyun for my kindness. What are you talking about? That is depressing. It's not like we can't be saved. Xiao Jianxin suddenly stepped forward and looked at Xiao Tianyun firmly. It's just a few medicinal herbs, you have to look for them even in difficult situations. I have had an encounter with the princess of the Arctic dynasty. Presumably she will help. Although the Azure Bullrogue is rare, it is not hard to find. What's more, he wanted to take this opportunity to repay Xiao Xuan. As his life mentor, Xiao Xuan has taught him too many things along the way. Now that he finally had such an opportunity, how could he give up? Xiao Xuan also stepped forward at this time, looking at the face similar to his elder brother. He felt moved in his heart. As long as Uncle Xian is here, nothing will happen to you. Just rest in peace and recuperate. But Uncle Xian, Xiao Tianyun was anxious. These things are extremely rare. If Xiao Xuan wants to get these, he must work hard. It may even cost you your own life. Leave the Heavenly Fire Divine Vine and the Sitting Jade Dragon to me. Kenshin, and the Heavenly Azure Bullman will be left to you. Before Xiao Tianyun could continue to speak, Xiao Xuan had already arranged the matter. Don't worry, Patriarch, I will definitely bring Tianqing Mo back. Xiao Jianxin looked at Xiao Xuan firmly, then turned and left, heading to the Arctic Empire. For the remaining 7-star 100-turn leaves, I will personally go to the Lin family to get them. When Xiao Xuan said this, a trace of murderous intent quickly flashed in his eyes. I'm afraid the Lin family won't give this thing away. If the Lin family doesn't give it, the head of the family will destroy his entire family. Just leave this matter to this family leader. You only need to prepare other medicinal materials. Everyone said nothing after hearing this. Xiao Xuan never goes back on what he said. Xiao Junlin looked at Xiao Xuan's leaving figure and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Looking like this, we are preparing to break through. I guess so. The Lin family has a strong man who is halfway through the calamity. Furthermore, the Dragon clan is not easy to deal with. If you want to get them, you really can't do it without strength. Xiao Xuan returned to the room and entered the system directly to start receiving the rewards this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving 3 levels of cultivation rewards and a golden elixir. The family building is a mountainous medicine peak, the family's ancestral tomb, a high-grade spiritual field, a medium-grade spiritual mine, and a low-grade spiritual vein. Elixir forging ceremony *1, Divine Weapon Forging General Outline *1, Waning. Moon Sword promoted to low-grade King level Divine Weapon. Because the host has reached the 8th level of the Great Tao Realm, it will automatically break through the 9th level of the Great Tao Realm. After breaking through the Dongxi Realm, the system will automatically release the reserved 2 levels of cultivation. Golden Elixir, a special elixir for those who are powerful in the Great Tao Realm. It can help break through after taking it. Wanzhong Medicine Peak, Wanzhong High, containing medicinal herbs of all levels. Common medicinal materials are grown here. There is a chance to upgrade it to elixir, which will increase the survival rate of the herb with a high probability and add aura to the family. Ancestral Tomb, any descendant of the Xiao family who is buried hereafter death can add luck to the family, and a ghost can be born to protect the family. Elixir Forging Grand Ceremony, contains all elixir forging methods. General Outline of Divine Weapon Forging, contains all methods for forging divine weapons. After receiving the reward, Xiao Xuan buried the Wanzhong Yaofeng in the back mountain of his family. No one noticed the changes taking place at the back of the family and the rich aura. After completing this, Xiao Xuan took the golden elixir to prepare for a breakthrough. When the elixir enters the body, countless Tao rhymes are rapidly transformed in the body. Xiao Xuan did not dare to neglect and hurriedly started practicing. Xiao Tianyin's injury was also under control under the care of Xiao Sua and Xiao Yan. But if you want to be completely cured, you have to wait for all the medicinal materials to be collected. A month passed quickly. Xiao Xuan's breakthrough also reached the most critical moment. On this day, a sudden change occurred above Xiao Xuan's residence. A powerful coercion spread rapidly to the surroundings, thunder rolled from the sky, and colorful clouds flowed. All the surrounding spiritual energy gathered here, and this scene made countless people admire it. Is the head of the family going to break through the cave realm? It's not an exaggeration to say that this kind of pressure can help you overcome a catastrophe. How can we understand the master's power? However, when the 9 elders saw Xiao Xuan making another breakthrough, they showed concern. If Xiao Xuan's previous breakthrough was due to his unparalleled qualifications, that can still be explained. After all, who doesn't have an awesome person? But now, in just 5 years, Xiao Xuan has broken through 3 major realms. Not to mention the sword energy, sword intention, and even the secrets of swordsmanship that he understood. This is something to be happy about in any family. But for all external forces, it is a big disaster. Although Xiao Xuan's current strength is enough to fight against the strong men of Dongxi realm. After he breaks through, the challenge of leapfrogging is not a problem. But there is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. During this time, they discovered that the Xiao family was surrounded by spies from various forces. Obviously, Xiao Xuan's strange breakthrough speed has attracted the attention of all forces. Coupled with Xiao Tianyin's arrival and his injuries, they felt like a storm was coming. Even Xiao Qingyun, the king of a country, rushed back this time. I'm afraid that the outside world is not peaceful. And this unrest is aimed at the Xiao family. Chapter 65 The sword rises and destroys the city. Just when everyone couldn't help but think about this scene, another vision came from Xiao Xuan's roof. Xiao Jianxin stepped forward worriedly, fearing that something would happen to Xiao Xuan. After all, if you break through the Dongxi realm in a month, your foundation will definitely be a little unstable. Xiao Junlin leaned aside with a broom and looked at the strange phenomenon on the roof of Xiao Xuan's house. Breaking through 3 small realms in just 1 month is not a cultivation speed that a mortal can achieve. Xiao Xuan, I am really becoming more and more curious about you. More and more people are doubting Xiao Xuan's cultivation speed. Prodigies like Xiao Junlin and Xiao Qingyun even began to wonder if he was just like them. They are all reincarnations. Right now. A terrifying momentum rose into the sky, and another strange phenomenon was heard in the sky. Countless radiant lights disappeared at this moment, leaving only the surge of spiritual energy. Above the sky, there is an aura that cannot be seen or touched, but can be felt. There are things mixed together, born innately on the earth. Lonely and lonely, independent and unchanging. If you move around without danger, you can be the mother of heaven and earth. This ancient and long-lasting aura instantly enveloped everyone. There is nothing to hide from its sight. Heaven takes the Dharma, and the Tao is pure and natural. An ancient voice came from all directions. You can only hear its sound but not see its shadow. Everyone in the Xiao family couldn't help being shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Is this the master's destiny? It's simply too terrifying. Xiao Jianqin's eyes flickered, and countless sword energy surged around him. I am even more determined to chase Xiao Xuan. Xiao Yan stood quietly in his yard, watching the vision coming from Xiao Xuan. The medicine aged into a solid form and stood beside him, and he couldn't help but sigh. This aura faintly contains the aura of the Tao of the law of heaven. If he does not die, he will definitely rule the void in the future. Xiao Yan's eyes were heavy. Junlin void, I can do it in the future too. Xiao Qingyun was sitting in his yard at this time, rubbing the remaining scroll from this era in his hand. As the king of a country, she is also a proud member of the Xiao family. Therefore, the treatment is no different from other geniuses. Looking at the vision coming from Xiao Xuan's room, Xiao Qingyun's expression became more solemn. It seems that the head of the family is really the reincarnation of that old monster from before the era. Inside Xiao Yanyao's yard. Looking at the movements on Xiao Xuan's side, his fighting spirit was high at this moment. Sure enough, only people like Master Xiao can compete with me. Talented people like Xiao Jianqin are only temporarily ahead of me. When I grow up, even Xiao Xuan, today, will not be able to compete with me. Sure enough, I still have to compete with strong people to stimulate my fighting spirit. Perhaps it was caused by the strange phenomenon that occurred when Xiao Xuan made a breakthrough. Xiao Yanyao's domineering physique makes him talk nonsense all the time. Just when everyone was talking about it. Xiao Xuan's body has undergone great changes. I saw a half-armless giant appearing behind Xiao Xuan. The giant had a bun on his head and was wearing half a yellow Buddha shirt. On the exposed half of the arm, there is a long golden dragon entwined on it. It's actually a Tathagata Buddha statue. What is different from the Tathagata Buddha statue is the aura of Tao radiating between his eyebrows and eyes. When the Tathagata statue disappeared, the boundless pressure gradually returned to Xiao Xuan's body. When he opened his eyes, one eye was the color of the scorching sun and the other was black. It's like black and white. The Tathagata's Dharma contains the power of Buddha and Tao, which can increase combat power by 3,650 times. And the improvement of the natal Dharma sign is 99,999, which can be said to be invincible in life. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Now he is extremely confident in his own strength. Ordinary people's combat power to break through the cave virtual realm is 100 times, but he can reach 3,650 times. Looking at the entire sky, no one can match this heaven-defying fighting power. Even if he was fighting against the Lin family at this time, he still had an absolute advantage. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation realm, 3rd level of Dongxi realm. Magic weapon, low-grade king-level waning moon sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal way, the powerful Wulong After completing the practice, you can cut the void with the sword. 8. Stage / the third level. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family. Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment. Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Dharma Sign of Birth, Tathagata Dharma Sign, 3,650 times increase. After checking his own situation, Xiao Xuan decided to leave seclusion. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the 9 elders waiting at the door. The 9 elders breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Xiao Xuan successfully came out of seclusion. And I was happy for him from the bottom of my heart. Even so, there was still a trace of worry on his face. With Xiao Xuan's cultivation speed, they were really worried that someone would covet him. Xiao Tianyin's incident is already a precedent. Xiao Xuan naturally knew what they were worried about. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. His cultivation speed may not be anything in the eyes of people like Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin. After all, in all the worlds they have experienced, such qualifications are nothing. But this is just the mortal world, and his cultivation speed has attracted the attention of many people. Those people's concern for the realm of cultivation has obviously gradually surpassed that of exotic treasures. Especially the Blood Knife sect and the Great Thunder Holy Temple. The Blood Knife sect has been severely damaged by him, but there has been no movement for so long. I'm afraid it's already lurking in the dark and will rush out at any moment to strangle his lifeline. There is also the Great Thunder Temple, ever since he killed the Zen master in the Great Tao realm. Neither of them saw any action from the other party, as if that thing didn't exist. Both are too peaceful. Calm, unlike their code of conduct. And once this calm is broken, it will be an almost devastating crisis. This had to make Xiao Xuan alert. With the attention of many forces, this trip to the Dragon Clan will definitely cause an uproar. This trip must be done quickly. After Xiao Xuan explained some things to the 9 elders, he took a look at Xiao Tianyin's injuries. He went directly to the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Jiaolong clan and arrived in 7 days. Today, there is no trace of the real dragon in Tianzhou. Although the Dragon Clan is a pseudo-dragon clan, there is still a trace of true dragon blood in their blood. The real dragon was synonymous with terror during that period. Even though the Dragon Clan is a pseudo-dragon, it still has a trace of real dragon blood in its blood. And it makes countless people fearful. To avoid unnecessary things happening, Xiao Xuan concealed his body and aura, and slowly entered the forbidden area behind the Dragon Clan. Sudden, a burst of dragon roar echoed through the sky. Immediately afterwards, 4 dragons from the cave realm appeared in the sky, following Xiao Xuan with murderous intent. Xiao Xuan did not expect that the Dragon Clan would be so cautious. He actually set a restriction on the jade bone of the dragon that had just been transformed into his hands. It attracted 4 pseudo-dragons from the cave void realm, no matter how hard he tried to escape. He was still locked by these 4 pseudo-dragons in the cave void realm. Who is here? How dare you steal the bone marrow of our ancestors from the Dragon Clan? Not even the great Luo Immortal can save you today. The 4 pseudo-dragons never imagined that someone would break into their forbidden area in the back mountain and steal bone marrow. Following all the way, the overwhelming killing intent gradually locked onto Xiao Xuan's figure. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly, even though he didn't want to cause trouble. It must be resolved quickly. If other dragons are provoked, it will be even more difficult. The waning moon sword in his hand was immediately unsheathed, and a golden Sword light cut through the sky and went directly behind him. When the 4 pseudo-dragons saw this scene and knew about this sword, they suddenly felt that something was not good. When the sword light dissipated, the 4 pseudo-dragons also stopped. Seeing Xiao Xuan's figure receding away, several people quickly turned around, determined to inform the pseudo-dragon clan about this. But when they took action, there was a sword wound on the dragon's body. If it were a little deeper, they could be killed on the spot. However, Xiao Xuan did not pay attention to these things behind him. Seeing that the Jiaolong clan no longer pursued him, they turned back and headed towards the Lin family. It's time to pay off the debts of the Lin family. Xiao Xuan no longer concealed his momentum and rushed directly towards the Lin family in Dongyun City. The powerful Dongshu realm momentum attracted the attention of countless people. It attracted a lot of eyebrows and discussions along the way. It turns out that a powerful person from the cave realm has arrived. This killing intent can scare me even from a long distance. This aura comes from Tianzhou. I don't know whose family provoked such a powerful person. A strong man in the cave void realm is really powerful, and he doesn't even bother to hide his breath. Some were surprised, while others were disdainful. But it's just a cave. There are hundreds of them in our Dongyanqing cave. He came here just to die. Tianzhou? Wow, it's just a small place that's not worth mentioning. How dare you come to Dongyun City to run wild? Have they forgotten what happened back then? Even if they forget, the city lord of Dongyun City will not forget it. The city lord even issued an order prohibiting people from Tianzhou from entering. If you dare to come here for the first time in Dongshu realm, you are not afraid of being instantly killed by the city lord of the 6th level of Dongshu realm. You are overestimating your own abilities. For a moment, everyone was sneering, and they really didn't pay attention to Xiao Xuan's intrusion. I am even more looking forward to how Xiao Xuan will die here. At this moment, a roaring roar sounded in the air. Ant! Get out of here, Lord! After saying that, a monstrous coercion instantly came towards Xiao Xuan, suppressing him. This person is the Lord of Dongyun City. Seeing this, everyone had a look of admiration and awe on their faces. However, when Xiao Xuan saw that his way was blocked, anger suddenly rose in his heart. Seeing the opponent take action directly, he even drew his sword and faced him. Without saying a word. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The last word death resounded through the sky, echoing in the air for a long time. At the same time, accompanied by a sword energy, it stabbed directly towards the Lord of Dongyun City. The Lord of Dongyun City did not expect Xiao Xuan's sword moves to be so powerful. Before he could continue to speak, he saw a golden sword light coming towards him. The sword was so powerful that he didn't even have time to react. In the end, in full view of everyone, the Lord of Dongyun City was killed with a sword. The Lord of Dongyun City never thought that he would die. But the opponent only used one sword. However, this was not the end. The sword light penetrated directly through his body. Stretching for dozens of miles, the city lord's mansion behind him was also destroyed. Everyone was still immersed in seeing the aloof attitude of the Tianzhou people. Before the expression on his face could even react, the city lord's mansion was destroyed. Even the city lord is dead. He didn't even resist. Chapter 66 Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family came to destroy the family. After doing all this, Xiao Xuan rushed directly towards the Lin family. Countless people slowly reacted. I'll go. That's the city lord of Dongyun City. It's said that he had a cultivation level of the 6th level of Dongshu realm, but he died like this. This is nowhere near the cave realm. It can only be said to be a half step. Through the tribulation. The city lord of Dongyun City once fought against and defeated several cultivators of the 7th level of Dongxi realm. He actually died under this sword today? I have to say that the power of this sword is really terrifying. I don't know which sect it is that actually provokes such a powerful human. Cave virtual realm. I'm afraid he is invincible even at the same level. For a moment, everyone sighed and were shocked by Xiao Xuan's powerful strength. Looking at the city lord's mansion that was instantly razed to the ground, he clicked his tongue repeatedly. At this time, they no longer looked as aloof as before. He didn't even dare to look down on the people from Tianzhou, even the Dongxiu realm who were ready to take action. After seeing this scene, I was glad that I gave up and didn't help the lord of Dongyun City. Otherwise, they will become a dead body just like the lord of Dongyun City. This man's swordsmanship is so powerful that it would not be an exaggeration to say he is a legendary swordsman. It won't take long for his name to spread throughout the Tianluo territory. This is the first time I have seen a swordsman of this level after living for hundreds of years. Someone with good intentions used the probing method to follow Xiao Xuan's figure all the way. Realizing that the other party was actually heading towards the Lin family, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Look! That man is heading to the Lin family. I don't know what the Lin family has done to provoke him. The Lin family? It can't be the Lin family, right? Some people couldn't believe it and exclaimed loudly. Apart from them in the whole Liuzhou, who else is the Lin family? Another person patted his head speechlessly. No. Is he looking for bad luck or trouble for himself? Many people were shocked when they heard the news and instantly became energetic. The Lin family has a strong man who can overcome the calamity in half a step. No matter how powerful his sword moves are, he may not be able to overcome the calamity in half a step. This is really interesting. I seem to have witnessed an unprecedented decisive battle. Do you think his sword moves are more powerful, or is it the strong man who can overcome the tribulation in half a step? Which one is strong and which one is weak? You will know if you go and take a look. Ha ha ha, what Xiongtai said is absolutely true. Everyone, I'll go first. Without saying a word, someone jumped into the air and headed towards the Lin family. Seeing this, everyone around could not restrain their curiosity. They all followed that man to Lin's house. Seeing this, other good people also followed him. However, no matter how fast they were still not as fast as 1/10,000th of Xiao Xuan's. Even those powerful men in the cave void realm were far behind Xiao Xuan. Seeing this scene, several people once again had a new understanding of Xiao Xuan's strength. They and Xiao Xuan are cultivators of the same level. Those who were still watching saw this scene. They no longer hesitated and followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. For a time, streams of light flashed in the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. At the same time, everyone in the Lin family gathered in the back hill of the Lin family. Even the 6th elder and the 8th elder, whose cultivation was abolished, were pushed here in wheelchairs. Everyone in the Lin family couldn't bear to see the 2 elders being tortured. To this point, they hate the Xiao family even more. The 6th elder and the 8th elder have made countless contributions to their family. But now it becomes like this. And they also know that the 2 elders cannot die even if they want to. Because Xiao Xuan's sword energy was raging in their bodies, which was torture in disguise. They also wanted to go over and avenge the 2 elders, but the 2 elders insisted on waiting until their ancestor came out of seclusion. At that time, the whole family will use their strength to go to the Xiao family to seek revenge. And this is the main reason why the Lin family has done nothing during this period. They had already realized Xiao Xuan's terror from the two elders. Finally, under the eyes of countless people, a stone gate in the back mountain slowly opened. A middle-aged man came out of the cave. This person is Lin Jiao, the ancestor of the Lin family. Seeing this, everyone stepped forward to salute, and the anger in their hearts could finally dissipate a little. Lin Jiao laughed when he saw this. He gave a hand and said, "Please get up quickly. Although we haven't achieved a breakthrough this time, I have found the key to a breakthrough. I will definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough next time I retreat." Lin Jiao was very confident in himself, and everyone was very happy when they heard this. "Where's Shaner? Why don't you see him here?" Lin Jiao looked around and found no sign of Lin Shan, so he asked about Lin Shan's father. Seeing this, Lin Shan's father hurriedly stepped forward and saluted Lin Jiao. Returning to the ancestors, Lin Shan was chosen by the Zhuanluan mansion because he successfully fused the heavenly bones. Now that he has started practicing there, even the princess of the imperial dynasty is attracted to him. Lin Jiao was overjoyed when he heard the news. Shaner actually has such an opportunity. What a good thing. Zhuanluan Mansion is one of the powerful sect forces in the Tianluo domain, and it is rumored that there is a Tao-killing king in charge. Being favored by the princess of the imperial dynasty means that they have the support of the imperial dynasty, and it also gives the Lin family a stronger backing. Just as Lin Jiao was immersed in joy, he suddenly noticed that everyone in the Lin family had bitterness on their faces. When his eyes fell on the sixth elder and the eighth elder, his expression suddenly changed. The people around him also took the initiative to give way to Lin Jiao. At this time, they could not say anything. "Old 6. Old 8. How did you become like this? Who did it?" Lin Jiao's whole body erupted with a monstrous killing intent, and all the cultivation of a half-step tribulation expert exploded at this moment. The sixth elder and the eighth elder immediately covered their faces and cried, their unwillingness and hatred revealed. The two of them recounted what happened that day in tears. Lin Jiao was furious when he heard this, and said hello 3 times. "What a Tianzhou, what a Xiao family! How dare you hurt members of my Lin family? And you even threatened to destroy my entire Lin family. Excellent. Then let me see who killed whom." Everyone in the Lin family listened to the order and immediately set off for the Xiao family. It is difficult for me to destroy the Xiao family and understand the hatred in my heart. Destroy the Xiao family. Destroy the Xiao family. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and the anger that was originally pressing on their hearts suddenly found a place to vent. Seeing this scene, the 2 elders around him also cried with joy. They were finally able to take revenge. However, they haven't waited for them to set off. Lin Jiao suddenly felt a mysterious aura appearing over the Lin family. Who is here? He hasn't shown up yet. Then he waved his palms in the air. However, what greeted him was a sword energy. After colliding with the sword energy, Lin Jiao's hands were trembling faintly. Looking at the sky above, Lin Jiao looked gloomy. Who is it that has such a powerful sword energy? Even he couldn't resist it. The hands hanging on his sides had become numb at this moment. If he hadn't suppressed it, his trembling hands would have been seen. Everyone in the Lin family was furious when they saw this scene. As one of the largest families in Liezhou, they also have an ancestor who has half-stepped through the tribulation. The genius of the family even went to Zhuanluan Mansion to practice cultivation, and had an imperial dynasty background. There are still people who come to find trouble without overestimating their abilities. It's really looking for death. Who dares to come to my Lin family to offend me? Why don't you show up now that you're here? Maybe you're just bluffing. Get down quickly and kowtow to admit your mistake. We can spare your life. Otherwise, we will destroy your entire clan. Get off. For a time, several cave void realm cultivators shouted into the air, all of them arrogant in their words. Just when everyone was yelling, a mellow and deep voice sounded in the air and stretched in all directions. Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family, come and destroy the family. Xiao Xuan's voice woke up the silent strong men around him, and they all turned their attention here. The Xiao family is really here? Countless people were shocked. The Lin family has been in the limelight recently. If the Xiao family comes to take revenge now, isn't it asking for death? I heard that Lin Shan, the genius of the Lin family, not only became a disciple of the Zhuanluan mansion, but was also favored by the king of Dao. Zhan. Even the princess of the imperial dynasty had a favorable impression of him. Quick, let's go over there and take a look. Don't miss this good fight. After hearing this, countless people rushed to Lin's house. At this time, everyone in the Lin family suddenly became furious after hearing what Xiao Xuan said. The killing intent gathered together and shot straight into the sky. It's really ridiculous. A person with a mere third-level cultivation of Dongxi realm dares to say such a thing. How can we, the Lin family, be destroyed at your request? If I don't show you some color today, you really think that my Lin family is easy to bully? My Lin family has been standing in Lizhou for 100 years, and this is the first time I have heard from a cultivator of the third level of Dongxiu realm that they want to destroy the Lin family. It's really ridiculous. Even ants dare to come out and make noise. It's simply overestimating their own capabilities. For a moment, everyone in the Lin family was furious and cursed at Xiao Xuan. The sixth elder and the eighth elder grinned even more, their eyes were bloodshot, and their hands like dry wood tightly grasped the handle of the wheelchair. Boundless resentment burst out from his eyes, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Lin Jiao flew into the air in anger and looked at Xiao Xuan, who was fighting against him. You are the one who deposed the two elders of my Lin family? Even if you have the ability to depose cultivators at the same level, it only proves that your strength is good. Don't think that this will make you lawless. I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you brought it to your door yourself. Xiao Xuan did not show any emotion in the face of Lin Jiao's angry rebuke. Even the third level of Dongxi realm is enough to destroy your Lin family. Lin Jiao was furious when he heard this, and instantly burst out with the pressure of a strong man who was half a step beyond the tribulation. With a wave of his big palm, he gathered the momentum of half-step to overcome the tribulation and headed towards Xiao Xuan. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, the sky thundered, and this palm was enough to level a country. Xiao Xuan's sword attack just now made him defensive, so when he made the move this time, Lin Jiao almost tried his best, his eyes swept over the waning moon sword in Xiao Xuan's hand. The sword is a good sword, but it's a pity that the sword is not suitable for people. Your cultivation level is not worthy of such a king-level magic weapon, so you might as well give it to me. Facing such a killing move, Xiao Xuan remained very calm. His eyes were very flat. With a wave of the waning moon sword, a magnificent sword energy cut through the sky and headed towards Lin Jiao with terrifying sword power. The sword energy collided with the big palm, sending out an extremely fierce aftershock. Lin Jiao has full confidence in his palm. Xiao Xuan will definitely die under this palm. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze instantly before it spread. I saw that his palm was split into two and turned into nothingness. But the sword energy did not weaken at all, and even came towards him. The terrifying power of the sword actually filled him with fear. Lin Jiao's eyes suddenly widened and he stepped back hastily. At this time, several Dongshu realm elders who had been watching saw this scene. They all rose into the air and headed towards Xiao Xuan. Lin Jiao felt something was wrong and hurriedly stopped the elders. Do not come. However, he was still one step late. I saw the 8 elders attacking Xiao Xuan together. Xiao Xuan, suffer death. Are we afraid that we can't take you down if the 8 of us join forces? Today is your death day. Death to me. The 8 elders attacked Xiao Xuan together with confidence in victory. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Xiao Xuan was, he would never be able to defeat the 8K Void Realm cultivators working together. He could still escape unharmed, but even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. Xiao Xuan calmly looked at the 8K Virtual Realm elders who attacked him at the same time. The corners of his mouth slowly curved. I saw him swing a sword. A sword light shot out and cut through the void. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the 8 elders' killing move was broken by Xiao Xuan's sword. However, the sword light had not dissipated yet, and it went directly towards the 8 elders, killing them one by one. The body and head were separated, and even the limbs couldn't tell who belonged to whom. The endless sword intent devoured their souls, and even their souls were destroyed. There is no chance of reincarnation anymore. The strong man who came here first happened to see this scene. They were immediately shocked and speechless, and they even hesitated whether to go and watch. Such a sword, even if the opponent is a strong man at the peak of Dongshu realm, cannot resist it. Lin Jiao looked up to the sky and screamed. His eyes were cracked, staring at Xiao Xuan with great resentment and hatred. Xiao Xuan, you actually killed the 8 elders of my Lin family. Today I will cut you into pieces. Revenge for the 8 elders. At this moment, all the coercion of Lin Jiao's half-step catastrophe power burst out. Boundless coercion circulated in the void and came towards Xiao Xuan to suppress it. At this time, he only had one idea, and that was to kill Xiao Xuan. Facing such a move, Xiao Xuan still looked calm. He was seen holding the sword in both hands, with the waning moon sword raised above his head. Sword kills the immortal and opens the sky. The indifferent voice echoed in the air, and Xiao Xuan's figure flashed past Lin Jiao. It was also driven by that sharp sword energy. When Xiao Xuan's figure stabilized, the sword light also disappeared. However, Lin Jiao's body did not move in place, and even the expression on his face did not change at all. Then in everyone's sight, countless sword lights burst out from Lin Jiao's body. What followed was an explosion, and Lin Jiao's body also turned into nothingness in the explosion. A strong man who had overcome the calamity in half a step died under Xiao Xuan's sword. There is no strong person in charge of the Lin family anymore. Seeing this scene in front of them, countless people were shocked. This is not the god of killing, it is clearly the god of demons. Then, Xiao Xuan turned around and walked towards the Lin family, looking at the 2 elders sitting in wheelchairs. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more gentle. Do you 2 elders still like my gift? Back then, I said that I would spare your lives and watch the Lin family be wiped out with my own eyes. The 6th elder and the 8th elder watched Xiao Xuan walking toward them. Step by step. The battle in Tianzhou that day suddenly came to mind again. In addition, the death of the 8th elder and Lin Jiao was too horrific, and the 2 of them looked at Xiao Xuan's eyes. It's all fear and disappointment, right now. The vitality in the 2 men suddenly disappeared, and even when they died, their eyes widened. When Xiao Xuan saw that the 2 of them were dead, he stopped talking. Nonsense. He directly swung the waning moon sword and slashed in the air. The boundless sword light instantly enveloped the sky over the Lin family. Among the shocked eyes of countless people, as well as the astonishment of Everyone in the Lin family. A sword light that stretched for millions of miles wiped out the entire Lin family. Xiao Yan looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. He didn't feel anything was wrong. If he didn't take action, it would be his Xiao family who would end up like this. And he had already experienced all this with his own eyes many years ago, so how could he let it appear before him again? It's just the law of survival in this world. If you want to live forever in the world and not be bullied, you can only become stronger. Only when you become stronger can you have the right to speak in this world. Then Xiao Xuan came to the Lin family treasure house with his sword in hand. With a swing of the sword, the reinforced restrictions were shattered. Using his chaotic pupils, Xiao Xuan saw the place where the 7-star 100-turn leaf was placed. At the moment when the treasure house is opened, the huge resources inside attracted the attention of countless people. No one dares to say not to be greedy for such resources. If it had been anyone else, they might have swarmed up and looted it. However, the opponent was Xiao Xuan, a man who relied on the cultivation of the 3rd level of Dongxi realm. He can kill 8K virtual realm elders and a murderous god who can overcome calamity in half a step. Even if they want to, they don't have the guts. Chapter 67, The Conspiracy Against the Xiao Family. Xiao Xuan looked at the resources in front of him with a dull expression. He took the treasure he wanted and left here directly. As for what will happen next, that's not what he wants to know. Now that the medicinal materials for treating injuries are basically complete, he urgently needs to rush back. Let Xiao Yan and Xiao Sua help Xiao Tianyun treat his injuries. After confirming that Xiao Xuan has left here, only then did the people hiding in the darkness come out. Everyone looked at the ruins in front of them and sighed. The Lin family, which had a strong man who was halfway through the tribulation, was gone just like that. Not long after, those who rushed to watch the unprecedented battle between the Lin family and the swordsman in white also arrived at the scene. It's just that they didn't expect that they missed the best part. Only the Lin family could be seen, which had been turned into ruins. Then these latecomers and the onlookers who watched the entire process began to discuss. Everyone was shocked to know the beginning and end of the matter. The Lin family is gone like this. It's really unbelievable. Yesterday, it was a powerful family that shocked a powerful family. Today, it has become a ruin. Even the long history will not have his record. The world is really changing. I met him just now when I came here. Fortunately, I didn't mock him and run away. The speaker is still a little scared. While countless people were shocked by the demise of the Lin family, they also lamented Xiao Xuan's powerful strength. Suddenly someone pointed at the open treasure house. Although the swordsman in white destroyed the Lin family has so many resources that he can't take them all by himself. Yes, we might be able to share some resources if we go there. As the Lin family has been a century-old family, the resources will not be much worse. When one voice comes out, countless voices respond. What's more, this voice responded to their hearts. So everyone rushed towards the Lin family, which was already in ruins. Once again, a storm was stirred up. However, after a quarter of an hour, the storm stopped again. Everyone who was originally in high spirits came out of the treasure house with angry expressions on their faces. Bah! One person can take so much and not be afraid of dying. Someone in the crowd made a comment that caused an uproar. Looking at the resources at hand, it would be a pity to throw them away, but it would not be of much use if we did not throw them away. But the resentment can only be kept in the heart, and I definitely don't have the guts to pursue him. The news that the Lin family was destroyed also spread throughout Tianluo territory immediately. Everyone who received the news was shocked. No one could have imagined that a century-old family would be wiped out overnight. And the person who destroyed the Lin family was actually only a third-level cultivator of the Dongshu realm. Now only Lin Shan is left in the entire Lin family. Xiao Xuan's name has also spread throughout the Tianluo domain, and countless people have remembered this swordsman in white. At this moment, a conspiracy involving the Xiao family and Xiao Xuan was quietly unfolding. Lingzhuozhu is a holy place for Buddhist and Taoist practice. Everyone here believes in Buddhism, studies Buddhism, and spreads Buddhism. If you have Buddhist roots, you can be accepted as a Buddhist disciple. However, it is such a holy place where Buddhists travel everywhere, but its development is far less good than other places. Apart from daily food and clothing issues, there is almost no other productivity. And their purpose for doing all this is to hope that they can reach the paradise of Elysium as soon as possible after death. The number of Buddhist believers in Dalai Holy Temple is the first among several major Buddhist temples. Not only does it have many believers, it also has the largest area and Buddhist temple. At this time, several enlightened monks in the Great Thunder Monastery were sitting together, discussing matters in the Tianluo domain. The Xiao family's investigation results have now come out. An old monk smiled slightly and then looked at the other two people in front of him. Please also ask Holy Monk Jue Yuan to inform you of the final result. Jue Xiao was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Senior Monk Jue Yuan, tell me quickly, we have been waiting for this matter about the Xiao family for too long. Monk Juyan also agreed. Holy Monk Jue Yuan knocked the wooden fish on his hand and smiled kindly. Based on the results of this investigation, the poor monk discovered that Xiao Xuan had obtained the most precious treasure of the Qilin sect. He has obtained supreme resources, so his rapid improvement in cultivation can be explained. With the Qilin sect's treasure in hand, the children of the Xiao family and the development of the family will be able to develop so quickly. And all of this is not the most important thing. According to previous data, the main reason why Qilin sect has developed so rapidly is it's not the unique resources, but the ancient sacred tree called the Tree of Life. This sacred tree not only has spiritual roots, but can also help cultivators develop spiritual roots. Even the fruit can help with breakthrough cultivation. The above is enough to prove that the Xiao family relies on the Tree of Life to make continuous breakthroughs. Hearing the words of Holy Monk Jue Yuan, the eyes of other holy monks instantly lit up with light. The Qilin sect was synonymous with power at the time, and at its peak, it was even looked down upon by the empire. If they could obtain this magic weapon, wouldn't the Great Thunder Holy Temple be comparable to it? It will even develop better than the original Qilin sect. Thinking of this, a seed slowly sprouted in the hearts of the three old monks and grew vigorously. The holy monk Jue Yuan counted with his fingers and sighed. I watched the sky last night, and just now I counted with my fingers and found that the territory of Tianzhou has been shrouded in demonic energy. The Xiao family is undoubtedly the most serious. It seems that the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan, has fallen into the devil's path. If it is allowed to continue to grow, I am afraid that the entire Tianzhou will be affected. As Buddhist disciples, we should eliminate harm for the people, not to mention that the other party is a demon cultivator. As the saying goes, saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Although we took action a little late, we can still save everyone in the world. This is a great good thing, Amitabha. What do you think, saintly monks? Seeing Holy Monk Jue Yuan speaking like this, Holy Monk Juyan on the side clasped his hands and followed suit. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? To be able to save the Xiao family and the rest is our duty. The other holy monks also echoed, now that Xiao Xuan is deeply possessed by the devil, all we can do is to let him reach bliss as soon as possible and refine his devilish nature. All the holy monks responded immediately, with a look of righteousness on their faces. There is no trace of guilt at all. It seems that what they are doing is really eliminating harm for the people. Holy monk Xiao Xuan was used to this, so he shook his head and sighed slightly. It's just that the Qilin sect's treasure has been known to all the major forces, and it will only make more people go crazy. We want to bring the Qilin sect's treasure back for purification, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard this, and at this moment, their eyes all showed hatred. There is no sign of a kind-hearted eminent monk at all. Before they could speak, holy monk Xiao Xuan continued to add. But you don't have to worry too much. In order to successfully bring the Qilin sect's treasure back for purification, I have invited Monk Wang to come for support. The only one who can be called a king monk is the king of killing Dao. And the only king monk in their great thunder holy temple is the one from the back mountain. After everyone heard this, they immediately became confident in purifying the Qilin sect's treasure, this time. With the addition of the king of Zhan Dao, even other forces, even the imperial dynasty, must give them 3 points of thin face. You just have to wait for the news from the poor monk. The other major forces are also ready. After saying this, holy monk Xiao Xuan began to chant sutras and worship Buddha, as if he was saving Xiao Xuan in advance. The Blood Knife sect, which had been missing for a long time, also made some movement at this time. At this moment, the 3 major leaders of the Blood Knife sect were also gathered in a dark cave. There was a strong rotten smell all around, and all kinds of skeletons were piled up in every corner. The 3 leaders sat respectfully at the bottom, waiting for instructions from the one on the throne. You can't all be blamed for the splitting of religions in Tianzhou. Even I didn't think of it. That Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family will actually obtain the most precious treasure of the Qilin sect. Now you have some time to cultivate yourself and recuperate. The forces outside have also begun to target the Xiao family. This time they are dispatched. It will be the occasion when the Xiao family will be wiped out. I will send 3 great masters of the tribulation realm to go there at that time. You just need to wait for the news and set off together. The 3 major leaders were surprised. It's just the Xiao family. Isn't it too cautious to send out the tribulation realm master? The shadow on the throne snorted coldly. The 3 great masters of the tribulation realm are not here to deal with the Xiao family, but they are here to seize the treasure. As for the destruction of the Xiao family, that is your business. If necessary, I will come in person. Now that all the major forces have set their sights on the Qilin sect's most precious treasure, let alone the mighty master of the tribulation realm appearing by then, even the king of Zhan Dao will go there, and seizing the Qilin sect's treasure is no small matter. If our Blood Knife sect can obtain this treasure, our strength will surely rise to a great level. After hearing this, the 3 major leaders realized the importance of the matter. Salute respectfully to the shadow on the throne. After the shadow left, the 3 of them then stood up. I didn't expect this Qilin sect's treasure to be so powerful. This kind of treasure must belong to our Qilin sect. At the same time, the Dragon Clan is also discussing this matter. The person who took away my ancestors' bone marrow this time was none other than Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family in Tianzhou. According to the investigation results, the Xiao family has been targeted by various major forces recently, and even invited the Dao Slayer King. I also sent a team there, hoping to capture the Qilin sect's treasure. In the center of Tianluo domain, there is a Zhuanluan mansion that has stood for more than 1,000 years. Everyone in the Tianluo realm can practice cultivation, and the least of them are in the spirit-nurturing realm. The reason why Xuanluan Mansion has been able to stand for many years is not only its own strength. What's more, they have a powerful half-step Supreme Master sitting at their disposal. Once it breaks through the threshold of the Supreme Lord, it will be the top existence in the entire continent. The Yuheng Emperor also sent members of the royal family to practice here, thousands of miles away. In a courtyard, Lin Shan, who had just been accepted as a disciple by the king of Zhangdao, was filled with murderous intent. He just learned the news that the Lin family was wiped out, and even the ancestor was killed by Xiao Xuan. Now that he was the only one left in the entire Lin family, how could he not hate him? At this moment, a petite and cute woman opened the door and walked in. The moment Lin Shan saw the woman, his expression changed instantly. Lin Shan, you have to express your condolences. No one wants to see the Lin family wiped out. I know you must be very sad. I have told my father about this. He feels sorry for you and is willing to send troops to avenge you. Also, the Supreme Elder of Xuanluan Mansion has also held a meeting to prepare to deal with the Xiao family and avenge you. Hearing this, Lin Shan squeezed out 2 tears and nodded to the woman to thank her. Thank you, little princess. As long as I can help you, I'm willing to do anything, the woman smiled shyly. Lin Shan reached out and touched her head, his eyes filled with adoration. It's great to have you here, but I want to be alone today. Can you go back first? When I feel better, I'll go find you, okay? The woman nodded, glanced at Lin Shan with a flushed face, and then left quickly. When the woman left, Lin Shan's face instantly turned gloomy. He watched the woman leaving indifferently. If I hadn't seen that you are a natural furnace and can help me practice, how could I be so humble in front of you? When I reach the pinnacle of Dao realm, I will practice with you as a furnace. Not only will I be able to break through Dongshu realm, even the level of cultivation is not the same. Even the Xuanluan palace has to look at me. As for the reason why your father wants to help me take revenge, it's just because he likes the Qilin sect's treasure. As for the Lin family, if the family is wiped out, the whole family will be wiped out. Now that his cultivation speed is increasing day by day, in addition to the ancestor, he has the value of being able to take a high look. The rest of the people, are just a hindrance, and they will slow him down. And the heartbroken look in the scene just now was just an act. In his eyes, the Lin family is just a stepping stone for him to take off. At the same time, Tianluo territory and even Tianzhou. With the action of all major forces, a conspiracy against the Xiao family slowly emerged. But the Xiao family doesn't have much thought to govern these things at the moment. When Xiao Xian returned to the Xiao family, he immediately asked Xiao Yan and Xiao Sua to start treating Xiao Tianyun. This old bastard is really quite skilled. He has managed to fix such difficult things. This Xiao Tianyun is really tough and can hold on until Xiao Xian comes back. But something seems to be awakening in this kid's body. If he wakes up successfully, he may become the next old bastard. Xiao Xian naturally heard Xiao Junlin's inner thoughts. But he had no intention of taking charge of these at the moment. He just wanted to know the extent of Xiao Tianyun's injury. If he couldn't be cured in this way, even if he dug up the Lin family and exterminated it 1,000 times, he still wouldn't be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. This old bastard can still keep his composure. It seems that this nephew is really important to him. If the little bastard is really dead, I wonder if the major forces that are coming will be able to extinguish his anger. I guess it's a bit confusing. Even if he wipes out the Jiaolong clan, the Yuheng dynasty, and the Great Thunder Holy Temple, that little bastard still won't be able to survive. Xiao Junlin kept thinking in his mind, and suddenly felt a cold look staring at him. His whole body trembled, and he saw Xiao Xuan looking at him with a smile. Immediately, I took the broom and went outside to sweep the floor. Why do I always feel like this old bastard can hear my voice? It's so weird. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Tianyun, who was slowly getting better, and the huge stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Seeing that the other party had fallen asleep, Xiao Xuan also turned around and returned to his room. Start collecting the system rewards that have not been collected last time. Chapter 68. Finally, we can enjoy family happiness. Ding, the family is automatically upgraded to a 4th grade family, and the reward has been sent. Ding, the host's cultivation level has been upgraded to the 5th level of the Cave Void Realm. The Sutra Collection Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, 10,000 Swords Cave, and the Mountain Guard Sword Array. Family Station will automatically upgrade to the 4th level. The Waning Moon Sword is upgraded to a King-level mid-grade artifact, A. Library, Spiritual Minds, Spiritual Veins, and a Legendary Disciple is rewarded. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, Level 4, increase the weight of martial arts and enhance the effects of martial arts. The tribe's hidden talent increases by 10%, and the chance of comprehending the artistic conception increases by 10,000ths. Automatically refresh the king-level inferior skills every day. Enlightenment Stone, 4th grade, 5 layers, 1 layer of aura increases by 20%. The 2nd level of spiritual energy is increased by 30%, and the 3rd level of spiritual energy is increased by 50%. The spiritual energy of 40% is increased by 60%, and the enlightenment rate of the clan members is increased by 40%. Family Head Jade Pendant, 4th grade, the mid-grade qualification for the birth of a family newborn increases by 10%. The birth of a newborn will increase the quality of high-quality qualifications by 10,000ths, and increase the growth rate of the family's aura. Can be integrated with spiritual veins and family residence. Family residence, Level 4, automatically expand spiritual veins, increase spiritual energy by 40%. 10,000 Swords Cave, Level 4, contains 10,000 swords in the world. The landing of divine weapons is increased by 10,000ths, and you can obtain heaven-level divine weapons. Mountain Protecting Sword Formation, Level 4, those who touch below the Tribulation Realm will die. Heavenly Monument of Enlightenment, Level 4, the chance of a clan members enlightenment is increased by 10%, and the chance of understanding the artistic conception is increased according to the opponent's talent. Can be superimposed with the Enlightenment Room to add attributes only for family members. Library, contains various novels and autobiographies in the world, from which the children of the family can obtain suitable books. You can obtain martial arts skills by reading books, and you can obtain heaven-level martial arts skills by enlightening. In addition to the family members receiving rewards for their own insights, the host can also receive feedback to improve his own cultivation realm. The system rewards have always been very humane. Xiao Xuan knew it. But I didn't expect it to be so humanized. As for the feedback from the library, besides the genius of the Xiao family, who else can do it with just one book? This is specially made for the Xiao family's genius. Now, not only has his cultivation improved, but he has also acquired skills that can improve his cultivation without practicing. I'm simply not in a good mood. Open the system page and start checking your own situation. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation realm, 5th level of Dongxi realm. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique, can reach the top of the immortal way after completing the practice. Cruel Wulong, can cut through the void with the sword after completing the practice. 8 stage / can reach the 3rd level after practicing. Weapon, king-level mid-grade waning moon sword. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family. Residence, Wanjian Cave, Thousand Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Monument, Family. Ancestral Tombs, Library. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousand June, Aurora, Invincible, Extreme Speed, Explosion. Exchange Points, 60,000. Ding, congratulations to the host for exceeding 50,000 redemption points. The system has opened the 2.0 mode. Please pay attention to the host to check. Just when Xiao Xuan was about to leave the system, the sound of the system came again. The original system is already so powerful, wouldn't the upgraded one be even more powerful? Xiao Xuan didn't hesitate at all and clicked directly on the system to enter 2.0 mode. In the 2.0 system mode, the first change is that there are more items that can be redeemed. The second is that you can use exchange points to create a secret realm, and this secret realm is still real and effective, including martial arts, monsters, opportunities, treasures, and even some mysteries and laws. Everything is a trophy for the taker. Xiao Xuan is very satisfied with this. This way, the children of the family have another place where they can gain experience. And the results they get after their experience will be fed back to themselves in the same way. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan's smile almost reached his ears. After understanding this, Xiao Xuan came out of the system. Now he almost lets his young men go and make their own way. And he only needs to show up when necessary. It comes to mind, even though Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Yan are somewhat famous outside. But there are very few real life and death situations they face, which also means that their on-the-spot adaptability is relatively weak. This time, the system's rewards, coupled with the problems that the Xiao family is about to face, it's better to give him a chance to let go. He can't be the only one in the family to support the situation, right? As soon as he came out of the system space, Xiao Xuan heard Xiao Junlin's inner thoughts. Dear me, how on earth did this old bastard practice? How can you break through two realms just by being in seclusion? More powerful than your grandpa Tianzuan. This is too incredible. However, it doesn't matter if we make a breakthrough now. According to the future timeline, the Blood Knife Sect, the Great Thunder Holy Temple and the Dragon Clan and the Yuheng Emperor will arrive in Tianzhou in half a month. Xiao Xuan was completely immune to Xiao Junlin's complaints. What he is more concerned about now is the joint attack of several major forces in half a month. At this moment, Xiao Jianfeng suddenly walked in. Xiao Jianfeng is busy with various affairs of the family on weekdays, and rarely sees him for non-important matters. There must be something urgent coming here now. Xiao Jianfeng handed Xiao Xuan a stone wrapped in black cloth. A man in black gave this to me and asked me to hand it over to the head of the family, and then left directly. Xiao Xuan took the stone and felt a breath flowing faintly on it. Is the other party stronger than you? Xiao Jianfeng nodded. I didn't even notice when the other party came. Even if I was killed by him on the spot, I might not even know how I died. Among the Xiao family, I am afraid that only the head of the family can rival him. Xiao Xuan was a little surprised. It didn't even touch the family formation, which can kill even the great masters in the tribulation realm. However, this person comes and goes quietly unless his strength is above the tribulation realm. But it is impossible to think about it, no matter how powerful he is, once he enters the Xiao family. It is inevitable to touch the family formation. If this is excluded, there are only two possibilities. One is that the other party is from the Xiao family. The other is that the other party has defected to the Xiao family. But the most powerful among the children of the Xiao family are the few geniuses. However, Xiao Xuan didn't understand that there was a black-robed swordsman who was only above him. How could he be willing to take refuge in the Xiao family? At this moment, a ray of light emitted from the stone, and 3 words appeared on it. Xiao Wushi. Xiao Wushi? Why have you never heard of it? Could it be the Xiao family who escaped back then? But why hasn't he come to me after all these years? Xiao Xuan's mind was full of doubts. Xiao Junlin, who had been observing the movement inside, was attracted by this light. Even from far away, he couldn't help but look up at the stone in Xiao Xuan's hand. This stone actually has the aura of the Hunyuan saint. Gee, this is too surprising. Although Saint Hunyuan is nothing in all the worlds, this is the mortal world, and Saint Hunyuan is a top-notch existence. Furthermore, above the Hunyuan saint are all the heavens and worlds, and that is an existence that can step into the void. This Hunyuan saint sent the martial god stone to the Xiao family at this time. What is he doing? Help the Xiao family destroy other forces? It shouldn't be. Wouldn't it be better to expose him himself? With a casual wave of his hand, those forces didn't even have a chance to fight back and turned into scum. Xiao Xuan was surprised when he heard Xiao Junlin's inner thoughts. Then use Chaos Eyes to check the basic information of the Martial God Stone. Martial God Stone, it is formed by the condensed consciousness of Hunyuan Saint, and contains the strength of Hunyuan Saint. It can kill all powerful people below Hunyuan Saint until the energy consciousness dissipates. Xiao Xuan looked at the faint light emanating from it and put it away, calmly. This martial god stone came at just the right time to help him solve his urgent need. But what Xiao Xuan didn't understand was why Xiao Wushi suddenly sent such a big gift to the Xiao family. But he was certain that this Xiao Wushi was another legendary descendant of the Xiao family rewarded by the system. Before, he thought that legendary disciples would only appear among young disciples. Now think about it, the system never mentioned the age and talent of the legendary children from the beginning. It's just that he still doesn't understand who the other person is from the Xiao family, and why he hasn't heard of it for so many years. Thinking like this, Xiao Xuan came to Xiao Tianyun's room. At this time, he had almost recovered, and even the hidden injuries he had suffered before had been healed. Although the heavenly bones were poached, Xiao Tianyun still relied on his own talents and qualifications. After absorbing all the medicinal properties, he broke through to the great Dao realm. He became the second Xiao family talent in the great Dao realm after Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Tianyun looked at the recovered body and the realm of breakthrough. He gave a big salute to everyone present. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Xiao Tianyun is very grateful. Everyone smiled with joy and started shouting at Xiao Tianyun. At this time, Xiao Xuan walked in from the door. The moment Xiao Tianyun saw Xiao Xuan, he fell to his knees and kowtowed to him 3 times. Tianyun thanks Uncle Xian for his kindness. Xiao Xuan helped him up and patted the dust on his body. Looking at the young man with rosy complexion and determination, he looked very similar to his elder brother. He smiled happily and asked about his physical condition. The uncle and nephew sat down at the stone table in the yard to chat. Tianyun, have you ever heard of Xiao Wushi? Xiao Xuan just asked casually. After all, he didn't even know Xiao Wushi, let alone Xiao Tianyun. However, Xiao Tianyun's answer was beyond his expectation. Xiao Wushi? Xiao Tianyun thought he heard wrongly. Uncle Xian was talking about Xiao Wushi from the Xiao family? Xiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Xiao Tianyun really knew who Xiao Wushi was. Do you know this person? Xiao Tianyun nodded and told Xiao Xuan the matter directly without making any detours. Xiao Wushi is actually Uncle Xian's biological uncle and the youngest son of his great-grandfather. It's just that he doesn't have any talent for training, but he is unrivaled in martial arts. My great-grandfather once asked him to manage the family affairs, but he was rejected. After that, he ran away from home. We haven't seen him since, and my great-grandfather was furious. Not only did he get kicked out of the house, but he was not allowed to be talked about by anyone in the family. He was not even allowed to mention his name. Being reminded by Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Xuan started to think about it. Although the uncle has a talent for martial arts, the people here mainly focus on practicing martial arts. As for these martial arts, they are very rare, although they are not unpopular with the family. However, he was isolated by others because he had no talent for cultivation. And not many people would notice him. That's why Xiao Xuan didn't think about it. Although this was his brother-in-law, Xiao Xuan still felt a little unhappy. I got an uncle for no reason. This system must be intentional. At this moment, Xiao Xuan discovered Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan, Xiao Jiamyan, and Xiao Qingyun. Even Xiao Yanyao and others all came here. Apparently they also felt the crisis that the family was about to face, and hurried back from outside. Now that everyone is here, Xiao Xuan won't talk nonsense. He took everyone away directly and came to a new building in the family. Although the place here is not big, it is actually a small world inside. This is the library, which contains all the books in the world. Only those with great opportunity can understand its secrets. I hope you can find books that suit you. Please search carefully inside, and remember to understand with your heart. Only in this way can you find the one that is truly suitable for you. Looking at Xiao Junlin outside, Xiao Xuan pulled him in. You should also come and take a look. Maybe your stupid head will be enlightened. Xiao Junlin was caught off guard and entered the library filled with the aroma of books. Shit, you old bastard, Grandpa, haven't I read enough books? I have so many fragments of ancient books on my body, why do you still care about your few books? Besides, if I study with these geniuses, if they find out something, won't my Goshen Dao be ruined? Cultivation is nothing. Practice, you old bastard, did you do it on purpose? Although he was chattering in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face. With your qualifications, you can't understand anything. Anyway, you are just staying outside. Come in and take a stroll, maybe you can get something else, okay, just wait. Xiao Xian's words made him even more dissatisfied. Your grandfather and I are the Heavenly Lord. If it weren't for the fight for the treasure, he would now be the most powerful god in the void. There is no point in letting an old bastard like you bully me. Although he thought so in his heart, his steps still did not stop. Entering inside, I found that several great geniuses had dispersed. Neither can sense the other's breath. Xiao Junlin suddenly became interested. Does this mean? Even if he really realized something inside, which genius wouldn't know about it? Xiao Tianyun on the other side was walking slowly in the library and found several books during the process. But he couldn't even open it, and he couldn't even lift some books. When he once again fell in love with a book but couldn't open it. Xiao Tianyun couldn't help but sigh, it seems that these books are not relevant to me. Suddenly remembering what Xiao Xuan said before coming in to feel with your heart, Xiao Tianyun suddenly woke up. Close your eyes, breathe steadily, and calmly feel the books around you. Soon, a ray of light appeared in his sea of consciousness, and there was golden light on top of that ray of light. Xiao Tianyun followed this light and walked slowly, and finally came to the golden book. He quickly stepped forward to take it off, and an eternal aura suddenly hit His face. When he opened his eyes, he only saw the 3 characters "Desolate Heaven." Emperor written on the book. Chapter 69 An existence like a peerless divine book. Xiao Tianyun opened the book and was deeply attracted by the content inside. It's a soul-to-soul attraction. This book seems to be tailor-made for him. The protagonist in the book is a young man named Xiao Xuan. After awakening the supreme bone, he was poached by his brother. After desperately escaping, they came to the orc tribe. Being with the orcs, and because of this, his legendary life began. Seeing an encounter that was 80% similar to his own, Xiao Tianyun's interest became even more intense. I sat cross-legged and started reading selflessly. At the same time, several other geniuses of the Xiao family gradually found books that had a chance to be with them. As the geniuses of the Xiao family, their talents and opportunities are naturally unmatched by others. Not long after entering the library, I relied on my inner feelings. I found the book that fits me best. Xiao Jianxin took out the gleaming book in front of him with one sword. Dominate written on it. As soon as I opened it, I was deeply attracted by the sword energy that hit my face. The protagonist of this book was originally just an ordinary martial arts practitioner. After receiving guidance from an expert, he awakened his sword heart and gained a very high talent for understanding the way of the sword. It can be said that it is unprecedented and unprecedented. Because of this, he has never encountered an opponent in the practice of swordsmanship. It can be called a lonely and defeated existence. Any swordsman who practices swordsmanship will be able to break through after seeing his sword moves. Xiao Jianxin was shocked by the talented young man in the book who had the same name as himself. Can't wait to see what happens next. Xiao Yan, on the other side, also saw a book burning with flames. Even though it was burned by fire, the book was not damaged at all. Xiao Yan took it down very curiously. I saw the words "Horse breaks the sky" written on it. When I opened the book, I felt a wave of fighting spirit coming towards my face. The book tells about a world where horses are respected and fighting spirit turns into horses. In this world, no matter how high your martial arts or cultivation level is, turning fighting spirit into a horse is the key to determining victory or defeat. Even if the opponent he faces is Do Emperor, as long as he can turn his fighting spirit into a horse, that is the existence of invincibility. The protagonist, Xiao Yan, in the book not only changed from a genius to a loser. The engagement was also broken off in public by his fiancée. Therefore, the slogan 30 years to the east of Hedong and 30 years to the west of Heshi was shouted. He continued to make breakthroughs later on and became a king of his generation. This resonated with Xiao Yan. The protagonist in the book not only has the same name as himself. Even the encounters are very similar, and the subsequent plot is unknown. He sat cross-legged and began to read selflessly. The moment Xiao Qingyun entered the library, nothing wrong was found. She discovered it when she sensed a book that had a chance with her. This library turns out to be a small world. Xiao Qingyun was stunned. As the reincarnated empress, she did not discover the existence of the small world. Then I thought about it. Xiao Xian's move was absolutely extraordinary. Then he started to look through the book he got. The book tells the story of a confrontation between a mortal emperor and a heavenly dynasty. The title of the book is also called The Age of Immortal Qin. The Zhou dynasty became increasingly weak and was divided into 2 dynasties, Eastern and Western. The princes competed for hegemony. However, the 2 dynasties of the East and West were located between the powerful countries and did not oppose the war together. The ancestors of Qin took advantage of the attack on the Khanate, destroyed it, and established the Qin state. Later, reforms were implemented and a series of reform measures were implemented. Strengthen national strength and improve combat effectiveness. Finally compete in the Central Plains and aspire to dominate the world. However, all this also attracted punishment from heaven. Hundreds of schools of thought and the remnants of the Six Nations also seized this only opportunity. Began to launch a counterattack against Qin. In the end, King Qin showed his iron-blooded skills. First, he killed Jin Ku, and then burned books and enslaved Confucians. Then win over Yan Qi, stabilize Wei Chu, and eliminate Han and Zhao. Make friends from far away and attack closely, attack one by one, and finally suppress all opposing voices. But that's not the end of it. King Qin then led his troops to attack Tianting, and finally defeated Tianting. He created the Qin era, deposed the emperor, and called himself the first emperor. From then on, the immortal Qin era began. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyun took a breath. Isn't the Xian Qin era the same as the current Nanming dynasty? There is constant internal chaos, and the outside world is watching eagerly. All forces, including some imperial dynasties, are waiting to devour her. Xiao Qingyun was completely attracted by the experience of King Qin in the book. Xiao Yanyao on the other side looked at the countless books and continued to talk nonsense. Sure enough, only a library of this size can be worthy of me. If I can come and visit it, it will become famous in history in the future. The books that can be photographed by me will be snapped up by future generations in a few years. After wandering around the library for a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yanyao finally stopped. He looked at the shining book in front of him that read the Coffin Trilogy. The Immortal King, Xiao Yanyao. Some frowned with disdain. A book with the same name as mine? I don't know if you have the qualifications. In his heart, the name Xiao Yanyao belongs to him and is unique in the world. But when he read the contents inside, he felt his soul was shaken. The content actually attracted him deeply. There is something really good about this book. It is worthy of being named after Xiao Yanyao. The content is perfect. Even if the era is reincarnated and the great destruction is destined to be irreversible, my name will still be left in the world and engraved on the long river of time. These words are quite consistent with my image. Xiao Yanyao couldn't help but nodded when he saw a certain sentence in the book. As he continued to read the books, Xiao Yanyao gradually became involved in them. At this time, Xiao Junlin checked around. It was discovered that they really couldn't sense each other's breath. Then he started wandering around the library in a swaggering manner. When he saw the book, "My senior brother is too stubborn." Read driven by curiosity. After reading a chapter or two, I was surprised by the protagonist. An ordinary sect senior brother, but with a Go system. And with the help of Go system, he became a god along the way. This guy is better than me. This Go system is somewhat similar to my treasure. Perhaps because they both rely on Go to practice cultivation, they resonate with each other. Xiao Junlin became more and more curious about it, and even lay on the ground to study it. Jamal Xiao searched several times in the library and even met Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Qingyun. They have all begun to read and comprehend, but he has not yet found the right book for him. After a lot of twists and turns, I finally saw a book entangled with the power of thunder. As soon as Jamal Xiao reached forward, the book, Clan Development, All My Descendants Are Models of Xiao Xuan, came into his hands. Just hearing the title of the book made him feel excited. Not to mention that the power of thunder above it penetrated deep into the sea of consciousness the moment he touched it. There was an instant feeling of excitement, which was unprecedented. Could this be the legendary and unique book? You can understand the great truth just by reading it. Jamal Xiao excitedly flipped through the contents above, and the introduction alone made him want to stop. Not to mention the wonderful places behind. The further he read, the more he couldn't put it down and wanted to read the book in one sitting. Absolutely amazing. It's a pity that the author and I are not in the same era, otherwise it would have to be signed by the same author. Jamal Xiao even exclaimed when he saw the exciting plot behind it. Xiao Xuan, who was in another part of the library, was slowly sipping tea. I don't know what kind of feedback these doll heads will give me. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and savored the tea in his hand. During this time in the library, other members of the Xiao family were also practicing continuously. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. There was a sudden fluctuation in the library. I saw Xiao Jianqin slowly opening his eyes, exuding an aura of the great Tao realm around him. In an instant, a sword power emanated from his body. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Jianqin's cultivation level broke through the great Tao realm. Even the sword power has been upgraded from Xiaocheng sword power to Desheng sword power. However, this was not over yet, as Xiao Jianqin's eyes seemed to have stars flowing. Beheading a long whale while leaning on the heavenly sword while drunkenly cuts off a long whale, and aids the boat in Sichuan with a smile on the roaring waves. The stars follow, the sun and the moon shine, the four eras are controlled. The yin and yang are transformed, the wind and rain are generous, all things are harmonious and prosperous, and each is nourished. One sword can break through the starry sky, one breath can cut through the void, and one movement can open up the world. At this moment, Xiao Jian's heart seemed to be integrated with the sword. Even if he was only at the first level of Tao realm, Xiao Xian could sense the changes in him. With his current strength, as long as the opponent is not a genius of the same level, it can be said that he is invincible among his peers. Even in swordsmanship, he is unmatched by his peers. Ding, Xiao Jianqin comprehended the heart of the sword god, achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, achieved a breakthrough in swordsmanship, and the host received feedback. Upgrade your cultivation by one level, comprehend new magical powers, and dance with blood in the void. Xiao Xian felt a shock all over his body, and a surge of momentum rushed from his dantian to his limbs, gathering into the sea of consciousness and soul. When he opened his eyes again, his cultivation level had broken through from the 5th level of Dongxiu realm to the 6th level. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving a great breakthrough in the secrets of swordsmanship and understanding the secrets of swordsmanship. Blood dancing in the void, with no hair on the string, one sword can fly across the sky and kill unparalleled enemies. Xiao Xian nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the decision this time was correct. Not only can the younger generation gain new insights, he can also get feedback. This time, Xiao Jianqin's breakthrough brought him an improvement in cultivation. He also gained insights into the way of the sword, and even acquired a new killer sword move. Immediately afterwards, Jamal Xiao also broke through killing thunder. I didn't expect this book to make me understand the avenue of thunder and lightning. Jamal Xiao's whole body was wrapped in the power of thunder. He only felt that his whole body was full of power, and this power desperately needed a breakthrough. Even his cultivation level feels vaguely like a breakthrough. Jamal Xiao used the newly learned skills to lead the power of the killing thunder to the sea of consciousness. Break. The next moment, Jamal Xiao's cultivation level broke through the great Tao realm. Even the combat effectiveness has increased more than 10 times. Ding, Jamal Xiao comprehended the killing thunder, broke through the great Tao realm, and the host received feedback. The cultivation base is promoted to the peak of the 6th level of Dongxiu realm, and the perfect level of thunder tribulation 9 heavens divine power is obtained. In an instant, Xiao Xuan felt another improvement in his cultivation. Even the power of thunder exploded all over his body, and Xiao Xuan spread his hands. On the palm of his hand there was a cluster of purple thunder power making thunderous sounds. The feedback is quite good. Now his understanding of thunder is not inferior to Jamal Xiao. On the day I return to the world, all rebels shall die. Whether it's heaven or hell, I can come when I want to come and leave when I want to leave. No one can stop me. If you don't worship the emperor, your true destiny will be lost. Your name is on the reincarnation monument. If you kowtow step by step, your sins will be cut in half on the way to rebirth. Xiao Yuanyao suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of the immortal king emanating from his whole body actually makes people feel like they are kneeling down. At this moment, his cultivation level actually broke through the great Tao realm. Along with the fluctuations of countless spiritual energy, Xiao Yuanyao's cultivation level at this moment has caught up with Xiao Jianxin and others. Ding, Xiao Yuanyao breaks through the realm, understands the immortal road, and can peer into the long river of history. The time and space reincarnation method can turn into a future body to bless your own body. The host's cultivation has broken through the 7th level of the cave void realm and has obtained the perfect level of time and space reincarnation method, which can turn into a future supreme being to bless his body. Xiao Qingyun closed the book and slowly closed his eyes. An aura of national destiny spread around her, and the Golden King level dragon was upgraded to an Emperor-level dragon. Xiao Xian's cultivation realm also rose to the peak of the 7th level of Dongxi realm. Watching these geniuses break through one by one, Xiao Xuan felt even more that his decision was correct. What he has to do now is no longer to fight like before. Instead, they moved behind the scenes and left the battlefield in the hands of these younger generations. He just needs to be their backbone and reassurance. Give guidance when necessary and become a guiding light on their journey. At this moment, Xiao Xuan suddenly found that his compatibility with the system was even higher. Because of this, the feedback and insights he received were also higher. Looking at Xiao Junlin again, the feedback given to him by the other party was that his cultivation level had broken through to the 8th level of Dongxiu realm. You little bastard, you are hiding something, so much so that there is so little feedback. Xiao Xuan cursed secretly in his heart, and then looked towards Xiao Junlin. What are you looking at, old bastard? I have understood the deeper meaning of evil. Why, do you want it? Let's see if you believe it or not. Grandpa Junlin wants you to see what Goshen Dao is. As soon as Xiao Junlin came out of the library, he saw Xiao Xuan staring at him and immediately cursed in his heart. When Xiao Xuan heard this, he wanted to go up and punch him. But I also understand why I only get so little feedback. It seems that even the system didn't know how to distribute it to him for his Goshen Dao. But what kind of morality did this guy understand, and he couldn't even do anything about the system? Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. Carefully put the books in your hands back. I didn't expect that there are so many ways to use strange fire, and even the effects are different. This book is so amazing. Just reading it made me understand the avenue of fireworks. Xiao Xuan looked at the breakthroughs and insights of these people and nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, hurry up and practice. The sooner you can achieve a breakthrough, the better. The higher the moral understanding, the better, so he doesn't need to practice much. You can also get their feedback and receive rewards from the system. You can become a god just by lying down. Now, he can't wait to have a battle with a great tribulation master right away. He had absolute confidence and defeated him with one sword. He is even invincible among his peers. It's even easier to challenge the next level. But there is still one person left who has not come out yet. As a cultivator who had his heavenly bones dug out, Xiao Tianyun awakened. Another spiritual root. He was really curious about what insights Xiao Tianyun would gain. And what kind of feedback will he get? Chapter 70 Why do you need to interfere in Junior's affairs? Xiao Tianyun was surrounded by endless spiritual energy. It seemed to be guided from the depths of the starry sky, and gradually gathered somewhere in his chest. However, these spiritual energies did not dissipate immediately, but instead merged together. It was like being guided by an invisible supreme force. It merged with the starlight and gradually disappeared into Xiao Tianyun's body. Until Xiao Tianyun opened his eyes. Almost at the same time, there was a big commotion in the library. If this was not produced by the system, I am afraid it would have broken through the void long ago, attracting the covetousness of forces from all directions. Even several other geniuses were attracted by this power. They rushed towards this place in unison. I didn't expect Emperor Huang Tian to be so lonely in his life. Although he ascended to the sky, he was alone. For millions of years, I have witnessed the death of my relatives with my own eyes. Because I was not capable enough, my relatives sacrificed themselves to death. There are also relatives who fought and died on the battlefield, even though he was already so strong at that time. Xiao Tianyun didn't seem to be reading a book, but looking back at Emperor Huang Tian's past. Although he finally set foot on the sky, he could not escape the fatal loneliness. Can't even a strong man like Huang Tian Emperor change his fate of being extremely lonely? Xiao Tianyun felt inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart. Emperor Huang Tian's strength was what he yearned for. But his future is not what he wants. No. I won't let his experience happen to me. I have Uncle Xian, Uncle Yuan, my little grandfather, and a confidant like Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Yan. In this life, I will never follow the old path of Emperor Huang Tian. I will become stronger, and have enough ability to protect them and protect them. Only absolute strength will prevent them from peeking into the Xiao family. Let alone do anything to the Xiao family. I will protect the person I want to protect. With the strength of Emperor Huang Tian, I will hurry up and catch up. Now I have no parents, not even relatives and friends. I finally found Uncle Xian. Having met my close friends on the road to becoming a god, how can I let them slip from my hands again? This moment, Xiao Tianyun's will is extremely firm. Immediately afterwards, waves of ethereal light that looked like fairy energy ignited in his chest. An innate courage that can surpass all living beings burst out at this moment. Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan and others who arrived one after another were shocked by this scene. Even Xiao Xian couldn't help but stare at the ethereal light of immortal power. Is this a supreme realization? Good guy, he is indeed the owner of the heavenly bones. Xiao Qingyun's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, looking at the ethereal brilliance of immortal power in horror. This can't be the immortal bones from the legends of the gods and worlds of that era. There is a legend in the era period that the most powerful one is not the heavenly bones. But it may take 10,000 or even hundreds of millions of years to give birth to a fairy bone. People with immortal bones, no matter their qualifications or talents, are recognized by the legendary immortals. Immortal, that is an existence that can suppress a whole world. However, such existence has long disappeared in the long river of time and space. Is it really the legendary fairy bone? Xiao Qingyun's mood at this time was extremely shocking, and she might see it with her own eyes. The birth of the legendary immortal bone. Xiao Junlin's attention was also attracted. He crossed his arms across his chest and watched the changes taking place in Xiao Tianyun. This boy has awakened his immortal bones. This is something from the legend of the era. Anyone who possesses immortal bones is recognized by the legendary immortal as a person who possesses immortal bones. Although ordinary people go through more hardships, even 10 deaths, after he has gone through this kind of experience, he will be an invincible existence, and may even enter the immortal path. Xiao Junlin clicked his tongue repeatedly and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. At the same time, his eyes were also looking up and down, left and right on Xiao Xuan. The talent of this Xiao family kid is so good. Xiao Xuan, the old bastard, didn't know whether he was lucky or lucky. You think those prodigies are great? They are talented people, but this nephew was picked up casually and half dead. He actually awakened the immortal bone. With such qualifications, even if I succeed in cultivating Goshen Dao, if I really want to do something to him, I still have to think carefully. It seems that I now have to find a way to have a good relationship with this old bastard. One might be able to become an immortal, and the other may be a bit cunning. And cunning, but his ability is really nothing to say. Coupled with those few geniuses, if they go outside and really want to do something, no one can resist it. And this Xiao Qingyun, although her appearance has changed, her behavior is still very much like her. This point deserves further study. In addition to the other geniuses of the Xiao family, as well as the 9 elders, they seem to be spiritual bodies that awakened in the later stages. This spirit body is so rare. How come it has become so common in the Xiao family? Not to mention the strong ones in the golden body realm. This is too unbelievable. I originally thought that my sister's qualifications are not unbelievable here, but she can still be ranked among the best. The result turned out to be mediocre qualifications. What the hell is this? No, the relationship between uncle and nephew must be good. The relationship between the geniuses of the Xiao family must also be closer. It's all a big deal. Thigh. He was used to hearing Xiao Junlin complain and curse him. Xiao Xian is now immune. He just automatically ignored his complaints about himself. Paying attention to the key points inside, I was very relieved to learn that Xiao Tianyun had awakened the immortal bone. I didn't expect Tianyun to be a blessing in disguise this time, awakening the immortal bone. This can be regarded as his luck and good fortune. At this time, Xiao Tianyun was still making breakthroughs. The ethereal brilliance of those immortal powers gradually formed a golden bone exuding golden brilliance in the body. After filling up the original vacant space, Xiao Tianyun's momentum also changed dramatically at this time. Even the realm of cultivation is constantly rising, until it breaks through to the peak of the 9th level of the Great Tao realm. Only then did he stop. Now his cultivation is as good as Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Tianyun slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in himself. Clenching his fists tightly, he recalled what Lin Shan had done to him. His eyes were instantly filled with hatred. Lin Shan, you took my heavenly bones and almost killed me, but you didn't expect that I would awaken the immortal bones. It's time to put an end to what you did to me, my good cousin. Every time Xiao Tianyun recalled those encounters, he wished he could become a little stronger, a little stronger. In this way, Lin Shan's true face can be torn away. And he was deceived by Lin Shan and those people precisely because they had the same blood relationship with his mother. But how could he have thought that Lin Shan would do this to him for his own cultivation? Ding, Xiao Tianyun has made a breakthrough in cultivation and comprehended the 4 secret methods of Huang Tian Emperor. The host received feedback and his cultivation level was raised to the 9th level of Dongxi realm. The host obtained the perfect secret method of Huang Tian Emperor, and he transformed it into a great freedom method. Xiao Xuan didn't expect Xiao Tianyun to understand so much, and even he gained a lot of insights. Emperor Huang Tian's method of altering oneself freely is similar to Xiao Junlin's method of connecting time and space through reincarnation. But Emperor Huangtian's self-transformation technique can directly crush him. After Xiao Tianyun succeeded in breaking through, he found that everyone was already waiting for him here. He stood up and nodded to everyone. Now, this has become a tacit understanding between them. You can know what the other person means without using words. This time they all gained a lot. In addition to improving their cultivation level, their understanding also improved. Xiao Xuan led everyone away from the library. This time, not only did the major geniuses gain a lot, but he also received a lot of feedback. Coupled with the creation of secret realms in the 2.0 system, he will receive a lot of feedback by then. This system is amazing. Just when everyone came out of the library, I found several waves of forces appearing in the sky. Every wave of power comes with force. They are the Jiaolong clan, the Blood Knife sect, the Great Thunder Holy Temple, and the Yuheng Imperial Dynasty. Originally, these forces were incompatible with each other. At this moment, they appeared in the Xiao family at the same time. It is enough to prove that they have reached some kind of tacit understanding. And that also means the Xiao family will face an unprecedented battle. This battle also laid the foundation for the future development of the Xiao family. Everyone in the Xiao family looked at each other. They all saw eagerness to try in each other's eyes. Now their cultivation realm has been greatly improved. He even learned new techniques and morals. This time all the major forces came together to attack. For them, it is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to practice their skills. Xiao Xuan looked at the darkness in the sky. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, not knowing that these baby heads would defeat them one by one within a few moves. At the same time, everyone in the sky was watching them. Dozens of monks came to the Great Thunder Temple this time, among which there were 3 powerful ones who had overcome the tribulation. They wore golden cassocks, held wooden fish in their hands, and chanted Buddhist beads. He had a kind look on his face, as if he was here to save the world at this moment. On the other side, wearing black robes and full of black aura, there were also 3 strong men who had overcome the Calamity Realm. Behind them were the leaders of the 3 branches of the Blood Knife sect and a group of kings from the Cave Realm. Opposing them was the Jiaolong clan, followed by several elders who had been severely injured by Xiao Xuan's sword. At this moment, they were staring hatefully at Xiao Xuan, who was fluttering in white close below. Xiao Xuan must pay the price today for the hatred of taking away the bone marrow of his ancestors and the hatred of severely injuring him. The bone marrow of the ancestors of the Jiaolong clan can not only help people improve their cultivation level, it can even be used as medicine. Heal any worldly wound. Those are their ancestors. How can you become someone else's medicine guide? How could they endure this kind of blood feud? Beside them were the Yuheng Emperor dynasty and Xuanluan mansion. A total of 6 strong men who had transcended the Calamity Realm were dispatched. Among them, Xuanluan mansion came to destroy the Xiao family under the orders of Master Lin Shan. The 5 major forces dispatched a total of 15 powerful tribulation masters. This is just what they saw. What's hidden in the darkness is more than that. Xiao Xuan even felt the powerful aura from the Dao-slaying king. This time they really spent a lot of money to seize the Qilin sect's treasure. Xiao Xuan, there are so many distinguished guests coming to your Xiao family today, why don't you come out to greet them? The dragon clan was the first to speak, and the dragon tail behind them swayed. Looking at the faintly coercive formation below, the dragon clan was full of disdain. If they touch this formation casually, they can shatter it. Xiao Xuan didn't take it seriously to the Jiaolong clan's shouting. Instead, he looked at the talented people around him. Today you will meet them with my family leader. Let my family leader see your strength and increase your knowledge. I don't know what you think. The geniuses of the Xiao family have long wanted to fight alongside Xiao Xuan. There were so many powerful people here today, which was not only a challenge to them. It is the only chance to fight side by side with Xiao Xuan. Of course I will fight side by side with the head of the family. After saying that, everyone rose into the air and stood on the opposite side of the five forces. Xiao Xuan looked around, as if he felt lazy after waking up. It's good. The bright and dark ones are all here. It also saves me the head of the family from having to look for them one by one in the future. The monks from Dalai Holy Temple who were standing opposite them saw this scene and chanted Ba. Then the holy monk Jiu Yuan took a step forward and struck the wooden fish in his hand. The poor monk observed the sky last night and discovered that the Xiao family has been enveloped by demonic energy, and the head of the Xiao family has fallen into the devil's way. Today the poor monk came here specifically to ward off demons and defend the way, to rectify the atmosphere, Ba. Saint Monk Jiu Yuan's words not only failed to attract the approval of everyone, but also received a burst of disdain. The Jiaolong clan even rolled their eyes, obviously they were here to seize the Qilin sect's most precious treasure. It must be given the title of saving all sentient beings, and it is worthy of being created by the two sages of the West. Holy monk Jiu Yuan has long been accustomed to all this, and he doesn't take it seriously. Xiao Yan suddenly laughed and pointed at the people from the Blood Knife sect beside them. Since the holy monk is here to ward off demons and defend the way, those around you are already demon spirits. How about you deal with them first, so that we can see the Buddhist purification technique? Xiao Yan's words made all the bald donkeys in the Great Thunder Temple feel embarrassed instantly. But they soon adjusted their mood. This time I came here to seize the Qilin sect's most precious treasure. But they didn't expect that the Blood Knife sect, which had disappeared for a long time, would also come. Humph, you are really sharp-tongued. No one else knows the purpose of our coming today, but you, the Xiao family, don't know it. Take my move. The genius of the Xuanluan mansion on the side couldn't help it anymore. This time he was just following orders. Therefore, he just wanted to win a quick victory, and he didn't even look down on people like Xiao Yan. Punch me. He immediately rushed forward and punched Xiao Yan with the intention of suppressing Xiao Yan on the spot. Xiao Yan couldn't stand such a punch. He didn't even use any martial arts skills and directly faced the genius fist moves. When Tianjiao saw this, he felt that the other party was humiliating him. Although he was 3 levels lower than himself, he was not even willing to use martial arts. Seek death. Since the other party is so arrogant, why should he show mercy? Xiao Yan curled his lips indifferently. That's very good. I saw that the punch Xiao Yan threw out was filled with endless flames. There are as many as 9 colors in the flame. As soon as the Tianjiao of Xuanluan mansion encountered him, he was completely devoured by the flames. A genius at the 4th level of the Great Dao realm couldn't even take one of Xiao Yan's moves. Everyone was surprised. This boy is so awesome. Looking at the flames burning on his boxing skills, could it be Xiao Yan, who loves to practice in secret realms? Xiao Yan's understanding of the path of fire is truly extraordinary. The other party is a well-known genius in Xuanluan mansion. Even in the Tianluo domain, he is ranked high. I didn't expect that Xiao Yan couldn't even take one of Xiao Yan's moves. When another genius from Xuanluan mansion heard these words, he immediately felt that they were humiliating him in disguise. Xiao Yan, right? What's the use of making a sneak attack when he's not prepared? Come and fight with me. That person was actually one of the top 10 geniuses in Xuanluan Mansion. The realm of cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Great Dao realm. And they are the key cultivation targets of Xuanluan Mansion. The next moment, he swung his sword directly, and there was a cold sword. Intent on the sword light. He actually understood the meaning of the sword. No wonder Xuanluan Mansion pays so much attention to him. Although Xiao Yan has a deep understanding of the way of fire, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand this sword technique. I'm afraid only a swordsman can resist this sword intent. Everyone felt sorry for Xiao Yan, in their eyes. A swordsman with sword intent is far more powerful than Xiao Yan, who understands the path of fire. What's more, Xiao Yan is only at the 1st level of Dao realm, and he is even less likely to be his opponent. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sneer after seeing the opponent's sword. Swordsman? Compared to Xiao Jianqin, you are just like a child playing house. You can't stand on this stage. Along with the sound of Xiao Yan's voice, there was also the fist filled with endless flames. I saw flames burning all over the sky, threatening to burn up the whole world. The first punch shattered the opponent's sword intent. The second punch, with extremely strong momentum, broke his sword. The head of the family has said that you should always be reasonable. Especially when you encounter someone who is unreasonable. I've already taken your move, and it's your turn to take my move. Xiao Yan had a playful smile on his face, as if it was a small fight between the two brothers. I saw a punch with purple gold flames piercing the sky and heading towards the opponent. Tianjiao was immediately shocked. The power of this punch was so powerful. No matter how powerful your fist is, it can't withstand my sword. Cut. The terrifying sword energy instantly erupted again, directly facing Xiao Yan's punch. The endless sword energy and the spreading flames collided, causing a whirlpool of heaven and earth. The next moment, the body of the genius from Xuanluan Mansion was directly repulsed. Don't wait for his reaction. Xiao Yan's fist had already hit his chest. Endless blood spurted out from his mouth instantly. It wasn't until his body fell to the ground that everyone reacted. Xiao Yan actually killed the 2 great geniuses of Xuanluan Mansion. At this moment, everyone looked at him in shock. Chapter 71, Overcoming the Tribulation Realm? Flash sale. This is too outrageous. A cultivation level of the 1st level of the Great Dao realm can actually kill a strong man of the 7th level of the Great Dao realm with perfect sword intention. It's a pity that he is too strong. So powerful that these people won't let him grow up at all. It would be okay if he hid his strength, but now that his strength is exposed, these people will only become more determined to kill him. Yes, in the past and present, who can make the opponent's genius grow? Alas! What a pity. While everyone was talking about it, all the major forces also had strong murderous intentions. Some even decided to sneak attack Xiao Yan the next time he takes action, in order to end Xiao Yan's life. The eminent monks at the Great Thunder Temple were overjoyed when they saw Xiao Yan's talent. If this genius can be used to his advantage, it will be a great help. One of the eminent monks looked at the other man and saw that the other man understood. Takong went forward and performed a Buddhist salute to Xiao Yan. Ba, the donor is very talented, but it's a pity that the demonic nature has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. If you can remove the demonic nature, your future will be limitless. Today, the poor monk will take you back to the Great Thunder Holy Temple. Reciting Buddhist scriptures day and night will wash away the demonic nature in your body and help you to be liberated as soon as possible. After saying that, he directly burst out with the momentum of the half-step. Cave Void Realm. Everyone was astonished. this turned out to be a powerful figure in the half-step cave void realm. At the same time, I feel contempt for their behavior. A powerful man who was half a step into the cave realm actually wanted to attack a young man who had just reached the first level of the Great Tao realm. And he said such a long list of high-sounding bullshit. The Buddhist monk struck the wooden fish in his hand and muttered something. A golden Buddha light shines above Xiao Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. After walking in the deep Prajnaparamita for a long time, he saw that the 5 aggregates are all empty, and he survived all the hardships. Ba, benefactor, if you don't take refuge now, how will you wait? Xiao sneered, you still want to save me? I don't even want to see if you are qualified. Then he punched out, and the flames all over the sky burned instantly, destroying everything. Next moment, he stood in the air and pierced the sky with another punch. Dozens of fists burning with purple gold flames headed directly towards the Buddhist monk. The Buddhist monk did not expect that Xiao will would be so firm that even his Buddha's voice could not translate it. It seems that the only way is to defeat him first and then save him. Ba, the donor has fallen into the devil's path. The poor monk has no choice but to defeat you first and then save you in another way. Although I can't bear to hurt you, I still have to do this. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? What he said sounded nice, but the movements of his hands were more ferocious than anyone else's. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's as if everyone doesn't know your purpose. Xiao pursed his lips and almost vomited because of this guy. The killing moves of both sides collided together, and a terrifying light instantly filled the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Xiao family nodded with satisfaction. Xiao strength has improved a lot, and even his combat effectiveness has been enhanced. The two sides fought for only a moment, and hundreds of moves had already been made. In the eyes of everyone, Xiao was controlled by the eminent monk in every aspect. In fact, that was not the case. The eminent monk could not break through Xiao Yan's attack. Xiao was suppressed by his moves. The eminent monk did not expect that his cultivation level of half a step in the cave virtual realm would be suppressed by a kid who was only at the first level of the Great Avenue realm. The moment became majestic. There is no trace of the kind-faced and kind-eyed Buddha and Bodhisattva who saved all sentient beings. Is this the true ability of the eminent monk? If this is all you have, then you are not qualified to save me. A punch hit the air, and flames shot up into the sky. It turned into a spiritual light and condensed into a cluster of purple gold fireworks. In an instant, he was forced to face the eminent monk. The eminent monk was like a reincarnated devil at this moment, and his attack on Xiao became murderous. A person who is only at the first level of the Great Tao realm wants to kill a poor monk. He is overestimating his own abilities. When the two sides' killing moves collided, the eminent monk was directly knocked back by Xiao punch. Then he was seen rising into the sky, and the endless flames turned into a fist hundreds of meters high, heading towards the eminent monk's chest. Everyone was horrified. Xiao wanted to directly kill this powerful figure in the half-step cave void realm right now. A holy monk from Dalai Holy Temple recited Ba and came through the air. He is actually a great expert in the cave realm. I saw him waving the alms bowl in his hand into the air. Coupled with the aura and pressure of his own cave void realm, bursts of golden light emitted from the alms bowl. Countless swastika characters floated out from around the bowl, easily breaking Xiao blow. The benefactor is so young, but his demonic roots are so deep. Today I can only do justice for heaven. Then the alms bowl flew into the sky above Xiaoyan, and countless golden lights shrouded Xiaoyan's body directly. The terrible pressure pressed on him instantly, even though Xiaoyan was invincible in the great Dao realm. They are not afraid of the power of Dongxi realm, but the gap in strength is insurmountable. Just when everyone thought Xiaoyan would die, suddenly a beautiful figure floated in the air, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. It was like an immortal descending to earth, and then he saw a pair of slender jade hands gently holding the alms bowl. Underneath that alluring face was a pair of eyes that looked down upon worldly affairs. The alms bowl that originally suppressed Xiaoyan had turned into gold slag in her hands. The eminent monk in the cave void realm also spat out a mouthful of old blood. At the moment the alms bowl shattered. This is a natal magic weapon refined by Buddhism. This magic weapon is closely related to oneself. If the magic weapon is damaged, it will suffer corresponding backlash. At some point, Xiaoyan suddenly jumped up. In front of everyone, kill the eminent monk who was half a step into the cave virtual realm with one punch. I saw a section of his arm penetrated the monk's body, and blood slid down his body. Immediately afterwards, a flame filled the sky and burned his body directly. Without the pressure of the strong men in the Dongxi realm, Xiaoyan would have no restraints. Everyone originally thought that Xiaoyan only had the ability to defeat the eminent monk. Unexpectedly, the other party could actually kill him. What surprised them even more was Xiao Qingyun, the monarch of the southern Ming dynasty. Originally they all thought this was a puppet monarch. I never thought that her strength was no less than Xiao Jianxin, who had already become famous in Tianzhou. Even worse. It wasn't until this moment that they suddenly realized. If they can become the Xiao family's genius, how can their strength be inferior? I didn't expect that Xiaoyan's strength is so terrifying. He can kill even half a step in the cave virtual realm. This Xiao Qingyun is also an unparalleled genius. Even the great masters of the Dongxi realm were seriously injured. She is still at the peak of the great Dao realm. She didn't even make a move. It's so terrifying. Their strength and talent are indeed unparalleled, but the more this is exposed, the more determined those forces are to kill them. It's a pity. If only they could continue to be patient, they wouldn't have to die so early. At the same time, the murderous intention in the hearts of the five major forces is even worse. And now the Xiao family's genius has brought suppression to them. If they are allowed to continue to grow, even they themselves will not be opponents of these people. Not to mention those younger generations who cannot be considered geniuses compared to them. The five major forces looked at each other. They saw murderous intent in each other's eyes. None of these people from the Xiao family can be kept, otherwise they will bring endless trouble to them in the future. Almost at the same time, several powerful men from the cave void realm set out together, launched a fierce attack on Xiaoyan. The other part is eyeing Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Jiamian and others who have not yet taken action. As for the Great Thunder Temple, 3 Buddhist monks from the cave void realm were dispatched. The 3 major leaders of the Blood Knife sect also took action at the same time. At this moment, Buddhism keeps saying to eliminate demons and protect the way. But he teamed up with the demon cult to deal with Xiao Qingyun. For a time, the sky was divided into 2 colors, gold and black. There is an extremely weird feeling. Xiao Qingyun was so provoked by the scene that he couldn't help laughing. This smile made even the 3 Buddhist monks in the cave void realm unable to resist the temptation. Is this what you call slaying demons and protecting the Tao? How ironic. Xiao Qingyun's words at this moment cannot make everyone in the Great Thunder Holy Temple feel ashamed. They have only one purpose now, and that is to kill everyone in the Xiao Family one by one. Seize the Qilansek's most precious treasure from them. The Xiao family couldn't stand it anymore and launched an attack directly. When Xiao Jianqin saw this, he jumped up. With a wave of the long sword, the terrifying sword power instantly exploded. I saw a sword light flashing in the void. The other party directly fell to the death of 3 great masters of the cave. Virtual realm. Everyone suddenly felt frightened. With just one sword, he killed 3 powerful men in the cave void realm. Xiao Jianqin is worthy of being famous in Tianzhou, even in Tianluo territory. This sword will not be an exaggeration even if it is recorded in the history of history. Seeing this, the Dragon Clan attacked Xiao Jianqin directly from behind. But Jamal Xiao blocked his way. Everyone, your opponent is me. Jamal Xiao twitched the corners of his mouth and swung the Mjolnir in his hand. In an instant, thunder rolled from the sky, and purple thunder and lightning instantly struck down from the sky. One of the Dragon Clan was killed on the spot. But this is not over yet. When you come here today, you must know that there is only one way for you to die. If you meet this young master, you will die, and you will die well. I admire your courage, but I despise your strength. You are lucky to be able to fight against me. Even without looking at the appearance, everyone could tell that this was Xiao Yanyao. And just by showing up, he suppressed dozens of powerful beings from the cave void realm. How powerful is this kind of strength? At this time, holy monk Jiuyuan of Dalai Holy Temple could no longer sit still. If they are allowed to continue, the one who will die will not be the Xiao family, but their 5 major forces. Donors, if you don't take action now, when will you wait? The remaining major forces are also aware of the current situation and cannot allow them to delay any longer. The Dongshu realm expert who originally planned to deal with Xiao Xuan had to appear now. Everyone soared into the sky and attacked the Xiao family's geniuses at the same time. However, a young man in green clothes suddenly appeared in front of him. The people in Zhuanluan Mansion naturally recognized Xiao Tianyun. However, they did not take Xiao Tianyun seriously. After all, he had already had his heavenly bones dug out. No matter how powerful he is only at the peak of the 9th level of the Great Tao realm. But they are all powerful in the cave void realm. This is simply a crushing existence. Even those who are at the peak of the Great Tao realm dare to stop in front of us. They are overestimating their own abilities. Death to me. Xiao Tianyun's face was calm, and he showed no fear in the face of the powerful killing move of the Dongshu realm. I saw a big hand coming from above. The terrifying coercion not only broke through the killing moves of several powerful men in the hollow void realm. He even killed one of them directly. Everyone gasped when they saw this. Those before were just geniuses. The one in front of me is a peerless genius. Just relying on his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Great Tao realm, he was able to defeat the 3 great masters of the cave void realm. You can even kill it. How outrageous this is. At the same time, everyone also believed that the Xiao family could develop to this point. All because they obtained the Qilansek's treasure. The Qilansek was synonymous with power in ancient times. Even though it has been destroyed, his treasure has never been spread. But Xiao Xuan obtained such a treasure and used it. He developed the Xiao family from a small place and a small family into a dynasty. Regardless of strength, power, or even genius, they are all beyond the reach of ordinary people. You know, any family, as long as there is a genius, those are all worthy of outside attention. And the Xiao family suddenly gave birth to 5. There is even a peerless genius. How can one not be moved by this? Therefore, all the forces present became extremely united at this moment. All of a sudden, all the great masters of the cave void realm launched a Fierce attack on Xiao Tianyun. How could Xiao Tianyun, who had been blessed with the secret technique of the desolate heaven emperor, be afraid of several Dongxi realm powerful men? Cross-level challenges are a common occurrence for him. On the other side were Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jiamyan, Xiao Yanyao and others. Relying on the cultivation of the great Dao realm, he can directly suppress a powerful Dongxi realm to death. This is simply unheard of. These geniuses of the Xiao family are each stronger than the other. The Xiao family is indeed a legendary family. With the current strength of these geniuses, they can destroy the 5 major forces. The strength of these geniuses is a bit too terrifying. Although the Xiao family is a small family in a small place, their strength has become coveted by many parties. I don't know if the Xiao family can survive this difficulty this time. To be honest, I can't bear to see such a talented person fall. Who knows what the outcome will be until the end. As of now, the geniuses of the 5 major forces are completely defeated by the geniuses of the Xiao family. Xiao Tianyun, the most powerful among the great geniuses, was thundering in the sky with his fighting power at this moment. The terrifying killing move is enough to create a new world. Every move contains terrifying killing intent. Today, let me get rid of you first. At that time, go to Zhuanluan mansion and take Lin Shan's head. At this time, the 9 great masters of the cave void realm from the Zhuanluan mansion and the Yuheng Emperor dynasty were suppressed by Xiao Tianyun. When the people in Zhuanluan mansion heard Xiao Tianyun's words, they couldn't help but sneer. I'm afraid you are not qualified to fight against our holy son Linshan. Xiao Tianyun was not angry and slowly stretched his hand into the air. A long sword flew from the sky to Xiao Tianyun's hand. Then there was a burst of air, and the sword energy filled the sky, bringing with it the oppression of the sky. This sword directly killed a Dongxi realm strongman from Zhuanluan mansion. Seeing that their own side was defeated, the powerful people behind Zhuanluan mansion and Yuheng Emperor could not sit still. A powerful figure at the 4th level of the tribulation realm rose directly into the sky and appeared in front of Xiao Tianyun. Boy, we were just fighting with you, but you were so cruel that you actually took their lives. In this case, let me meet with you for a while. As soon as the tribulation transcending realm expert came up, he launched an attack on Xiao Tianyun. The pressure of the tribulation realm locked Xiao Tianyun instantly. However, when he took action, a golden sword light cut through the void. Under the incredible eyes of everyone, the powerful person at the 4th level of the tribulation realm had his throat sealed with a sword, fallen on the spot. Then his body fell into the formation below and became the aura that nourished the formation. Why do you need to interfere in the fights between the juniors? If you want to have a discussion, my master would be happy to accompany you. I saw a man dressed in white suddenly appearing in front of everyone. And that sword light just now was just Xiao Xuan's sword energy. He didn't even take out the crescent moon sword, and directly killed a powerful man who had transcended the tribulation realm. Everyone looked at Xiao Xuan in horror. Chapter 72 Xiao Wushi, a terrifying existence. As soon as Xiao Xuan took action, the rest of the tribulation realm masters sensed a hint of danger. He has an innate aura of strength that is enough to suppress everyone. Even the powerful ones who are in the realm of transcending tribulation are somewhat afraid of him. Not to mention, he also relied on his cultivation at the 9th level of the Dongxi realm to instantly kill a great master of the tribulation realm. If that sword had fallen on me just now, I'm afraid I would have become the soul-nurturing spirit of that formation. The great tribulation transcending power who witnessed the man's death couldn't help but feel a little scared. I am also glad that it was not me who was killed by Xiao Xuan just now. The peak of Dongxi realm actually has the terrifying strength to kill the Great Tribulation Master. It is really shocking. The head of the Xiao family is indeed a legendary head. Challenges to higher levels are commonplace here. Looking at it like this, the Xiao family seems to be in a position to reverse the situation. I think the reason why the Xiao family has reached this point is inseparable from the Qilin sect's treasure. After everyone heard this, they all acquiesced to the man's words. Otherwise, the Xiao family is an inconspicuous small family. How they rose up in such a short period of time cannot be attributed to them. The other 14 great beings in the tribulation realm witnessed this scene. I don't know whether to step forward or continue to remain in a stalemate. They looked at Xiao Xuan with eyes full of fear and fear. One of the great masters in the tribulation realm directly questioned Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan, you must be where you are today because of the Qilin sect's treasure. Otherwise, how can you fight against us? Hearing this person's question, everyone turned their attention to Xiao Xuan. The most precious treasure of the Qilin sect, that was the treasure that everyone wanted to get in ancient times. The power hidden in the dark also heard this. He showed a scorching look in his eyes, as if Xiao Xuan would admit it as soon as he opened his mouth. They can rush forward and take possession of the Qilin sect's most precious treasure. Facing the attention of so many forces, Xiao Xuan admitted generously. So what if the Qilin sect's most precious treasure is in my hands? Can you still snatch it away? Xiao Xuan's response made everyone jealous. How could he have such an opportunity to obtain the Qilin sect's most precious treasure? He even used this Qilin sect's treasure to develop the Xiao family so well. If this treasure is in their hands, just a few breaths. The news that Xiao Xuan possesses the Qilin sect's most precious treasure has already spread in Tianzhou and even Tianluo territory. Even the powerful officials in southern Xinjiang were attracted by this news. The Qilin sect's most precious treasure, even a being like the Supreme Lord, is very excited. At the same time, somewhere in southern Xinjiang, there is a palace that is always burning with flames. A man in red robes with 2 clusters of flames burning on his shoulder slowly opened his eyes. The most precious treasure of the Qilin sect must be my master. Then he jumped up and appeared in the sky. The speed is staggering. Just the leak of the breath has destroyed a small world. The most precious treasure of the Qilin sect makes even the Supreme Lord's heart flutter. It was just a legend at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. As the master of the Divine Fire Palace, he has the cultivation of a Supreme Master. If you can get this treasure, even becoming the legendary Hunyuan saint is not a problem. The one who had the same idea as him was the master of Nanyuan of the Nanyuan Holy Dynasty. The moment he received the news, Lord Nanyuan revealed his true form and headed towards Tianzhou. How could the master of the Chang'e sword sect let go of such an opportunity? He was seen carrying the sword energy of ice and snow all over his body, and quickly headed towards Tianzhou. I'm afraid if I'm a step too late, I'll miss the most precious treasure of the Qilin sect. The 3 supreme masters were dispatched at the same time. This shows how important the Qilin sect's treasure is. In Tianzhou, at the same time, the powerful person behind the scenes of the 5 major forces felt the aura of power gradually approaching. They showed up at the same time and made an appointment with each other. The leader of the Blood Knife sect was the first to speak. Now that the news of the Qilin sect's treasure has spread, the 3 supreme masters are about to arrive. What do you think? Of course we must fight quickly, otherwise by the time they come here, not to mention fighting for the treasure, even their lives will have to be taken care of here. Ba, I think we can join forces to kill Xiao Xuan with one blow, and then divide the treasure among ourselves. By the time those supreme masters arrive, we will already have what we want. The other 4 people nodded after hearing this. Now there is only this way. Then, they moved at will and appeared in front of Xiao Xuan in the blink of an eye. The 14 great masters who were besieging Xiao Xuan also received news of a quick victory. Therefore, without saying anything, they directly launched an attack on Xiao Xuan. You have the ability to find the treasure, but you also have to have the ability to protect it. 14 great tribulation masters took action together. No matter how powerful Xiao Xuan is, he can't defeat all 14 of them at the same time. He can always find his weakness and kill him. The demonic cultivators of the Blood Knife sect were exuding black energy, and the boundless demonic energy instantly enveloped Xiao Xuan. Back then our great Thunder Holy Temple handed over this treasure to the Qilan sect. Now many years have passed. It's time to take it back. The donor, please return it to me. At this moment, Holy Monk Jiu Yuan no longer acted coyly, but he still used high-sounding words to cover up. The Yuheng Emperor, Xuanluan Mansion, Jiaolong clan and others could no longer stand it. A series of terrifying pressures locked on Xiao Xuan's body. Facing the simultaneous attacks of so many strong men, Xiao Xuan could still remain calm. Even a look of indifference. It's just you, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications yet. An indifferent tone and a calm expression, even if he did nothing. There is an absolute overwhelming momentum. It gives people the illusion that he is the one who can transcend tribulations, and the person opposite him is the cultivator of the realm of transcending tribulations. His words also completely angered the 5 major forces. Everyone was furious and took action, terrifying killing moves coming from all directions. Xiao Xuan didn't care. With a sword in hand, everything will be destroyed. The terrifying swordsmanship broke through the clouds, and the cold sword power cut through the sky. Wherever the sword passed, it was when the killing move in the tribulation realm was broken. The waning moon sword rises, blood dances in the void. A sword that destroyed the heaven and earth stretched out from the void. The boundless sword power seemed to open up the world again. Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, a Tathagata Buddha statue appeared behind Xiao Xuan. It is very different from the Buddha statues you usually see. The Buddha statue does not have a benevolent appearance, and there are countless green dragon patterns carved on its body. All of a sudden, the phantom suddenly turned into a height of 99,999 feet. Then take a step. Even the sky trembled. A sword fell. Sword chi that combines sword intent, sword power, the secret of swordsmanship, and the mystery of its attributes. With the combat power increased by 3650 times, they merged together. This sword. It can be called the best sword in the world. This moment. The expressions of the 14 great masters in the tribulation realm changed drastically. The power of this sword was such that the 14 of them could not resist it. Even if they used combo attacks. They never thought about it either. The natal dharma of the Dongxi realm is actually so powerful. With the sword energy, you can make the sky tremble and the heaven and earth change color. Only a being like the king can be summoned. For a while, the 14 great masters of the tribulation realm all used their own defensive shields. At this time, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The sword above the void finally fell. The sword energy that filled the sky directly defeated the 14 great masters of the tribulation realm. Everyone who suffered such heavy losses no longer has the ability to fight anymore. Even simply standing up is difficult. Countless people were frightened by Xiao Xuan's sword. Just the power of a sword. Then the 14 great masters of the tribulation realm were severely injured. to the point where they no longer had the ability to fight. No one expected that Xiao Xuan's strength would be so terrifying. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Xuan swung his sword again. With this sword, even the void was split open by him. The 14 great masters of the tribulation realm felt terrified. At this moment, they saw the shadow of death. At this time, a majestic voice came from far away. "Don't be so presumptuous." Just a voice easily resolved Xiao Xuan's sword. The person who came was none other than the leader of the 5 major forces. The opponents all had the strength to kill the Dao King. Xiao Xuan's sword move was broken, and 5 more Dao-slaying kings appeared. This is unexpected. Even the king of Dao slayers has appeared. The Xiao family is really hopeless this time. This is really a waste of money. To deal with the Xiao family, even the Dao Slayer King level figures are dispatched. I thought the Xiao family would turn this situation around this time, but I didn't expect that they would still be unable to escape the fate of being destroyed. No matter how lucky the Xiao family is, they can't resist this level of power. Countless people are lamenting the future of the Xiao family. Some people even began to regret the fate of the geniuses of the Xiao family. The 5 Tao-killing kings, headed by the Shadow King of the Blood Knife sect, appeared in front of Xiao Xuan. Originally, they wanted to watch Xiao Xuan beheaded by his men. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Xiao Xuan. The other disciples under their command were also dying and injured. When several people saw this, their expressions suddenly darkened. At the same time, the 5 great geniuses of the Xiao family also ended their battles. The powerful men brought by the 5 major forces, except for the 14 great masters of the tribulation realm who were rescued by the king of Dao, Zhan. None of the others survived. The great geniuses of the Xiao family shook their heads with regret. It would have been nice if these 5 Tao-killing kings had come a little later. Then these 14 great masters of the tribulation realm will all die. The family's formation is nourished by spiritual energy. What a pity. Seeing this scene, the faces of the 5 supreme masters became more and more gloomy. The Shadow King stared at Xiao Xuan coldly. The pressure of the Supreme Lord broke out and tried to suppress Xiao Xuan on the spot. However, how could Xiao Xuan, who had deepened his profound meaning, be intimidated by his momentum? Mysterious meaning, that is the artistic conception of being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with kings of the same level. When the 5 people saw this, their murderous intent became even stronger. All I saw was a swaying void. The color of heaven and earth changes. An invisible pressure in the void turned into a big palm strike. With the powerful momentum of the king of killing Dao, it was enough to kill Xiao Xuan on the spot. The other 4 great masters saw this scene and did not feel anything was wrong. On the contrary, they were looking forward to what Xiao Xuan would look like after this palm was struck down. Everyone at the scene fell silent. They looked at Xiao Xuan, who was about to be killed. There was no trace of ridicule, just a sigh. Under the absolute strength of the king of Dao Zhan, he was crushed. So what if Xiao Xuan was the genius of creation? He couldn't withstand such an attack. Under such pressure, the geniuses of the Xiao family gradually became unable to hold on. Countless people feel sorry for them. However, everyone in the Xiao family still looked magnanimous. Even the geniuses behind Xiao Xuan faced such pressure without changing their expressions. In their eyes, this is just the only way for them to become gods. Even while being crushed by this kind of coercion, they were able to gain new knowledge from it. The 5 Tao-killing kings looked at this scene with sneers. They have reached this stage and have met many geniuses who are even more powerful than them. But wouldn't the final result be death at their hands? So what if the genius of the Xiao family is powerful? Aren't you going to die here just like those people? Xiao Xuan no longer hides. He took out the martial god stone. The moment I just took it out, the powerful pressure belonging to Saint Hunyuan spread to all directions. The terrible breath seemed to break the sky. The huge palm just now also touched this breath and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the supreme masters who were rushing towards Tianzhou felt this aura. They all stopped one after another, and they were even hesitating whether to continue to Tianzhou. Because this aura belongs to the Hunyuan saint. That is an existence that can crush them. Even if they are the supreme masters, they cannot release their aura so far. However, that powerful existence not only does not need to be released, it just stands there. The coercion emanating from his body was enough to crush them. For a moment, everyone's mind showed a back figure. That was an existence that frightened them. If it is really him here, then even if they go, they won't get any benefit. He might even be offended by it, maybe because of the legend back then. It will be fulfilled again in them. When the time comes, it will be them, as the supreme masters, who will achieve the realm of cultivation throughout their bodies. There is no way to escape from the distance of his finger. This is the existence of that realm and the absolute gap between them. After confirming the aura, several people's expressions changed, and they did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 73 The Way of Heaven has neither beginning nor end. As soon as the martial god stone came out, the 5 Dao-slaying kings were immediately shocked. The coercion that erupted from this stone was enough to suppress them all. Although many people don't know the martial god stone, they also know how powerful it is. With just a wisp of breath, the killing move of the Dao-slaying king can be easily resolved. This kind of strength cannot be underestimated. However, even if the 5 Dao-killing kings faced such a powerful martial god stone, he still chose to take action against Xiao Xuan. It's just a stone, but I want to see how powerful it can be. I saw the Shadow King suddenly slashing with a knife, and the world shook. The magic power all over the sky burst out instantly. Wherever the sword light passed, nothing was spared. The huge black magic sword struck at the martial god stone with endless sword power. At the moment when they were about to touch, the Shadow King showed a disdainful smile. At this time, the god of war stone flashed a ray of light, instantly shattering the sword. That carried the king's full blow. Everyone was shocked by the scene. The 5 Tao-killing kings also became solemn at this moment. Even they did not dare to take the move that Shadow King had just made head on. And that piece of martial arts stone can resolve the killing move with just a wisp of breath. Could it be that this is the most precious treasure of the Qilin sect? This idea flashed in the minds of countless people. They firmly believe that this is the most precious treasure of the Qilin sect. Even the mighty one who was the Dao-killing king's eyes became hot at this moment. As soon as they move, they will go to snatch it. At this time, if you don't snatch it, take it as your own. When the Supreme Lord comes here, there will really be nothing left. However, just then, the martial god stone gradually glowed with a green halo. Countless streams of light turned, and a few big characters suddenly appeared on the martial god stone. It has reversed chaos and cut down the heaven and earth through the ages, shattered the yin and yang and gone against the sky. The way of heaven has no beginning and no end. The moment this line of characters appeared, countless people felt a shock all over their bodies. It was a kind of eternal and desolate momentum. They could even feel the sad atmosphere. Countless people trembled. Who did this? The way of heaven has neither beginning nor end. What kind of strength does this have to say such a thing? Wu Shi, who is he? Just with these bursts of breath, I can feel myself being crushed by him. If this person had been at the scene, I don't know how he died. Could this be the powerful man who destroyed the Qilin sect? Even the full-strength blow of the 5 Tao-slaying kings couldn't get even close. This shows how powerful it is. Suddenly, everyone started talking. Wusher's name also spread throughout the Tianluo territory at this moment. At the same time, after hearing Wusher's name, the 5 great slaying kings felt their whole bodies tremble. As Dao-killing kings, as long as the other party is not a being like the Supreme Lord and the Hunyuan Saint, they can all be said to be invincible. Over the years, they have traveled through countless regions with their own cultivation. He has also participated in large and small sect and family wars, and has seen many strong men fall or rise. So when I hear this sentence, their hearts are shocked. This is an existence that is enough to crush them into pulp. Immediately, the Tao-killing king from the Great Thunder Holy Temple suddenly woke up. At this moment, he didn't look like an enlightened monk at all. Instead, he looked like he was grinning with his teeth bared and his eyes full of majesty. Xiao Xuan. What is your relationship with Xiao Wusher? Others may not know. But the other 4 Tao-killing kings who have traveled across countless regions all know Xiao Wusher's reputation. That is an existence that can suppress a world comparable to the way of heaven. After hearing the question from the monk of Dalai Holy Temple, several people fixed their sights on Xiao Xuan, just waiting for his answer. Everyone saw that the 5 great slaying kings became so nervous after hearing Xiao Wusher's name. They were all curious about this person's origins. Who is Xiao Wusher? Even a being like Dao Slayer King is afraid of him. Looking at it like this, the other party may be the existence of the Supreme Lord. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they be afraid? Xiao Wusher is actually related to the Xiao family? Can the Xiao family save the day this time? I guess you haven't seen that the 5 Tao-killing kings all became nervous after hearing Xiao Wusher's name. However, those on the sidelines who heard this sneered. He even felt sad for the ignorance of these people. When everyone saw this person's appearance, they couldn't help but feel a little angry. Before he could accuse him, he heard the man begin to analyze the background behind the 5 major forces. The Supreme Lord is indeed a powerful being, but the Supreme Lord is not enough to make the 5 great Dao-killing kings fearful. He pointed at the eminent monk at Dalai Holy Temple and shook his head slightly. This one is a monk from the Great Thunder Temple. Although their highest level of cultivation is only the 9th level of Dao-slaying king. But don't forget, they all came from Xiaolian Temple. What kind of existence is Xiaolian Temple? How can you be afraid of an existence like the Supreme Lord? Everyone suddenly realized. Xiaolian Temple is one of the 4 major Buddhist temples occupying an exclusive area. It also has a powerful person like the Supreme Lord sitting there. In addition, it is also the closest existence to Layin Temple. Then he pointed at the Shadow King. The Shadow King is the deputy leader of the Blood Knife sect. Their leader is a supreme master. Not to mention their own strength, given their close relationship with the devil, will they be afraid of the Supreme Lord? Although the Jiaolong clan is a hybrid, they still have a trace of true dragon blood in their bodies. There are only so many dragons in the entire Tianluo territory. It can be said that one of them affects the whole body. Even if they don't have a powerful person like the Supreme Lord sitting in charge, with this kind of team fighting posture, it's not certain who is afraid of whom. Although Xuanluan Mansion only has the power of 1/2-step Supreme Master, don't forget it. This is a 1,000-year-old family. It can stand for thousands of years. Is it really just what it seems on the surface? As for the Yuheng Emperor, although it does not have the power of the Supreme Lord, there is still a powerful person who is not dead. The great master is now also breaking through to the realm of the Supreme Lord. Now he is just waiting for the days to come out of seclusion. With such a strong background as the 5 major forces, does the Supreme Lord deserve to make them so nervous? This person analyzed the backgrounds of the 5 major forces one by one. Everyone thought they understood instantly, even if they met the Supreme Lord. If the other party wants to take action against them, they have to think carefully. So, there is only one possibility that can scare the 5 major forces like this. The other party is the existence of Hunyuan Saint, and he is also a living Hunyuan Saint. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Hunyuan Saint. That is a legendary existence. No wonder the 5 major forces are so afraid. It's no wonder that Xiao Xuan has such confidence and dares to fight against the 5 major forces. It turns out that there is a Hunyuan Saint in their family. But why haven't I heard him say it before? I didn't even mention it, if it weren't for Xiao Xuan showing the martial god stone this time. They don't even think about it. This Xiao Xuan is not only tolerant, he is also an old cunt. If there was a Hunyuan Saint in any family, they wouldn't tell it everywhere. But this Xiao Xuan is really calm. Until the critical moment, people were stunned and didn't speak. However, some people noticed something was wrong. The Xiao family has Saint Hunyuan in charge. Why haven't we seen him come forward to help in so many years? You must know that the Xiao family has experienced several major crises of being destroyed. If only the Hunyuan Saint was here. The Xiao family doesn't need to go through these crises. Even those people have to step forward to lick them. As soon as these words came out, everyone smelled an unusual smell. Could it be that this Hunyuan Saint is a descendant of the Xiao family? Otherwise, why hasn't he shown up yet? I don't think that Saint Hunyuan will help the Xiao family. If he really wanted to help, how could he watch the Xiao family be wiped out back then? You know, the Xiao family was a big family back then. This is enough to prove that Saint Hunyuan did not want to help the Xiao family. Thinking of this, everyone also looked at Xiao Xuan, just waiting for his reply. Faced with the Shadow King's question, Xiao Xuan did not say anything. He didn't even frown, obviously he didn't want to answer the question. What a courage! The Shadow King was instantly furious. When had he been ignored by a mere ant in the cave void realm, if not for the coercion of the Hunyuan Saint? At this moment, he had already cut Xiao Xuan into thousands of pieces. Xiao Tianyun suddenly remembered that Xiao Xuan asked him about his little grandfather that day. It turned out that he had known for a long time that his little grandfather had found the opportunity and became the supreme being. Hearing Shadow King's question, Xiao Tianyun sneered coldly. Xiao Wushi, my grandfather's youngest direct son, Xiao Xian's brother-in-law. And my Xiao Tianyun's little grandfather. Hear Xiao Tianyun's answer. Everyone was frightened again. I originally thought that the Hunyuan Saint was just a collateral branch of the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, he was not only Xiao Xian's immediate family member, but also his brother-in-law. And that Hunyuan Saint has countless legends, but he has no love entanglements. This also means that there are 2 uncles and nephews, Xiao Xuan and Xiao Tianyun. He is the only relative of the Hunyuan Saint. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Xuan with fear. No wonder he can remain so calm when facing so many opponents. This is too sinister. However, Xiao Xuan was madly complaining about the system's inhumane settings. In his heart, forget about finding him an uncle, it has to be a biological uncle. He is the protagonist. After being awesome for so long, it's so fucking awkward to suddenly call someone uncle. If Xiao Xuan's voice is heard by everyone, the answer that is almost certain is that he will be scolded bloody by them. There is no doubt about the existence of Hunyuan Saint. No one would even doubt the credibility of Xiao Tianyun's words. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the 5 great slaying kings. Want to see what choice they will make. However, after hearing about Xiao Wusher's reputation, the 5 great slaying kings, his whole body was shaking, and there was deep fear in his eyes. This is still Xiao Wusher's name. If he were present in person, what a powerful presence he would be. Others may not know. However, the 5 great Dao-killing kings knew Xiao Wusher very well. There are countless legends about him. The most widespread one is his cultivation speed. No one among the geniuses at the same level can rival him. In the face of this rapidly improving strength, we need to face it. There is also the prying eyes and murderous intentions of all forces. However, thousands of years have passed. Those powerful holy lands and ancient tribes all disappeared one by one in the long river of history. And where they disappeared, this sentence will be left behind. It has reversed chaos and cut down the heaven and earth through the ages. Shattered the yin and yang and gone against the sky. The way of heaven has no beginning and no end. It was precisely because of their understanding of Xiao Wusher that they would hear his name. So frightened. At this time, a shadow appeared on the god of war stone. Then, Shuiying put his hands behind his back and turned his back to them. Even if he didn't see the front, the momentum he exuded was enough to make everyone present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. After seeing the phantom, the 5 great slaying kings' legs went limp. They actually knelt on the ground directly, if they weren't at the level of Dao Slayer King. I'm afraid that this moment has turned into nutrients for the Xiao family's formation. Even relying on his own cultivation, he stood up tremblingly from the formation. Several people no longer have the same attitude of being proud of the heroes just now. And the phantom, just a back figure, makes people feel like they are facing the way of heaven. Xiao Wusher truly deserves his reputation. In full view, the phantom moved slowly. Just raising his hand caused thunder to roll from the sky. The pupils of everyone who had been staring closely at the phantom suddenly shrank. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of him. Chapter 74. Wusher waved his hand, shocking everyone. Xiao Wusher raised his hand slightly, and the 5 Tao-killing kings showed no ability to resist at all. Under the silent, invisible and colorless pressure, it was completely destroyed. The onlookers were horrified. They didn't expect Xiao Wusher to take action suddenly. And as the king of Daozhan, he doesn't even have the ability to fight back. Countless people looked at the phantom in horror and just waved their hands. Just let the 5 Tao-killing kings be wiped out in ashes. You must know that they are existences that can destroy a world. But in the eyes of Saint Hunyuan, such a being is like an ant. It can be crushed with just a wave of your hand. With such powerful strength, he is worthy of being a Hunyuan saint. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wusher waved again. The powerful men from various major forces who were originally hiding in the dark let out screams one after another. The onlookers couldn't help but look sideways. There were only strong men from the 5 major forces, and there were even strong men who wanted to take a share of the war. They all showed up at this moment. However, before they could make any move, they turned into streaks of blood, mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. The corpses of strong men turned into rain of blood dancing in the sky. It has become the aura that nourishes a land. Even the Xiao family's formation has been strengthened a lot. At this moment, other forces hiding in the dark retreated. Some have even left quietly. However, he didn't escape far before he turned into a blood mist and disappeared from the world. For a while, everyone who wanted to escape also gave up the idea of escape. If you run away, you will die. If you don't run, you will die. The eyes they looked at Xiao Wushi were full of fear. At this moment, they felt unprecedented fear. I don't even know why Xiao Wushi suddenly went on a killing spree. He was afraid that he would be the next one to be killed. In front of such a strong man, they couldn't even escape. Why are you so afraid of being like this? Although Xiao Wushi has banned killing, he doesn't kill everyone. Suddenly someone in the crowd spoke. Didn't you see that the people who died all had grudges against the Xiao family? Some of them wanted to carve up the resources of the Xiao family. Being reminded by this person's words, everyone immediately became aware of the current situation. Yes, I was just wondering why the man next to me died and I was still alive. It turns out that the man next to me came to avenge his son. When you said that, I also remembered that I was still standing side by side with a few men in black when I put them down. But they died, but I was unscathed. The fellow Taoist next to me just now used a hidden weapon when Xiao Jianqin took action. Although Xiao Jianqin was not hurt, he was also killed. When everyone heard such comments, they suddenly realized. It turns out that Saint Hunyuan doesn't kill everyone. He targets those who have grudges against the Xiao family. I was scared to death, so I said how could I still be alive when everyone around me was dead? I thought there was some pattern, but it turned out to be like this. Others patted their chests, feeling lucky to survive the disaster. It's okay, I'm just a theatergoer. Although I have been killing Tao kings for many years, I also know how much I weigh. This time I came here just to watch a show, but I didn't expect that I accidentally lost my life. Sage Hunyuan is worthy of being a god of war. Just a shadow can become a suppressing existence. It's no wonder that the 5 Tao-killing kings were so frightened that they trembled after hearing his name. Everyone was talking about it for a while, and all they had was endless awe for Xiao Wushi. The Hunyuan saint, also known as the god of war, is an existence that can almost stand side by side with the way of heaven. At this moment, Xiao Wushi waved his hand again. Countless people are waiting for the result of this time. However, the scene was completely silent. Not to mention the screams, there was even no wind. Did God of War make a mistake? Or was he just stretching his muscles just now? It shouldn't be. The first time I waved my hand, the 5 great Tao-killing kings were wiped out in ashes. The second time I waved my hand, the enemy in the dark turned into blood mist, and he waved his hand for the third time. It shouldn't be so peaceful. However, the situation in southern Xinjiang is already boiling. A scream resounded across the sky, and countless people were attracted by the scream. It seems to be the master of divine fire. Someone recognized the divine fire master in red robes. Seeing the horrific injuries on his body, many people felt their scalps go numb. The divine fire lord is the ruler of one party. There are few opponents in southern Xinjiang, but now he has been seriously injured. Even if it has been seriously injured to the point where it cannot even control simple flight. The Lord of Divine Fire did not dare to show any resentment or resistance. He stabilized his figure and fell to his knees. He thanked someone in the air and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Wushi, for showing mercy. This junior is blind to Mount Tai. I don't know if you are protecting the Xiao family. After I go back today, I will definitely come to thank you in person." Everyone was surprised by this scene dominated by divine fire. The Lord of Divine Fire, as the emperor of one party, was seriously injured to this extent. How dare you not complain and even kneel down to beg for mercy? This is something they can't see at all. Everyone present is Ling Longxin. After hearing Xiao Wushi's name, everyone associated this matter with the Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family possesses the most precious treasure of the Qilin sect. During this time, powerful men from all major forces also gathered near the Xiao family. Now even the divine Fire Lord was seriously injured and knelt down to beg for mercy. Two words instantly appeared in everyone's mind. God of War. Only the Hunyuan saint, who is known as the God of War, has such strength to severely injure the Supreme Lord's divine Fire Lord. After the divine Fire Lord felt that the pressure around him had completely disappeared, he slowly stood up. There was no emotion in his lowered eyes, and he paused for a moment. He quickly left here. At the same time, the other side of southern Xinjiang, a blue mandarin bird that was hundreds of thousands of feet long let out a shrill scream. Then he was suppressed by an invisible force and fell heavily to the ground and formed a huge pit. There is a raging fire burning inside, and wait until the fire dissipates. Only then did everyone dare to come forward and watch. I saw that one of the wings of the blue mandarin bird had been burned. Only half of the other wing is left, even if it has become like this. The green mandarin bird was still whimpering, as if begging for mercy. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene. The majestic Qingyuan lord of the southern Yuan dynasty was actually severely injured to the point of begging for mercy. And the only one who can severely injure him is the Hunyuan sage, who is known as the God of War. Almost at the same time, in another world in southern Xinjiang, a man in purple was now pale and half kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. This person is the Sword Emperor of the Chang'e sword sect, and he has lost an arm at this time. Even the divine soldiers who had followed him for hundreds of years disappeared without a trace. Same as the Lord of Divine Fire and the Lord of Qingyuan. Even if he suffered a fatal injury, he still had to kowtow to that person and thank him. Finally, the moment the pressure disappeared, the Sword Emperor looked in the direction of Tianzhou with fighting intent, and then quickly left from here. At the same time, people who suffered heavy losses came from all directions. The injuries of the Supreme Masters, who can already be crowned emperors, are getting more serious than the others. Without exception, even if they are severely injured, they must kneel down to apologize. There is news that the Lord of Divine Fire, Lord Qingyuan, and the Sword Emperor were severely damaged in southern Xinjiang. It quickly spread throughout the Tianluo territory and even reached Tianzhou. Everyone in Tianzhou was immediately horrified after hearing the news that came from thousands of miles away. News came from the Chang'e sword sect that the Sword Emperor was severely injured by an unknown force, and even the divine weapons disappeared. There is news from the southern Yuan Holy Dynasty that the wings of Lord Qingyuan were burned by unknown fire. Hua Fenghuang's arms were chopped off, and his cultivation level plummeted. It will take at least 100 years to break through to the Supreme Lord. Again, news after news came here from all over southern Xinjiang. There are strong people who have been the Supreme Lord for many years, and there are also strong people who have just been promoted to the Supreme Lord. All of them were seriously injured by Xiao Wusher's wave of his hand. Some need to start all over again, while others are lucky to be able to save their lives. At this moment, everyone present also knew. Xiao Wusher waved his hand for the third time, wherever it went. The God of War is worthy of being a legendary being. With just a wave of his hand, the supreme ruler of the entire southern Xinjiang was severely damaged. This is just an existence named God. If a real God comes, wouldn't it mean that he will open up the world again? I didn't expect that the Xiao family is really closely related to the God of War. Now it seems that Xiao Xuan was able to obtain the Qilin sect's treasure and develop from a small family to the present. What is the real reason? If I had a relative like the God of War, I would have to walk sideways. For a family blessed by the God of War to develop rapidly in a short period of time, it's just a piece of cake. For a time, countless people lamented that the Xiao family had a martial god. sitting in charge. At the same time, he also looked at Xiao Xuan with great envy. Being able to be an uncle and nephew with the martial god is something that you can't even dream of. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Xuan and the Xiao family. Apart from awe, there is only envy. Xiao Junlin rolled his eyes fiercely as he listened to the voices coming from all directions. Xiao Xuan, this old bastard, solved this difficult matter without doing anything. Although the martial god stone is real and the martial god is real, your special mother's cunt is also real. Just throw out a martial god stone and let them figure it out on their own. Lao Yin is so lifelike that she deserves to be an old Yin. Not only can he use people, but he can also use things. And it's so well used. Just like your face, don't go to the extreme. Xiao Junlin was madly complaining and insulting Xiao Xuan in his heart. If it weren't for the current situation, Xiao Xuan would really want to beat Xiao Junlin. Then sew his mouth shut. It's so annoying. However, Xiao Xuan was too lazy to explain what everyone was thinking. Anyway, his matter has been solved, let them do the rest. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly. I received a letter here about Xiao Wusher's deeds. Hearing this voice, everyone gathered around the man. He kept asking about Xiao Wusher. Even Xiao Xuan and others were listening to this person's reply. Xiao Wusher, when he first entered Zhongtian, he was still a young and weak boy, and his strength was only at the cave void realm. But with such strength, there is no opponent at the same level, and he is even able to leapfrog the challenge. Later, he continued to make breakthroughs and went from the cave void realm to the Supreme Lord in just 10 years. It is precisely because of his rapidly improving strength that he has been watched by the elders, including the ancient Holy Land and ancient tribes. They launched an attack on Xiao Wusher together and wanted to capture him. However, at that time, Xiao Wusher relied on the second-level cultivation of the Supreme Master. Directly severely inflicted heavy damage on the opponent's two elders, and even killed all the Supreme Masters at the same level. And successfully escaped under the siege of everyone, just when everyone thought that Xiao Wusher would survive anonymously from now on. He appears again, this time his cultivation level is that of a god of war. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasp. The Supreme Lord's cultivation is enough to escape under such a strong lineup. It can even counterkill so many powerful opponents. And in just a few years, he directly broke through to the martial god realm. This kind of strength is simply too incredible. Ordinary people don't have dozens or hundreds of years to succeed. In this battle, the opponent dispatched 2 martial god realms. I originally thought that this war would last for 100 years. However, Xiao Wusher used only 2 moves to seriously injure the opponents martial god and fled directly back to the ancient clan. However, Xiao Wusher did not continue to pursue, but sent 2 phantoms to pursue. It was these 2 phantoms that not only killed the 2 martial gods, but also destroyed the ancient clan that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Then he destroyed the 2 holy places and left a message behind. From then on, Xiao Wusher's reputation was completely established in Zhongtian. Some people even call Xiao Wusher the #1 person. When everyone heard this, they could no longer describe their feelings in words. 2 phantoms can destroy 2 holy places. It's so scary. Chapter 75 Xiao Wusher, the #1 martial god. They knew that the Hunyuan saint, known as the god of war, was extremely powerful. But he didn't expect that they were both at the martial god level. But Xiao Wusher was able to become the first among the martial gods. How powerful is this level of strength? It's no wonder that Xiao Wusher is called the #1 person in Zhongtian. At this time everyone looked at Xiao Xuan with extremely envious eyes. Being able to be related to the god of war would be worth dying for. There have long been rumors in Zhongtian that Xiao Wushi has broken through the martial god and entered the realms of gods. Today, he saw the phantom of the martial god here. Xiao Wushi has always been a dragon that never sees its end. This time he actually came forward to help the Xiao family. It is really unexpected. Everyone couldn't help but be filled with emotion. The look towards Xiao Xuan changed from envy to wanting to replace him. Although the martial god is already the #1 person in Zhongtian, he has no wife or son. As his only nephew, how could Xiao Xuan just stand by and watch? Maybe the inheritance in the future will belong to Xiao Xuan alone. After all, this is his only direct bloodline. Everyone nodded in agreement. As Xiao Wushi's nephew, Xiao Xuan can be regarded as his only descendant. If the Xiao family encounters any problems, he, as an uncle, will naturally take action. Maybe the Qilin sex treasure was also found by Xiao Wushi. And he also gave guidance to the young children of the Xiao family. Therefore, when everyone looked at Xiao Xuan, they were once again filled with envy. Xiao Wushi's shadow also returned to the martial god stone after waving 3 times. But this time no one dared to underestimate Xiao Xuan. No one dared to cause trouble to the Xiao family anymore. After all, they are a family blessed by the god of war. If anyone wants to meet the king of hell as soon as possible, he can challenge the authority. However, Xiao Xuan was very indifferent to this. After the matter was resolved, he returned to the Xiao family with all the geniuses of the Xiao family. As for outside news and rumors, that is beyond his control. After this battle, the geniuses of the Xiao family also became role models for the younger generation. Just Xiao Jianqin relies on his cultivation at the beginning of the Great Dao realm, overwhelming more than a dozen strong men with high-level cultivation in the middle and late stages of the Great Dao realm. This is not something ordinary people can do. Not to mention the one with only a pair of slender hands. It shattered Xiao Qingyun, a Buddha who cultivated his natal alms bowl in the half-step cave void realm. And their head is even more terrifying. He could instantly kill a powerful person in the tribulation realm with just one sword stroke, and his cultivation level was only at the peak of the Dongshu realm. It even severely damaged 14 statues at the same time, which is really amazing. But compared to these, what everyone paid more attention to was the martial god stone in Xiao Xuan's hand. Not even any cover-up. His eyes were so intense that he could even be said to be staring at him with eagerness. Xiao Xuan suddenly felt that the martial god stone in his hand was extremely hot. Then I thought that I was suddenly assigned a little uncle by the system. My heart became even more irritable. He threw the martial god stone directly to Xiao Jianfeng. Elder Jianfeng, keep this martial god stone and take it out when you need it. In the future. Xiao Xuan's expression was indifferent and indifferent. It even gives people a feeling of disgust. Even if it is true, they will only think that Xiao Xuan dislikes them. After all, the martial god stone is extraordinary. When Xiao Jianfeng saw that Xiao Xuan didn't care about this martial god stone, he secretly greeted him from head to toe. In the end, he was cautious and even used his true energy to catch the martial god stone. Master, this is the martial god stone, you have to be careful when handling it. Xiao Xuan glanced at it nonchalantly. If it breaks easily, don't call it the martial god stone, call it gravel. Xiao Jianfeng almost didn't curse after hearing this, if it wasn't for Xiao Xuan's reputation as the head of the family. He really wanted to stamp his feet and point at Xiao Xuan to teach him a lesson. Although martial gods are powerful, they are not rare, especially in our Xiao family. In the near future, my Xiao family's martial gods will be able to occupy half of Zhongtian. Xiao Xuan's words made Xiao Jianfeng roll his eyes fiercely. Although there are many geniuses in the family, becoming a martial god is not difficult. But this will take decades or even hundreds of years. Xiao Jianfeng carefully held the martial god stone and walked towards Xiao's house. Even the eyes are shining with light. Xiao Xian couldn't help but rolled his eyes. When Xiao Qingyun left, he also took Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Yan and Xiao Jiamyan with him. Xiao Xian did not interfere. He is also aware of the situation in Nanming now. After learning that the Xiao family had the Qilin sex treasure, all the major forces came to the Xiao family. As a dynasty surrounding Nanming, they were unwilling to be suppressed by Nanming. I have been keeping an eye on him for a long time, and now I have seized the opportunity to attack him in one fell swoop. However, when word spread that the Xiao family and the martial god were connected by blood, those dynasties were dumbfounded. They changed their strategies one after another, from attacking to attacking. Some are even willing to become tributaries of Nanming, as long as they can have their own rights. However, how could Xiao Qingyun easily let go of this good opportunity to expand Nanming's sentence? Since the founding of the Nanming dynasty, it has gradually stabilized. It is even just one step away from the dynasty. This time the surrounding dynasties invaded in one fell swoop, literally stretching their necks to bleed her. Therefore, at her command, Nanming led his troops to attack the surrounding dynasties. This attack left them without any ability to fight back. Plus the relationship between the Xiao family and the god of war. Many dynasties even surrendered on their own initiative in just a few months. Nanming became the only dynasty in Tianzhou. Xiao Qingyun was also blessed by the luck of the jade seal of the state. Because of his cultivation of supreme supernatural powers, the realm of cultivation directly breaks through to the realm of transcending tribulation. Even Xiao Jianqin and others broke through two realms in this battle. Xiao Qingyun is very confident about her improvement in cultivation level and will wait for her to digest all this luck. Coupled with the cultivation of the Supreme Divine Court, breaking through the Dao-slaying king is not a big problem. News about the Xiao family quickly spread throughout the Tianluo territory. Even southern Xinjiang was boiling over this. In addition, this time Nanming was promoted to become the only dynasty in Tianzhou. People in southern Xinjiang also call the Xiao family in Tianluo domain. This has also become a name given to the Xiao family by the forces in southern Xinjiang. In addition, this time the martial god Xiao Wushi inflicted heavy losses on the supreme masters in southern Xinjiang. As a result, most of the forces moved away and retreated into seclusion. The Blood Knife sect directly led a group of disciples to the demon cultivation headquarters. There wasn't even time for buffering, for fear that the Xiao family would settle the matter. Coming to settle accounts with them, it would be impossible for them to escape. Unscathed from the previous vengeance of annihilating the family. After returning to the Zhuanluan mansion, he immediately went into seclusion to practice, and even his own power shrank significantly. The Jiaolong clan moved directly to the East China Sea on the day of the move. Tens of thousands of dragons flew in the sky, attracting attention instantly. The monks of Dalai Holy Temple fled with hundreds of thousands of disciples as soon as they received the news. The emperor of the Yuheng dynasty was deposed, and as soon as the new emperor took office, he began a purge of the court. Anyone who has anything to do with the previous monarch will be removed from the list, and all relatives of the emperor will be removed from Yudi. Those who were involved were executed or exiled on trumped-up charges. As for the previous monarch, he went to take care of the imperial mausoleum, which was guarded by dedicated personnel. Except for the little princess practicing in Xuanluan Mansion, the rhizome veins of the previous emperor. It can be said that everything was liquidated this time. As for the little princess, even if she is not expelled, she no longer has a place in the palace. After the new monarch took care of everything, he personally went to the Xiao family with gifts to apologize. The explanation given to the Xiao family was that the previous monarch had launched an army for his own selfish desires, regardless of the common people in the world. Although everyone knew that the Yuheng emperor launched the attack for the Qilin sex treasure. But this is what the previous king declared to the outside world, and it was also an excellent excuse for him. As for whether the Xiao family will accept it or not, that is another matter. In the wheelhouse, Lin Shan angrily crushed the jade slip in his hand. Naturally, he also knew the outside news. What a person at the pinnacle of the great Dao realm, but he can fight against a group of strong men in the Dongxi realm. Good. It's really great. So what if you have such strength? Without the heavenly bones, you can only go so far. Lin Shan smashed the table in front of him with an angry palm. He is clearly the one with the heavenly bones, so why is it Xiao Tianyun who steals the show? Obviously they are all going to die, but they have been blessed with such a fate. Even the god of war is his little grandfather. Obviously I am the proud one of heaven. Not only does he have talent, he also has excellent training qualifications. Why was everything taken away by Xiao Tianyun? If the god of war were his little grandfather, the Lin family would not have wiped out their entire family, and the people from the Xuanluan mansion would not have done this to him. After Xuanluan mansion learned that the Xiao family was related to the god of war, in order to prevent the Xiao family from coming to their door, Lin Shan was expelled regardless of his qualifications. If it weren't for Lin Shan's master, he would have given up a lot of real power and resources. I'm afraid Lin Shan has been kicked out of Xuanluan mansion at this moment. However, Lin Shan was overwhelmed by jealousy and resentment. At this moment, he not only resented Xuanluan mansion and Xiao Tianyun. Even this master also held a grudge. In his eyes, his current experience was also fueled by his master. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lin Shan looked at the closed door coldly, and then his face changed. Brother Lin Shan, are you there? I want to see you for something, can you see me? Jiao Didi's crying voice came in from outside the door. She is the little princess of the former monarch of the Yuheng Emperor dynasty. Hearing this voice, Lin Shan snorted in disgust. If she hadn't been a rare furnace, how could I have committed myself to her? Princess, you are here. Lin Shan opened the door and saw a crying face, and he wiped her tears with distressed eyes. Brother Lin Shan, I am homeless. My father was imprisoned, and the prince's brother and uncle were killed. Now, Lin Shan hugged her distressedly and said in a gentle tone, don't cry, you still have me. With me here, you can still be as carefree as before. Lin Shan's words made the young princess feel happy, and she knew it. Even if everyone stays away from her, brother Lin Shan will not abandon her. Looking at the person nestled in his arms, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Shan's mind. Immediately afterwards, he led the people in. A burst of greetings all reflected the nature of a warm man and successfully captured the girl's heart. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Shan kissed her gently on the forehead, tentatively touching her red lips. The girl's heart was beating wildly, and she felt confused. She has been waiting for this day for a long time. The moment Lin Shan left her lips, she hugged Lin Shan's waist tightly, her tone was coquettish, her eyes blurred. Brother Lin Shan, Lin Shan picked her up and walked slowly towards the house. Sudden Lin Shan's body exuded bursts of demonic energy. This demonic energy directly entered the body of the girl beneath him, sucking the life out of her body. Brother Lin Shan. Shut up. Lin Shan no longer concealed anything at this moment and revealed his true face. If I hadn't seen that you are an excellent furnace, how could I show weakness in front of you? Looking at such a strange forest mountain, the girl's face was full of horror and disbelief. But at this time, she was already a lamb on the desk, with no way to escape. She thought Lin Shan really loved her, but she didn't expect that the other party would always treat her as a furnace. After an unknown amount of time, the demonic energy within the curtain gradually disappeared. At this time, Lin Shan was sitting cross-legged. Next to him was a mummy that had lost all its vitality. Behind him was a terrifying black demonic figure. With a demonic roar, Lin Shan's cultivation level directly reached the cave. Virtual realm. The furnace cauldron body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Not only can it feed back its own essence and blood to me, even the realm of cultivation and enlightenment can be absorbed. With the blessing of magic power, my combat power has now been increased to 600 times. You can be said to be invincible among the same level. Xiao Tianyun, I want to see who is more powerful between you and me. Lin Shan's hand gently rubbed the mummy beside him. The next moment, a burst of demonic energy emitted, and the mummy was instantly wiped out. At this moment, Lin Shan had strong confidence in his cultivation realm and strength. In addition, he possesses heavenly bones and has excellent cultivation qualifications. At this moment, he got feedback from the furnace body, and he had full confidence. Able to kill Xiao Tianyun with one strike. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shan turned around and walked outside. Zuanlun Mansion, Dongxi Realm ranking, besides me, who else can occupy a high position? Then, he walked towards the center of the Wheel Palace. As for the dead little princess of the former monarch of the Yuhing Emperor, naturally no one would care about it. The Yuhing Emperor will not have any questions about this person. Chapter 76, The Five Geniuses Fight Against Xiao Xuan. Another half-year has passed since the five major forces besieged the Xiao family. Various places in southern Xinjiang also stopped for more than half a year because of Xiao Wushi. But the Xiao family residence was as lively as ever. Not only major forces came to show their goodwill. Even the supreme masters in southern Xinjiang, who were severely injured by Xiao Wushi's shadow, also sent congratulatory gifts. The Holy Dynasty of the Southern Yuan Dynasty congratulates the head of the Xiao family for recognizing his kinship with the god of war, Xiao Wushi, and sends him 10 plants of 1,000-year-old chalcedony and 100 caddies of imperial medicinal herbs. The Chang'e sword sect congratulates the head of the Xiao family for understanding the deeper secrets of swordsmanship and sends 5 10,000 years 19 spiritual ginseng and a copy of king-level swordsmanship techniques. Xinhua Palace, congratulations to the Xiao family for their further advancement in cultivation. They have sent 3 middle-grade spiritual veins and 500,000 spiritual stones. The Dragon Clan of the East China Sea has sent 100,000 shark beads, 10,000 caddies of ambergris, and 3 low-grade spiritual veins. Congratulations to Nanming for becoming the first dynasty. In addition, other major forces also found strange reasons to come to send gifts and congratulations. For example, the grandson of the Xiao family, Man Yu, is a genius who has broken through to a small level. Even the first word a baby speaks can be a reason for them to give a gift. This is how to establish friendship with the Xiao family. Even powerful people like the king of Dao Slayers personally came forward to give gifts just to meet Xiao Xuan, so as to claim that he has some kind of connection with the Wuxian family. This shows how powerful the martial god's name and strength are. The gifts alone are enough to make all the major forces jealous. Not to mention those powerful people who personally go out to seek friendship. However, what Xiao Xuan did was, I accept the gift. Meet, no need to talk. This can make the 9 elders, including Xiao Jianfeng, panic. This is a perfect opportunity to connect. However, no matter how much they tried to persuade me, it was of no use. Missing is missing. Not only did Xiao Xuan not come forward, even the geniuses, including Xiao Jianqing, chose not to meet. Even if the opponent is a Dao-killing king-level existence, they can face it calmly. Even the head of the family is like this. Even if the 9 elders are determined to build a good relationship, they can only suppress their thoughts. In fact, in Xiao Xuan's eyes, these relationships can be made or not. The reason why they came over like licking dogs. It is simply because the Xiao family has a martial god sitting in charge. What if they don't? This compliment, which is like a farce, will naturally not appear. Just like they did to the Xiao family back then. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. This is an eternal truth. Instead of spending time trying to improve this relationship, it would be better to work on improving yourself. This is also the common thought of all the geniuses of the Xiao family. Although various external forces are extremely dissatisfied with this, they do not dare to complain. In the past 6 months, Xiao Xuan's cultivation level has still remained at the peak of Dongxi realm. But his other aspects have been greatly improved. On weekdays, in addition to all kinds of flowers, I just find things to do for Xiao Junlin, who is in debt. Today, however, several of the Xiao family's geniuses gathered in Xiao Xuan's yard. At this moment, Xiao Jianqing, Xiao Yan, Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yanyao, and Xiao Tianyun were competing in the sky. And it was Xiao Tianyun alone versus Xiao Jianqing and 5 others. Looking at the fluttering white clothes, he stood with his hands behind his back. He has the temperament of I don't care about fishing, I only fish in the cold river. This disgusted Xiao Junlin to death. Pooh! You old cunt, you are so good at pretending to be 13 even in a competition, your pretending is going to break the heavens. But Xiao Tianyun's qualifications are damn good. With this attitude, he is probably about to break through again. As expected of a genius with immortal bones, he can still gain the upper hand against Xiao Jianqing and 5 other people at the same time. This qualification and talent are unrivaled. Looking at the entire Xiao family, only this old bastard can suppress him. Bah! You old bastard, you shameless old bastard! Xiao Xuan is watching the battle of several people. Behind him, Xiao Junlin was cursing in his heart without stopping for a quarter of an hour. If he hadn't practiced Goshen Dao. Xiao Xuan really wants to be reincarnated as a human being. The reincarnated heavenly lord, who still has such a bad mouth, should be beaten to death. But he can't come with Xiao Junlin openly, he can still use dirty tricks. Secretly. He has already called himself an awesome guy. How can we fulfill this title if we don't do something? Junlin, little kid, I heard that a mysterious person helped your sister when she was training outside? Xiao Junlin continued to complain about Xiao Xuan, and suddenly heard the other party ask this question. He immediately cheered up and was very cautious even when answering Xiao Xuan. This is impossible, but my sister's qualifications are not bad. Could it be that someone who has a crush on her is helping? Old bastard, you actually want to trick me, no way. Could it be that he discovered something? No, every time I transform into a mysterious person, I am very cautious and cannot be discovered. Wait a minute, why am I bothering with this? If you, an old cunt, hadn't given my sister such a difficult task, I would have had to pretend to be a mysterious person. How about you? You've done something immoral and you're still asking me here. Although you can get very generous rewards every time you complete a task. But this is what my sister deserves. Besides, you don't have a rule not to allow the mysterious person to help. Listening to Xiao Junlin's inconsistent answers, Xiao Xuan looked at him with a half-smile. By the way, a demonic beast from the half-step cave void realm has recently appeared on the Himalayas. I think your sister has completed her recent mission very well. Let her go to this excellent training opportunity. Xiao Junlin became very angry after hearing this. You haven't been home for a long time, right? So, I'll give you half a month's leave, just in time to go back and spend time with your father. Let him see if your elm head is open. Even though it is a piece of rotten wood, it can still be used for carving. You are Kuchiki. All of you, this heavenly lord is, bastard. I can't find anything to say to him. Master, my sister is only at the 9th level of the golden body. You ask her to kill a monster that is half a step into the cave void realm. Aren't you deliberately trying to embarrass her? Are you sending her on a mission, or are you sending her to die? Xiao Junlin protested to Xiao Xian, very dissatisfied, thinking that he would give up his idea. Who knew that this guy would just pass the blame to him? That's right. Let's do this. You go back and ask your sister. If she says it can't be done, the head of the family will take back the task. Yes, saying it is the same as not saying it. With his sister's character, she would definitely say that this was a test for her from the head of the family. If his sister was put to the test, he would cry like a pug. Not only must we deal with the aftermath, but we must also protect her. Don't let others discover your identity. What a sin. What's more, the stupid sister held her chin in admiration and said, the head of the family has said that I have extraordinary talents and good qualifications. I can also endure hardships and can complete tasks well, no matter how difficult they are. He trusts me very much, so every task he assigns will be much more difficult than others. This just proves that he takes a fancy to my qualifications. Also, every time the mission encounters danger, a mysterious person will appear to help me. I knew that it must be the arrangement of the head of the family. And this is also his test for me. So no matter what kind of task the head of the family assigns to me, I will work hard to complete it. I will never let the head of the family down. Junlin, you must remember to serve the master of the family well. You know, being favored by the master of the family is something that no one else dares to think of. Since then, Xiao Junlin has been afraid of his sister. Not only would he not say anything bad about Xiao Xian in front of her, but he would not even mention Xiao Xian's name. But even so, I come back every time I complete a mission. His sister wanted to catch him and tell him again, and Xiao Xian sent a mysterious person to help her. This made Xiao Junlin very worried. Obviously the mysterious person is himself, and he is also the one responsible for the aftermath. Why did all the credit go to Xiao Xian? That's not all, he still has to remember his sister's 3 famous sayings. Listen to the family master, follow the family master, and be grateful to the family master. What a big deal. When Xiao Junlin thought of this, his head felt heavy. He didn't even bother to be polite, he just turned around and left. However, he underestimated Xiao Xuaning's methods. Oh, I almost forgot. It seems that the monster has broken through the cave void realm some time ago, and it is very likely that there will be an atavism. Remember to tell your sister to be careful. Xiao Junlin just sat on the ground with his legs weak. How could he ask his sister to complete the task? It was clearly this old bastard who was torturing himself in disguise. Xiao Xuan, you old bastard. Immortal old man. Old cunt. Shameless. I curse you for being incompetent. Monsters in the cave realm. Atavism. Why don't you just ask my sister to stretch her neck over and let her chew her? Other than those heaven-defying monsters and geniuses, who else can defeat a monster that has atavism and is still in the cave void realm? Even you, Grandpa Tianzuan, and I have to be fully prepared, but we may not be able to win the battle. Xiao Junlin kept cursing in his heart and ran outside angrily. With his stupid sister's character, he must have received the news by now. And he wasn't even prepared. What the hell was this? Xiao Xuan. You wait. When your Grandpa Tianzuan and I, Go Shen Dao, are completed, see if I don't give you a good beating. Even though he was speaking from his heart, Xiao Xuan felt that his eardrums were a bit painful. At the same time, the 5 people fighting in the air launched an attack on Xiao Xuan at the same time, and make a sneak attack from behind him. Xiao Xuan shook his head helplessly. I didn't learn anything else, but I learned the sneak attack skill very flexibly. Then his figure instantly retreated, and his whole body reached the sky. Xiao Jianqin and others saw this and launched another attack on him. At this moment, Xiao Tianyun exclaimed, "It's a scam." Xiao Xuan suddenly appeared behind them. The white-cloaked figure who fought with them just now turned into nothingness. At this moment, Xiao Yinyao's eyes flashed, reincarnation time and space connection method. Xiao Xuan actually used his trump card killer move. And he uses it even better than him. Not waiting for a few people to react, a sword energy suddenly fell from the sky, carrying an aura of void. Blood dances in the void. Xiao Jianqin was shocked. Xiao Xuan actually understood his blood mist void. That's his ultimate trump card. The head of the house is really awesome. Then there was another thunder in the sky, and the roar of thunder made several people's expressions change drastically. Jamal Xiao hurriedly asked several people to retreat quickly. It's killing thunder. Don't let it touch. Arrived. Before they finished speaking, several people turned into coke-like existences. After finally alleviating the power of thunder and lightning on his body, there was another feeling of heat in the sky. I saw a huge flame bird flapping its wings and flying towards them. Xiao Yan shouted, "It's the golden crow. Don't be burned by it, this fire is not easy to extinguish." While the words were still in their mouths, several people were burned by the fire like beggars. There is no trace of that high-spirited genius at all. The huge flame impact and thunder and lightning attack caused them to spit out a breath of black air. At the same time, the electric current was buffering the body, and several people could not help but tremble. Just stabilize your body. I saw Xiao Xuan in front of me suddenly turned into countless people, and they were all entities. Several people were completely confused. Xiao Xuan not only knows how to use their ultimate trump card, but also uses it 100 times more powerfully than them. And this was after Xiao Xuan suppressed the strength of the cultivation realm. They couldn't even imagine the true power of these killer moves after Xiao Xuan unleashed all his strength. Xiao Tianyun smiled helplessly, "Uncle Xian, we admit defeat, please accept this other method of transforming yourself into a great being. The Great Self-Transformation Technique is a unique technique created by Emperor Huang Tian, and its secrets are simply incomprehensible to them now." After hearing this, Xiao Xuan naturally stopped. Looking at the people who had exhausted their spiritual power, he looked at them with a half-smile. When several people saw Xiao Xuan's true form, they hurriedly stepped forward to salute. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of Xiao Xuan's strength. They thought those books were only visible to them. Now it seems that the head of the family has not only read it, but also understood its essence. This has to make them admire. Xiao Xuan is quite satisfied with the current improvement in strength of several people. They performed well and did not neglect their cultivation due to external influences. This is worthy of praise. However, you cannot be complacent because of this. Instead, you must practice more diligently. This is also for your own good. Now that Tianluo territory has been peaceful for half a year, my family leader has a premonition that the next war will come soon. Before this, you all must work hard to improve your cultivation level, so that you can have absolute strength to meet the next challenge. Then Xiao Xuan left under the watch of several people. Now it is time for him to break through his own realm of cultivation. Then he checked his own situation. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family. Cultivation realm, 9th level of Dongxi realm. Magic weapon, king level waning moon sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal way, the powerful Wulong. After completing the practice, you can cut the void with the sword, 8. Stage / the 3rd level. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment. Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Dharma Sign of Birth, Tathagata Dharma Sign, 3,650 times increase. After reading this, Xiao Xuan was also ready to make a breakthrough. 10 days later, Xiao Junlin's sister handed over this task. A few days later, Xiao Junlin returned to Xiao Xuan's yard with a pale face and shaky steps. Knowing that the other party was making a breakthrough, he stopped disturbing him to avoid being laughed at by him later. Xiao Junlin suddenly began to wonder if Xiao Xuan knew something. Chapter 77, The Secret Realm of Exchange, The Vision of Tianluo Realm. In Xiao Xuan's room, one after another terrifying aura came out. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked by this scene and stopped to watch. Xiao Xuan's face in the room was very calm. Behind him was a huge image of the Tathagata. A spiritual energy between heaven and earth merges here with the invisible supreme power. Countless gray-white mist was formed, exuding wisps of mysterious law power. Immediately, a huge void Dharma realm appeared behind him. In the Dharma realm, Dharma Xiang slowly opened his eyes and took a step towards the void. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook and the mountains shook, the sky and the earth rotated, and even the void gradually loomed. After a rumbling sound, the void legal world behind him turned into a small world. In the small world, there is a Tathagata who is somewhat similar to Pangu. Xiao Xuan smiled with satisfaction, and endless aura bloomed in the void. Immediately after blending into the small world, there was another weak, extremely slow-flowing aura. It is being fed back to the outside world at a slow but spreading speed. Everyone in the Xiao family felt shocked. It was a feeling of enlightenment. Some children of the Xiao family who had reached the bottleneck in their cultivation even made breakthroughs on the spot. This breath actually carries the power of law. Xiao Xuan in the room is still making breakthroughs. In the small world, the Tathagata's Dharma has exceeded 99,999 times. Then it slowly stopped. Xiao Xuan opened his eyes, and a sharp light burst out. The Chaos Cave world contains the terrifying power of laws. At this moment, he has broken through the tribulation realm. Not only has the combat power soared again, but even the appearance of Tathagata has undergone tremendous changes. Today's him Just a gentle wave of his hand can cause the space to vibrate. With such terrifying strength, even the Tao-killing king would change his expression when seeing it. With his current strength, he could face someone as powerful as the Tao Slayer King. Even if it cannot be defeated, it still has the ability to fight with it. And those who want to break through the Tao-killing king. In addition to comprehending the mysteries, one also needs to experience life and death. Only in this way can one attain enlightenment. Even so, he can only be regarded as half a king and wants to become a real king. Wang Wei is indispensable. Once you become a king, you will not only improve your combat power. Even the Dharma image and cave heaven behind him will be greatly sublimated. Together with the magical powers and mysteries of understanding. The king, in this world, is just a starting point towards the worlds of gods and gods. Above the king, there are masters, gods of war, and higher classes. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan no longer continues to retreat. These are things he will definitely get, but they are not what he needs to. Think about it this moment. During Xiao Xuan's retreat, all major forces also left Tianluo territory. This time they came ostensibly to give gifts, but in fact they came to apologize. Xiao Wushi, as the Xiao family's martial god, dealt with those who were hostile to the Xiao family. It will definitely not be let go easily. Now they come to give gifts, even if Xiao Xuan does not see them. But all the gifts they sent were collected, which also proved that Xiao Wushi would not hold them responsible again. With Xiao Wushi's character, even if they are the leaders of one party, there will be no further investigation, not to mention that the Xiao family also accepted their apology. This also made them all breathe a sigh of relief and just wait for the passage of time. Xiao Wushi would completely forget about them, and this matter would naturally end. After harvesting these resources, the Xiao family's overall strength has naturally increased significantly. All the geniuses of the Xiao family also received Xiao Xuan's reminder. I chose to practice in seclusion, just waiting to face the next crisis. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the tribulation realm and improving the family luck. The family is automatically upgraded to a 5th grade family. Rewards are now distributed. Xiao Xuan sighed when he heard the system's mechanical beep. Xiao Wushi, as the martial god of the Xiao family, has not been included in the family tree. Therefore, he was automatically excluded by the system, otherwise he would have received more than just this promotion reward. Ding, the family is automatically upgraded to a 5th grade family, and the host's cultivation level is upgraded to the 3rd level of the tribulation realm. The Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, 10,000 Sword Cave, and the Mountain Guard Sword Formation Family Station will automatically upgrade to the 5th level. Get a high-grade spiritual vein, various king-level seeds, rare mineral veins, and automatically give birth to a legendary child. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, Level 5 increase the weight of martial arts and enhance the effects of martial arts. The hidden talent of the clan members increased by 20%, and the chance of comprehending the artistic conception increased by 20%. Automatically refresh the king-level mid-level skills every day. Enlightenment Room, 5th grade, 5 floors, 1 layer of aura increases by 30%. The 2nd level of spiritual energy is increased by 40%, and the 3rd level of spiritual energy is increased by 50%. The 4th level of spiritual energy is increased by 60%, the 5th level of spiritual energy is increased by 65%, and the tribe's enlightenment rate is increased by 50%. Family Head Jade Pendant, Level 5, the mid-level qualifications for the birth of a new baby in the family are increased by 20%. The birth of a newborn's top-grade qualifications increases by 20%, increasing the family's spiritual energy growth rate. It can be integrated with spiritual veins and family residences, and can help the host improve the 7 small realms. Family station, 5th grade automatically expand spiritual veins, give birth to mid-grade spiritual veins, and increase spiritual energy by 50%. 10,000 Swords Cave, 5th grade, contains 10,000 swords in the world. The landing of divine weapons is increased by 20%, and you can obtain heaven-level low-grade divine weapons. Mountain protecting sword formation, level 5, the Tao King will die if he touches the following. Heavenly Monument of Enlightenment, level 5, the chance of enlightenment for clan members is increased by 20%, and the chance of understanding the artistic conception is increased according to the opponent's talent. Can be superimposed with the Enlightenment Room to add attributes only for family members. Almost at the same time as the reward was received, huge changes occurred in the sky above the Xiao family. Although Xiao Junlin noticed this different aura, he also knew that it came from Xiao Xuan's hand. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to him and continued to tinker with his flowers and plants. 2 years have passed since Xiao Wushi appeared in the Xiao family. In the past 2 years, the overall strength of the Xiao family has been greatly improved. Those who are strong in the law realm have also risen a lot in the past 2 years. Even the strength of the 9 elders has been improved. Although their cultivation realm is still at the early stage of the Great Tao realm, their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Several geniuses of the Xiao family have also improved a lot in the past 2 years. Among them, Xiao Qingyun's cultivation level has reached the peak of Dongxiu realm, and he will soon be able to break through the tribulation realm. Although Xiao Tianyun is only at the 7th level of Dongxiu realm, his combat effectiveness is not inferior to Xiao Qingyun, and in some ways even more powerful than her. The other geniuses, including Xiao Jianxin, have also broken through the 5th level of Dongxiu realm. As time goes by, everyone noticed the changes in Tianluo territory. Not only Tianluo territory, but also southern Xinjiang was faintly aware of this aura. Xiao Xian looked up at the sky and sighed slightly. The aura above the sky is extremely domineering, if something is allowed to come out. I'm afraid that the entire Shan men will have to reshuffle and plan. Xiao Junlin, who had the blessing of the false sky eye, naturally felt this strangeness. It's strange, this aura can't even be detected with my vain heavenly eye. Logically speaking, as long as you are not a lucky person, you will have no way to hide from my false eyes. Why can't I see even the slightest trace this time? Unless this thing involves the gods and worlds. That's not right, even the gods and worlds can know a thing or two in front of the false eyes. Xiao Junlin was suddenly shocked. Could it be that the things here involve not only the gods and the realms, but also the void Dharma realm? Otherwise, it is impossible for my false heavenly eyes not to detect it. Xiao Xian was also a little surprised when he heard Xiao Junlin's thoughts. Matters involving the gods and the void law realm are definitely not something they can fight against with their current strength. Therefore, Xiao Xian decided to open the secret realm and send these little kids to experience. Before this big event comes, be fully prepared. Then he passed a note to Xiao Jianfeng. Xiao Jianfeng, who received the news from Xiao Xian, suddenly felt a little confused. It's still some time before the family competition. Why is the head of the family in such a hurry to let the family children who are practicing abroad come back early? And he also gave such generous rewards, even from the head of the family himself. Although Xiao Jianfeng was confused when he thought of Xiao Xian's behavior over the years, he quickly summoned the disciples who were outside and started preparing for the competition. The Xiao family's competition attracted countless people from Tianluo territory to visit. Prodigies from all major forces also came to watch. Although the Xiao family has long had legendary geniuses such as Xiao Jianqin, who has become famous, the other geniuses are not weaker than anyone else. This time I got the news that the Xiao family was going to hold a big competition, so I paid attention to those people in the Xiao family. They all rushed to the scene as soon as possible. In this competition, the Xiao family was divided into two groups. The first batch is the Golden Body realm and the Law realm. Thousands of people were compared and only the top 50 were selected. This made those watching the genius blush. After all, they all regard the geniuses of the two realms of the Xiao family as their rivals. However, opponents like this are so mediocre in the Xiao family, and some of them don't even get good rankings. This made them blush, and at the same time they had to sigh with emotion at the current strength of the Xiao family. The other group is the Dragon and Tiger ranking with Xiao Jianqin and others as the chief referees. The onlookers were even more horrified when they saw this scene. Those geniuses in front are already outstanding people outside. So how terrifying should Xiao Jianqin and others, who are the legendary geniuses of the Xiao family, be with such strength? Just thinking about it makes them feel numb. At this time, Xiao Xuan was in the room checking the secret realms that could be redeemed in the system. A dense collection of legendary myths was displayed in front of him. Quafu Juri, redeem 70,000 points. Panga Kaitian, 70,000 redemption points. Nuwa creates humans, 30,000 exchange points. Jingwei reclamation, exchange points, 30,000. Silk God present silk, exchange points. It's just that these myths and stories don't have much effect on improving combat effectiveness. Therefore, Xiao Xuan just glanced at it casually, and then went to check others. However, those can help the children of the family improve their combat effectiveness. But none of them he could afford to redeem. Yellow Emperor fights Qiyu, exchange points of 300,000. Xingtian Waganga, exchange points of 300,000. Gonggong angered Buzhou Mountain, exchange points for 500,000 yuan. Hui shoots the sun, 700,000 exchange points. Pangu creation, 700,000 redemption points. Chaos opens 7 apertures, exchange points. Any one of these can greatly improve the strength and combat effectiveness of the Xiao family's genius. But he doesn't have that many redemption points. Therefore, within the scope of exchange, Xiao Xuan chose the secret realm of Quafu Juri. Immediately afterwards, the general outline of the secret realm appeared in his mind. After several days of sketching, this secret realm is finally completed. At the same time, the Xiao family's competition has also reached its final stage. Xiao Qingge, as a contestant for the Dragon and Tiger ranking, unexpectedly won the first place. Xiao Xuan could think of it even with his toes, and Xiao Junlin played an important role in this. Otherwise, with his sister's strength and qualifications, how could he win the first place on the Dragon and Tiger ranking? However, it can also be seen that Xiao Qingge has an extremely important weight in the heart of this reincarnated heavenly lord. Xiao Qingge won the championship this time and received generous rewards. In addition to king-level Taoism and martial arts, there are also king-level herbs, high-grade elixirs, and the like. Even low-grade magic weapons and self-defense soft armor are included. It attracted the envy and jealousy of countless people. They wished they were the one standing on the podium at this moment. If this is given to them, there will be a huge breakthrough in their cultivation realm and strength. With the end of the Xiao family competition, all the cultivators in Tianluo domain have entered a stage of cultivation. After all, the changes in the sky have attracted everyone's attention. And everyone in the Tianluo territory naturally has to be prepared before the accident comes. Work hard to improve your strength and combat effectiveness. If it's a chance, maybe he can get good luck. If something happened like that in ancient times, it would be good to be able to save one's life. Chapter 78 Secret Realm, Coiffure. An outstanding genius of the Xiao family rushed back after receiving the news of Xiao Jianfeng's summons. There were more than 100 people, and even Xiao Qingyun, who was far away in Nanming, returned to the Xiao family. After the Xiao family competition was over, Xiao Xuan led Xiao Jianqing and others to the secret realm he created. We were obviously taking the road into the back mountain. But Xiao Jianqing and others clearly felt something was wrong. It was as if they had entered another small world. Everything inside was like nothing they had ever seen before. Here it is. Looking at a completely different world, some people couldn't help but exclaimed. The mountains rise from the ground as high as the sky. Clouds and mist linger among the rocky cliffs, and pines and cypresses stand tall, creating a majestic and magnificent scenery. There are also tribes that cover an area larger than Nanming. Where is this place? Who are these people? Are they the legendary giants? But the records in ancient books are not that big. Everyone here is as tall as a giant peak. Even the children are as tall as 7 or 8-story buildings. And this is just the shorter of these giants. Oh my God, I have never seen such a tall giant. Is this the giant race? The giants recorded in ancient books are only a few dozen feet tall. Although they are powerful in combat, they move extremely slowly. The giants here are not only as tall as mountains, but also very agile in their movements. Could it be that they are giants from ancient times? Even Xiao Qingyun, the reincarnated empress, and Xiao Junlin, the reincarnated sweetheart. I have never seen such a giant. Even according to the records of the era, those giants with pure bloodline. He was only as tall as their calves, and his movements were incomparable to them. Seeing the look of nostalgia on Xiao Xuan's face, the two of them looked at him in unison. Perhaps, this giant tribe is related to Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan sketched out the secret realm and stepped into this small world for the first time. Looking at these mythical people and things, I felt a sense of sadness. He was afraid he would never return to that world. This is witch. Among everyone's discussions, Xiao Xuan's calm voice stood out. Witch. Everyone looked at Xiao Xuan with doubts on their faces, waiting for his explanation. Even Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin have never heard of the legend of witch. Even if it is recorded in ancient books before the era, it has never appeared. Reminiscent of the change in Xiao Xuan's expression just now, the two of them suddenly became aware of it. This giant tribe, known as witch, may really be related to Xiao Xuan. Ling, a witch, uses jade to serve God. A witch is born with a physical body that is extremely powerful. He can devour the heaven and earth. He can control wind, water, thunder, and lightning. He can move mountains and seas and change the world. As strong as a real dragon, the red flame golden beast, and the 9-headed worm are all their food. Even a newborn baby can pick up stars and break magical weapons with his hands. Hearing Xiao Xuan's introduction, everyone was shocked. The fighting power of which is so powerful. Even the ancient true dragons are their food. You must know that the dragon clan is still a pseudo-dragon with a trace of real dragon blood. He has been able to dominate the Tianluo domain. And the witch clan actually feeds on the flesh and blood of ancient dragons. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, they were extremely shocked. Immediately afterwards, there were sounds of fighting on a mountain peak not far from them. It was actually a giant from the witch clan fighting an ancient true dragon. Ancient dragon. Even in the gods and worlds, it is an existence that stomps its feet and makes the world tremble. And among countless records, there are only a handful of people who have the blood of a true dragon, and There are even fewer who can be promoted to a true dragon. In addition to its combat power, the ancient true dragon is a ceiling level. Existence. His physical abilities are even more powerful, with just a flick of the dragon's tail. It can destroy heaven and earth. And this giant from the witch tribe actually fought against the ancient dragon with his bare hands. Not only that, the ancient true dragon is still at a disadvantage. Even escaping takes a long time to prepare. When Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin saw this real dragon, they started to explore its cultivation. However, the result obtained was blank. They were actually unable to sense the cultivation level of this real dragon. This had to shock them. As the reincarnated Empress and Heavenly Lord, they have already experienced countless lives and deaths. He is naturally very good at sensing the other party's cultivation level. But this real dragon has become an exception. The two of them were moved. He became more and more convinced that Xiao Xuan was from before the era, or even from that period further back. For the reincarnated strong men, only the cultivation realm of the strong men at that time cannot be perceived by them. The war continues. Both witches and true dragons fight hand to hand with bare hands. In addition to the power of God, mysteries, artistic conception, and even the power of laws, all of these are integrated into their realm. Every casual blow carries the aura of destroying the world. Xiao Jianqin and others stared at the battle in front of them, for fear of missing anything. Even Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin also paid attention to this experience. Just standing here and watching, they can feel the changes in themselves. From the battle between the shaman and the real dragon, he realized something that they had not understood in their previous lives. Facing such a powerful real dragon, he is a being like the Supreme Lord. It's impossible to defeat him, but this witch can handle it with ease. The real dragon's claws scratched across his body without leaving any trace. Even the tail of a dragon that could destroy heaven and earth swung at him. There was just a white mark, and the witch couldn't move. The white marks turned into white ashes and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the witch seized the opportunity and grabbed the real dragon's horns. He sat astride it and grasped the real dragon's feet with both hands. With a loud shout, the real dragon's wail was heard. The surrounding monsters were even more frightened and fled in all directions. The real dragon was still struggling desperately under the witch. However, the witch struck him 7 inches in the face with his knife, and he could no longer move. Immediately afterwards, he tore open its abdomen with his bare hands and took out the dragon tendons inside. Wrapping it around his waist, the real dragon's body was also carried on his shoulders. Good guy, if you weren't in such a hurry to escape, I would have really used all my strength. Hear this. The geniuses of the Xiao family were once again horrified. Facing such a powerful real dragon, he has not yet used all his strength. You must know this level of true dragon. Even in the realms of gods and even the realm of the void, few can defeat it. At this time, dozens of Wu clan members also came out from the other side of the forest. Each of them carries a huge monster on their back. This is actually a thunder bat dragon. Its wings are broken, but there is no damage on the outside. Kueño. That's an ancient ferocious beast. Even the god of war needs to use all his strength to kill it. This witch actually tore off its head with his bare hands. 9-headed lions. According to ancient books, this existence is capable of destroying heaven and earth, and now it is dead like this. The fighting power of this witch clan is really too powerful. But, why can't we see a single Wu clan person now? Faced with everyone's questions, Xiao Xuan patiently answered them. He pointed to the sky. Then another picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although witches are strong, they also have opponents. For example, the demon clan. Then Xiao Xuan pointed to the sun at the top of the sky. In the deepest part of the sun, there are countless figures walking around. A demon is an object that relies on the essence and energy. The energy is chaotic in the middle, and things change in the outside. The form, spirit, and temperament are used both externally and internally. Based on the 5 elements and connected with the 5 things, although the news rises and falls. It can be said to be a domain in all its transformations and movements. Everyone was shocked again. The demon is so powerful that he is not even afraid of the true fire of the sun. You can even live in it. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, he suddenly felt strange fire in himself. Compared to the true fire of the sun, it pales into insignificance. Not worth mentioning at all. Everyone also wanted to ask about the demon. This is something that is not even recorded in ancient books. We'll talk about the demon clan later. Today, the head of the Japanese family is mainly going to tell you about the witch clan. Xiao Xuan's words directly interrupted their thoughts. The demon emperor, Emperor Jun, has 10 sons, pure blood and 3-legged golden crow. Because he could not control the true sun fire in his body, he was sent to the Punlai Fusang tree by Emperor Jun. Every day it takes turns rising from the east side of the hibiscus tree, turning into a sunbird and shining in all directions. One day in the sky is 1 year on earth. On this day, the smallest, golden crow became very playful. Sneak out from Punlai mountain and walk on this land. 2 days appeared in the sky at the same time, and the golden crow was unable to control the real sun fire in his body. Suddenly, all life was in ruins and the people were in dire straits. At this time everyone discovered that there were 2 suns in the sky. When they took a closer look, they discovered that the other one was transformed into a 3-legged golden crow. Because it cannot control the true sun fire in its body, everything it passes by is instantly burned by fire. The rivers have become dry, and even the Wu tribe cannot withstand such heat. Just for a moment. Xiao Qingyun and others found that they couldn't stand the sunlight. At this time, the golden crow came directly to the Wu tribe and hovered over them. The people of the Wu clan were unable to withstand the true fire of the sun from the golden crow, and many clan members were sunk to death. However, the golden crow was still unsatisfied. Out of curiosity about the witch clan, it moved closer to the tribe. At this time even the protected baby showed signs of dehydration and death. At this time a roar suddenly came over. Then he saw a crutch about several 100 feet long flying towards the golden crow. The golden crow screamed again and again, and quickly spit out the true fire of the sun. Burn that crutch to ashes. Are you the witch clan? I have long heard that the people of the witch clan are barbaric and unreasonable. Now that I have seen it, what I said is true. The golden crow transformed into a huge fireball and approached the witch. Let my prince's golden crow true fire teach you a lesson today. Feeling the golden crow approaching, he roared angrily. His body suddenly grew hundreds of times, and then he punched out. The golden crow was instantly hit and flew far away. Everyone in the Wu clan suddenly felt that the hot feeling dissipated a lot. When the golden crow saw this scene, he was immediately frightened. But as the son of the demon emperor, Emperor Jun, who wouldn't say prince when they see him? How dare you hit me? Did you know that I am the son of Emperor Jun? Could it be that you still want to rebel against me? When everyone in the Wu clan heard this, they were immediately furious. The huge witch snorted coldly, I, the Kwafu clan, are never afraid of anyone. As the emperor's son, you disobey the emperor's orders and play around in private, causing all life to be ruined and no grass to grow. Even if Emperor Jun is here, my Kwafu clan will still not be afraid. When Xiao Jinwu heard that the other party called himself the Kwafu clan, he suddenly felt afraid. The Kwafu clan is the grandson of Hutu, the god of the netherworld. Even if his father, Emperor Jun, arrives, he must be courteous. Now he has sunk most of the Kwafu clan to death, not to mention what Hutu will do to them. Even the Kwafu in front of me will not let him go. Therefore, he turned around and ran away without hesitation. At the same time, he also sent a distress message to other Juri who were far away in Punlai Mountain. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be filled with doubts. Master, what kind of existence is Kwafu of the Wu clan? He's not even afraid of the demon emperor. Wu is also divided into Wu Xian, Wu Ji, Wu Pan, Wu Peng, Wu Gu, Wu Zhen, Wu Li, Wu Di, Wu Xia, and Wu Luo. The Kwafu clan is the grandson of Hutu, the god of the netherworld, and is also Wu Zhen. Regardless of combat prowess or reputation, they are only the best among the demon clan. Everyone gasped when they heard this. As a Kwafu of Wu Zhen, he is not even considered invincible in the monster clan. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying beings at the level of Wu Li above Wu Zhen were. Shocked, everyone also understood a lot of things that should be understood. Xiao Xuan was very satisfied with this. Just the previous ones have already made them realize a lot of things. Especially Xiao Jianqin and others, in addition to comprehending the power of the secrets and laws inside. I also realized something deeper, this experience. It will bring them a great breakthrough. The geniuses of the Xiao family behind him also chased after him not to be outdone. Those with slightly lower qualifications have also broken through to the first level. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan was already looking forward to the system reward this time. I think it must be very rich. Chapter 79 Inheritance in the Secret Realm. Seeing Xiao Jinwu trying to escape, Kwafu immediately chased after him. Today you exposed many of my clansmen to death, and you just want to escape unharmed. There's no way. Kwafu shouted angrily and immediately grabbed the tail of the golden crow who was trying to escape. Little golden crow was horrified and quickly released the true sun fire in his body. This true sun fire, even as powerful as Kwafu, cannot resist it. Seeing this, Xiao Jinwu took the opportunity to run away. Everyone in the Kwafu clan couldn't bear to see Kwafu suffer such harm, so they stopped in front of him. Kwafu, you have taught it a lesson today, and it will never cause trouble again. Yes, we can't resist the true fire of the golden crow's sun. Looking at the past being sunburned to death, and the dying tribesmen in front of them, Kwafu looked firm. Today he dares to come here and run rampant on the basis of his identity as the son of Emperor Jun, and he will definitely go somewhere else in the future. If we can't train it, it will only be a disaster for the world. Regardless of the opposition of his tribe, Kwafu resolutely embarked on the journey. The long flight was already too much for little golden crow. If he couldn't get rid of Kwafu's pursuit before exhaustion, he would really die in Kwafu's hands. Even if his father wanted to ask for an explanation at that time, he would have to worry about Hotu's face. Kwafu, who chased little golden crow all the way, didn't fare much better. The sun is really hot, coupled with the hardship of traveling all the way. The rivers and lakes he encountered along the way made him hungry and thirsty. He drank almost all the water, but this could not completely quench his thirst. Little golden crow naturally discovered something was wrong with Kwafu, and immediately released all the true sun fire in his body. Other Juri in Punlai Mountain on the other side also discovered that the little golden crow was missing. While anxious, he received a distress signal from little golden crow. He immediately came to the rescue from Punlai Mountain, and happened to see Kwafu chasing the little golden crow all the way. The 9 brothers were immediately furious, releasing the true sun fire in their bodies and heading towards Quafu. Originally, Quafu planned to drink water to quench his thirst in the East China Sea, but then he captured Little Golden Crow to avenge his tribe. However, before he reached the East China Sea, he saw 10 suns appearing in the sky at the same time. Upon seeing this, Quafu accelerated his pace towards the East China Sea. However, how could the 10 golden crows give him this opportunity to turn into fireballs and release all the true sun fire in their bodies? Sunk Quafu alive in this land. Seeing that Quafu was dead, the 10 golden crows also left with a smile. Before everyone could recover from Quafu's death, they appeared in a peach blossom forest. The peach trees towering into the sky next to her were unable to be hugged, even by 10 people. At this time, Xiao Xuan's voice came over. The peach forest you see now is the body of Quafu. Although he was scorched to death by 10 golden crows, his perseverance has not dissipated, and his body has been transformed into countless inheritances and passed down to the world. If you can find an opportunity and get its inheritance, it will be an infinite blessing. Xiao Xuan's words instantly caused ripples in everyone's hearts. Quafu's power is immeasurable to them. Now they not only came to the peach forest where Quafu's body was transformed, but they could also get his inheritance. How can this not make people feel warm-hearted? Although Quafu died, his spirit will always live in their hearts. If they could get his inheritance, their trip would be worthwhile. Xiao Xuan looked at the peach forest in front of him, feeling a little helpless. It took 70,000 redemption points to redeem the secret realm. 4/7 of the exchange points were used in this peach forest. You know, the redemption points he usually gets from completing tasks are only 20,000 at most. That's still a large main quest. Even elixirs like golden elixir, it only requires a few dozen points, and you can get it with just 100 exchange points. But this Taolin cost 40,000 exchange points. Xiao Xuan really didn't know what was in it. Even if he knew it, he couldn't understand it. On this point, Xiao Xuan was very depressed. Looking at the peach forest in front of him, it reminded him of the scene of Quafu Juri, the mythical story that has been with him since he was very young. For a moment, I actually had the illusion of returning to my previous life. Xiao Xuan's expression was all captured by Xiao Qingyun. He became more and more convinced that Xiao Xuan was a strong man from before the era. What's more, he has an inseparable relationship with this Quafu clan. I just don't know what role Xiao Xuan played in the Quafu clan at that time. He doesn't even look down on a person like Quafu. How powerful was he back then? What's more, he was able to preserve even the scenes from that time, and even the inheritance inside can be understood by others. Xiao Xuan, how many mysterious places do you still have that have not been revealed? What kind of existence were you during that period? How did that period end? The more contact he had, the more curious Xiao Qingyun became about Xiao Xuan. What's more, she felt like asking Xiao Xuan personally who he was. He glanced at Xiao Xuan meaningfully, and then entered the Taolin to look for the inheritance. More than 100 Xiao family children entered the peach forest together and began to look for opportunities. Xiao Xuan stood at the highest point of the peach forest and looked around every corner of the peach forest. Taolin is transformed from Quafu's body, and it naturally contains the pressure of Quafu's witchcraft. Even Xiao Jianqin and others who had the cultivation level of Dongxi realm were under the pressure of Wu Zhen. They can only find opportunities by walking. Here, they cannot fly. Even spells cannot be used. The geniuses of the Xiao family have gradually found opportunities that suit them. But seeing that other geniuses were better than themselves, they thought about continuing to search. However, under the pressure of Wu Zhen, even without using spiritual energy, Their own physical strength is also almost exhausted. If they want to get better, they must continue to go to higher places. But now their ability can no longer withstand the pressure from above. So I moved to other places and continued to look for other opportunities. It is not easy to find opportunities here. On the other side, Xiao Yan searched along the peach forest. He remembered that after little Jinwu was punched by Quafu, a lot of feathers fell off. Some even stick to Quafu's body, now that Quafu has turned into a peach forest. Then this feather will definitely be in the peach forest, and this feather comes from the golden crow. Naturally, there will also be a trace of the true fire power of the sun. If you can find it, it will be of great help to your own strange fire improvement. Sure enough, under a peach tree, Xiao Yan found a golden feather of a small golden crow. It's just a small feather, but the aura of true sun fire contained on it is a bit hot to the touch. What if you find more? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan began to search carefully in this area. In just half a day, he found a dozen golden feathers. After dozens of days, Xiao Yan finally found what he wanted. Here, the 9 nether golden ancestral fire is the essence and blood dropped from the little golden crow. After hundreds of millions of years of evolution, it transformed into what it is now. Although it is not as good as the true sun fire, this level of 9 nether golden ancestral fire is the most suitable for me. With the blessing of this 9 nether golden ancestral fire, my strange fire may also undergo huge changes. Xiao Yan did not stop after finding this 9 nether golden ancestral fire, but continued to search around here. Maybe there will be other opportunities. At the same time, Xiao Tianyun was also looking in another direction of Taolin. If Xiao Xian hadn't personally led them into the Taolin, he would have doubted whether he had entered some ancient secret realm. After many days and nights of searching, Xiao Tianyun came to a peach tree that looked like a human but not human. Could this be Quafu's body? Xiao Tianyun reached out and groped on the peach tree, then closed his eyes. 3 days later, Xiao Tianyun slowly opened his eyes, showing a hint of joy. I didn't expect that I would obtain Quafu's secret body forging technique. When you reach the highest level of cultivation, you can also gain a trace of Quafu's power. With Quafu's strength, he tore apart the ancient dragon with his hands and punched Emperor Jun's son. Xiao Tianyun didn't even dare to think about such a blessing. But now he got it. It's a pity that this is not the inheritance of the Wu clan's original lineage. If only it could be the inheritance of the Wu clan's original lineage. Perhaps the immortal bones in my body will become more terrifying, but it is already very rare to get such an opportunity. I can't be so greedy. Compared with other people in the Xiao family, my fortune is already the best. Xiao Tianyun, who had understood Quafu's secret technique of forging a body, was now able to ignore the pressure of Wu Zhen in Taolin. You can even fly and look at the peach trees towering into the sky. Xiao Tianyun's heart moved, and he immediately flew up. However, when flying to a certain level, Xiao Tianyun felt a pressure from heaven. In an instant he understood what was going on and stopped trying. After all, that pressure is beyond his reach now. Xiao Qingyun walked along a peach blossom path in the peach forest. Stopped at a steaming hot spring. With the sensitivity of the reincarnated empress, Xiao Qingyun quickly discovered the difference in this hot spring. I didn't expect that even Jinwu couldn't bear Quafu's punch. I guess this is the place where the golden crow fell. This hot spring was transformed from his essence and blood. Although the essence and blood of the golden crow was not worth mentioning at that time, for me at this moment, it is an excellent essence for tempering my body. If we can absorb all the essence and blood in it, and with the help of the Supreme Divine Court, we will be able to break through the tribulation realm. Just around the corner. Even the combat power will increase infinitely, and Xiao Tianyun will not be my opponent by then. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyun took off his clothes and entered the hot spring to start practicing. Xiao Jianqin searched around the peach forest and found only one peach branch. But with Kenshin's keen insight, he noticed the difference in the peach branches. There is a faint smell of witches coming from above. Seeing that the rest of the Xiao family were still searching, Xiao Jianqin took the peach branch in his hand and began to study it. Bring the peach branch into the sea of consciousness, and use your sword. Intention to feel the breath inside the peach branch. Sure enough, this is a peach branch with the power of witchcraft. After understanding the magical power of the shaman inside, my swordsmanship will reach a higher level. Immediately afterwards, Jamal Xiao, Xiao Yanyao, and Xiao Junlin also received suitable opportunities at the same time. Xiao Xian looked around at Taoling's situation. I can't help but sigh at the good fortune of these talented people. The greatest blessings in the peach forest almost all belong to them. Among them, Xiao Tianyun's blessings may not be comparable to the rest of the Xiao family combined. Although other geniuses of the Xiao family have also received many opportunities, compared to Xiao Tianyun and others. Still not enough to watch. This trip to the secret realm is coming to an end. The secret realm redeemed by 70,000 redemption points is only a one-time use. Although the opportunities and good fortune here are great, the development of the Xiao family and everyone in the Xiao family is also huge. Whether it is spiritual energy, fruits, or soil, it is incomparable to all gods and worlds. If everyone in the Xiao family can continue to practice here, they will be a completely reborn existence. Even if he wanted to preserve this secret realm, there was no way. There were so many exchange points needed that he simply couldn't get them. After this experience in the secret realm, I don't know when the next time will be. This was also the main reason why he was anxious to bring in the geniuses of the Xiao family. These 70,000 redemption points were all obtained by him after doing missions for several years. The last day the secret area is closed. Xiao Xian told everyone the time when the secret realm would be closed. After hearing the news, everyone felt a little regretful. But I also know that it is already very rare to get such an opportunity. Therefore, I cherish this last day very much. Strive to get more opportunities, and good luck. When the time came, everyone in the Xiao family came out of the secret realm under the leadership of Xiao Xian. With a burst of smoke, the secret realm disappeared before everyone's eyes. Then the light sank into Xiao Xian's body. Chapter 80 Tian Dao List. Ding, congratulations on completing the host secret realm exploration mission, the rewards are now released. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wu Xian's physique and raising his cultivation level to the 9th level of the tribulation realm. Obtain Tianji peach branches and peach fruits, comprehend the power of witchcraft, and the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. A drop of diluted Quafu essence and blood, a drop of diluted golden crow essence and blood, and a golden crow feather. Physique of Wu Xian, the lowest grade physique of the Wu clan, divided into 4 levels. Although it is the lowest grade physique, the power it contains should not be underestimated. Witch power contains a trace of the traditional power of the witch clan, which can help the host polish the body. The host Wu Xian can be integrated after the physique is upgraded. 9 nether golden ancestral fire, although it is not the true fire of the sun, it still contains endless power. Long-term practice can promote the true fire of the sun. Quafu essence and blood, after years of evolution, it has been diluted by most of it, but it also has the effect of forging the physical body. Golden crow essence and blood contains the aura of the emperor and the power of true fire, and can obtain the magical power of the sun. Golden crow feather, after traveling through time and space for many years, It finally fell here and used a terrifying power. In a short period of time, Xiao Xuan's cultivation level reached the peak of the tribulation realm. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they looked at the secret realm that had disappeared in front of them. Thinking of the good fortune they had gained this time, they couldn't help but look at Xiao Xuan. I don't know if there is a chance to enter such a secret realm again. Xiao Xuan also knew what everyone was thinking. But he didn't explain much. He first handed the peach fruit he obtained this time to the 9 elders. Peach fruit can not only help them improve their realm, it can also transform their physiques, which can also greatly increase their cultivation speed. At the same time, there were bursts of roaring sounds from the sky, and the terrifying aura of heavenly power made everyone in the world feel in awe of it. Above the boundless sky, golden rays of light gradually emitted. Then it condensed into a piece of golden brocade, and several large characters from ancient times appeared faintly on the brocade. The big characters actually contained the boundless aura of heaven, which rushed towards my face. It is a terrifying power that is enough to frighten the common people. Tiandao ranking. Everyone was looking at the big characters on the brocade silk, and several columns of small golden characters appeared next to it. The Tiandao ranking is directly controlled by the gods and worlds. It mainly records the powerful and powerful people on one side, and based on the strength of these powerful people and powerful people, the list is arranged in order, and the list is updated every month. Anyone on the list will receive generous rewards. It is rumored that the number 1 genius on the Heavenly Tao ranking has a chance to be spotted by the gods and worlds and be directly accepted as his disciple. The Heaven's Path list is not limited to the race of the genius, even if the opponent is a monster or demon. As long as the strength and qualifications meet the qualifications listed, everyone will be treated equally. And the Tiandao ranking is not just about counting the talents of one place in the human race. In each racial tribe, there will be a Tiandao ranking to record. Although the Tiandao ranking does not restrict race, it does restrict age. Humans will not be included if they are 50 years old. Monsters, demons, etc. will be converted according to the age of the human race. Example: the people of the demon race are 2,000 years old, which is converted into 20 years of age for the adult race. Anyone who enters the top 50 on the Heavenly Tao ranking will receive Heavenly Tao blessings and other generous rewards. After saying this, the voice from the Tiandao Bang disappeared in front of everyone. But the entire vast continent was boiling. However, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He felt that this heaven was ranking against him. Because his age is neither more nor less, he just falls within this limited age. But no matter how doubtful he was, there was no evidence. After all, they are in the worlds of gods, so they are not afraid of themselves. The Tiandao ranking actually has a ranking list of geniuses. It is specially set for young people. With only one short month, there is not enough time to improve your cultivation level. It is said that the rewards on the Tiandao ranking are very generous, but unfortunately there are too few places. There are only 50 in one area. It is impossible for us to enter this Heavenly Tao ranking. I'm afraid only talented people like Xiao Tianyun can be on the list of the Xiao family. For a moment, everyone looked at Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others with great envy. Because of their qualifications, they are ranked high in the entire Xiao family, and even in the Tianluo domain. When Xiao Jianxin and others saw the Tiandao ranking appear, ripples arose in their hearts. Xiao Xuan listened quietly to everyone's stories. Even a person with such a kind heart as Xiao Jianxin. There is no way to resist the temptation brought by the Tiandao ranking. This is just the Xiao family. If it were Tianluo territory or even southern border, wouldn't it be even more exciting? Now that you have gained a lot of insights from the secret realm, you can just take advantage of this month to break through. Maybe you can even hit the rankings on the Heavenly Tao ranking, even though you are all already outstanding leaders. But you must also remember to keep your true intentions. There are countless geniuses in the entire Tianluo domain alone. Not to mention the southern border, as well as the geniuses among the monsters and demons who want to join the ranking of heaven. We must continue to make breakthroughs and upgrades, but we must also remember not to be fooled by these false interests. Xiao Xuan calmed everyone's minds and warned them again before letting Xiao Jianfeng give the order. From today on, the Xiao family will be practicing in seclusion for a month. You all should go down and prepare. As Xiao Xuan's words were conveyed, the Xiao family's resources were also distributed. Most of the resources are geared towards Xiao Jianqing and other talented people. After all, they are the ones who have a high possibility of making it to the Heavenly Tao ranking. Follow the Xiao family's genius to practice in seclusion. Xiao Xuan also felt that it was time for him to break through to the realm of Tao-slaying king. As soon as I returned to the room, I heard the mechanical sound of the system. Ding, the Heavenly Tao list has been opened. The system of all heavens and worlds has detected a huge crisis and began to greatly improve its own strength. The host needs to seize this opportunity and seize the opportunity to seize the destiny of heaven. Ding, the system mission has been released, seize the destiny of heaven. Fanjiao family's genius ranking list. All rewards obtained can be turned into redemption points, please host seize this opportunity to enhance the strength of the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan originally thought this Tiandao ranking was useless. After hearing the task issued by the system, suddenly, I felt that this Tiandao ranking had come at the right time. There is an age limit on the Tiandao ranking, right? Then let me, the head of the family, turn all your destiny into your own. No matter what the age limit is, all of them will be given to the head of the family to get away with as far as he wants. Therefore, Xiao Jianqing and others must all be on the list. But fortunately, he was prepared beforehand. Let Xiao Jianqing and other geniuses enter the secret realm to practice. In addition, they gained insights and opportunities this time. Entering the Tiandao ranking, I guess it's not a big problem. It seems that it's time for my master to break through to become the Tao killing king. Xiao Xuan smiled with satisfaction and started practicing directly. And the Quafu essence and blood, golden crow essence and blood, etc. obtained. This time, all merged together and became the energy for his cultivation. For a time, his body's energy underwent a huge change. The void realm behind him has also undergone tremendous changes. At the same time that the Tiandao ranking appeared, the geniuses hidden in various major regions all revealed their true strength. At this time, and the tribe known as the Barbarian God is one of them. In an ancient mountain, a strong young man was currently fighting a monster in the cave realm. Under the young man's barehanded fight, the monster had no power to fight back. In just 20 breaths, the monster was killed by the young man with his bare hands. Then the young man brought the monster to a village. If it weren't for the golden body realm and law realm cultivators that come and go inside, anyone passing by might think that this is just an ordinary small village. The young man placed the monster in front of the village, and someone came to dispose of the monster's body. At this time, there was already an old man waiting for the young man to return. Qu Yunfeng meets with the clan leader. The young man gave a big salute to the old man in front of him. Why are the patriarch here today? The clan leader helped Qu Yunfeng up. This time the gods and worlds have issued a list of heavenly ways, and all the geniuses of all clans can be on the list. Just now, the elders of our barbarian tribe held a meeting on this matter and decided to take this opportunity to be reborn. Chu Yunfeng was a little stunned when he heard the clan leader's words. After all, the barbarians have been living in seclusion in the mountains for many years and have never interfered in the affairs of the outside world. The patriarch naturally knew what he was thinking. Your qualifications are unprecedentedly powerful, and you have the blood of the barbarian god. You have also awakened the passion of the ancient barbarian lord. Looking at the Tianluo realm, you will be invincible if you are below the Tao. Killing king. My barbarian tribe has also lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. Even if you don't come forward. Once the Tiandao ranking comes out this time, the barbarians can no longer live in seclusion as before. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity and take the initiative. Chu Yunfeng observed the changes in the expression on the clan leader's face and saw strong arrogance in his eyes. Then he knew what was going on, and the patriarch didn't hide it. Now that our ancestor has successfully broken through to the realm of the god of war, those people are coming to attack us right now. We barbarians don't need to choose to be patient like we did back then. Chu Yunfeng was immediately overjoyed, and this proved it. Even if they encounter those enemies who almost wiped out the barbarians again, they still have the ability to fight. Yunfeng, your name must be included in this Tiandao ranking. This is also the moment to prove to the world the strength of my barbarian tribe. Chu Yunfeng nodded heavily. Yunfeng will definitely live up to the instructions of the clan leader and elders. At the same time, in the Wanjian villa in Tianluo domain, a man in white is holding a long sword. Rushing in all directions, the boundless sword energy wreaked havoc on the surrounding areas. The number one on the heavenly ranking must be mine. Xiao Jianxin, the best swordsman in Tianluo domain? Huh. It's time to change his name. In the 10,000 demon mountains of the Tianluo domain, a huge purple gold fire cloud eagle spreads its wings. Soaring in the sky, he then transformed into a young man, looking at the disappearing Tiandao ranking. Tiandao ranking. The purple gold fire cloud eagle, will definitely have a place on the list. The Shenhua Temple in southern Xinjiang is also bustling with activity at the moment. The biological son of the Lord of Divine Fire has cultivated in seclusion and has full confidence in ranking in the heavenly Tao ranking. Even the Lord of Divine Fire couldn't help but sigh, in this heavenly Tao ranking, with your strength, it is not a problem to be among the top 10. In addition, even Nanyuan ascended to the court and Changda sword sect became excited. Those ancient tribes who lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests like the barbarians. Almost all of them came out in full force, just to join the Tiandao ranking. 1 month later. At the same time that geniuses from all over the world are showing their strength, the Xiao family has shown signs of continuous breakthroughs. Brother Xiao Jianxin is about to break through again this time. I heard that. He has understood the secret of swordsmanship. Brother Xiao Tianyun seems to be about to break through the Dongxi realm. This strength is too terrifying. That guy Xiao Yenyao actually made a breakthrough. You know, before that, he was lagging behind by a whole level. If you ask me, Xiao Tianyun has to be the most powerful. Even if he doesn't have a breakthrough, he can still be ranked on the Tiandao ranking. Hey, don't forget our monarch, Xiao Qingyun. It is said that she is about to break through the tribulation realm. Yes, Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Tianyun are equally matched, and they will definitely have a place on this Heaven's Tao ranking. Although brother Xiao Jianxin is said to be extremely powerful, there are so many geniuses in the Tianluo domain. It is probably difficult for him to enter the heavenly Tao ranking. It is already a great joy for our Xiao family to have 2 talented people. That's true. Whether others can be ranked or not is still a question. At this time everyone had long forgotten what Xiao Jianqin had experienced. Outside, even talented people like Xiao Yan and Jamal Xiao were directly denied by them. In their eyes, Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun can be ranked among the heavenly Dao rankings. It can only be regarded as reluctant. What's more, Xiao Jianqin and others are even slightly less qualified than them. Among them, Xiao Jianqin is the one they pay special attention to. After all, he has been breaking through Dongxi realm regardless of himself. He never drew his sword in front of others again. Therefore, everyone is guessing that Xiao Jianqin has disappeared from everyone. Just when everyone was discussing the strength of the geniuses of the Xiao family, there was a lot of movement from Xiao Xuan's room. The powerful aura of the king shocked the minds of countless people. It's the head of the family. The master has made a breakthrough. Great, our Xiao family finally has a Tao-killing king. The head of the family is simply amazing. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Xuan. This moment, Xiao Xuan's aura, belonging to the king of Dao slayers, was constantly venting outwards. Dancing in the sky with your hands, laughing at the wind and clouds. Controlling the world, everything is in your heart. Xiao Xuan's cold voice echoed over the Xiao family. His words made everyone think deeply. The feedback from the power of law caused countless people to be promoted on the spot. Xiao Xuan successfully advanced to the Dao-killing king. Chapter 81 Ranking on the Heavenly Way ranking. The momentum behind him continued to increase, rolling like a huge wave. The kingly power in Xiao Xuan spread out wildly. The Tathagata's Dharma in the void Dharma realm was also touched by this king's power. Even that small world trembled. The number of images of the Tathagata in the cave sky increased dozens of times. The chaotic cave world also expanded with the growth of the Tathagatas Dharma. A majestic law energy rushed into the sky instantly. The image of the Tathagata in the chaotic cave world, surrounded by the sun, moon and stars. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the laws of the world, all surround him. Xiao Xuan slowly opened his eyes. A royal power containing the breath of law emanated from his body. Xiao Xuan, after breaking through the Dao king, the energy in his body has undergone tremendous changes. Just standing there gives people the feeling of looking down on all living beings. The aura of prehistoric times and eternity exuded from his body. It is even more awe-inspiring, as if he is the pioneer of the world. After breaking through the realm of the Dao-killing king, Xiao Xuan checked his situation from the system. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of Xiao family in Tianluo domain. Cultivation realm, first level of Dao-killing king. Magic weapon, king-level divine weapon waning moon sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal way, the powerful dragon. Without dragon, after completing the practice, you can cut the void with the sword, 8-stage / 4th level. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment. Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. In addition to improving his cultivation to the level of Dao Slaying King. Even the secret of swordsmanship has reached the great perfection and can be taken a step further at any time. On top of the mysteries of Kendo is the realm of Kendo. Unlike other magical powers, he has understood the field of swordsmanship. It can be said that as long as his sword field is not broken, his sword will be undefeated. Since the last time I redeemed Quafu Juri's secret realm, There are not many exchange points left. Apart from the martial god stone, Xiao Xuan didn't have many trump cards in his hand. In addition, the jade pendant of the head of the family can temporarily increase the level to a large level, as long as the opponent doesn't use the god of war. Under the god of war, it would be no exaggeration to call him invincible. Originally, Xiao Xuan's breakthrough to become the Dao King was a major event, worthy of celebration. But the last release of the Tiandao ranking included system prompts. It made him feel the vague hostility of the gods and worlds. As well as the Tiandao ranking that was about to be released, Xiao Xuan chose to celebrate only within the Xiao family. After receiving the good news, all the geniuses of the Xiao family rushed back from the outside world to celebrate Xiao Xuan. Even Xiao Qingyun from Nanming came to the Xiao family overnight. And Xiao Qingyun lived up to expectations and broke through to the realm of transcending tribulation. And in a short period of time, his cultivation level was once again improved to 3 small realms. Behind her were Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan and other talented people. At this time, they were sitting around a table, exchanging their experiences in cultivation and understanding. Sitting at the same table with them was the head of the family, Xiao Xuan. In the entire Xiao family, only the younger generations like them have this qualification. This also makes countless Xiao family members of their generation envious. Some people comforted themselves that they were also the closest to the head of the family, Xiao Xuan. At the same time, this also inspired many people to be motivated. They looked at the position of Xiao Jianxin and others, their eyes glowing hotly. One day, they will also become existences like Xiao Jianxin. Being able to sit at the same table and drink a bottle of wine with Xiao Xuan. As time goes by, the breath of Tiandao Bang once again appeared in the sky. Those golden rays of light appeared in the sky above Tianluo territory. Tiandao ranking, Tianluo domain ranking, Qianlong Tianjiao ranking. Countless people were staring closely at the Tiandao ranking in the sky. At the bottom of the Tiandao ranking, a few lines of small characters appeared. It reads, Tianluo domain ranking, ranking of the top 10 geniuses. Xiao Xuan looked at this scene very calmly. You can know it without imagining it. The entire vast continent is like this. Tianluo domain ranking, ranking 10th, from Wanjian Villa, young villa master. By Ruofeng, swordsman practitioner. Cultivated in the cave void realm, but has the strength to kill monsters in the tribulation realm with 1 sword. Reward, swordsman's heart, imperial swordsman skills. With the announcement of the heavenly Dao ranking, a huge image also appeared in the sky. The main character affected is by Ruofeng, the young owner of Wanjian Villa. At this time, he was fighting a monster beast with the strength to transcend the tribulation realm. Facing the monster's bloody mouth, Bai Ruofeng was not afraid at all. Even the steps under my feet were never messy. I saw him holding a long sword and slowly walking towards the monster beast. Then, a sword cut through the sky. The powerful sword energy instantly tore through the monster's body, and a burst of blood mist covered it. Bai Ruofeng dragged his sword across the ground and slowly walked out of the monster's body. Subsequently, Bai Ruofeng's name appeared on the 10th place on the heavenly Dao ranking. Everyone was shocked by the sword. With the cultivation level of Dongxi realm, you can leapfrog and kill monsters in the tribulation realm. With such strength, it is not an exaggeration to call him the #1 swordsman. This is only the 10th ranked genius. He has the ability to leapfrog challenges. If this were the other ranked ones, how awesome would they be? Bai Ruofeng is worthy of being the young master of Wanjian Villa. This sword is enough to amaze countless people. Hey, what I said is too absolute. In my Tianluo domain, there is also the best swordsman in the world. Is that Xiao Jianxin? If I hadn't seen Bai Ruofeng's sword, I would have believed in his strength. But compared with this sword, he is still far behind. That's right, I heard that Bai Ruofeng once spent decades in seclusion for a swordsmanship. Is this something Xiao Jianqin can do? Xiao Jianqin is indeed one of the best swordsmen and knights, but compared to Bai Ruofeng, he is really not good enough. You don't have to look at how much older Bai Ruofeng is than Xiao Jianqin. If Xiao Jianqin is the same age as him, he will definitely not be inferior to him. Come on, even if Xiao Jianqin practices for another 10 years, he still won't be able to leapfrog the level and challenge the monsters in the Tribulation Realm. Everyone started arguing about Xiao Jianqin and Bai Ruofeng's swordsmanship. Those who supported Xiao Jianqin almost got into a fight with those who supported Bai Ruofeng. There are also people who focus all their attention on the rewards in each ranking list. If you are ranked 10th, you will get the Swordsman's Heart and the Imperial Swordsman Technique. Aren't the rewards obtained by other rankings even more awesome? Just the Swordsman's Heart can help cultivators triple their combat effectiveness, let alone the Emperor-level swordsman skills. With the blessing of these two rewards, no matter how hard Xiao Jianqin practices, he will never be able to catch up with Bai Ruofeng. Do you think Bai Ruofeng will pay attention to Xiao Jianqin? Who knows, maybe people at this level can no longer look down on someone of Xiao Jianqin's level. That's right. After all, both of them are not in the same class. However, as the protagonist of everyone's discussion, after seeing such a ranking, I was a little annoyed and even looked at the ranking list with an embarrassed look. I didn't expect him to be at the end. It almost didn't make it into the rankings. At the same time, everyone in the Xiao family was also discussing this matter. Bai Ruofeng's sword moves are so powerful that they can only be ranked 10th. It is impossible for Xiao Jianqin to be ranked on the Tiandao ranking. But Xiao Jianqin, as the protagonist, was not angry because he was not ranked 10th. Even Xiao Yan and others standing behind him had no intention of comforting him. Tiandao ranking, Tianluo domain ranking, Monster Clan. Yingming Kong, a clan of purple gold fire cloud eagles, awakening the ancient Dapeng and Red Flame Suzaku bloodlines. Dongshu realm cultivation, he has killed dozens of golden-winged flying dragons, including the silver-winged flying tiger in the Tribulation Realm. Reversible and anti-ancestral bloodline, and beyond the ancestors. 9th place reward, Heart of the Demon Emperor, Blood of the Scarlet Flame. Suzaku. After the Tiandao ranking is released, a scene of Tianjiao's recent killings will appear. In the picture, Yingming Kong fights against dozens of golden-winged flying dragons alone. Behind him, there is a silver-winged flying tiger that has transcended the Tribulation Realm and is watching eagerly. However, in such a dangerous situation, he actually succeeded in killing the golden-winged flying dragon. And he tore the silver-winged flying tiger apart alive and devoured the dragon's liver and tiger gall. See this scene. Everyone felt their scalps numb, as if they were the ones being torn apart. That demon clan person is so terrifying. Not only did he tear apart the silver-winged flying tigers from the Tribulation Realm with his hands, but he also devoured their livers and galls alive. With such strength, it is no wonder that he is on the Heavenly Dao ranking. But even with such strength, he can only be ranked 9th. Everyone can't help but look forward to the talent in other rankings. Bai Ruofeng, who was ranked 10th on the list of geniuses, snorted after seeing this scene. It's just a ranking based on the monster clan's physical strength. Yingming Kong, who was far away in the 10,000 Demon Mountains, looked at the reward in his hand without any joy, staring at the ranking on the Tiandao ranking with great dissatisfaction. I thought I could make it into the top 3, but ended up finishing 9th. By what standards are the Tiandao rankings based? If the geniuses in front of me don't have reasons and achievements to convince me, don't blame me for tearing you apart. With much attention and anticipation, the ranking of the 8th genius came out. 8th place, Barbarian, Chu Yunfeng, 7th level cultivation of Dongxiu realm. With a 3rd level cultivation in the Cave Void realm, he killed a demon beast in the Tribulation realm with his bare hands. He even single-handedly repelled the demonic cultivators who invaded the barbarians, giving hope for the revival of the barbarians. 8th place reward, a drop of blood from the heart of the barbarian god, the barbarian god's Chai. In the barbarian mountain village, Chu Yunfeng looked at the reward in his hand, burning with fighting spirit. As the leader of the barbarian tribe, the old man saw Chu Yunfeng's ranking. I just feel that Tiandao Bang's judgment was wrong. With your current level of cultivation, you are already invincible in the Dongxiu realm. Even if you are challenged by a higher level, it will not be a problem. As a result, you were only ranked 7th on the Heavenly Dao ranking. What standards are this based on? Is it possible that there is someone more powerful than you in this Tianluo realm? Huh. It's absolutely impossible. The barbarian leader wanted to say something else, but he was afraid of the power of God. I can only shut up and keep my resentment in my heart. The picture played on the sky is the image of Chu Yunfeng, the 3rd level of the Cave Virtual Realm, killing the monster with his bare hands. It's actually not recent. He is only at the 3rd level of the Cave Void realm. He can kill the Tribulation Realm monsters with his bare hands. His strength is truly terrifying. I am increasingly looking forward to the strength of those geniuses at the top of the Tiandao ranking. Tiandao ranking, Tianluo domain ranking, Jamal Xiao. A member of the Xiao family in Tianzhou, who once fought against 20 powerful men in the late stages of the Great Dao realm at the 1st level of the Great Dao realm, and successfully killed a half-step Cave Virtual Realm strongman. Although he doesn't attack often, he should not be underestimated. Reward, Thunder Power, Imperial Level Thunder Martial Arts, Storm Warhammer. What was then played on the air was the time when the 5 major aristocratic families besieged the Xiao family. Jamal Xiao relied on his cultivation at the 1st level of the Great Dao realm to fight against 20 powerful people in the Great Dao realm. And the scene of killing them all, even the half-step Cave Virtual Realm powerhouse can't escape. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt a huge gap. The first 3 are terrifying existences that leapfrogged the Cave Realm and challenged the monsters in the Tribulation Realm. How come you got here and became the Great Dao realm? And it's still the scene from 2 years ago. In other words, Jamal Xiao has done nothing in the past 2 years? So how did he get on the list? And it's still ranked 7th. Is it possible that Tiandabang also accepts bribes? Of course, this is just imagining in my heart. If you dare to question the gods and worlds, you don't even know how you died. Is it possible that this Tiandao ranking is based on personal potential? That's right, otherwise Jamal Xiao has not had any impressive results in the past 2 years. How could he be ranked 7th in the Tiandao ranking? Does this also mean that I might become one of them? Stop dreaming. With your qualifications, you may not be able to make it to the rankings in the Tianluo domain. By Ruofeng, the young owner of Wanjian Villa. When I saw that Jamal Xiao, who was in the Great Dao realm, was ranked 7th, I suddenly felt humiliated. Can you even make the list at the Dao realm? I'm afraid that after 2 years, you won't even be able to reach the Dongxiu realm. Bai Ruofeng was unwilling to be overpowered by a young boy in the Great Dao realm. Immediately, he flew with his sword and headed to Tianluo territory to look for Jamal Xiao. He wanted to see whether Jamal Xiao's Mjolnir was more powerful. Or is his sword stronger? Ing Ming Kong is devouring the liver and gall of dragons in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. After seeing the Tiandao rankings based on talent and potential, angrily, he tore the already dead silver-winged flying tiger into pieces. Don't judge by strength, only by talent and potential. How can talent and potential be as powerful as strong strength? In the barbarian tribe, the head of the barbarian tribe saw Jamal Xiao because of his talent and potential. Winning the 7th place on the Heavenly Dao ranking, I suddenly felt unhappy. This Xiao family's Jamal Xiao, with a mere Dao realm cultivation, can actually be ranked 7th. It's just the qualification you had 2 years ago, Yun Feng, with your current level of cultivation. Defeating this Jamal Xiao is not a problem at all. By then, the number 1 spot on the Tiandao ranking will definitely belong to you. Chu Yunfeng did not think that the announcement of the Tiandao ranking was just what they saw. Clan leader, Jamal Xiao, is in charge of the Xiao family, and behind him is Xiao Wushi, who is known as the number 1 martial god. His strength and qualifications will never be what we see, so we should not act rashly. The barbarian clan leader snorted coldly. Martial god, it's not like we have no barbarians. As a descendant of the Xiao family, Jamal Xiao. But he hasn't had a decent record for 2 full years, so he doesn't deserve to be ranked 7th on the Heavenly Dao ranking. In this way, you come with me to the Xiao family in Tianluo domain and let them see your true ability. But Chu Yunfeng shook his head. Clan leader, since Jamal Xiao can be on the Heavenly Dao ranking, it proves that his strength is definitely not what we see. Seeing that his explanation made no sense, the barbarian leader had no choice but to give up. Even if you don't go, when the Tiandao ranking is over, there will be other people looking for trouble. At this time, the Xiao family saw Jamal Xiao on the list. There was cheering in the family. I thought it was good enough that Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun were on the list. Unexpectedly, Jamal Xiao was ranked 7th on the Tiandao ranking. This is really surprising. Looking at Jamal Xiao after receiving the reward, Xiao Xian looked at the top of the sky and smiled meaningfully. Chapter 82 Born Sword God. After everyone in the Xiao family cheered, they suddenly thought of a question. Since Jamal Xiao can be on the list, is that proof? Can talented people like Xiao Jianxin and others be on the list? Or rather, Jamal Xiao was purely experiencing this secret realm. He gained great fortune, which allowed him to rank 7th in the heavenly ranking. If the person on the list is a talented person like brother Xiao Jianxin, I can still accept it, but Jamal Xiao, I really can't accept it. Me too, I even want to challenge him. Jamal Xiao is already on the list, can Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun still fail? With their qualifications, even if they cannot enter the top 3, they can still occupy the 4th or 5th place. Not bad, not bad. Our Xiao family can produce 3 people, which is unmatched by others. But to be serious, Jamal Xiao hasn't had a record in 2 years. Even you and I want to challenge him, so what about outside? When everyone heard this, they nodded unanimously. The moment they saw the Tiandao ranking, their first reaction was to fight Jamal Xiao. Not to mention those geniuses who are extremely powerful, but ranked below Jamal Xiao. As the protagonist, Jamal Xiao looked at these rewards in his hands. I'm a little annoyed about why my cultivation speed can't be faster. This way his ranking can be higher. Now it seems that he will be the one at the bottom of the Xiao family's list. Oh, so annoying. He looked at the perverted existences such as Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan standing next to him. Jamal Xiao became even more irritable. He urgently needs an outlet now. And those who are coming to fight him are the best outlets. Ding, the system has detected that everyone in the Xiao family is on the list and will be rewarded with blessings from heaven, which will be automatically converted into 5,000 redemption points. In fact, Xiao Xuan was not surprised that Jamal Xiao was on the list. It's just that he didn't expect that the Xiao family would be on the Tiandao ranking. You can also get so many redemption points. This is only 7th in the ranking. Does the higher you go up, the higher the redemption points? 1 is 5,000, 2 is 10,000. Now he doesn't have to worry about not having an exchange point. And Jamal Xiao's name is also among everyone's doubts and disbelief. It fell on the ranking list of Tiandao ranking. Then the golden light of the Tiandao ranking flashed again. The 6th genius will be announced soon. 6th place, Xiao Yenyao of the Xiao family, who practices the immortal war. King's method, runs rampant across the world, and suppresses the 8 wastelands. A generation of forced kings, self-proclaimed, even if I have to carry the abyss on my back and support the original imperial city with one hand, I will still be invincible in the world. Red-edged spear, immortal shield, kill all the immortal kings and destroy the 9 heavens. If you don't worship the emperor when you meet him, your true destiny will be lost. Your name is on the reincarnation monument. 6th place reward, God King essence and blood, growth level immortal gloves. Emperor level martial skills. When everyone saw the same announcement as Jamal Xiao, they exploded instantly. Who the hell can stand this? Ranked according to talent and potential, then they must have a place. What the hell, what kind of standard is this? If you want to be ranked like this, I must also be on the list. I'm infinitely stronger than him, but the result is that I'm ranked based on talent and qualifications? With this level of cultivation, even if there is a martial god behind him, he still won't be able to convince the public. Yes, I will rush to Tianzhou now to compete with this Xiao Yenyao. Count me in. If his strength cannot convince me, then the ranking on the Tiandao ranking must be readjusted. When the Xiao family saw that Xiao Yenyao was also on the list, they were more than surprised. Because there is a precedent of Jamal Xiao, everyone will not worry about whether he is strong or not. Instead, they are more concerned about how many talented people from the Xiao family can be on the list. Both Jamal Xiao and Xiao Yenyao are on the list. Does that mean Xiao Jianqin can also be on the list? Haha, it goes without saying that brother Xiao Jianqin's qualifications are much better than those two. If you want to put it that way, our Xiao family will occupy 4 of the top 7 positions. No, maybe all 7 are taken over. I do think that by then, not to mention Tianluo territory, even the vast continent will be boiling. Then my Xiao family will be completely famous in the vast continent. Everyone became more and more excited as they talked, and they had even imagined the Xiao family occupying the top 7 positions on the heavenly Dao ranking. Those geniuses who are not on the list are grinning. Compare these people's excitement. Xiao Yenyao sighed slightly. Although he knew that Xiao Jianqin and others were more powerful than him. But when the ranking came out, he still couldn't accept it. Immediately afterwards, everyone discovered the changes in Xiao Yenyao. Almost everyone guessed what Xiao Yenyao was going to do next. Then, without making a move, they all retreated from Xiao Yenyao. Even though they were saying blessings to Xiao Yenyao just a second ago. Even Xiao Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw Xiao Yenyao like this. Although this imperial physique can help improve cultivation. But it's also true that he really deserves a beating. Then I heard a line of flirtatious words coming out of Xiao Yenyao's mouth. In the whole world, besides me, who else can be the number 1? I am afraid that this heavenly Dao ranking does not include all of my strength. Otherwise, how could I be ranked 6th? The enemy who is defeated by me will never be regarded as an opponent by me. I will give you time to catch up until you are out of sight. I am destined to be invincible in this world. This is my belief. My future self has become a variable. I am the only one in eternity and will never die. How can I remember the Qianlong Tianjiao list? Xiao Yinyao's words were conveyed to every part of the vast continent by the Tiandao Bang. When everyone heard this, they were immediately furious. I'm going to be so angry that you don't have the strength, but you're still here talking so shamelessly. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I will take your last name. This Xiao Yinyao is really too arrogant. He still claims that he is the only one in eternity and will never die. You think you are the great god, Pangu, who created the world? I really can't bear it any longer. Let's go first and see you in Tianzhou. Countless talented people could no longer stand Xiao Yinya's rude words. He jumped directly into the sky, even using the magic talisman, just to get to Tianzhou in the shortest possible time. Give Xiao Yinyao a good beating. As for Xiao Yinyao himself, he became honest after saying these words. His name was also written on the list of heavenly paths as a group of powerful geniuses came to beat him. Ding, the Xiao family's genius has entered the heavenly ranking and obtained the blessings of heaven, which will be automatically converted into 5,500 redemption points. Hearing the mechanical sound of the system, Xiao Xuan suddenly felt that the system had tricked him. There were still 5,000 points in the previous one, but now there are only 500 points more. This is too capitalistic. But 500 is better than nothing, right? 5th place on the list of Qianlong Tianjiao, Xiao Yan, he has integrated 11 kinds of strange fires, the incarnation of flames. Continue to practice and fuse different fires, and you can control the flames of the world. 5th place reward, a different strain of the different fire pure lotus, a different strain of the fire industry, the blood of the fire martial god, the fire cloud sword, and flame martial arts. Everyone could only talk about the reward this time. I am no longer interested in the content being played. After all, they had seen the same scene twice. After confirming that the 5th person was also a member of the Xiao family, they rushed directly towards the Xiao family. Everyone in the Xiao family is calculating who among the other geniuses is ranked higher. There are precedents set by Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yenyao, and Xiao Yan. They are almost certain to rank in the next 4 Tiandao rankings. They are also from the Xiao family. So they even made bets on who would rank higher. As for those outside, they have no control over it. After all, the strength of these geniuses is not something that just anyone can beat. Ding, Xiao Yan is ranked 6th on the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the blessings of Heavenly Dao are automatically converted into 6,000 redemption points. Hearing this, Xiao Xian was already immune. Just when his eyes swept across the group of geniuses, found that Xiao Junlin was missing. From the looks of it, he knew that the next name to be announced would be his. So hide in advance, to avoid being discovered. After all, he cultivates the Goshen Dao. 5th place on Qianlong Tianjiao list, Xiao Junlin. He once relied on the peak of the Great Dao realm to kill the monsters of the Cave Void realm. This person is the best at Go. No one has seen his true face since he has been practicing. He is Goshen Tianzuan. 5th place reward, Goshen's Heartache, Goshen's Dao Sutra, Makeover. Suspended death. Although what was played in the screen this time was the battle between Xiao Junlin and the monster. But because the strength of the first 3 people was too strong, comparing Xiao Junlin's performance with theirs, it seems a bit unsatisfactory. Therefore, it also attracted countless people's dissatisfaction. Emperor Morongyi is actually from the Xiao family. Why have I never heard of him before? Didn't you hear that his title is Goshen Tianzuan? Maybe the Xiao family themselves don't know this person. Bah, he really lives up to his name, what a bitch. Everyone in the Xiao family really didn't know who this Murong Huang was. I just heard of his name today. Even the geniuses, including Xiao Jianqin. It is impossible to search for such a number one person from his own memory. Of course, Xiao Xuan is an exception. After all, as Emperor Murong, Xiao Junlin often scolded him in his heart. However, Xiao Qingge reacted in a daze. The mysterious person who helped me was this Emperor Murong. I thought he was the person sent by the family to help me. Hearing Xiao Qingge's words, not only everyone in the Xiao family was confused. Even the 9 elders who manage all affairs of the Xiao family were confused. When did the family send a man named Murong Huang to help her? Who is that Emperor Murong? Why is there no such person's name in the family's genealogy? But the name Murong Huang attracted Xiao Qingyun's attention. As the reincarnated empress, she once spent some time with a man named Murong Huang. But when I thought about it again, I felt that this was not possible. After all, not everyone can be reborn with memories. Even she was able to preserve her past life memories with the help of the Supreme Divine Court. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan waved his hand. Okay, don't mention this matter again. Since you are a member of the Xiao family, the head of the family will investigate it personally. After hearing what Xiao Xuan said, everyone stopped talking. The protagonist of this incident is hiding in Xiao Xuan's yard at the moment, observing the surroundings carefully. At the same time, he did not forget to look at the ranking on the Tiandao. Ranking. Okay, as long as Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Xuan don't notice me, no one can discover my true identity. Xiao Junlin looked timid and inconspicuous. It didn't attract anyone's attention, so he was completely relieved. If this heavenly lord hadn't been hiding so well, I would have been discovered this time. Fortunately, as clever as I am, even the heavenly Dao ranking cannot make me public. However, what he didn't know was that after Xiao Xuan heard what he said, all the while suppressing a smile. Ding, Xiao Jun ranked 4th on the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the blessings of Heavenly Dao will automatically be converted into 7,000 redemption points. 3rd place on Qianlong Tianjiao list, Xiao Jianqin. Born as a swordsman, he has understood the secret of swordsmanship, and his understanding of swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Throughout the ages, his swordsmanship have been unparalleled. 3rd place reward, Kendo Seeds, Ancient Sword God's Blood, Kendo Martial Arts, Special Sword Moves, Kendo Initiation. When I saw that Xiao Jianqin was ranked 3rd and was called the natural swordsman in the Tiandao ranking, everyone's expression suddenly became as exciting as a palette. Those who originally mocked Xiao Jianqin for not being as good as Bai Ruofeng. At this moment, I just feel the burning pain on my face. So many geniuses appear on the ranking list. Only Xiao Jianqin was recognized by the Tiandao ranking. It is enough to prove its strength. It is only a matter of time before he surpasses Bai Ruofeng. For a time, the entire Tianluo territory was in an uproar. Countless people turned their attention to Bai Ruofeng, the young master of Wanjian Villa. Even the disciples at Wanjian Villa looked at him meaningfully. Chapter 83 Dominate the list, Jiaolong Challenge List. Fortunately, Bao Ruofeng's 7th name on the Tiandao ranking was released. He had already rushed towards Tianzhou, so he didn't know what everyone was looking at this moment. But when he saw Xiao Jianqin ranked 3rd in the Tiandao ranking, and when he was recognized by the Tiandao ranking as a natural sword god, while flying, his figure suddenly stopped. Even his complexion became very ugly. Originally, he looked down upon Xiao Jianqin and felt that he was simply not as good as him. After all, even I am only ranked 10th on the ranking list. Whether Xiao Jianqin can be included in the list is an open question. Who would have thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly? Not only was he on the list, he was in the top 3. Although Xiao Jianqin has been recognized by the Tiandao ranking. But Bai Ruofeng was still unconvinced. In his heart, the name of the best swordsman in Tianluo domain can only be himself. Even if Xiao Jianqin is recognized by the Tiandao ranking, so what? No matter his strength or experience. They are much stronger than Xiao Jianqin. Humph. It's just because of his youth and talent that he was chosen by the Tiandao ranking. Let me meet you today to see whose sword is the best in Tianluo domain. A figure in white quickly drove towards Tianzhou. I don't know how many times faster than the original speed. Although everyone in the Xiao family already knew that Xiao Jianqin would be on the list. But when I saw him ranked third, I was still shocked. On the other hand, Xiao Jianqin still looked calm. It seems that such an honor does not make me feel happy. Ding, Xiao Jianqin is third on the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the blessings of Heavenly Dao are automatically converted into 8,000 redemption points. Xiao Xuan looked at the 2 extra exchange points of 500. I am still happy in my heart, and I also hope that the other 2 geniuses will be on the list. The system can reward itself with more redemption points. Xiao Tianyun, who was standing side by side with Xiao Jianqin, patted Xiao Jianqin on the shoulder. Congratulations, you are ranked third on the Heavenly Dao ranking. However, Xiao Jianqin looked at him with a smile, but not a smile. Are you sincerely blessing me, or are you looking down on me in disguise? Xiao Tianyun was stunned. Then I saw above the sky, the glory of that day's Dao ranking was slowly changing. It was clearly written on it. Second on the list of Qianlong Tianjiao, Xiao Tianyun, who has suffered many hardships in his life, but is super strong, far beyond everyone's imagination. Second place reward, Heavenly Enlightenment, God King. Essence and Blood, Imperial Peak Growth Level Divine Weapon. What was playing at this moment was the scene of Xiao Tianyun at the peak of the Great Dao Realm, fighting against dozens of powerful men in the Cave Void Realm. Everyone in Tianluo territory became dissatisfied when they saw this. How can this Heavenly Dao list record the geniuses of each region? It is clearly a record of the geniuses of the Xiao family. If you want me to see it, I can just change my name to the Xiao family. Qianlong Tianjiao list. What kind of potential and talent rankings are there? It's obvious that the strength is not good. Yeah, even if you have great potential, so what if you don't have the strength? Countless people are unhappy with this ranking on the Tiandao ranking. But this was issued by the gods and worlds, and they did not dare to openly say that it was unfair. He can only vent his anger on everyone in the Xiao family. Of course there are exceptions. My son has the qualifications of a great emperor, and his potential is unlimited. He must be number 1 on the list of Qianlong Tianjiao. My daughter is 28 years old, but she already has the qualifications to be an empress. She must be number 1 on the Qianlong Tianjiao list. In the wheelhouse. Lin Shan watched as Xiao Tianyun's name appeared at second place on the Tiandao ranking. Suddenly his face turned gloomy, and there was a huge anger burning in his heart. He had just won the title of the first holy son of the Zhuangluan Palace. Just to occupy a place in the Tiandao ranking. I didn't expect that you, who had your heavenly bones dug out, would still be ranked second on the Heavenly Dao ranking. It seems that after being taken away by Xiao Xuan, you really got a great blessing. But so what, your heavenly bones have become mine, so what if you have great fortune? The number 1 on the Heavenly Dao ranking will also be mine. Now I not only have the blessing of the heavenly bones, but also have excellent cultivation qualifications. I can take them out at will. It can shock the world. This top spot on the Heavenly Dao ranking is tailor-made for me. In the whole world apart from me, Lin Shan, who has the strength to reach the top of the Heavenly Dao ranking, Who else is qualified? Xiao Tianyun, my good cousin, just wait. Next time we meet, I will crush you hard under my feet. Just like that day when your bones were dug out. I want you to remember that. You will always be my loser. Lin Shan had already sentenced Xiao Tianyun to death in his heart. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a strange aura kept spreading out in all directions. Even the two guards at the door felt cold all over. When Xiao Tianyun saw his name appearing second on the Tiandao ranking, only then did he realize what Xiao Jianxin meant by what he just said. I saw Xiao Jianxin patting his shoulder and looking at him with a half-smile. Congratulations, you are ranked second on the Heavenly Dao ranking. Xiao Tianyun was immediately embarrassed. Looking at the other party, he was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. Then the two looked at each other and laughed. The two of them are the closest in strength, and they are also the closest on weekdays. Therefore, the relationship is considered excellent. In addition, they often competed in cultivation, and the two already had an invisible tacit understanding. We don't have to guess at the top of the list. Who else can do it besides her? Xiao Tianyun looked up at the sky and saw that his name had been left on the list of heaven. Xiao Jianxin smiled heartily. Maybe, if you break through the tribulation realm, you and Xiao Qingyun. There's no telling who is number one. In the Xiao family, you two are equally matched in strength. Xiao Tianyun didn't care about these rankings, he just wanted to match Xiao Qingyun's strength. He still has the instinct to challenge. I would like to, but what they practice is national destiny. How can this be? A cultivation speed that we can catch up with. He and Xiao Qingyun fought several times. Unlike Xiao Jianxin's sword moves, her attack method is unpredictable. It always feels like there is an endless abyss sucking you in. If I didn't try my best, I really wouldn't be able to communicate with her. Although he himself is already invincible among his peers. No, it can be said that except Xiao Xuan, he is no longer afraid of anyone. But facing people like Xiao Qingyun, he still has a strong fighting spirit. Ding, Xiao Tianyun ranks second on the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the blessings of Heavenly Dao will automatically be converted into 9,000 redemption points. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan was also extremely emotional. After these geniuses entered the Great Dao realm and the Dongshu realm, I understood all kinds of profound meanings and artistic conceptions. Plus the blessings of martial arts, skills, and talents. Let them easily cope with challenges beyond levels. This was almost impossible to accomplish before the law realm. Think about it now. This is the limit between strength. Only by breaking through that realm can we ignore these realms. When everyone in the Xiao family saw Xiao Tianyun's name ranked second, except for the shock, they also understood something else. Those are the few geniuses who can sit at the same table as the head of the family. The terrifying level of strength. So much so that they knew who the top name would be without even thinking about it. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Qingyun. This genius of the Xiao family is the king of Nanming. That's all they knew about her. But that didn't stop them from being afraid of her. Number 1 on the Qianlong Tianjiao list, Xiao Qingyun. Using powerful means to develop Nanming into an imperial dynasty in a short period of time, its strength is immeasurable. First place reward, Nanming Qi Luck Golden Dragon Upgrade, Heavenly Enlightenment *2, Heavenly Enlightenment *2. Can be upgraded to the growth level Dao Realm 10,000 Puppet Array, and can be used to practice martial arts exclusively for nationals. Boom. When Xiao Qingyun's name appeared at the top of the Tiandao list, the entire Tianluo territory exploded. Countless geniuses are dissatisfied with their top ranking on the Tiandao ranking. In their eyes, their strength far exceeds that of the 7 people of the Xiao family. But their names are not on the heavenly Tao ranking. This is how they can be convinced. The Xiao family is still at the top of the list of heavenly Tao. Xiao Qingyun is the king of Nanming at best, but a puppet at worst. Even a puppet can be on the list. Then I will become invincible. The top 7 on the heavenly Tao list are all taken by the Xiao family. I think this is the growth list of the Xiao family's geniuses produced by the Xiao family. I'm going to go to the Xiao family to meet these so-called geniuses on the Heaven's Path list to see if they are really that powerful. The entire Tianluo domain was dissatisfied with this ranking on the Tiandao ranking. But since it was announced by the gods and worlds, they could only transfer their anger to the Xiao family. My son has the qualifications of a great emperor, but he cannot reach the top of the list. Is it possible that the evaluation of this heavenly Tao ranking is based on the Xiao family? It's just a ranking. Since they are on the Tiandao ranking, it proves that they are still capable. Although it is a so-called potential talent, let me meet you, a so-called potential talent. When I defeat those geniuses from the Xiao family who have great potential and talent and can be on the ranking list of heaven, I will be invincible. Everyone in Tianluo territory was very dissatisfied when they saw this ranking. Some people have even gone to the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain, preparing to fight against the geniuses of the Xiao family. Lin Shan looked at the top of the Tiandao ranking with great confidence, feeling that it was already in his possession. When he saw Xiao Qingyun's name appearing on it, he was stunned. With his qualifications, how could he not even enter the Tiandao ranking? He is a genius with heavenly bones and excellent cultivation qualifications. Xiao Tianyun reached the top like a loser. Why doesn't he even have a name? So what if you are on the list? There are many people who are not convinced. After they defeat you, I will show my strength again. By then, I won't be the only one who tops the list of heavenly Tao. Lin Shan's body erupted with the coercion of Dongxu realm and even directly suppressed the 2 guards at the door. Even the wheel talisman noticed it, until a series of strange probes looked towards him. Only then did Lin Shan recover his leaked momentum. Although he was dissatisfied with the Xiao families taking over the ranking, he did not dare to go to the Xiao family to cause trouble. After all, that is where the god of war sits. But he still has the ability to deal with other people. The martial god will not settle accounts with him then. Maybe he would gain favor from the god of war because he killed those who had harmed the Xiao family. Now, countless people rushed towards the Xiao family in Tianluo domain. The Xiao family exclusively holds 7 rankings on the Tiandao ranking. This is a big shame for those talented people who are not on the list. Therefore, the challenges that the genius of the Xiao family has to face are also indispensable. Sudden. Tiandao Bang released another news. The top 10 of the Qianlong Tianjiao list have been distributed, and the Jiaolong Challenge list is now released. Anyone who is on the Jiaolong Challenge list can challenge the Qianlong Tianjiao list. Note, only those who are on the Jiaolong Challenge list will receive rewards if they succeed in the challenge. The geniuses of the Xiao family breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this list coming out. They are not afraid of challenges. But they don't want to challenge others day and night. That would be so boring. Fortunately, the Dragon Challenge list appeared. This is not only challenging for them. It can also be solved quickly, and then you have more time to practice. When I saw the list on the Jiaolong Challenge list, everyone discovered that the geniuses they were optimistic about were all on the list. How can my son be ranked like this? He has the qualifications of a great emperor. The Qianlong Tianjiao list and the Jiaolong Challenge list are not reversed. Right? That's right. Those who leapfrogged to challenge the Tribulation Realm are All on the Jiaolong challenge list, but not on the Qianlong Tianjiao list. Look. Beiyun gunner Ouyang Zhan is also on the list. Beiyun gunner's marksmanship is superb. Lin Shan did not dare to go to the Xiao family to fight. But he happens to be at the top of the Jiaolong challenge list. Seeing his name listed on the Jiaolong challenge list, Lin Shan was even more angry. Ding, Xiao Qingyun ranks first on the Heavenly Dao ranking, and the blessings of Heavenly Dao will automatically be converted into 10,000 redemption points. The Xiao family's genius is ranked 7 on the list. Xiao Xuan also received 10,000 exchange points. Xiao Qingyun received the reward from the Tiandao ranking and had no other emotional changes. The genius of the Xiao family is still unmatched in this regard. Master, now that the Jiaolong challenge list has been released, I plan to return to the southern Ming dynasty to take charge. Xiao Qingyun walked up to Xiao Xuan and gave a big salute. Xiao Xuan nodded and then looked at Jamal Xiao. Jingyan, how about you follow Qingyun to the southern Ming dynasty and help her stay in charge for 3 months? Jamal Xiao would naturally not miss this opportunity. The last time he went to the Nanming Emperor, his cultivation realm broke through 2 small realms in a short period of time. If you go this time, you might gain something new. Of course I do. This is also our duty as the Xiao family. Jamal Xiao immediately agreed without saying a word. Then he left the Xiao family with Xiao Qingyun and went to the Nanming Emperor. At this time, the cultivation realm of the 2 of them. As long as the opponent is not as powerful as the king of Dao Slayers. There are almost no opponents, so everyone in the Xiao family is extremely relieved. Not long after Xiao Qingyun, Jamal Xiao, and others left, there was a cry from above the Xiao family. Everyone in the Xiao family naturally knew who was coming. After all, everyone wants to challenge the Qianlong Tianjiao, who doesn't live up to his name. Chapter 84, Xiao Yinyao's moment of pretending to be 13. I am Ouyang Zhan, the gunman from Beiyun, and I'm here to invite you to fight. Can the genius of the Xiao family come out to fight? A young man held a spear and stood thousands of miles above the Xiao family's sky. The aura around him was overwhelming, and there was a strong fighting spirit between his brows and eyes. If it were in the past, after the Qianlong Tianjiao list was released, everyone will definitely go to the Xiao family to call for war. But at this moment they had to worry. After all, there is a martial god sitting behind the Xiao family. Even if it is in existence at the level of the Supreme Lord, don't dare to come to the door easily. What's more, the Xiao family also has an extremely domineering formation to protect the sect. They still remember the scene where those Dao-killing kings were absorbed by the protector formation. After the Qianlong Tianjiao list was announced, many people were dissatisfied, and some even rushed towards the Xiao family. After the Jiaolong challenge list came out, I found that I was not on the list, so I gave up the idea. But they don't go. It doesn't mean that those talented people on the list won't go. Therefore, countless people hid around the Xiao family, waiting for those people to come and challenge. The result really made them wait. Hey, this Beiyun gunman Ouyang Zhan is really determined to come here. I heard that he is ranked 16th on the Jiaolong challenge list, and he once even defeated 2 powerful men in the Cave Void realm without losing. If he didn't have some real ability, his name wouldn't be on the Jiaolong challenge list, which is inferior to the Qianlong Tianjiao list. I think this genius of the Xiao family will definitely be beaten by Beiyun gunslinger Ouyang Zhan this time and will be unable to fight back. Many people are waiting to see the Xiao family's genius being slapped in the face. In their eyes, everyone except Xiao Qingyun had the cultivation level to overcome the calamity. Others are misnomers. Although the Beiyun gunslinger is not as strong as the others on the Jiaolong challenge list, it is enough to deal with the Xiao family's genius. I'm beginning to suspect that this Tiandao ranking is giving everyone an opportunity to deal with the Xiao family. Haha, my dear friend, when you say that, I think so too. Think about it, which prodigy on the Jiaolong challenge list is not better than them? What's the use of just having great potential? Everyone was talking endlessly. Compare those geniuses on the Jiaolong challenge list. These geniuses of the Xiao family. They didn't take it seriously at all. After all, who can rescue 7 geniuses at once? When Xiao Xuan heard this voice of challenge, he just smiled faintly. Xiao Qingyun and Jamal Xiao have already left. It was impossible for Xiao Junlin to fight. The only ones left were Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Jianmian and Xiao Yanyao. But the opponent's attack was nothing more than a mere gunman. There is no need for Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Tianyun and others to take action. He was worried that the man wouldn't be able to bear the power of Xiao Yan's flames. Then it will cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Xiao Yanyao was sent out. Xiao Yanyao, go meet this Bayun gunman Ouyang Zhan. Xiao Yanyao pursed his lips. He really looked down upon opponents like Bayun Gunner. He didn't even have to do anything to beat the shit out of him. There is no challenge at all. But this was the first time Xiao Xuan assigned him a task. No matter how dissatisfied he is, he will still go up and challenge. People hiding around are still speculating whether the Xiao family will send someone to fight. Then he saw a black shadow appear in front of Ouyang Zhan extremely quickly. With Xiao Yanyao's appearance in the battle, Xiao Xuan also led everyone in the Xiao family to look at the sky. Xiao Yanyao looked at Ouyang Zhan in front of him indifferently. A sense of arrogance showed from his eyebrows. Why are you the only one? Call the others out quickly and let me solve this problem at once. The grinding and chirping is really annoying. As soon as Xiao Yanyao opened his mouth, he aroused the dissatisfaction of countless people. Coupled with his contempt for everything, the onlookers below directly cursed. This guy is so awesome. I really think I'm invincible. That's too arrogant. Ouyang Zhan, the Bayun gunslinger, is a strong man who has fought against the Dongxi realm. He, Xiao Yanyao, is nothing. If I hadn't been on the list, I would have really gone up and beat him up. Teach him how to behave. Everyone was so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. I wish I could pull Xiao Yanyao down from the air. Then beat him to death. And the other party's expression of contempt for everything. There was a war against Ouyang. It is clearly saying, look, even a useless person like me can make it to the top of the heavenly ranking, but you are not even good at being a useless person. Everyone became more and more angry as they thought about it, and some even took out their weapons. There is a posture of taking turns. Ouyang Zhan was irritated by Xiao Yanyao's words and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. You are Xiao Yanyao, the king of talkers. Sure enough, your words are beautiful, but it's a pity that you are not strong enough. He didn't waste any time and launched an attack on Xiao Yanyao directly. Xiao Yanyao shook his head slightly, not wanting to challenge. With your strength, if you can make me move even half a step, that's pretty good. It's better to get down quickly to avoid making people laugh later. When Xiao Yanyao said this, his tone was very calm. Even his face had an expression of admonishment. This look completely angered everyone. Bayun gunslinger Ouyang Zhan has the ability to leapfrog challenges. Xiao Yanyao actually said something that could make him move even one step. And that expression of not wanting to challenge. He was clearly humiliating Ouyang Zhan. No, humiliating them all. Ouyang Zhan was also very angry at his words. In addition, the opponent has never looked at him since he accepted the challenge. It was as if in his eyes, he was not worthy of being his opponent at all. You are so generous and laughable, take a shot from me. Let everyone be a witness. Who is the person who makes people laugh and be generous? After saying that, Ouyang swung a shot at Xiao Yuanyao. The invincible gun power penetrated the clouds and caused bursts of airflow. Countless people looked at this shot in shock. Ouyang deserves to be known as the first shot of the Baiyun gunslinger. Who can block the shot? No one would object if his gun prowess is at its peak. If such a gun hurts someone, it will be severely injured even if they don't die. Xiao Yanyao's journey of pretending to be 13 has come to an end. Everyone was talking excitedly. Their eyes were fixed on the two people above the sky. Even those who specialize in making up history books took out video balls. I want to record the moment when Xiao Yuanyao was slapped in the face. However, what was expected did not happen. In the face of such a terrifying shot, Xiao Yuanyao remained calm. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Ouyang proudly. The marksmanship is good, but that's all. Then I saw him turning slightly to avoid the attack of the gun. Not only that. He caught Ouyang shot with only 2 fingers. Even Ouyang was surprised. Then I saw Xiao Yuanyao wave his finger. That finger actually knocked it away. Ouyang didn't even have a chance to fight back. When he had just stabilized his body and was ready to continue fighting. Then he saw Xiao Yuanyao appearing in front of him. And the center of his eyebrows was Xiao Yanyao's finger. As long as he is willing, Ouyang fate can be decided here at any time. Those who originally laughed at Xiao Yuanyao. I also felt shocked and surprised at this moment. He is so powerful. Baiyun gunslinger Ouyang marksmanship can't even catch his finger. This strength is so powerful. If he hadn't shown mercy, Ouyang life would have been lost. None of them expected it. Xiao Yanyao's strength will reach this point. Because they had never really seen him take action before. Even the Tiandao ranking records his previous achievements. Xiao Yuanyao looked around. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? What I just said is valid for everyone. Still the same look, the same tone. But at this moment, no one dared to laugh at him. No one even dared to challenge him. Even Baiyun gunner Ouyang couldn't pick him up. These people don't go up there to humiliate themselves. When Ouyang heard this, he suddenly became angry. He was so proud of his marksmanship that he couldn't even catch the opponent's finger. Absolutely impossible. Humph, but you're lucky enough to win a shot from me, so you feel like you're invincible? Let me teach you what it means to be strong. Sudden. There was a roar in the air. A bolt of gun power pierced the sky, condensing the power of heaven and earth. It suddenly exploded in the air, causing even the heaven and earth to tremble. This sword actually embodies the power of Dzogchen's spear. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes. The horrific scene shocked countless people. Ouyang is worthy of being the Baiyun gunslinger, and this shot is domineering enough. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Yuanyao. They wanted to see the genius who was able to defeat Ouyang with just 1 finger. How could he withstand such a terrifying shot? Xiao Yuanyao looked at the oncoming Ouyang with a calm expression. This shot is indeed good. It embodies the power, intention, and momentum of the gun. You can use your marksmanship like this, and you can be called a gunslinger. But it's a pity that you're still a little behind against me. Calm as ever, standing proudly. He slowly stretched out a finger to meet Ouyang shot. In an instant, a powerful momentum burst out from Xiao Yanyao's body. Just one collision produced a huge impact. The aperture spreads outward. Ouyang tried his best but could not resist the power of this finger. Not only was Dzogchen's gun power broken. Even he himself was hit by this terrifying force. There was a dull pain in his chest. Vomited out a mouthful of blood. Even if he was unwilling to do so at this moment, he would no longer be able to fight. Everyone was shocked by the power of Xiao Yanyao's finger. At this moment, they no longer dared to underestimate his existence. Xiao Yanyao ignored Ouyang Zhan, who was seriously injured. Instead, he glanced at all the geniuses present. However, they all avoided Xiao Yanyao's sight. The ending of Ouyang Zhan's challenge to him has already made everyone scared. They don't want to face such a powerful enemy. Seeing everyone's avoiding eyes, Xiao Yanyao's voice came again. With this little strength, do you dare to question the Xiao family's ascent to the top of the Tiandao ranking? That's a little too arrogant, isn't it? Where are the geniuses on the Jialong challenge list? I am standing here today, why don't you come up and challenge me? When those people on the Jialong challenge list heard this, I wish I could become invisible. Even Ouyang Zhan, who was ranked 16th, couldn't take 2 moves from him. What's more, what about them? Even if they were extremely dissatisfied with what Xiao Yanyao said now, no one dared to challenge him. Sudden, a dull roar sounded from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a swordsman with a big sword appearing in front of Xiao Yanyao. But after defeating a gunman, do you think you are invincible? If you have the guts, come and take a blow from me. Let everyone see whether your fingers are stronger or my sword is faster. When everyone saw the appearance of the man above the sky, they couldn't help but exclaimed. It turns out to be Mabe Sword Lord Li Liantian. It is rumored that his sword skills are so superb that even the great masters in the tribulation realm are afraid of him. Then you are still ignorant. This time on the Jialong challenge list, Li Liantian defeated the genius ranked 14th. So powerful. The Mabe Sword Lord is indeed the Mabe Sword Lord. It seems that Xiao Yanyao has met his opponent this time. This Mabe Sword Lord Li Liantian's sword is even fearful of the strong men in the tribulation realm, let alone him. Although Xiao Yanyao can defeat Ouyang Zhan, the gap between Ouyang Zhan and Li Liantian is huge. To be honest, Xiao Yanyao is quite strong, but I still want to see him get beaten. Me too. He is really too pretentious, but I can't beat him. Now someone comes out to beat him. I'm really looking forward to it. A certain voice in the crowd soon struck a chord. Seeing Xiao Yanyao pretending to be 13, they felt very unhappy. Xiao Yanyao looked at Mabe Sword Lord Li Liantian, who appeared in front of him and glanced lightly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, just fight. Although you have understood the meaning of the sword and have the bonus of sword power, these are still not enough in front of me. After saying that, he ignored the opponent and directly attacked him. Everyone was once again surprised by Xiao Yanyao's words. No matter who he faces, this guy always pretends to be 13. Mr. Mobeto must teach him a lesson. No matter how much he can pretend, it doesn't matter. Under the power of Mabe Sword Lord, he can only beg for mercy. Li Liantian was furious when he heard Xiao Yanyao's words. Although he has already seen his ability to pretend to be 13. I saw that you were very good with that finger just now, but I don't know if you can catch my sword. The terrifying power of the sword exploded instantly. Wherever the sword light passed, even the airflow could not be avoided. Even the sky was shaken by the power of the sword. Everyone held their breath, not daring to miss this wonderful scene. After all, this was a rare moment to force King Xiao Yanyao to overthrow him. For a moment, they didn't know that they were stimulated by this fighting spirit. Still too excited about seeing Xiao Yanyao being beaten. However, Xiao Yanyao still stood proudly. This knife is really good, but it's still a bit too far if I want to move my steps above the sky. I saw Xiao Yanyao slowly raising a hand. Countless people watched his every move nervously. Chapter 85 Swordsman Battle, Who is better? One hand is enough to deal with you. Xiao Yanyao's words completely angered Li Liantian. Above the sky, a terrifying sword force split the world into two. The sky thundered, the earth trembled, and the mountain peaks were shattered by the terrifying power of the sword. At this time, the world suddenly darkened, as if day and night had come. The shadow of a huge palm print was reflected on the ground in the sunlight. That big hand not only has the power to cover the sky and the sun, but also drives infinite airflow. The aura of coercion and terror it exudes leaves the common people in awe. Then in everyone's shocked eyes, that big hand that covered the sky met Li Liantian's sword power. Just a collision. Li Liantian's sword power was shattered in an instant. The big hand covering the sky gradually pushed down the power of the sword. With extremely strong pressure, Li Liantian held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. His face was majestic, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins popped out on his forehead. Then a loud shout was heard. The power of the sword, which had been gradually suppressed, gathered again. And gradually went upwards. The residual power of the two collisions shocked everyone. This sword is powerful. But it gives everyone the feeling that they are burning their own vitality to activate this power. It's just a big hand, let's see how I break it open. Li Liantian gathered strength again. I saw that the power of the sword surged instantly. The light of the sword struck the sky, threatening to split the big hand, covering the sun into two. Xiao Yanyao's big hand seemed to be hindered by the counterattack of the sword's power. But there was only a slight pause, before continuing to press down. The power of this sword is indeed good. It can make me pause, but that's all. There was a faint sigh from the sky. It seems that heaven is lamenting the loss of talent. Above Tiandiao, the power of the sword gradually cannot withstand the pressure of the big hand. Li Liantian's originally standing body gradually knelt down because he could not withstand the pressure. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yanyao spoke calmly. Useless resistance. After saying that, Xiao Yanyao took a step forward. The big hand suddenly loosened and gradually lifted up. Then he pressed down again. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Li Liantian's sword power was shattered by one blow from this big hand. Even the remaining power was swallowed up by this big hand that covered the sky and the sun. Immediately afterwards, that big hand carried endless pressure. He rushed towards Li Liantian. Li Liantian roared loudly. His eyes were full of reluctance, and he didn't believe that his knife would be shattered by this palm. So he kept accumulating strength. Even at the cost of burning his own life. He must also take away Xiao Yanyao's palm. However, in the face of absolute strength, everything Li Liantian did was in vain. Immediately afterwards, that big hand pressed down with a devastating aura. Under the suppression of big hands, Li Liantian's 7 orifices were already bleeding. Even the blood vessels in his body burst, and blood continued to flow from all parts of his body. In the blink of an eye, he became a bloody man. Even so, there was also unwillingness to give in his eyes. How could he, the majestic Mabe sword lord, fail? Humph, it's just a desperate struggle. Get down here. This moment, the big hand was raised high, with strong wind, in everyone's shocked eyes. It fell heavily on Li Liantian. The immeasurable pressure completely crushed Li Liantian's body. Dust was flying all over the sky. Even the surrounding trees were uprooted by the residual power. A huge palm print was pressed out of the ground. In the center of the palm print was Li Liantian, who was covered in blood. At this moment, he couldn't even stand up. Not to mention continuing to fight Xiao Yanyao. Xiao Yanyao looked at Li Liantian, who had passed out indifferently. It's quite interesting. Although his strength is a bit inferior, his willpower is unparalleled. I remember you. Xiao Yanyao had a faint smile on his face. This is the first expression that appears after taking the field. Everyone looked at Xiao Yanyao in the sky and was speechless for a long time. They didn't dare to laugh at his pretentious behavior anymore. Mabe Sword Lord Li Liantian has the ability to fight against the Dongshu realm. But now, he was hit by Xiao Yanyao and was unable to fight back. At this moment, they could no longer look down on Xiao Yanyao. Don't even dare to question his ability. He even acknowledged his ranking on the Heavenly Dao ranking. Xiao Yanyao looked at the Hidden Dragon challenge list. However, those geniuses on the ranking list. But they all hid their figures. Xiao Yanyao's terrifying strength was beyond what they could handle. Even though he hasn't made a move in 2 years. But this time, he proved it to everyone. It's fine if you don't take action, but once you do it, everyone will be amazed. This moment. Everyone was silent. Xiao Yanyao is indeed well-deserved, but the other geniuses of the Xiao family may not be so. A voice of doubt suddenly appeared in the crowd. Originally, everyone was still silent at Xiao Yanyao's terrifying strength. When I heard these words at this moment, something suddenly seemed to open up. This dear friend is right. Xiao Yanyao has this ability, but it doesn't mean that those geniuses deserve the title. Yes, the Xiao family has so many geniuses on the list, but they only sent one person to challenge. It is conceivable that the other geniuses of the Xiao family are just show-offs. If this dear friend hadn't reminded us, we would have been tricked by the Xiao family. Yes. Since we can't challenge Xiao Yanyao, we can also challenge Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Yan. I have long wanted to fight against Flame Lord Xiao Yan, but today it seems that I have this opportunity. Suddenly, everyone began to discuss the Xiao family. Listen to the disdainful words of these people. Xiao Yanyao couldn't help but snorted coldly. Is the Xiao family's genius not strong enough, or are you just lucky? As the 6th one on the Heavenly Dao ranking, I am already invincible in this world. Everyone fell silent again when they heard this. Xiao Yanyao's words hit the nail on the head. But they didn't really want to believe it since they hadn't really seen it. What if one of them has the ability to fight other geniuses? At this time, a powerful sword power came from the sky. Countless rays of sword light descended from the sky, surrounding everyone present. Coupled with the sword hovering in the air, everyone immediately recognized who it was. Bai Ruofeng, the young owner of Wanjian Villa. Above the sky, Bai Ruofeng has appeared in front of Xiao Yanyao. Everyone saw Bai Ruofeng appear here. I suddenly became excited. This is Bai Ruofeng, the 10th on the Qianlong Tianjiao list. The sword he used to kill the monsters was a masterpiece. Even the Heavenly Dao ranking praised him. Although Xiao Jianqin ranks 3rd, he is still a little behind Bai Ruofeng. If I wouldn't be willing to do so, who would want to be suppressed by someone inferior to me? It seems that this time the young village master is going to teach Xiao Jianqin a lesson. Don't forget that there is Xiao Yanyao fighting in front. Even if he wants to challenge Xiao Jianqin, he still has to overcome Xiao Yanyao. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see Bai Ruofeng staring at Xiao Jianqin from the moment he appeared? No matter how powerful Xiao Yanyao is, Bai Ruofeng still doesn't like him. Everyone was talking about who Bai Ruofeng would choose to fight in the end. Xiao Yanyao looked at Bai Ruofeng in front of him, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Yes, I have understood the meaning of the sword, the power of the sword, and even the secret of Xiaocheng sword Dao. I just don't know how many moves I can take. Xiao Yanyao has never fought against any other swordsman except Xiao Jianqin. Interest also came at this moment. However, Bai Ruofeng's eyes only stayed on him for a moment. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Jianqin in the direction of the Xiao family. Xiao Jianqin, I am Bai Ruofeng of Wanjian Villa. I am here to ask for a fight. I wonder if you can fight. Xiao Yanyao. Finally, he found one he liked. Turns out this guy doesn't like him? Xiao Jianqin was naturally inspired to fight by the sword power emanating from Bai Ruofeng. I actually understood the secret of Xiaoqing's sword Dao. I didn't expect that. Tianluo domain is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xiao Jianqin no longer hesitated and jumped directly into the sky. The moment he landed, he actually unleashed an immeasurable sword force. This scene made Bai Ruofeng's expression change. Because he felt the unique aura of a swordsman in Xiao Jianqin. Just when he was about to take action, the Qianlong Tianjiao list suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, a huge picture appeared on the sky. The protagonists inside are Xiao Jianqin and Bai Ruofeng. The Qianlong Tianjiao list is now in real-time playback mode and is available in various places in Tianluo domain. The 10th genius Bai Ruofeng challenges the 3rd genius Xiao Jianqin. At the same time that Tiandabang released the news, the same picture appeared above all the sky in Tianluo domain. Countless people looked at the contents above the sky in shock. Oh my god, Bai Ruofeng actually wants to challenge Xiao Jianqin. I don't know which of these two genius swordsmen has the better sword. Needless to say, Bai Ruofeng must be more powerful, and he may be able to leapfrog the challenge. At this moment, everyone in Tianluo territory does not know that Xiao Yanyao is far away in the Xiao family. Ouyang Zhan was seriously injured with 2 fingers, and Mabe Daojun was beaten to a bloody man with 1 palm. But as the real-time broadcast of the Tiandao ranking appeared in various places in the Tianluo territory, news of the Xiao family naturally spread here. No, Xiao Yanyao is so powerful. Isn't he a big talker? When did he become so powerful? Although Xiao Yanyao is quite powerful, Bai Ruofeng is really powerful. Then Xiao Jianqin hasn't made a move for 2 years. Who knows how far his strength has declined. That's right. Xiao Yanyao is not as powerful as Bai Ruofeng, let alone Xiao Jianqin. Even if Xiao Yanyao has already proven the strength of the Xiao family's genius in front of him, everyone still didn't believe in the strength of the other geniuses of the Xiao family. In their eyes, Xiao Yanyao's greatness was just an accident. The other geniuses of the Xiao family may not be worth mentioning. Xiao Yanyao saw that the 2 swordsmen were facing each other. He consciously returned to the Xiao family. Once Xiao Jianqin takes action, those geniuses will never challenge others again. I have long heard the name of Xiao Jianqin, the best swordsman in the world. Today, I come here specifically to challenge you. Xiao Jianqin smiled. I'm afraid you can't even take my 3 moves. Bai Ruofeng snorted coldly. It seems that I haven't taken action for many years, and the younger generation in Tianluo domain no longer know of my existence. It just so happens that I will let you come and consecrate my sword today. It just so happens that you can see what a real swordsman is like. After saying that, he immediately attacked Xiao Jianqin. A wave of sword pressure erupted from his body, and the endless sword power tore through the sky. However, this momentum is something Bai Ruofeng is proud of. As soon as he met Xiao Jianqin, he disappeared instantly. Really? It just so happens that you can show me how powerful your sword is. A majestic momentum burst out from Xiao Jianqin. The powerful pressure shocked all directions, and also shattered Bai Ruofeng's sword force without a trace. Bai Ruofeng naturally felt this unusual aura. But as the young master of Wanjian Villa, he had been in seclusion for 10 years just to practice his sword. How could he be willing to admit that Xiao Jianqin was better than him? Immediately, he swung his sword and struck Xiao Jianqin in front of his face. Eat my sword. The terrifying sword energy raged in all directions with a pressure that despised everything. Even the people standing on the ground felt the invasion of this sword energy. At the moment when the sword was about to fall on Xiao Jianqin, I saw him extend a finger. A ray of sword energy slipped from his fingers. It turned into a terrifying sword light, welcoming Bai Ruofeng's sword power. Everyone is still in the process of fighting the earth. Bai Ruofeng's sword was shattered by Xiao Jianqing's sword light. At this moment, Bai Ruofeng's face immediately became ugly. But he still felt that he didn't try his best. Only then did Xiao Jianqing decipher his sword moves. Then he used dozens of different moves. The terrifying sword power raged endlessly. However, it is such a terrifying sword combo. They couldn't even get close to Xiao Jianqing's body. He even easily resolved it. Bai Ruofeng only felt that something was broken as his sword moves shattered. He glared at Xiao Jianqing angrily. Since you want to see my sword so much, then risk your life to see it. Finished. His whole body's energy surged. A huge shadow of sword light also appeared in the sky at this moment. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the sand and rocks flew. With endless sword power that despised everything, he killed towards Xiao Jianqing. Such a terrifying sword. Even the strong men at the 7th and 8th levels of the tribulation realm changed their expressions when they saw it. If they faced such a sword, let alone take it. Even surviving is a miracle. And this is just a shadow of Bai Ruofeng's sword power brewing. If he strikes with all his strength, even the sky will be split into two by him. Everyone stared at the terrifying sword in the sky with bated breath. Then, under everyone's gaze, Bai Ruofeng smiled. That sword was finally brewed. Chapter 86. None of the geniuses of the Xiao family are simple. Even Xiao Jianqing was a little surprised by the power of this sword. Because he saw the soul energy attached to the sword light. And this can only be used in the realm where man and sword are united. See this scene. Xiao Jianqing had to sigh. The swordsman of Tianluo realm should not be underestimated. Such a move would require even him to exert 3 points of strength. The completely condensed sword light. With the momentum to destroy the world, even the sky turned blood red. With the blessing of the secret of Xiaoqing Kendo. This sword power is enough to shatter mountains and rivers, causing everything to collapse. Everyone in Tianluo domain looked at the scene above Tiandiao. I was so shocked that I couldn't even speak. Even an existence of the level of the Daozhan king. He also felt the terrifying pressure brought by this sword force. This sword is unmatched by anyone at the same level. Even the king of Zhandao admired this sword. Not to mention the other people in Tianluo territory. Xiao Jianqing can't handle such a terrifying sword power. Even if he wanted to block it, he couldn't. Even the king of Zhandao found this sword extremely terrifying. The title of Xiao Jianqing, the best swordsman in the world, is about to change hands. It's normal for him to change hands. Who makes him inferior to others? Everyone is talking about this sword at this moment. They all felt that Xiao Jianqing could not withstand the power of this sword. The demon clan is coming towards Tianluo territory. After seeing that scene in the sky, he immediately changed direction. Heading towards Emperor Nanming. Even Bai Ruofeng, who is ranked 10th, dares to challenge Xiao Jianqing, who is ranked 3rd. How can I, Ing Ming Kong, lag behind? Let me challenge Xiao Qingyun, the first place winner. In a barbarian village. After Chu Yunfeng and the village chief saw the sword, they looked at each other. Although Xiao Jianqing is known as the best swordsman in the world, Bai Ruofeng's sword condenses the power of his soul. It is definitely not something that Xiao Jianqing can take over. He is afraid that he will perish. The leader of the barbarian tribe was very dissatisfied with Xiao Jianqing. Xiao Yanyao of the Xiao family is indeed powerful. But Xiao Jianqing is not sure. The title of the best swordsman in the world was earned by him many years ago. Compared with Bai Ruofeng, who has been sharpening his sword for 10 years. His strength is really not good enough. However, Chu Yunfeng felt that things were not that simple. Although the young man from the Xiao family is not very old. But since the beginning of the duel, he has not yet drawn a sword. More importantly, he felt the god sword heart in his body. In the wheelhouse. After Lin Shan saw Bai Ruofeng's sword, he stood up suddenly, his face suddenly turned ugly. No wonder I can't enter the Tiandao ranking. It turns out it's because of your sword. If it weren't for your sword, then the 10th place on the list of hidden dragon talents would belong to me. No matter how unwilling Lin Shan was, he still had to admit the power of Bai Ruofeng's sword. And he simply didn't have the ability to catch this sword. With my abilities, I can't even catch this sword, let alone Xiao Jianqin. His recognition of Bai Ruofeng's ability does not mean his recognition of the rest of the Xiao family. Those people are obviously not as capable as him, but they can be ranked on the heavenly Dao ranking. And he has the talents of heaven and man, and he has the bones of heaven. But he couldn't even make it to the bottom of the rankings. How willing he is. Until now. Lin Shan didn't even know about Xiao Yinyao's defeat of Ouyang Zhan and Li Liantian. Even if he knew, he would only think that Xiao Yinyao was just a coincidence. At this moment, everyone's eyes in Tianluo domain are fixed on the picture in the sky. Bai Ruofeng's sword carried the power of a sword that defied everything. It shook the mountains and rivers, and its terrifying power was enough to sweep everything in the world. One sword in 10 years is earth-shattering. In his angry roar, the huge sword fell from the sky. Even Xiao Jianqin acknowledged the power of this sword. This sword is indeed unprecedentedly powerful, with the blessing of Xiaoqing's secrets of swordsmanship and soul power. Even leapfrogging is no problem. You are indeed a qualified swordsman. Xiao Jianqin held one hand behind his back, and the other hand held a king-level low-grade magic weapon. But this move also has a fatal flaw, that is, it lacks the heart of the sword. Xiao Jianqin is a born swordsman and has the heart of a swordsman. Therefore, as long as it is sword-related skills and martial arts, he only had to look at it to find the flaws. He even understood the secret behind this sword move. This is the strength of the natural sword god. In everyone's disbelieving eyes, Xiao Jianqin drew his sword. A sword light flashed past quickly. There is no embellishment, not even a trace of airflow. He directly faced Bai Ruofeng's sword. As a crisp voice sounded, that terrifying sword move was enough to shatter mountains and rivers and slice through the void. It was shattered in the horrified eyes of countless people. The secret of the sword and the power of the sword condensed on that sword. Even the power of the soul attached to it. It all poured out at this moment. Bai Ruofeng's momentum dissipated at the moment the sword power dissipated. It was as if his soul had been drained, and he couldn't muster up a sword. Xiao Jianqin looked at Bai Ruofeng with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the long sword in his hand was already facing Bai Ruofeng's throat. As long as he moves forward a little bit, he can take Bai Ruofeng's life. Bai Ruofeng looked at Xiao Jianqin, confused. I have been practicing swordsmanship for so many years. He never thought that he would be defeated. There was unwillingness and dissatisfaction in his eyes, and he even didn't want to believe this fact. However, when Xiao Jianqin's young face gradually came into focus in his eyes, Bai Ruofeng laughed to himself. Even everyone in Tianluo domain couldn't believe that Bai Ruofeng would lose to Xiao Jianqin. They didn't even see how Xiao Jianqin drew his sword. I lost. Bai Ruofeng's voice of admitting defeat shocked everyone again. Losing to Xiao Jianqin was not a loss for him. Although you are young, you have an extraordinary understanding of the art of swordsmanship. And I have been sharpening my sword for 10 years, but it still left a fatal flaw. After he said this, he didn't wait for Xiao Jianqin to reply. He just flew away with his sword. He no longer looked as high-spirited as when he arrived. At this moment, Bai Ruofing had a desolate aura about him. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. Bai Ruofing is already the strongest among swordsmen. Even when he sees his sword in the tribulation realm, he has to avoid it. But the one he faced was Xiao Jianqin, a natural swordsman recognized by the Tiandao ranking. How could Bai Ruofing be able to defeat such a strong man? Looking at Bai Ruofing's leaping figure, Xiao Jianqin spoke calmly. You have a profound understanding of sword moves, and you are even willing to spend 10 years working on one sword move. But it is precisely because of your obsession with sword moves that you have forgotten the purest thing about swordsmanship. That's Kenshin. Since you can combine man and sword into one, why are you still obsessed with moves? Bai Ruofing's figure paused at this moment. He carefully recalled the decades he spent practicing swordplay. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Then he turned around and bowed to Xiao Jianqin. Thank you. Xiao Jianqin said no more. Bai Ruofing is indeed a rare swordsman. But he was too obsessed with sword moves. If his words could wake him up. There will also be a legendary swordsman in the future. If he is still obsessed with it, his life will stop here. Everyone who saw this scene fell silent. Perhaps the genius of the Xiao family was not what they saw. Their strength is far beyond what is shown on the Tiandao ranking. Xiao Jianqin's casual comment. Bai Ruofing bowed and thanked everyone. This shows how powerful the other geniuses of the Xiao family are. Xiao Jianqin looked around. The dragons hiding around the Xiao family did not disperse. Perhaps they are still waiting for the next challenge from the genius. Xiao Jianqin shook his head, swinging a sword into the air. Several rays of sword light dispersed in all directions, and the ultimate sword power broke through the clouds, hidden above the surrounding clouds. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Jian turned around and left without looking back. And where the sword light passed through, there were bursts of roaring sounds. Immediately, several powerful auras leaped out from above the clouds. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It's the Shadowless Leg who ranks second on the Jiaolong challenge list. Quite a few people from the East-West realm died in his hands. That's the holy son of the Blood Knife sect. That's the king of fighters. There is also the Nanyuan saint, who is at the third level of the tribulation realm. Oh my god, almost all the top 10 experts on the Dragon Challenge list are here. They all have the ability to leapfrog challenges and kill strong men in the Cave Void realm. Xiao Jianqin actually forced them into action with one sword. This kind of strength is too strong. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there were such powerful sword moves in the world. Several rays of sword light collided with the special moves of those geniuses. There were bursts of roaring sounds in the sky. However, any genius who collides with Xiao Jianqin's sword moves, no one is defeated. Some even vomited blood and were unable to even fly with swords. Immediately afterwards, a woman in green clothes was seen falling from the sky. And her body was covered with dozens of sword wounds. That woman is Saint Nanyuan, with a cultivation level of the 4th level of Dongxi realm. At this moment, he was covered with wounds from Xiao Jianqin's sword. They never expected Xiao Jianqin's casual sword move. It can force the talents of each region to reveal themselves. Even hit them hard. This sword is enough to become famous throughout the Tianluo domain. And those geniuses were also defeated. Dragging his broken body, his followers took him back. It is also this sword. Everyone has no intention of challenging the Xiao family's genius. Also at this time, they understood one thing. When Xiao Jianqin fought against Bai Ruofing just now, he always felt that something was missing. They discovered it only after seeing the power of this sword. Xiao Jianqin never tried his best from the beginning. This sword light with sword power was also a casual wave of his hand. Xiao Jianqing's sword moves are so terrifying. He is only ranked third. How terrifying it would be if Xiao Qingyun ranked first and Xiao Tianyun ranked second. The Xiao family is worthy of being a family of martial gods, and the geniuses in the family are even more powerful than the last. Don't forget that there is another terrifying person in the Xiao family. Master Xiao Xuan. No one has seen through his terror and mystery so far. After this time, I'm afraid no one will challenge authority. Not always. Unless that person doesn't want his life. You really don't want to die. This person's words attracted everyone's attention. Tell me what's going on. Jialong ranks third on the challenge list, but he went to challenge Jamal Xiao in the southern Ming dynasty. Go and see it, don't miss this great show. The southern Ming dynasty was not far from the Xiao family. Therefore, everyone rushed to the scene in only half a stick of incense. At this time, Jamal Xiao had already faced off against the challenger. You are no match for me, ask Xiao Qingyun to come out and fight me. I have the ability to defeat her with one punch, but you are not qualified. Enough for me to take action. Peng Xiaofeng looked at Jamal Xiao, who was facing him. At that moment, I felt that the other party was humiliating me. Jamal Xiao looked at the man named to fight, Xiao Qingyun. Some couldn't help laughing. Just you? I'm afraid you're not qualified enough to challenge our king. The man was stimulated by his words and shouted loudly. He punched Jamal Xiao. This punch is enough to destroy all living beings. However, when everyone in the Xiao family saw this punch, but he couldn't help but shake his head. Too weak. Even they were unwilling to accept the offer. Not to mention a genius like Jamal Xiao. It is really overestimating one's ability to challenge the king with such strength. Above the sky, Jamal Xiao also punched. It's just that this punch carries endless thunder and lightning power. Peng Xiaofeng roared angrily and rushed forward. It's just that his strength is too weak. There is no way he can catch such a powerful move. The moment the bolts of lightning touched him, Peng Xiaofeng was instantly paralyzed. Then, with everyone's shocked eyes, he fell to the ground. Jamal Xiao's casual punch could seriously injure him. If you do your best, you won't even be a scumbag? At this moment everyone also understood. None of the geniuses of the Xiao family are weak. Even one is more negative than the other. He has such a powerful ability, but he has to hide it. It was at this time. There was a cry from the sky. A breathtaking demonic aura hit his face. It's Ying Ming Kong from the Demon Clan. I didn't expect him to come too. I don't know who he's going to challenge. Ying Ming Kong transformed into a huge golden eagle and appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Qingyun, I'm here to challenge you. Come out and accept my challenge. Everyone was horrified. Number 9 on the list of geniuses actually wants to challenge Xiao Qingyun. Number 1? For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Qingyun of the Nanming Emperor. The Tiandao ranking has regulations. All geniuses on the Qianlong Tianjiao list come to challenge. Neither can be refused. Therefore, even if Xiao Qingyun does not want to challenge, you also have to show up. At this time, the scene of the two geniuses about to battle appeared in the sky of Tianluo domain. Chapter 87, The Tamed Prince of 10,000 Demons. Everyone just saw the exciting battle between the two geniuses. Now a new round of battle between geniuses is about to begin again. It is impossible to say that I am not looking forward to it. After all, the challenge this time is Xiao Qingyun, who is number 1 on the Tiandao ranking. Jamal Xiao looked at Ying Ming Kong in front of him indifferently. If he hadn't named him to challenge Xiao Qingyun, he wanted to take action directly. However, there are regulations on the Tiandao ranking, and any talent on the Tiandao ranking will challenge. Neither can refuse. Although Jamal Xiao is here to help Xiao Qingyun, Otherwise, any prodigy can challenge the emperor of the southern Ming dynasty. That would make people feel that the king is too easy to bully. But he was powerless in the face of such a challenge. Xiao Qingyun heard Ming Kong's cry. Without any hesitation, he soared into the sky. She doesn't have the ability to change the rules of the Tiandao ranking. That moment, Xiao Qingyun came through the air. Everywhere you step on, there will be an air current. Under countless gazes, Xiao Qingyun, dressed as an empress, appeared in front of him. That moment, everyone was attracted by her stunning appearance. Even everyone in the Xiao family who was used to seeing her beauty. He couldn't help but look sideways. Ming Kong of the Demon Clan was completely fascinated by Xiao Qingyun. I didn't expect that the king of the southern Ming dynasty would be such a peerless beauty. It just so happens that I lack a Taoist companion. After I defeat you, I will take you back to the Demon Clan. Then I'll go through the motions with you. Let's practice the Demon Clan's skills together. In his eyes, Xiao Qingyun has peerless beauty and is at the top of the heavenly ranking. In addition, there is a martial god in the Xiao family behind her. Coupled with his status as the prince of the Demon Clan, it is enough. After everyone heard what Ming Kong said, they suddenly became angry. Presumptuous. You can also get your hands on the king of the southern Ming dynasty. The demon tribe still wants to marry the beautiful woman from my human race. It is simply a dream. Don't forget how the demon tribe has managed to survive in the 10,000 demon mountains all these years. It's so shameless for a mere golden eagle to think of marrying a human king. For a moment, everyone stared at Ming Kong angrily. Even the forces hidden in the surroundings cast hostile glances at Ming Kong. However, Ming Kong didn't care much about these. He looked at Xiao Qingyun with a smile, not hiding his appraising eyes. Well, I'll go back now, to prepare the betrothal gift. I won't fight you anymore. You can just go back with me and get married. After hearing this, Xiao Qingyun had already fallen in front of Ming Kong. Everyone in the Xiao family was still watching the real-time broadcast on the sky. When he saw Xiao Qingyun appearing in front of Ming Kong with an expressionless face, he immediately started praying for Ming Kong. Judging from their understanding of Xiao Qingyun, even if Ming Kong does not die this time, he will still be left half disabled. Even Jamal Xiao, who was standing next to her, fell silently. There was still a trace of regret on his face. Ming Kong was confused when he saw Xiao Qingyun staring at him. I thought she was fascinated by her handsome appearance. How about it? I'm too impatient for my appearance, so I think it's appropriate to be your husband. Ming Kong is still very confident in his own appearance. Xiao Qingyun nodded when he heard what Ming Kong said. You do have a good look for a mount. I happen to be short of a mount, so it's you. Everyone who heard this. First he was stunned for a moment. Then burst out laughing. It makes me laugh to death. This demon clan still wants to marry someone as a Taoist companion. Turns out, they just treat him as a mount. This is what the legend says. I treat you as my lover, but you want to ride on me. When everyone in the Xiao family heard this, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Xiao Qingyun and the others should stay as far away from each other as possible in the future. Ming Kong's smile instantly froze on his face. Then his face darkened. It seems that you still prefer hard work. It just so happens that I want you to see if this prince is hard enough. Above the sky, a huge golden eagle spread its wings. Waves of screams resounded across the sky, carrying endless pressure. Then a black claw headed towards Xiao Qingyun. Everyone immediately sweated for Xiao Qingyun. Ming Kong is the 9th genius in the heavenly ranking. His strength and realm are much more tyrannical than by Ruofeng's. However, Xiao Qingyun just waved his hand gently. Ying Mingkong's killing move was shattered. Seeing Xiao Qingyun break this blow so easily, everyone was shocked. Ying Mingkong narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not dare to underestimate Xiao Qingyun's strength. However, Xiao Qingyun looked at him as if he were looking at a favorite doll. This couldn't help but making Mingkong feel unhappy. It also made him feel scared from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Qingyun stared at Ying Mingkong tightly, as if he was already in his pocket. Not bad, he is actually a golden eagle with the bloodline of the golden winged rock. It's good to be my mount, but you have to use your full strength when you attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to grasp the strength properly and destroy you. By then, I won't have a mount. Finding a mount you like is a very rare thing. Xiao Qingyun's words instantly caused a burst of sighs. The golden-winged roc is a divine bird from ancient times. Not only do they feed on real dragons, they are also extremely powerful. Able to awaken the bloodline of the golden-winged Dapeng. That also proves that it has the opportunity to return to its ancestors and become the ancient golden-winged roc. That is a nearly invincible existence. Ying Mingkong didn't expect that he could hide such a good secret. Xiao Qingyun saw through it at a glance. He also became more wary of this beautiful woman. Since you know that I have the blood of a golden-winged roc, you should also understand how powerful I am. With that said, he directly launched an attack on Xiao Qingyun. Golden light emitted from his claws. Even the whole body is covered with golden light. Everyone looked at Ying Mingkong's changes in surprise. Unexpectedly, he actually awakened the bloodline of the atavistic golden winged roc. And this sign seems to be returning to his ancestors at any time. Xiao Qingyun looked at Ying Mingkong after his transformation. The joy in his eyes became more intense. Then she spread her delicate hands. The invisible power turned into substance, confining Ying Mingkong inside. Even if you can't see or touch it, Ying Mingkong had no way to escape. At this moment, he knew that what Xiao Qingyun just said was not false. If you can't break through this imprisonment, he was really going to be tamed into a mount by Xiao Qingyun. I miss him, the majestic prince of the demon clan. The bloodline of the atavistic golden-winged roc was awakened again. How could he be used as a mount by a human woman? He let out a howl and tried his best to break through this confinement. Yes, this strength is worthy of me. Xiao Qingyun nodded with satisfaction. I was also thinking about how to make it evolve into a golden-winged roc. Quickly. So she turned her palms up. A terrifying prestige emanated from it. Then she placed this majestic image above Ying Mingkong. I saw the eagle neighing loudly in the sky. The endless pressure tightly imprisoned him. Xiao Qingyun took out the jade seal, passed down from the country. A long golden dragon was inserted into Ying Mingkong's body. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the changes brought about by the golden dragon. Gradually, Ying Mingkong transformed into the size of an ordinary golden eagle. See this scene. Xiao Qingyun clapped his hands with satisfaction. Lift the confinement. The released Ying Mingkong instantly transformed into a giant golden eagle, heading towards Xiao Qingyun. When he was about to approach Xiao Qingyun, he slowed down and folded his wings, half crouching in front of Xiao Qingyun. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The 8th genius on the heavenly ranking is also the prince of the demon clan. He also awakened the bloodline of the atavistic golden-winged roc. Now that you say you have been conquered, you are conquered? For a moment, I didn't know whether to marvel at Xiao Qingyun's strength. I still regret the future of Ying Mingkong. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Xiao Qingyun sat on Ying Mingkong. Huge golden eagle, stunning beauty, gradually disappeared into the astonished eyes of everyone. until Xiao Qingyun's figure completely disappeared. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. When Tianluo saw this scene, he immediately exploded. Let me go, is Xiao Qingyun so powerful? That's Ing Ming Kong, who has the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. He was conquered just because he said he was conquered? Compared with Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Jianqin and the others are a bit unsatisfactory. It's no wonder that she is ranked first. With such strength, if she doesn't take the top spot, who will? Sure enough, being able to become the king of the southern Ming dynasty is by no means a waste of fame. Tianluo territory at this moment. He has been completely conquered by Xiao Qingyun's strength. Even those geniuses who want to challenge her. At this moment, I also understood the gap between myself and her. With such strength, no matter how hard they practice, that is also impossible to catch up with. Except for talking about Xiao Qingyun's strength. There is also talk about the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Now that the Demon Clan prince has been subdued by Xiao Qingyun, I'm afraid the Demon Clan won't let it go. Even if the other party is the family of the god of war, they will definitely ask for an explanation. Although the 10,000 monsters mountain range has not been around for a long time. But that doesn't mean they don't have strength. Long before the Xiao family appeared, the Demon Clan is one of the best in Tianluo domain. Now that so many years have passed, they have repaired the heavy damage done back then. There are even more unknown number of Dao-killing kings in the monster clan. There is even an existence like the Supreme Lord. When Xiao Xuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that this guy would take Ing Ming Kong as his mount. This time she was satisfied. You have to end the mess yourself. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan didn't say anything more and directly jumped into the air. Disappeared into the sky. The changes brought about by the Tiandao ranking finally stopped after Xiao Qingyun conquered Ing Ming Kong. At this time, another type of writing appeared in the sky. The list of the top 10 kings of southern Xinjiang was announced in 9 months, and the battlefield of southern Xinjiang's geniuses opened 12 months later. And select 36 people from all the Qianlong Tianjiao lists in southern Xinjiang to participate in the battle of the strongest Tianjiao in the vast world. See these on the list. The crowd was excited again. The top 10 most powerful kings in southern Xinjiang. The qualifications to be on the list are incredible. There are tens of thousands of Dao-killing kings in southern Xinjiang alone. Not to mention those hidden geniuses. And have you seen that there is no age limit this time? That is to say, as long as you are strong enough, you can be on the list. Those who can become the Dao-slaying king are only one among 10,000. Yet such an existence only selects 10 people. Those 10 people selected are not the king of kings. This position of king must have a place for the elders of our clan. I have been with the king for many years, and this time, the Tiandao ranking is simply tailor-made for me. King? Huh. It's just something in my pocket. A battle of kings? My avenue of fire has reached its peak, I don't know where I will rank. For a time, Tianluo territory, southern Xinjiang, and even the vast continent were discussing this matter. Even the strong men in seclusion woke up and chose to leave the seclusion early. Compared with existences like kings, there are more ordinary people. Regarding the announcement of the Tiandao ranking this time, what they are more interested in is the genius of southern Xinjiang. After all, the genius of the Xiao family had already amazed everyone before. This southern Xinjiang is so big that there must be at least hundreds of millions of cultivators. How do you want to select 36 of these hundreds of millions of cultivators? This mechanism is too cruel. Those who make the list are the best among people. The strength of these geniuses is incomparable to the Xiao family. but just when everyone was talking about it. There was a huge movement in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. The terrifying aura of the King of Demons is raging across the world. The Prince of 10,000 Demons awakened the bloodline of the atavistic golden-winged roc. But when he fought against a human woman, he was actually subdued. How could they endure such shame and humiliation? This revenge must be avenged. It is difficult to understand the hatred in my heart. Chapter 88. In the field of swordsmanship, the Demon King was seriously injured. The Xiao family is so brave. Even our young master from the 10,000 Demons mountain range dares to take him as a mount. Don't think that since he is from the martial gods family, we in the 10,000 Demons mountain range don't dare to do anything to them. The Xiao family has a martial god in charge. With our years of experience in the 10,000 monsters mountain range, we are still afraid of him. This Xiao family is too bully. If the Xiao family doesn't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being rude. Ming Kong is the hope of the new generation of our demon clan, and he has a chance to return to his ancestors and become a golden-winged roc. Now she has been tamed as a mount by Xiao Qingyun. If she does not return Ming Kong safely, we will never let her off lightly. The 10,000 Demons mountain range rushes into the sky with a monstrous force. The terrifying coercion of the Tao-killing king and the Supreme Lord permeated the entire valley. The 4 supreme masters of the demon clan and the 8 slaying kings. At this moment, they were all furious, and any one of them walked towards Tianluo domain. Those are all existences that can shock one party. Not to mention that more than a dozen people are here at the same time. It can be seen that Ming Kong has the blood of the atavistic golden-winged roc. How important is the status of the entire demon clan in their hearts? After everyone deliberated, they immediately rose into the sky. The overwhelming demonic energy spread across the sky, heading towards the Xiao family in the Tianluo domain. Sudden. A terrifying aura pierced the sky, suppressing it with overwhelming momentum. Even the Supreme Lord frowned at this sword movement. The sword light was as powerful as breaking bamboo, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this time, a Supreme Master with an elephant trunk stood in front of him. I saw him throw a punch. The sound of the collision between the two made even the mountains tremble. The sword light also disappeared instantly without a trace. But this also angered everyone in the demon clan. Who dares to sneak attack us? The 10,000 Demons mountain range is where you can run wild. You'd better show up on your own. If we find you, we will crush you to ashes. A series of thunderous roars echoing in the sky of the 10,000 Demon mountains. A figure in white gradually appeared from the clouds in front of everyone. Even facing a strong man like the Supreme Lord. The other party didn't show any fear at all. See someone coming? Everyone was confused at first, and then understood. Although the other party only has the first level cultivation of Tao slaying king. But he went to the 10,000 Demons mountains alone, holding a king level magic weapon in his hand. The elephant trunk demon king instantly understood his identity. You are Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, in the Tianluo domain. I heard the elephant trunk demon king's question. The rest of the people also looked at Xiao Xuan, with a bit of fear on their faces. It's not that they are afraid of Xiao Xuan. But he was afraid of the martial god behind him. It's me. The elephant trunk demon king looked behind Xiao Xuan. Since you came to our 10,000 Demons mountain range in person, I think you have to apologize. Then did you bring Xiao Qingyun, the lord of the southern Ming dynasty? Where is my young master of the demon clan? The elephant trunk demon king did not associate Xiao Qingyun with the Xiao family martial god. Instead, he was listed separately as the monarch of Nanming. This way, you won't be afraid of offending the martial god behind the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan never thought of bringing Xiao Wushi out to make excuses. Hearing what the other party said, he looked confused. Why should I apologize? It was his fate to be accepted as a mount by the king of Nanming. Xiao Xuan's expression was indifferent, as if he was just here for a leisurely stroll. Everyone in the demon tribe was furious. Don't wait for the elephant trunk demon king to make a sound. The iron tiger demon king had already spoken angrily. Xiao Xuan, don't think that since your Xiao family has a martial god sitting in charge, the 10,000 demons mountain range, will not dare to do anything to you. You don't know how important Ming Kong is to our demon clan. If you can, send it back. And leave Xiao Qingyun to us. For the sake of senior martial god's face, this matter will be revealed. But if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for turning against us. The Iron Tiger Demon King was full of momentum when he spoke. It was already spreading across the sky, as long as Xiao Xuan said a word. No. You can suppress him on the spot. Facing the threat of the Iron Tiger Demon King, Xiao Xuan remained unmoved. If Ming Kong hadn't taken the initiative to provoke him, how could Xiao Qingyun have tamed him? In the final analysis, his skills are still inferior to others. If you really want to go back to Ming Kong, just go to Xiao Qingyun. However, before you do that, you must first pass the level of the head of the family. This moment, the majesty of the king that erupted from Xiao Xuan's body was not inferior to that of the Iron Tiger Demon King. Everyone in the demon tribe was furious when they heard this. A dozen terrifying auras of kings and masters surged into the sky. The people of the monster clan are inherently ruthless, and now Xiao Xuan has touched their reverse scales. An iron-powered ox king, who was the king of Dao killing, shouted and took action. I don't believe that after talking so much nonsense to him and arresting him directly, the Xiao family is still unwilling to let him go even though the head of their family is in our hands. Even though the demon clan members were already furious. But because of the martial god, Xiao Wushi still dare not say anything about killing Xiao Xuan. They dare not touch the power of the god of war. The Tailing Yowang is famous for his power in the demon clan. He is a powerful person like the Supreme Lord. When fighting against the Tailing Yo king, he did not dare to take it lightly. His fist was seen to be dozens of times bigger. Killing Xiao Xuan with the power of suppressing the void. This punch was extremely fast and flawless. If Xiao Xuan dodged, he would be hit by his attack. The demon clan members sneered. Even the Supreme Lord faced the punch of the Iron Bull King. He must also try his best, not to mention that Xiao Xuan is only the first level of Dao slaying king. The image of Tathagata behind Xiao Xuan surged. The void legal world turned into a small world in the cave. Looking at the Iron Ox King coming from the front, he showed a trace of disdain. The Tathagata's Dharma has a combat power of 3,650 times. In terms of strength, he, Xiao Xuan, is not afraid of anyone. Swinging out a sword, the terrifying sword energy swept in all directions, colliding with the giant fist of the Iron Bull King. Seeing this scene, the Chongyao clan sneered. Going head-to-head with the Tailing Yo king is simply asking for death. The two sides collided together. The huge explosion carried the pressure of a king. The surrounding mountains were instantly shattered. The ground is sunken and the river flows backwards. The demon clan even collapsed one of its main halls. Then a black figure was shot out. The expressions of everyone in the demon tribe changed drastically. It's actually the Iron Power Bull King. The Iron-Powered Ox King is famous for his power in the demon clan. He was defeated by Xiao Xuan with one sword. The expressions of everyone in the demon clan changed instantly. He is the first level of Dao Slayer King. I saw Xiao Xuan standing with his hands behind his back and the dust all over the sky. The cold and isolated aura actually revealed a bit of an immortal temperament. Seeing this, several supreme masters also frowned slightly. A human race actually has the ability to fight against a demon race. It has to be scary. Facing the gazes of everyone from the monster clan, Xiao Xuan looked calm. You all come together, I don't have much time to spend here with you. Be bold. Everyone in the demon clan was furious. After hearing this, he went straight to kill Xiao Xuan without saying a word. Waves of terrifying pressure filled the sky. Facing the 7 Tao-killing kings, he launched his attacks at the same time. Xiao Xuan faintly swung his sword. Slash the void with fury. The waning moon sword is unsheathed, the secret of swordsmanship. The power of the sword gathered together, and the sword energy went straight into the void. Thunder rolled in the sky. The endless sword energy caused the expressions of several Tao-killing kings to change drastically. Sword moves versus killing moves. Huge explosions and immeasurable combat power. Not even the sky can bear it. The countless mountains around us cannot hold it. It was shaken into rubble by this air wave. The entire 10,000 demons mountain range was moved back millions of miles by this air wave. All of a sudden, the 7 Tao-killing kings all vomited blood and turned into blood mist. Permeated in this world. The 7 Tao-slaying kings were even beaten back to their original form. The dozens of feet-long body is covered with golden sword light. Azure snake python, purple-faced crane king, giant-hoofed rhinoceros. This scene shocked all the demon clan members. You know, this is one of the most powerful demon kings in their demon clan. Xiao Xuan stood with his sword in hand, feeling a sense of being alone and proud among the others. Even the 4 supreme masters were horrified by this human race. These 7 demon kings attack at the same time, so they all need to be treated with caution. And Xiao Xuan actually knocked them back to their original shape with one sword. Everyone in the demon clan was even more frightened by the sword. A human race who is at the first level of Dao Slayer King. He actually has such terrifying fighting power. Is it because they haven't been born for a long time, or is it because the Tao-killing king of this world has become so powerful? Facing the demon clan, his eyes were shocked. Xiao Xuan shifted his attention to the 4 supreme masters. It's your turn. These words immediately made everyone gasp. Defeating the 7 Tao-killing kings means he has some strength. But who gave him the courage to fight against the Supreme Lord? When the 4 supreme masters heard this, their expressions turned cold. They exist as masters, even if the other party has superior abilities. You can't be so provocative. The Tongtian Dragon King stepped forward and stared at Xiao Xuan with the pressure that tore through the void. Human race, I admit that you are strong, but no matter how strong you are, you still have no ability to resist the Supreme Lord. A monstrous momentum instantly burst out from the Tongtian Dragon Emperor. The pressure of the master is enough to destroy the heaven and the world. In front of the Supreme Lord, kill everyone below the Tao King. Will be suppressed by it. This is the power of the Supreme Lord. Immediately, Tongxinlong dynasty punched Xiao Xuan. Wherever the fist wind passed, there was tearing of void. Even the sky trembled, and the pressure of the Lord caused waves of hurricanes to roar. Human, I can defeat you with just one punch. The voice of the Tongtian Dragon Emperor echoed in the sky. The terrifying coercion of the Lord, with a killing move that tears the void, came towards Xiao Xuan. This punch. The one who killed the Tao King will all die. Xiao Xuan looked at this terrifying punch calmly. Ordinary people would have been suppressed long ago and would not even have the ability to fight back. But who is Xiao Xuan? The legendary head of the Xiao family in Tianluo domain. There is a system by your side. He also understood the field of Xiaoqing Kendo. Even if the other party is the supreme master, he can't show off his skills within the realm of his sword. Within the realm, his world. Xiao Xuan slowly took a step. A golden light with invisible power. It instantly filled the sky and brought the Tongtian Dragon Emperor into his own domain. The aura that tore through the void disappeared in an instant. In the horrified eyes of everyone in the demon clan, Xiao Xuan grabbed the hand of Tongtian Dragon Emperor. The Tongtian Dragon Emperor's pupils were condensed, and there was a power in his hand that could crush him. You actually comprehended the realm of Xiaoqing Kendo. In the field of swordsmanship, within the field, you are invincible. Xiao Xuan looked at him indifferently. The strength is good and the qualifications are not bad. It's a pity that the potential is low and he is not worthy of being the mount of the head of the family. Tongtian Dragon Emperor was immediately furious. However, Xiao Xuan suddenly let go and punched directly. Hit the center of his face. At that moment, Tongtian Dragon Emperor felt that his skull was out of place. Even the internal organs felt like they were being broken. Facing Xiao Xuan's insults and contempt, how could he bear this breath? But the other party has a small realm of swordsmanship. Even if he tried his best, he could only fight with the opponent and lose both sides. The other three supreme masters of the demon clan heard the words of the Tongtian Dragon Emperor. He also looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. The field is that they don't understand it. After understanding the domain, there is an absolute strength gap with the opponent. He also has the ability to fight with him. Next moment, the three supreme masters moved their bodies and appeared around Xiao Xuan. This moment, they could no longer despise Xiao Xuan. I didn't expect that there is a strong person like you among the human race. Today, let us come and meet you. I saw the other three people also taking action. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's good. Sacrifice the jade pendant of the head of the family. Instantly improve your cultivation level. In the shocked and disbelieving eyes of everyone in the demon clan, Xiao Xuan's cultivation level is the first level from the king of killing Dao, gradually promoted to the first level of Supreme Lord. It has crossed a huge realm. A terrifying power of domination burst out from his body instantly. What? Everyone in the demon clan obviously did not expect that Xiao Xuan could temporarily improve to a great level. What kind of treasure is this? It can actually help him improve his realm. Instantly. No wonder the Dao-slaying king dares to come to the 10,000 demons mountains alone. It turns out he was fully prepared. The human race is indeed treacherous and insidious. With the addition of the domain, and now breaking through the Supreme Lord, I don't know how many times more powerful this level of strength is. The three masters of the demon clan had a dull voice and a solemn expression, facing Xiao Xuan at this moment. Even if the four of them join forces, there is no guarantee that they will be able to kill him. Xiao Xuan looked indifferent and quickly swung his sword. The sword energy burst out of the air, and the sword force ripped through the void. Even the sky and the earth changed color, the sky trembled, and the space was torn apart. The earth shook and the wind surged. All of a sudden, endless sword energy swept from the void. The expressions of the supreme masters of the four demon clans changed drastically. All of a sudden, four ancient giant monsters appeared in the sky. The demonic energy soaring into the sky, tearing apart the void raging, resisted Xiao Xuan's sword. However, in the field of swordsmanship, their resistance is still far behind. The sword light fell. The sword power collided with the four giant monsters. Huge impact, irresistible fighting power. The bodies of the four supreme masters were forced back hundreds of kilometers. Wait until the sword power disappears. The four of them slowly stood up. Next moment, A mouthful of blood spurted from their mouths. On the chest, there seemed to be endless sword power raging. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, he half-knelt on the ground. But Xiao Xuan's figure has long disappeared over the 10,000 demons. Mountain range. But his voice echoed in the sky. It is also his blessing that Ng Ming Kong can become Xiao Qingyun's mount. If you monsters are still unconvinced, you can send the geniuses of the same level to ask for it. If you continue to act like this and want to bully the small, don't blame me for raising your 10,000 monsters mountain range. Today's battle is just a piece of advice to you from the 10,000 monsters mountain range. This sound is enough to shock the world. It echoed over the 10,000 demon mountains for 3 whole days. Xiao Xuan's sword. It even made the 4 supreme masters of the 10,000 demon mountains fearful. Since Xiao Xuan left, the 10,000 demons mountain range was declared closed. Also blocked. There is also news that this time Xiao Xuan's 2 swords severely damaged the 7 Tao-slaying kings and the 4 supreme masters of the demon clan. Xiao Xuan began to practice in seclusion when he returned to the Xiao family. After this battle in the 10,000 demon mountains, they will no longer come looking for trouble. Maybe he won't even participate in the Battle of Kings 9 months later. And you must also improve your strength, before that. The Tiandao ranking appeared. The hidden powers in the vast continent are gradually awakening. Only enough strength. Only then can we have the ability to fight when the next crisis comes. Not to mention, he also wants to sprint for the wind of King. Chapter 89 Xiao Xuan, come to destroy the family. Xiao Xuan's group in the 10,000 monsters mountains did not make any waves in the Tianluo territory. Countless people don't even know about this. At this moment, all the attention of everyone in Tianluo territory is on the list of geniuses and the list of kings. They even brought out the names of the famous Shan Dao king that they knew. It is possible to kill the Tao king from the very beginning. Those who are not at the top of the king will not be able to do it. Even those Dao-killing kings are doing it for this time's list of kings. They all also started to practice in seclusion and strive for breakthroughs. Try to occupy a place on the king list. Not only is it an exciting reward of heavenly blessings, because this is a great opportunity to prove their strength. On the other side, the Qianlong Tianjiao list is updated every month. The popularity of the challenge list with Jiaolong remains unabated. Although there are 7 geniuses in the Xiao family who are at the top of the list. But there are only a few Xiao family members on the Jiaolong challenge list. Although the Xiao family's genius is outstanding. But the only ones who can truly be ranked in the Tianluo domain are Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Yan and others. Although Xiao Xuan broke through the Dao-killing king. But because he only had first-level cultivation, he was ignored by everyone. Even the peak powerhouses of the 8th and 9th levels of the Dao king Slayer may not be able to make the list. What's more, Xiao Xuan, the witch's peach would rewarded from the last mission. Xiao Xuan has already been handed over to Xiao Qingyun. And under Xiao Qingyun's care, it gradually grew up. The witch's peachwood is a heaven-level growth-level sacred tree, as long as there is something that can make it grow. It can grow indefinitely. After a month of retreat practice, Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm has also been upgraded to the 2nd level of Dao Slaying King. The strength of the geniuses of the Xiao family has improved a lot this month. Xiao Tianyun's cultivation realm has even broken through the realm of transcending tribulation. In addition, he practices the Quafu cultivation method, which gives him combat and explosive power. It has also been infinitely improved. Xiao Jianxin's cultivation level also broke through to the 9th level of Dongxi realm within this month. Judging from the momentum emanating from the Enlightenment room, in the next few days, I might be able to break through the tribulation realm. After these 2 months of fierce competition, The geniuses throughout southern Xinjiang are constantly practicing and improving. Except for Xiao Tianyun and other geniuses on the Tiandao ranking and the Flood Dragon ranking. No one from the Xiao family is on the list. Therefore, everyone knows it. I want to continue to occupy a place on the list of geniuses. There is only continuous breakthrough, and transcending the tribulation realm is just a starting point. Xiao Xuan after breaking through the realm. Enter the system main panel to check your own situation. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of Xiao family in Tianluo domain. Cultivation realm, second level of Dao killing king. Magic weapon, imperial divine weapon waning moon sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng sword technique, after completing the practice, you can reach the top of the immortal way, the powerful dragon. Without dragon, after completing the practice, you can cut the void with the sword, 8 stage / 4th level. Exotic treasures, jade pendant and ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family. Residence, 10,000 Swords Grotto, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment. Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, and Family Ancestral Tombs. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. Although the level of cultivation has only improved by 1 level. But Xiao Xian's other abilities have improved countless times. In the past 2 months, Xiao Jianxin and others have obtained heavenly blessings from the Heavenly Way ranking. It also brought him a lot of exchange points. In just 2 months, there were already hundreds of thousands of redemption points. This situation accumulates over time. It will be an astronomical sum. Today's Xiao family has no shortage of opportunities and various martial arts techniques. There is no shortage of even the most difficult to obtain resources. The only thing missing is time. Given enough time, the strength of the Xiao family will become stronger and stronger. However, the emergence of the Tiandao list and the King's list, always reminding Xiao Xian that they don't have enough time. Behind this, it seems like something huge is about to happen. At this moment, the system's mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Ding, the system has detected that in 5 months, there will be a spiritual energy tide in the vast world, and riots are coming. Ding, the sniper mission has been released, destroy the Great Thunder Temple, Xuanluan Mansion, and Blood Knife sect that are hostile and murderous to the Xiao family. Complete the mission to receive generous rewards. Hear the sniper mission issued by the system. Xiao Xian was a little surprised, but instantly felt that this was reasonable. Since the last time the 5 forces fought against the Xiao family, all the major forces went into hiding. The Jiaolong clan moved directly to the East China Sea, obviously not wanting to have anything to do with the Xiao family. The new king of the Yuheng Emperor even came forward to apologize in person. He even brought along 3 princesses from the imperial dynasty, and all of them were married to the geniuses of the Xiao family. Now that the 3 princesses are also pregnant, the meaning is self-evident. The Blood Knife sect and the Xiao family have a deep blood feud for the destruction of their sect, but they are not avenging it now. Xiao Xian will also look for suitable opportunities to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Daily Holy Temple is backed by Xiaoli Lion Temple, and it has a profound heritage. Even when facing Xiao Wushi, the other party would not necessarily be afraid. What's more, the system releases tasks at this time. It can be seen that it is not as simple as it seems. Perhaps a huge conspiracy is brewing among their top brass. As for the wheelhouse, although he has established himself as a self-proclaimed disciple, he no longer accepts disciples from outside. But because he continued to keep Lin Shan, Xiao Xian will not give up just yet. Lin Shan should take back everything he did to his nephew Xiao Tianyun. Think about this. Xiao Xuan issued the family head order. Since all three major forces are to be destroyed, let's start with the closest. 1. The order to destroy the wheelhouse was issued. Almost all members of the Xiao family mobilized. With the addition of a group of geniuses, it can be said to be a mighty force. This is also the first time since the rise of the Xiao family that they have initiated such a large-scale war. News of the Xiao family's attack on Zhuanluan Mansion. Soon it spread throughout Tianluo territory. Everyone was puzzled that the Xiao family was attacking Zhuanluan Mansion at this time. The Xiao family and Zhuanluan Mansion have had a feud for a long time, and this time it will be a fierce battle again. As a long-established clan, the Zhuanluan Mansion has been standing in the Tianluo territory for tens of thousands of years. The Xiao family will not be destroyed at will. I'm afraid that if the Xiao family is so vast, it will be defeated by the Zhuanluan Mansion in the end. The last time the five forces fought against the Xiao family, they failed to gain any favor. The one force in the Zhuanluan Mansion will at best end up losing both sides. I think the Xiao family really wants to destroy the Zhuanluan Mansion, maybe. They just came to ask for compensation. Zhuanluan Mansion has stood for thousands of years without falling. How can its strength be compared to that of the Xiao family? The Zhuanluan Mansion has held several meetings on expelling Lin Shan from the mansion. In the eyes of everyone in Zhuanluan Mansion, the Xiao family has a martial god sitting in charge, and now its strength has been greatly improved. They should come with heavy gifts to apologize. Even Lin Shan's master showed up many times, but he couldn't stop it. Lin Shan also knew what would happen to him after he was expelled. So I went specifically to find the Heavenly Saint King. As long as the Heavenly Saint King is on his side, even the entire Zhuanluan Mansion's opposition is of no avail. And he was absolutely sure that the Heavenly Saint King would be in the same camp as himself. An infinitely hidden place in Zhuanluan Mansion. A strong man who was half a step into the Supreme Master was looking at Lin Shan in front of him in horror. Are you telling the truth? Lin Shan spread out the skills one by one. How my heavenly bones came from. The Heavenly Saint King must have known for a long time. Isn't it worthy of belief even if I put this example in front of you? The Heavenly Saint King was moved by Lin Shan's words. The Xiao family is now powerful and has many unparalleled geniuses. This time, the top 7 on the Tiandao ranking are all members of his Xiao family. Even Lin Shan didn't make the list. Although Lin Shan was moody and unpopular with everyone in Zhuanluan Mansion. But what he said this time made the Heavenly Saint King's heart move. Now that the techniques have been placed in front of you, why are you still hesitating? The eyes of the Heavenly Saint King exuded greed. Looking at the technique in front of me that can integrate the qualifications and bones. He seemed to see himself breaking through the Supreme Lord. He has been wandering around as a half-step Supreme Master for decades. Even breaking through the Supreme Lord in this life is already the best outcome. But Lin Shan gave him such a weird technique. Although he was still skeptical. But thinking about the excellent qualifications and foundation of those talented people in the Xiao family, I can no longer control that much. What he wants is not just to step into the Supreme Lord. With the qualifications and foundation of the geniuses of the Xiao family. With his talent, even becoming a Hunyuan saint would not be a problem. I will naturally solve your problem. But don't forget what you promised me today. The foundation and qualifications of those talented people in the Xiao family. The Heavenly Saint King stared at Lin Shan with a look of determination. That's natural. The natural king can rest assured. After receiving Lin Shan's affirmative answer, the Heavenly Saint King left. With the skills given by Lin Shan. At this time a new meeting was held in Xuanluan Mansion regarding the expulsion of Lin Shan. However, under the strong veto of the natural king, the matter was completely stopped. No matter how dissatisfied the people in Xuanluan Mansion were, they did not dare to complain. The Heavenly Saint King is the most powerful person in the Xuanluan Mansion, with the highest level of cultivation. They don't have the ability to compete with him. Even at this moment, the Xiao family has posed a great threat to Xuanluan Mansion. But the Heavenly Saint King was already in a state of indifference to this matter. Not only that, he also searched for Lin Shan's master and apprentice many times. Discuss ways to deal with the Xiao family's genius. He has the qualifications and foundation of the Xiao family's genius. He can't wait any longer. This day, a sword light strong enough to pierce the sky fell from the sky, split the Wheel Mansion into two. The sword light suddenly descended, and Xuanluan Mansion was unable to take precautions. The losses were heavy for a time, and many disciples of Xuanluan Mansion died in this sword light. The surrounding audience also gasped. Several Tao-killing kings in Xuanluan Mansion were immediately furious. Soaring into the sky, he stared ahead with a monstrous momentum. Who is here? How dare you cause trouble in my Xuanluan Mansion? The pressure of the Tao-killing king instantly surged into the sky. Terrorist coercion suppresses all parties. Many powerful men and women in the tribulation realm also stared angrily ahead. Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family, come and destroy the family. Xiao Xuan's indifferent voice came in the air. It echoed like thunder. Immediately afterwards, in the horrified eyes of everyone, Xiao Xuan came to Tukong with a group of geniuses from the Xiao family and several elders. The pressure that sweeps across all directions and the powerful lineup are terrifying. Although the Xiao family does not have as many strong men as the Xuanluan family, but their ability to leapfrog and kill was enough to make everyone fear them. Xiao Xuan, you really think that my Xuanluan Mansion is easy to bully? The Heavenly Saint King glared at Xiao Xuan angrily. However, Xiao Xuan gave the order indifferently, kill. Suddenly, everyone in the Xiao family swarmed forward. The sound of swords and the power of magic are endless. Everyone in the Xiao family crushed the Xuanluan Mansion with an absolute advantage. In the blink of an eye, dozens of disciples from the Xuanluan Mansion had died. Those Tao-killing kings were furious when they saw the scene. He wanted to stop him, but was stared at by Xiao Xuan. Even if they are cultivators of the same level, Xiao Xuan gives them the feeling. But it's like the Supreme Lord is present. This pressure made them dare not move easily. Just when everyone was hesitating, most of the disciples of Xuanluan Mansion have lost their lives. A Tao-killing king burst onto the stage with a loud shout. When Xiao Xuan took action, he pointed out, it contains infinite sword energy. When had the Heavenly Saint King ever been so neglected? The opponent is still a mere Tao-killing king with second-level cultivation. How could he bear this tone? Your opponent is my king. He rose into the air and shot directly at Xiao Xuan. However, Xiao Xuan didn't even look at him. He shook his sleeves angrily and waved his palm. Immediately afterwards, amidst the howling wind, a huge palm fell from the sky. The Heavenly Saint King was pressed down heavily. The depression in the ground is dozens of feet deep. In the deepest part of the depression, there was the Heavenly Saint King with his skin and flesh bruised. Just one palm. He severely damaged the half-step Supreme Master, the Heavenly Saint King. Everyone has not recovered from the shock. Another miserable wailing sound came from the sky. It was actually the Tao-killing king who took action. I saw a golden sword light sinking into his body instantly. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the Tao-killing king turned into a blood mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. Countless people were shocked by the scene in front of them. With one finger, he can destroy the Tao King. With a flick of his sleeve, he severely injured the half-step Supreme Master. This kind of fighting power is so terrifying. Even the Daozhan kings were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The battle between the Xiao family and Xuanluan mansion is still going on. It only takes a moment. The disciples of Xuanluan mansion have already lost 2/10. At the same time, Xiao Tianyun came to the sky above the Xingzi mansion in Xuanluan mansion. It was time to put an end to his feud with Lin Shan. Cousin has already arrived at your door. Why don't you come out to greet me? Xiao Tianyun's face was calm, and he waved a sword in the air. The Holy Sun's mansion was split into two halves. In a huge crackling sound, Lin Shan, dressed in black, jumped up from the ruins. He looked at Xiao Tianyun with a look of resentment. The murderous intent and endless resentment radiated out unabashedly. I didn't expect that my moment of weakness would lead to such a great blessing for you. If I had known this, I should have crushed you to ashes and saved you today's trouble. Facing Lin Shan like this, Xiao Tianyun looked calm. The other party digging out his heavenly bones is indeed a life and death thing. But it was precisely because of his actions. Only then did he meet Uncle Xian and even awaken the immortal bones. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. But this doesn't mean that I will forgive him. Lin Shan, let this battle decide our life and death. Xiao Tianyun finished speaking. Then he punched the air, and his ultimate authority swept in all directions. Chapter 90 Blood Contract, Cub by Feng Yao. Xiao Tianyun was magnificent at the moment. The coercion on his body is enough to intimidate all directions. Lin Shan was frightened and angry when he saw the scene. I regret not killing Xiao Tianyun completely that day. So much so that he could still be so powerful after being deprived of his heavenly bones. He even regretted it. Why didn't you disembowel him that day? Take away all the secrets in his body and even his mind. Take it all apart and take a look. This way he might be able to become stronger. Under Xiao Tianyun's punch, Lin Shan had to take action. Xiao Tianyun, since I can dig out your heavenly bones, now I can also take your life. It doesn't matter how powerful your punch is. After all, if you don't have the first level of cultivation, you will be like an ant compared to me. Lin Shan took action in anger. A crimson skull sword with endless bloody aura and a suffocating demonic aura appeared from the top of his head. The skeleton sword collided with Xiao Tianyun's punch. There was an endless cracking sound. After the collision, Lin Shan's body was blown away, if not for the skull sword piercing the ground. He cannot be seen within 100 kilometers. But Xiao Tianyun remained motionless. Who is strong and who is weak has been determined. The Kuafu practice, practiced by Xiao Tianyun, coupled with the understanding of Huang Tian Emperor, even if he has just broken through the tribulation realm, his combat effectiveness has also been infinitely improved. Even in a battle with Xiao Qingyun, he could not fall behind. Not to mention Lin Shan's ability. Although his cultivation level is higher than his own, his combat effectiveness is simply incomparable. Even if your heavenly bones are dug out, you are no match for me. That was the case in the past, and it is the same now. Xiao Tianyun put one hand behind his back, hanging in space. Like a lonely desolate god. The words fall. He slowly waved his palm. Even the sky shook and the ground trembled. Thunder rolls from the sky, and the situation changes dramatically. That palm became tens of feet in size. Lin Shan looked at the giant palm in shock and fear. I just felt a monstrous momentum locking me in. But he thinks he has a heavenly bone. Even against this palm, it has the ability to break it. My defeated general must be defeated by me. The forest and mountains are full of majestic mountains, and the eyes are red. The bloody aura of the skull sword in his hand also became more intense at this moment. The demonic energy enveloped his entire body. I saw the skeleton sword and the palm colliding. The huge momentum is enough to shake mountains and rivers. I saw that the ground within dozens of kilometers of Xuanluan Mansion was all sunken. There are even many buildings blessed by formations. They all collapsed one by one. Dust was flying all over the sky. The terrifying aura came up from the cracks. The dust dispersed, and a 5-finger palm print appeared on the ground. In the palm print, there was a thick black smoke. It makes people unable to see clearly Lin Shan's life and death situation. Lin Shan's master couldn't bear it anymore. He immediately rose from the ground and headed towards Xiao Tianyun's front door to kill. He treated Lin Shan sincerely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have paid so much for him. At this moment, his most beloved disciple was hurt. How could he, the master, endure this? But how could Xiao Xuan let him hurt his nephew? I saw him point his finger. A sword energy, containing strong sword power, went towards Lin Shan's master. The sword energy penetrated directly into his chest, causing him to lose the ability to fight. Xiao Tianyun watched all this indifferently. After digging out his heavenly bones from Lin Shan, he had seen through the world. Only the strong have the ability to stay in this world. As for Emperor Huang Tian's experience, there is also his loneliness. It strengthened his will to become stronger. Xiao Tianyun made a secret. A flash of sword light flashed in his eyes. An immeasurable sword intent emanated from him. The terrifying sword light instantly filled the void. A grain of sand can fill up the sea. A single blade of grass can kill the sun, moon, and stars. This is Emperor Huangtian's secret sword technique. An immeasurable murderous aura filled the entire Xuanluan mansion. The sword light instantly moved towards Master Lin Shan and the two of them. Wait until the grass sword technique falls. A huge mushroom cloud exploded on the ground. In the dust all over the sky. Master Lin Shan and his two brothers also died. Wherever the sword technique passed, it even killed many great masters in the tribulation realm. Subsequently, Xiao Tianyun took one step in the air and swung his sword at the powerful person in the tribulation realm. With this sword, several more great tribulation masters fell down. Although he is not a sword cultivator, he does not have Xiao Jianqing's heart. As a sword god. Not even the so-called born swordsman. But even Xiao Jianqing didn't dare to despise his sword. After killing Lin Shan, the last obsession in Xiao Tianyun's heart also dissipated. In that moment, he seemed to realize something. This strangeness not only attracted the attention of Xiao Jianqing, Xiao Yan, and others. Even Xiao Xuan couldn't help but look sideways. I saw Xiao Tianyun's whole body exuding a faint white halo. Although only for a short moment. But people can also feel the huge changes in him. At this time in Xuanluan Mansion, only the seriously injured Tianqing king and the Dao-slaying kings were left. Xiao Xuan said no more. He swung his sword directly. The terrifying sword power caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Even the void was torn apart by it. The Dao-slaying kings looked at this sword with horror on their faces. Even the heavenly saint king had a hint of awe in his eyes. In the shocked eyes of everyone, several Tao-killing kings were wiped out in ashes by the sword force that filled the sky. The heavenly saint king's eyes widened and his pupils were condensed. Finally, it turned into a blood mist amid the eyes full of unwillingness. With the death of the heavenly saint king and several Tao-killing kings, the Xuanluan mansion also announced its annihilation. The spies around saw this scene. I couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. The head of the Xiao family actually defeated the Supreme Master in one step. With one sword. Kill several Tao-killing kings at the same time. And the Xuanluan mansion has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Just announce the annihilation in front of their eyes. This is unbelievable. After the Xiao family gathered the resources of Xuanluan mansion and left, Xiao Xuan also headed directly towards the Great Thunder Holy Temple. Ever since the Great Thunder Holy Temple was severely damaged by the Xiao family. Then he went to Xiaolialian Temple and found a Supreme Master to come and take charge. In this way, even if Xiao Xuan comes to settle accounts, they don't need to be afraid of each other's strength. And they don't have to worry about Xiao Xuan using the martial god stone. Although the martial god stone has the power of the martial god, but it also has energy limitations. It is impossible for Xiao Xuan not to know the pros and cons of this. Therefore, as long as the opponent is not Xiao Wushi, they do not need to be afraid of the Great Thunder Holy Temple. But fortunately, the Xiao family did not come to settle accounts. This also made the monks of Dalai Holy Temple heave a sigh of relief. However, the leisurely days did not last long. It was broken by a sword light falling from the sky. A palace in the center of the Great Thunder Holy Temple was directly shattered. A power of domination slowly rose from the Great Thunder Holy Temple. I saw a monk wearing an 8-treasure cassock and twisting snow white Buddhist beads in his hand appearing in the sky of Dalai Holy Temple. This person is the Supreme Lord Monk invited by the Great Thunder Holy Temple to take charge. Ba, how can you, the pure land of Buddhism, allow you to run wild? The royal monk recited the Buddha's name with a kind look on his face. It actually contained a faint murderous intention. Xiao Xuan's figure appeared in front of the imperial monk. This time he came alone and did not bring anyone from the Xiao family. The person coming is Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family. When the imperial monk saw the imperial waning moon sword in Xiao Xuan's hand, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. The monks of Dalai Holy Temple heard this. I was shocked. I just feel my scalp tingling. The Xiao family's revenge has come. The emperor's monk looked at Xiao Xuan, who came alone, with a kind smile on his face. Although Dalai Holy Temple is a holy place for Buddhism, it is inevitable that there will be misunderstandings. What happened last time? Your Xiao family was not harmed, but our Great Thunder Holy Temple lost several eminent monks. This matter can be regarded as being wiped out, and the grudge between the Xiao family and the Great Thunder Holy Temple has been settled. The imperial monk is from Xiaolialian Temple and has the cultivation of a Supreme Master. Even if Xiao Wushi came here, he wouldn't be afraid at all. What's more, Xiao Xuan is only at the second level of Dao Slaying King. Therefore, even the tone of his words did not conceal the strength inside. Xiao Xuan shook his head speechlessly after hearing this. It was obviously the Great Thunder Holy Temple fighting for the treasure. He just launched an attack on the Xiao family, and even joined hands with the demon cultivators to fight against them. Come out of his mouth now. On the contrary, the Xiao family took a huge advantage. This Buddhist cultivator is truly worthy of being the ancestor of double standards. The emperor's monk shook his head when he saw Xiao Xuan. With a sulky look on his face, my Great Thunder Holy Temple has given you steps, but you still don't want to? These words were not only threatening. It seemed as if they had given Xiao Xuan a great favor. I even hope he feels grateful. See this. Xiao Xuan didn't talk nonsense either. Directly sacrifice the jade pendant of the family leader to raise his cultivation level to the Supreme Master. A terrifying coercion of the Supreme Lord burst out from him instantly. The waning moon sword is in hand. Xiao Xuan swung his sword in the air. The sword power with the power of domination cuts through the clouds and tears the void. With a force as strong as a broken bamboo, it struck at the imperial monk. The poor monk has been so tolerant, but you have done it again and again. Don't blame the poor monk for killing. So what if you temporarily improve to a small level? You will still be like an ant in front of the poor monk. At this moment, the emperor's face no longer looked like an eminent monk. Instead, there was a fierce look on his face. If it weren't for the fact that he was wearing the 8-jeweled cassock and had the light of the Buddha on his body, I'm afraid it's no different than a demon cultivator. The emperor's monk's eyes were fixed on the imperial waning moon sword in Xiao Xuan's hand. No hiding the greed in his eyes. The imperial magic weapon in your hand is actually something that the poor monk lost many years ago. If you take the initiative to return it today, for the sake of this imperial weapon, I may consider sparing your life. The imperial monk had a sinister smile on his face, and he no longer looked like an eminent monk at all. Seeing Xiao Xuan indifferent, suddenly he was furious. I saw a red-faced Buddha appearing behind him. Then he waved a big hand, with ultimate coercion and endless mystery, coming toward Xiao Xuan's sword. In his eyes, Xiao Xuan's sword was just like a child playing house. However, the smile on his lips had solidified before it even rose. The palm of the red-faced Buddha did not catch Xiao Xuan's move. Not only that, he was also shattered by Xiao Xuan's sword. The terrifying sword power carries a majestic momentum that can destroy the world and tear apart the void. Hit him directly in the face. Monk Huang suddenly felt bad, but it was within the scope of the swordsmanship field. How could he escape this fatal blow? No. A burst of shrill shouts instantly came from the sky and the earth. There was reluctance and resentment in that voice. However, the sound only lasted less than a second. He was suppressed by the collapse of the main hall of the Great Thunder Temple. Behind him, countless people focused their attention here. After the collapse of the Great Thunder Temple, people saw the corpse of the imperial monk whose true appearance could no longer be seen among the ruins. Everyone gasped and swallowed uncontrollably. Xiao Xuan actually killed the emperor monk who had the realm of supreme master. With one sword. He died like this? It's unbelievable. This is an eminent monk who has records in Xiao Temple. He is also the cultivation of the Supreme Lord. The head of the Xiao family is too powerful. Although he avenged the Xiao family, he also made Xiao Temple worry about him. That's not necessarily true. The Xiao family has a martial god sitting in charge, and even Xiao Temple doesn't dare to touch him easily. It's hard to say. If Xiao Temple and several other major Buddhists join forces, even if the god of war is here, they may not be able to win completely. What's more, Xiao Temple will definitely not let go of the Xiao family's martial arts dragon. Those who gathered around the Great Thunder Temple were almost all Buddhist cultivators from the area. Ordinary forces also disdained to enter this world. Xiao Xuan did not take everyone's comments to heart. He waved his sword indifferently. The entire Great Thunder Holy Temple was destroyed by this sword. He then used the Eye of Insight. He gathered all the resources of the Great Thunder Holy Temple and left here. The Buddhist cultivators who were watching around saw Xiao Xuan leaving completely. Swarm up and start plundering the remaining resources here. Although they are Buddhist cultivators like Daily Eye Holy Temple, but they are in a state of opposition between water and fire. Now the Great Thunder Holy Temple has been destroyed. The remaining monks were no match for them. Therefore, the area occupied by the Great Thunder Holy Temple, as well as some other small forces, it has become the main resource divided among Buddhist cultivators here. And the news about Xiao Xuan killing the Supreme Lord with one sword in the Great Thunder Temple, it also spread throughout southern Xinjiang. Countless people were shocked by Xiao Xuan's strength and courage. And he can temporarily improve things to a big level. It has also become a treasure coveted by powerful people from all over southern Xinjiang. But after thinking about the martial god in charge of the Xiao family, I had to give up this idea. Because of the existence of the martial god, Xiao Xuan already has the most precious treasure of the Qilin sect. Now it is not strange to have another treasure that can enhance the realm. Xiao Xuan left the Great Thunder Holy Temple and came all the way to the Blood Knife Gate. However, what greeted him was an empty building. It seemed that the top brass of the Blood Knife sect had already received the news when he destroyed the Zhuanluan mansion and fled from southern Xinjiang as quickly as possible and headed to the west. Looking at the only cats and dogs left in the Blood Knife sect, as well as the Blood Knife Gate building filled with bloody air, Xiao Xuan waved his sword in the air and fell. The entire Blood Knife Gate building was destroyed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Do you want to receive the reward now? As he destroyed the building of Blood Knife Gate, the system's mechanical sound also sounded at the same time. Wait until you return to the Xiao family. Only then did Xiao Xuan receive the reward. Receive award. Ding, the host's cultivation realm has been upgraded to the 3rd level of Dao Slaying King, and he has obtained a trial tower and the family's sacred beast by Fengyao. Top-grade spiritual veins, top-grade spiritual fields, various royal grade elixirs, and martial arts techniques. Trial tower, a trial place for family members. You can be resurrected unlimited times in the trial tower. Every time a family member successfully passes a level, he or she will receive corresponding rewards, which will be automatically distributed by the system. Mythical Beast by Fong Bird, Young Beast, the 3rd level cultivation level. Of the King of Killing Dao, by Fong, the Omen Fire Bird. His body contains the blood of the ancient phoenix, and he has the possibility of returning to his ancestors and becoming a phoenix. It is a blood contract with the host, which will increase as the host's strength increases. The system rewards have just been distributed. In the Xiao family's residence, a huge tall building rises from the ground. On top of that tall building, there is a big bird covered in flames. Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the system beep sounded again. Even Xiao Xuan was a little confused. Ding, the system automatically detects that the family has reached the conditions of a 6th grade family, and is now automatically upgraded. Just when Xiao Xuan was confused. In the enlightenment room of the Xiao family, 2 auras of transcending the tribulation realm came out. Xiao Xuan suddenly understood. It seems that Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Yan broke through to meet the requirements of a 6th grade family, in addition to having at least one in the tribulation realm. The existence of 2 Tao-killing kings is also needed. Xiao Xuan looked at Bai Fengyao, who had a blood contract with him. Chapter 91 6th grade family, buried in heaven. Ding, the family is automatically upgraded to a 6th grade family, and the host's cultivation level is upgraded to the 5th grade Dao-killing king. The Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, 10,000 Swords Cave, and the Mountain Guard Sword Formation Family Station are automatically upgraded to the 6th level. Obtain a top-grade spiritual vein, various royal-grade seeds, top-grade rare mineral veins, top-grade rare seeds, and the family-building demon locking tower. Reward ancient ferocious beasts that can grow into Cheongqi. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, Level 6 increase the weight of martial arts and enhance the effects of martial arts. The hidden talent of the clan members increased by 30%, and the chance of comprehending the artistic conception increased by 30%. The king-level top-grade exercises are automatically refreshed every day, and a king-level royal-grade exercise is refreshed every half-month. Enlightenment Room, Level 6, 6th floor, 1 layer of aura increases by 40%. The 2nd level of spiritual energy is increased by 50%, and the 3rd level of spiritual energy is increased by 60%. The fourth level of spiritual energy is increased by 70%, the fifth level of spiritual energy is increased by 75%, and the tribe's enlightenment rate is increased by 60%. There is a certain probability of obtaining the divine weapon of enlightenment. At the sixth level of enlightenment, family head jade pendant, level 6, the mid-level qualifications for the birth of a new family member are increased by 30%. The birth of a newborn's top-grade qualifications increases by 30%, increasing the family's spiritual energy growth rate. It can be integrated with spiritual veins and family residences, and can help the host improve to a greater realm. Family residence, level 6 automatically expand spiritual veins, generate spiritual fields, give birth to high-grade spiritual veins, and increase spiritual energy by 60%. 10,000 Swords Cave, level 6, contains 10,000 swords in the world. The landing of divine weapons is increased by 30 of 1,000, and you can obtain heaven-level mid-grade divine weapons. Mountain Protecting Sword Formation, level 6, those below who are touched by the Supreme Lord will die. Monument of Enlightenment, level 6, the chance of enlightenment for clan members is increased by 30%, and the chance of understanding the artistic conception is increased according to the opponent's talent. Can be superimposed with the Enlightenment Room to add attributes only for family members. Monster Locking Tower, level 6 randomly releases tasks, most of which are to capture monsters, evil spirits, and magic cultivators. Lock it in the Demon Locking Tower and issue rewards according to the capture level. At the same time, the host can also obtain heavenly luck, which can be converted into exchange points. The Ferocious Beast Qiongqi, the 5th level cultivation realm of the Tao Killing King. One of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, bound to the host, containing the direct bloodline of the ancient ferocious beasts, bound to the Demon Locking Tower. After being upgraded to a 6th grade aristocratic family, the changes in the family can be seen with the naked eye. There is an open area where the family is stationed. An ancient tower with an ancient atmosphere is slowly rising from the ground. An extremely strong ancient aura hit his face. Xiao Xuan stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at the ancient tower in front of him. Sure enough, it is exactly the same as the Demon Locking Tower in my impression. In front of the Demon Locking Tower, there is a ferocious beast that looks like a stone sculpture. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, licking the fur on its body. If it weren't for the murderous aura of an ancient ferocious beast emanating from it, everyone thought this was an ordinary monster. With the appearance of the Demon Locking Tower and the monsters, Xiao Xian's own cultivation level also skyrocketed. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of Xiao family in Tianluo domain. Cultivation realm, level 5 of the Tao Killing King. Magic weapon, Imperial Divine Weapon Waning Moon Sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xianfeng Sword Technique. After completing the practice, you can reach the top of the Immortal Way, Powerful Wulong. After completing the practice, you can cut the void with the sword, 8th stage. / 4th level, Sun Fire. Exotic treasures, Jade Pendant and Ring of the Head of the Family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Residence, 10,000 Swords Cave, 1,000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Heavenly Monument, Wanzhong Medicine Peak, Family Ancestral Tomb, Demon Locking Tower, Trial Tower. Supernatural Powers, Baizhong, Sword Domain, Poji, Power Breaking 10. Thousands, Aurora, Invincibility, Extreme Speed, Critical Hit. After checking your own situation, Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Especially the exchange points accumulated over this period of time. There are already more than 200,000 redemption points. Those secret realms and so on are almost ready for redemption. Coupled with Xiao Jianqing's ranking on the Tiandao ranking, the number of redemption points will continue to increase. At this time, people across the vast continent were seizing the time to practice. Even the Xiao family is no exception. Redeem according to the Tiandao blessing redemption points awarded on the Tiandao ranking. About half a year or so. You can accumulate the exchange points for the secret realm. At that time, the Xiao family can also hold the dragon and tiger ranking. Competition again. At that time, the vast continent, regardless of resources or other aspects, have reached a saturated state. In the end, Xiao Xuan decided to start the secret realm trial again half a year later. Get out of the system. Xiao Xuan began to practice in seclusion. Half a year. It's not just when the Xiao family starts the dragon and tiger ranking competition. It is also the time when the spiritual energy of the vast continent is revived. With complete preparation. Xiao Xuan doesn't have to worry about when the moment of spiritual energy recovery comes. Not getting the best resources. The last time the Tiandao ranking was opened, the Xiao family was prepared in advance. Only then did he occupy the top spot on the Tiandao ranking for a long time. This time spiritual energy recovery is no exception. Half a year passed quickly in the Xianmen world. The Xiao family's dragon and tiger ranking competition also kicked off. This time on the dragon and tiger list, there are still the same geniuses from the past. But many newcomers have gradually emerged. Compared to half a year ago, the strength of the Xiao family has reached a new level. This time in the battle for the dragon and tiger list, many law-level geniuses emerged. Some extremely talented disciples have even broken through the great Dao realm and taken steps towards the Dongxi realm. Neither the golden body realm nor the law realm is the main competitiveness in competing for the dragon and tiger rankings. But this time in the battle for the dragon and tiger list, there was an extremely talented dark horse prodigy who caught Xiao Xuan's attention. The opponent started by participating in the dragon and tiger ranking competition. As a dark horse, he competed all the way and finally won the top spot on the dragon and tiger list. Xiao Xuan then used the Eye of Insight to check the details of this dark horse boy. Xiao Zongtian, when he was born, his body was wrapped with strange lines. Even the forehead has blood-colored coffin lines, intertwined into a vertical eye. His parents told his fortune and learned that 3 eyes will bring bad luck. Both parents will die, and 3 generations will be wiped out with blood. When he was about to abandon him, Xiao Jianfeng, the elder of the Xiao family, went to the branch to handle matters. Adopt him under his direct bloodline and raise him according to his direct bloodline. The day Xiao Zongtian came of age, he disappeared in the forbidden area for dozens of days. When he appeared in front of everyone again, he was carrying a blood-red coffin. Various runes are engraved on the coffin, and the black iron chains binding the coffin. He was also tied up together, as if he was born from one body, and all the strange lines on his body disappeared on that day. Then Xiao Jianfeng took him back to the Xiao family, just in time for the battle between the dragon and the tiger list. However, due to insufficient cultivation, he eventually failed the ranking. When the dragon and tiger ranking was opened again, with his excellent qualifications and talents, Xiao Zongtian won the top spot on the dragon and tiger rankings. Xiao Zongtian was born in the Tiandao body. Although he has a lonely personality and a cold heart, he attaches great importance to friendship. But once you get his approval, you will be his lifelong friend. In addition to Xiao Jianfeng, Xiao Zongtian also has a childhood sweetheart. The two have been childhood sweethearts. In addition, the other party was born in a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin time and has an extremely lean body. He was spotted by Wanxiang Tiangong, the top power in southern Xinjiang, and released his family to offend Wanxiang Tiangong. After the family was wiped out, the childhood sweethearts were also captured by the Vientiane heavenly palace and prepared to be sacrificed to a mysterious ancient ritual. After many inquiries, Xiao Zongtian finally learned the place where his childhood sweetheart was imprisoned. As well as the main reason why his family was destroyed, Xiao Zongtian also looked for opportunities to rescue him. But because of insufficient strength, even the sect formations of the Wanxiang heavenly palace could not be broken through. And the so-called offense of Wanxiang Tiangong is just a conspiracy designed to seize Qingmei, who has the extremely lean body. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan also knew that Xiao Zongtian was the legendary talent rewarded by the system last time. Xiao Zongtian's Taoist body is the top physique in all the worlds. And in the sky burial coffin behind him, gods, demons, immortals and Buddhas were buried. There are also endless immortal weapons and ancient treasures. As its name, bury the heavens, the earth, the immortals, the gods, the Buddhas, and the demons. You can also bury the road. Even the gods and worlds. Look at the perseverance and desire for strength in the young man's eyes. Xiao Xuan smiled lightly. Wanxiang Tiangong is a long-established giant clan. In southern Xinjiang, it is a giant. Even the Qilin sect, which was at its peak in the Zhongtian world at that time, did not dare to fight with it. It can be seen how strong the strength and foundation of Wanxiang Tiangong is. Not only that, the heavenly palace of all phenomena is in the gods and worlds. And even in the eternal starry sky. It also has a pivotal position. And Xiao Zongtian's little green plum. Not to mention in Tianluo territory, even there is no power. There are not even a few strong men in the great Dao realm. How dare you offend such a giant as the Vientiane heavenly palace? In the final analysis, it is just for selfish desires. But Xiao Xuan will not take action for this. Although Wanxiang heavenly palace captured Xiao Zongtian's childhood sweetheart. But the other party has nothing to do with Xiao Zongtian. But it's just his verbal crush. If the opponent is targeting Xiao Zongtian, let alone Wanxiang Tiangong, even with all the strength of his clan, he will destroy the heavenly palace of all things. Think of this. Xiao Xuan glanced at Xiao Zongtian indifferently, then turned and left. He had no reason to take action against Wanxiang Tiangong. Xiao Zongtian looked at the award in his hand that Xiao Xuan personally issued. I hesitated to speak several times. This time he tried his best to win the first place in the Dragon and Tiger rankings. He just wanted Xiao Xuan to help him and go to the Vientiane heavenly palace to rescue his lover. However, Xiao Xuan was already standing in front of him, and he did not have the courage to speak. Xiao Zongtian is the youngest person to win the Dragon and Tiger ranking this time. With his young face and determination in his eyes, even Xiao Tianyun couldn't help but take another look at him. Wait until everyone has left. Xiao Zongtian suddenly seemed to be discouraged. After this time, he still doesn't know when he will be able to see the head of the family, Xiao Xuan. Do you want the head of the family to help you get someone? Xiao Jianfeng's voice came from behind. Xiao Zongtian turned around dejectedly and looked at him expectantly. Father, I know it's inappropriate for me to do this, but I really have no other choice. Xiao Jianfeng let out a long sigh. As the largest force in southern Xinjiang, the Wanxiang Tiangong is also an old clan from ancient times. Not only does it occupy an area in southern Xinjiang, but it is also inseparable from other powerful sect areas around it. Although you are in love with her, you two are not engaged, let alone husband and wife. If the head of the family takes action for you, the entire Xiao family will Become passive. How could Xiao Zongtian not know the pros and cons of this? But she is the love of his life. In so many dark moments, she gave herself light. Father, although I have no matchmaking relationship with her, she has long been my wife in my heart. He won the first place in the dragon and tiger ranking this time because he wanted Xiao Xuan to see the strength of his genius. In this way, there may be a chance for Xiao Xuan to show up. Xiao Jianfeng didn't want to hit him. He had no heirs in his life and had already regarded Xiao Zongtian as his biological son. However, what he wanted to do was not something he could do just by doing it. Zhang Tian, you also know that the purpose of Wansheng Heavenly Palace is to capture the dragon spirit, so even if the head of the family comes forward, the other party may not be willing to let him go. If not, why would they go to such trouble? Zongtian, as a father, I know how you feel, but you really want the Xiao family to do it for your childhood sweetheart. So we are in a passive situation? You must know that Wansheng Tiangong is an established sect. They are not afraid of a family with a martial god, because within their sect, the god of war is not a rare power. Looking at Xiao Zongtian's unwilling expression, Xiao Jianfeng finally sighed. That's all. After this experience in the secret realm, I will go to the head of the family to beg you for mercy. Hear this. Xiao Zongtian's eyes suddenly lit up. With Xiao Jianfeng's plea, the possibility of Xiao Xuan agreeing to help him becomes even greater. And he must work hard to break through during this period of time. At this moment, Xiao Zongtian's desire for strength has reached an unprecedented height. After half a year of precipitation, the strength of the geniuses of the Xiao family has also reached another peak. Everyone in the Xiao family still occupies a place on the ranking list of Tiandao ranking. However, it has also encountered constant challenges from many geniuses from other regions. Among them, the battle between Chu Yunfeng and Xiao Tianyun is the most famous. It even caused quite a commotion in Tianluo territory. But the final result was that Chu Yunfeng lost to Xiao Tianyun. Even the names of the geniuses on the dragon list are constantly being updated. Not to mention the Tiandao ranking. Bai Ruofeng, who once ranked among the top 10 in the Tiandao ranking, has been ranked in these several rankings. They were almost squeezed out. It can be seen how fierce the competition for the Tiandao ranking is. Half a year. Xiao Tianyun has reached the level of strength and has broken through to the 5th level of the tribulation realm. In addition, he practices the Quafu cultivation method and has the secrets of Emperor Huangtian. Its strength has grown explosively. Even the Empress Xiao Qingyun is not completely sure that she can defeat him. Now, other geniuses of the Xiao family have also broken through to the tribulation realm one after another. Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Yan have reached the cultivation realm of the 4th level of tribulation realm. Jamal Xiao and Xiao Junlin also broke through to the 3rd level of the tribulation realm. It took half a year to achieve such results, which was not too slow. Regarding the future rankings on the Tiandao ranking, Xiao Xuan has full confidence in these geniuses. After checking the redemption points you currently have, Xiao Xuan entered the system's secret mall. Prepare to use existing exchange points to exchange for Hui shooting the Sunday. This time, the combat effectiveness of these geniuses of the Xiao family will soar qualitatively. However, when he saw the exchange point for Hui shooting the sun in the secret mall, completely swearing, day. Hui shoots the sun, 500,000 redemption points. Suppression of Wuzishan, 450,000 redemption points. Gonggong angrily clashes with Buzzhaushan, 1 million exchange points. Nuwa creates humans, 10 million redemption points. The further he looked back, the heavier Xiao Xian's heart became. The last time Nuwa created a human, she only needed tens of thousands of exchange points. This time it was a full 10 million. However, even he couldn't refute the explanation given by the system. Although Kwafu Juri only spent 70,000 redemption points, the power of Kwafu and the power of witchcraft contained in it. It's only 1/10,000th, but if you spend 1,000,000 exchange points, you can get 80% to 90% of Kwafu's power. In comparison, the energy contained in the secret realm this time will be very huge. If the host redeems it now, it means he has earned it. Don't miss this opportunity, it will never come again. Xiao Xuan rolled his eyes speechlessly. He seriously suspected that the system was depriving him of his redemption points in disguise. It seems that I finally accumulated 450,000 exchange points. Xiao Xuan thought that this time he could exchange it for Hou, who shot the sun with excellent combat effectiveness. As a result, he was killed. In the end, he chose to suppress the Wuzishan secret realm. Suppressing Wuzishan, this secret realm mainly tells the story of the stone monkey Sun Wukong, from making trouble in the sky to being suppressed by Wuzishan. As soon as it was confirmed, the system deducted all the redemption points. It's simply faster than the express delivery after settling the final payment. On 11. Chapter 92, wreaking havoc in the Heavenly Palace, stealing peaches and pills. Xiao Xuan exchanged this time to suppress the Wuzishan secret realm. It cannot be compared with Kwafu Juri, who redeemed it last time. Just painting figures makes Xiao Xuan feel heartache. The last Kwafu Juri secret land. In addition to Kwafu vs Xiao Jinwu, there is also Kwafu of Wuzhen level appearing. I used a few more exchange points, and even Taolin didn't spend much. But this time, except Tathagata requires a lot of exchange points. Some characters don't even appear once, and they have to kill tens of thousands of exchange points. Not to mention those figures who have a pivotal position. Tathagata, as the great disciple of Tong Tian cult master, was later transformed into a Buddha by the master before he was transformed into the many treasures, Tathagata. He was facing the most powerful magic weapon among the 12 disciples of Guangchengzi, who broke into Bo Palace 3 times, the heaven-turning seal. Just being beaten once, it should be noted that most immortals would have been beaten to death long ago, and none of the 12 disciples dared to do so. This treasure can only be recovered by gathering the 4 treasure flags of Laozi, Yuanshi, Jiayin and Queen Mother, which shows the profoundness of Duobao Taoism. Taoist Duobao confronted Laozi and was unfortunately caught. Later, he was poached by Western leaders and others, which shows his strength. So it's worth spending the redemption points. As for the veteran, quasi-sage Haoyan Emperor, Xiao Xuan didn't even think about it. If it were any other Jade Emperor, he would be causing trouble in the heavenly palace. This Jade Emperor is the timid grandson. But that Supreme Laojun spent tens of thousands of exchange points without even showing up. It really hurt Xiao Xuan's body. After getting these things done, everything else is easy to talk about. The secret realm that suppressed Wuzishan was finally completed. Then he directly summoned all the geniuses of the Xiao family, including Xiao Qingyun, who was far away in Nanming. After the last experience in Kwafu Juri's secret realm, everyone is looking forward to this secret experience. Therefore, they followed Xiao Xuan very quietly, for fear of missing any place related to the secret realm. In a burst of white mist, everyone entered another small world. Only a few lines of small words appeared on the screen in front of me. Huagua Mountain Water Curtain Cave. A paradise-like place suddenly appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy here is rich, even when they are outside the illusion. It can also be absorbed into its own spiritual energy. This time the spiritual energy of the secret realm is hundreds of times richer than last time. Quafu had the ability to fight against Little Golden Crow last time. I wonder how powerful the people here will be. In the Huagua Mountain at this time, Sun Wukong was chatting and laughing with the 7 demon kings, changing cups and cups. Surrounding them are monkeys that can walk upright. Those monkeys exuded an aura that was enough to intimidate mountains and rivers. Everyone in the Xiao family was extremely shocked. When they saw the faces of the 7 demon kings, they were even more surprised and speechless. The aura emanating from them was across the illusion. It all gave them a feeling of suffocation. I thought Quafu was already a very powerful being, but I didn't expect their momentum to be even more powerful than Quafu. Especially the monkey in the lead gives people the feeling that everything in the world is brewing. And he actually calls himself the Monkey King. It was the reincarnated Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin who saw this scene. I was also deeply shocked. They thought they had been reincarnated. No matter what you see or experience, they are already extremely rich. However, when seeing this scene in front of me, only then did they realize the insignificance of what they saw and heard. Compare this to the worlds of gods and gods they have entered. It is nothing more than a speck of dust. Xiao Xuan nodded. This is our protagonist this time, Monkey King, the Monkey King. Everyone looked sideways and listened intently to Xiao Xuan's explanation to them. Sun Wukong is a clever stone monkey, able to understand changes, know the time of the sky, know the advantages of the land, and can move the stars to change the battle. Parallel with it is the red-hatted horse and monkey, which knows yin and yang, knows people and affairs, is good at going in and out, avoids death and prolongs life. The monkey, holding the sun and the moon, shrunk from thousands of mountains, distinguishing between good and bad, and playing with the universe. The 6-eared macaque is good at listening to sounds, able to understand, know the front and back, and everything is clear. These 4 monkeys do not belong to the 10 categories, nor do they deserve the name of 2. These divine monkeys are also tied together because of their great power. There are 5 immortals in the Zhoutian, which are the gods, humans, and ghosts of heaven and earth. There are 5 insects, which are scales, feathers, and insects. This fellow is neither heaven nor earth, nor a god, nor a man, nor a ghost, nor a scale, nor hair, nor feathers, nor a feather. There are also 4 monkeys in this world who do not fall into the 10 categories. Sun Wukong is one of these 4 monkeys in this world. The body is a piece of spiritual stone left by an ancient great power to patch the sky. After being nourished by all things in the world, spiritual energy gathers and finally transformed. Everyone was shocked and speechless when they heard this. All things in the world can actually nourish spiritual beings. I thought that the 4 monkeys in the world were already powerful enough. I didn't expect that someone could break the sky. There are even strong men who can mend the sky. What kind of power is this? Even in all the gods and worlds, no such person exists. After listening to Xiao Xuan's introduction, Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin fell into deep thought. They had a vague guess about Xiao Xuan's origin. Even Xiao Tianyun noticed that Xiao Xuan's identity was unusual. The last time Quafu Zhuri experienced the secret realm, he already had doubts. But he attributed it to Xiao Xuan obtaining a rare treasure. However, this time, after hearing Xiao Xuan's story about the birth of the spirit monkey, the sky was shattered and mended. There are also 4 monkeys in the world who don't fit into the 10 categories, he knows about them. Xiao Xuan may not be from their world. Uncle Xian, can the secret realm this time belong to the same world as the last time? Xiao Tianyun asked questions that Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin did not dare to ask. Xiao Xuan smiled calmly. They are the same world, but they are separated by 4,800 galactic years. Galaxy year? Everyone was even more puzzled. Xiao Xuan took a deep breath. 1 galactic year is equal to 226 million years. After everyone listened to Xiao Xuan's explanation, they then made some calculations in their hearts. 1 galactic year is equal to 226 million years. Those 4,800 galactic years are actually, calculate how many years it is. I am not good at math and can't figure it out. Not to mention, Xiao Tianyun and the others were shocked. Even Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Junlin were surprised by this astronomical figure. None of them have such a long lifespan in their entire lives. Even the longest lifespan of the powerful person I met in my previous life was only 1,000,000 years. Billion years of time. What a concept. I'm afraid I don't know how many epochs the world has experienced. How many years did Xiao Xuan live? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyun fell silent for a while. Xiao Junlin lamented that he was right to name Xiao Xuan Lao Wangba. The bastard's lifespan is not as long as his. After Sun Wukong transformed into a human being, he went to Sanqing Cave and worshipped Patriarch Bodhi as his teacher. After learning 72 magical powers, he can summon somersault clouds. And he can fight thousands of miles in one go. The moment everyone heard the name of Patriarch Bodhi, immediately I thought of the Taoist priest's appearance with immortal wind and Taoist bones. He even looked at Xiao Xuan expectantly. Xiao Xuan touched his nose. Don't look at me. It's no use looking at me. I also want to exchange it for Bodhi Patriarch. But given his status, even if I throw in all the exchange points, it may not be redeemable. So with a wave of his hand, the stone monkey appeared in the sky rowing a boat across the sea to worship his master. Due to limited redemption points, Xiao Xuan could only exchange the approximate route. Generally speaking, it is enough to have a clear idea. After all, there are not enough exchange points. The scene changes. Sun Wukong came to the East China Sea with a somersault cloud. After returning from Patriarch Bodhi, Sun Wukong went to the East China Sea and used the Dinghai Divine Needle and Rui Golden Cudgel as his weapon. Then he went to the underworld to force Zhao's life and death, which also aroused the dissatisfaction of the Dragon King and the King of Hell. The two went to heaven to sue Sun Wukong. Under the recommendation of Tai Bai Jinxing, the Jade Emperor called Sun Wukong to heaven and gave him the position of Baima Wen. After Wukong knew that Baima Wen was just a petty official raising horses, he returned to Huagua Mountain angrily. He also summoned the 7 demon kings, proclaimed himself king, and called himself the Monkey King. This is the scene you saw at the beginning. As Xiao Xuan explained, the picture was constantly changing. Although some scenes only flashed by, it did not affect their understanding of the main plot development. When you first enter the world, you first enter heaven. Thousands of golden lights are rolling in red neon, and thousands of auspicious energy are spraying purple mist. I saw the Nantian Gate, which was dark green and made of colored glaze. It was bright and bright, made of precious jade. On both sides were placed dozens of marshals holding down the sky, one wearing a helmet and holding a lantern. There are more than a dozen golden armored gods on the 4 sides, each holding a halberd, a whip, and a sword. There are several large pillars in the inner wall chamber, and the pillars are wrapped with golden scales and sun-dazzling red-bearded dragons. There are also several long bridges, with colored feathers flying in the air, and red-crested phoenixes hovering on the bridges. Mingxia shines in the sky, and mist covers the mouth. Everyone saw this scene. I just felt like my heart was shaken. This spiritual energy that fills the sky, if it stays in there for 10 days and a half, it will be like this. Even if you spend a year in the outside world, you may not be satisfied. There is also the golden-armored Tianjin marshal, who cannot see the realm of cultivation. Anyone can cause an uproar in the vast world. Then the Jade Emperor sent Li Jing, the king of the Tower Li, to lead the heavenly soldiers and generals to capture Sun Wukong. However, he was defeated and retreated to heaven. On the advice of Tai Bai Jingxing, the Jade Emperor. The second time he recruited Sun Wukong and sealed the titular Monkey King. As Xiao Xuan explained, the scene in front of them kept changing. After seeing the tower sent by Heavenly King Li Tianwang, Neza, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. When they were helpless, everyone couldn't help but gasp. However, Sun Wukong, who was named the Monkey King, had no suitable position for him. The Jade Emperor couldn't bear to stand doing nothing all day long. So he was sent to the peach garden to guard the peaches. Xiao Xian's explanation is matched with every frame of beautiful pictures. Let everyone be mesmerized and immersed in it. Not long after, the Queen Mother held a peach convention. Let the 7 fairies go to the peach garden to pick fairy peaches. After Sun Wukong learned that the Peach Club did not invite him, he stole peaches and elixirs to disrupt the Peach Club. After waking up from the drunkenness, he realizes that he has caused a big trouble and escapes to the lower world again. The Peach Club also ended hastily due to Sun Wukong's destruction. The Jade Emperor was furious. Erlangchen was sent to capture Sun Wukong. After seeing the heavenly soldiers and generals appearing for the second time, everyone just felt shocked. Especially the third eye on Erlangchen's forehead made them even more incredible. Coupled with his unpredictable level of cultivation, everyone is attracted to it. He even began to worry about Sun Wukong's safety. When the heavenly court besieged Huagua Mountain for the second time, Sun Wukong was hit on the head by a diamond bracelet and fell into a coma because he was plotted against by Taishang Laojun. He was captured by the 6 saints led by Erlangchen and taken to heaven. The moment he saw Sun Wukong being captured, everyone's hearts were tangled together, and they even wanted to go up and help him. Sun Wukong is on top of the demon-slaying platform. He was subjected to various punishments, struck by lightning and burned by fire, even slashing with swords. None of them could hurt Sun Wukong at all. Everyone who saw this scene had already fallen into an epiphany. A monkey transformed from a spirit stone. Even heaven is helpless to do anything about it. Upon seeing this, Taishang Laojun took Sun Wukong back to Tushita Palace and put him in the Bagua furnace to make elixirs. The Jade Emperor also agreed with this decision. Then a huge alchemy furnace appeared in front of everyone. Even in a fantasy world, they can also feel the blazing fire in the alchemy furnace. This flame is actually hotter than the real sun fire last time. Xiao Yan even felt that his own strange fire would only be swallowed up in front of it. What kind of fire is this? It's even more powerful than my golden crow fire. I even felt like my soul was burning. What is the structure of this alchemy furnace? It can be burned by this kind of flame and still not be melted by it. Xiao Xuan on the side looked at the alchemy furnace with all his concentration. This furnace is called the Bagua furnace. It was made by Emperor Fuxi. According to the Bagua directions, the flame burning inside is the 6th ding, divine fire. After everyone heard this, they immediately became interested. Just when they were confused, Xiao Xian's explanation helped them clear up their doubts. The 6th ding divine fire is one of the 4 heavenly fires, showing a red flame. This fire is mysterious and has the ability to cleanse the marrow of the Book of Changes. The remaining 3 heavenly fires are the karma-cleansing golden fire, which is called the ancient flame of all spirits, presenting golden flame. According to legend, this fire has the ability to detect all spirits. The purple fire that burns the sky is stored in the Baiying Palace lantern. In the Baiying Palace, presents purple flame. It has infinite power and is said to be capable of burning the sky and boiling the sea. The ghostly ghost fire exists in the coffin lamp in Lingjiao Mountain, showing gray flames. This fire reaches straight into the underworld and has the ability to reveal the life scenes of the deceased. What you see now is the Samadhi true fire, derived from the 16 divine fire. Don't look at it as just a derivative and try to extinguish it. Except for existences of the level of Master Sun Wukong, the only way to survive is to rely on magical creatures. Even if you are as powerful as Sun Wukong, if you are touched by such flames, you will only be burned to death. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Xuan's words. These types of flames are so powerful. Even the derived true fire of Samadhi can burn such a powerful person as Sun Wukong to ashes. At this time, Sun Wukong was thrown into the Bagua furnace by Taisheng Laojun. Everyone was sweating in their hearts. Such a powerful Samadhi true fire would burn Sun Wukong to ashes. Chapter 93, The Conspiracy Behind the Crushing of Five Elements Mountain. After Sun Wukong was thrown into the Bagua furnace, Taisheng Laojun began his refining. The Samadhi fire around him couldn't help but burn on Sun Wukong. Even if he hid in Sun Palace, there would be only wind but no fire. His eyes were also red from the thick smoke, and he was crying. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong's exclamation came from the alchemy furnace. I don't know how much time has passed. Everyone could no longer hear Sun Wukong's cry in the alchemy furnace. My heart sank. Could it be that he has already? At this time, Taisheng Laojun came to check the refining progress. Seeing that there was no more sound of Sun Wukong inside, he felt a little proud. This monster monkey ate the peaches and stole my elixir. Now it has been refining for 77 and 49 days, and it has already become an elixir. So he asked the alchemy boy to go and open the furnace. Only a burst of laughter was heard coming from the alchemy furnace. Old man, don't be happy yet, your grandpa is still alive. The sound of the stove was heard, and the great sage was covering his eyes with his hands, wiping away the runny eyes. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and saw the light jumped out of the alchemy furnace. I saw that he was all in tatters, and his great holy clothes had been burned to ashes. With a sudden bang, he knocked down the Bagua furnace and walked out. And in the Bagua furnace, there was actually a trace of flame flowing down to the mortal world. The fire in Taisheng Laojun's Bagua furnace is the source of all fires. Therefore, as soon as he entered the mortal world, a mountain of flames was formed. Within millions of kilometers, the eternal flame is burning. The flame mountain is like a natural barrier, separating the east from the west. The residents living near the flame mountain also lived a life like purgatory. At this time, everyone discovered something was wrong with Sun Wukong. His eyes seemed to have fire too. Everyone was attracted by the sound and looked sideways. Sure enough, there was golden fire in Sun Wukong's eyes. Those are the 77 and 49 days of being refined in the Bagua furnace with fiery eyes and golden eyes. It gave him a pair of fiery eyes, which can distinguish between good and evil. And demons. All monsters and monsters are invisible to him. Everyone couldn't help but be curious after hearing this. What kind of hardships does it take to develop a fiery eye and a golden eye? Sun Wukong was able to refine it in the Bagua furnace for 77 and 49 days without any damage. Although he has developed a pair of piercing eyes, he has also endured pain. That is unimaginable to ordinary people. After Sun Wukong came out of the Bagua furnace, hit the heaven directly. Holding a golden cudgel, he turned the entire heaven upside down. King Li Tianwang of Toda, the three Neza brothers, the barefoot immortal, and the Erlang god Yang Jian all went into battle. Even the heavenly soldiers and generals were almost all dispatched, but no one could do anything to him. Just when everyone thought Sun Wukong was going to dominate heaven and become the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor invited Tathagata Buddha. From the moment everyone heard the name of Tathagata Buddha, then I knew that this man was extremely powerful and definitely not inferior to Sun Wukong. Tathagata Buddha is the Venerable Sakyamuni in the Western Paradise. He cultivated a 6-foot-long golden body on the top of Jiuling Mountain in Tianzhu, Hezhou, Xinyu. This person has great supernatural powers and boundless magical power. Tathagata Buddha has vast supernatural powers and boundless power. He is the supreme ruler of the Western Paradise, the representative of the highest magical power, the Buddha who is compassionate and helpful to the world and cultivates true goodness. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Sun Wukong made a bet with Tathagata, and later mistakenly thought that the 5 fingers of the breakthrough were the 4 pillars of heaven. Finally, he was crushed under the 5 Elements Mountain by Tathagata. 5 Elements Mountain contains the power of the 5 elements. Especially if Sun Wukong can break free? What's more, the Tathagata also blessed a rune on it. With the constraints of these two, even one as powerful as Sun Wukong can be strong. There is no way to break free from it. How could Sun Wukong, who was plotted against, be willing to be imprisoned here? Angry, roaring, and humiliating expressions were all displayed on him. As time goes by, all the emotions turned into helplessness at the moment when a shepherd boy delivered the peach. Hundreds of years later, Sun Wukong's body was covered with moss. Sun Dasheng, who once made trouble in the heavenly palace, now actually revealed a bit of desolation. All the geniuses of the Xiao family saw this scene. I just feel that my heart is unusually heavy. Although they watched Sun Wukong's life as bystanders, but they also really put themselves into it. Xiao Tianyun was at the moment when Tathagata Buddha appeared. It feels like Sun Wukong went from apprenticeship to being suppressed under the 5 Elements Mountain. It all feels like it's being manipulated. Uncle Xian, I always feel like there is a big hand controlling it behind this. Xiao Tianyun's question also attracted the attention of other geniuses of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Junlin and others also raised this issue after Xiao Tianyun. Let's go over the whole story again. I found that many of these things were too coincidental. Xiao Xian sighed slightly. Yes, there are people behind all this. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. How can this be? Who is behind all this? Sun Wukong is already so powerful. How powerful is a strong man who can control all this? Could it be Tathagata? Although he looks like a Buddha, the things he does are disgusting. Yes, especially the moment when Sun Wukong made a bet with him. Everyone immediately stood up for Sun Wukong. Xiao Xian shook his head. The manipulator behind this is not a person, but a force. From the moment it was thrown down from the upper world by that great power, it has already fallen into their calculations. Even the Bodhi patriarch who traveled across mountains and rivers to study under him and taught him the 72 transformations. He was also one of the people who planned all of this, or in other words, all living beings in the entire fairy world were involved. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. He even began to sympathize with Sun Wukong's plight. When he was just a spiritual stone and had not yet developed his spiritual wisdom, it has already been manipulated. Even if he learns the power of Tong Tian, he will not be able to escape his life of being controlled in the end. How sad it is to not be able to control your own life. Xiao Xian saw everyone's expressions and pointed at the scene. Watch it again, but this time you need to carefully observe everyone's expressions and demeanor. Then the scene in front of him instantly turned into a burst of white mist. After the white mist dissipated, everyone returned to the scene at the beginning. At this moment, Sun Wukong was chatting and laughing with the 7 demon kings, changing cups and cups. Outside the water curtain cave in Huagua Mountain, the flag of the Monkey King is flying. This time I was reminded by Xiao Xuan. Everyone carefully watched the expressions and demeanor of the 6 demon kings. Sure enough, they discovered something was wrong. Look at the horned demon king, not only his eyes are clear, but he even shows disdain and ridicule. Yes, the same goes for the dragon-horned demon king next to you. The other demon kings also have a look of disdain in their eyes. Their expressions were like they knew it all. The crowd's horrified voices also contained a hint of anger. I don't know if he is angry about what happened to Sun Wukong. Still angry at the powerful ones who manipulated all this. At this time, Xiao Xuan's voice came again. The Bull Demon King is no less powerful than Sun Wukong, or even slightly better than him. The Dragon Prince of the West Sea, the illegitimate son of the Dragon King, has the power of the Sea God, Thunder God and Lightning Mother. Everyone was shocked again and again during Xiao Xuan's explanation. Just a mount can already become such an existence. So how powerful is his master? There is also the Dragon Prince of the West Sea, who looks young and ignorant, but has the power of the Poseidon. Any one of them can suppress Sun Wukong. But they all chose to support him in proclaiming himself king, and even made a fuss in the sky. Soon, the scene came to a scene where Sun Wukong and Neza were fighting. When I watched it for the first time, I just felt that Sun Wukong had great magical powers. At this moment, everyone discovered the difference. Then Neza's cultivation level seems to be even more powerful than Sun Wukong. Look at the look in his eyes, there is a trace of pity. That's right, although Neza was ordered to capture Sun Wukong, it seems that this was not his original intention. His momentum was enough to capture Sun Wukong on the spot, but he hid his own strength. Have you noticed that Neza seems to feel the same way about what happened to Sun Wukong? When everyone was reminded of this, they immediately noticed this subtle change. It seems that even such a powerful power cannot change the shocking conspiracy. Xiao Xuan's explanation voice came just right. Neza should have become a more powerful being, but unfortunately he is just like Sun Wukong. Being plotted by others, he became a general in heaven. If not, as a guardian boy under Nuwa. In the battle between King Zhou, it is possible to become a saint. But after that incident, it stopped there. The scene came to when Sun Wukong was recruited for the 2nd time. At this time, Sun Wukong had been named the Monkey King and was an idle fairy in heaven. After he stole the peaches and elixir and came down to earth, he was captured by the Erlang god Yongjian. At this time everyone discovered that it was not just Erlangshan who had a problem. Even all the gods in heaven have problems. The auras of these immortals are all stronger than Sun Wukong. Look at their expressions, they all look indifferent. Even if they crowned Sun Wukong as the Monkey King, no one said anything. It seems that this is how things should develop. From the moment Sun Wukong entered the Peach Garden, Jade Emperor and Tai Bai Jinxing showed expressions of being in control. Then a huge picture appeared in front of them all. Every move of Sun Wukong is clearly visible in the picture. And watch it all. Except for the Jade Emperor and a group of gods. There was also Tathagata Buddha who suppressed Sun Wukong, and even Guanyin Bodhisattva was beside him. Later, Sun Wukong escaped from the mortal world because of stealing the flat peach elixir. Then he was taken to heaven, tortured, and then sent to the alchemy furnace. Everything is under their control. After Sun Wukong was crushed under the 5 Elements mountain, the Jade Emperor looked at Tathagata Buddha standing aside. Everything is on track. Tathagata Buddha recited the Buddha's name, what I, the Western Buddhism, have promised will naturally be fulfilled. So good. Then Xiao Xuan explained the identity of the Jade Emperor to everyone. The Great Emperor Haoyan is also the Jade Emperor inside, and he is also the boy who has the power to mend the sky. Everyone suddenly sighed. Just that boy with the power to mend the sky can become the Jade Emperor of heaven. Everyone has not yet recovered from the power of Tathagata Buddha. Once again, he was horrified by the power of this mending heaven master. Then the scene in front of us came to when Erlang God Yongjian captured Sun Wukong. This time everyone discovered that there was a dog named Xiao Tian Dog beside Erlang Shen. And in the scene where the Erlang God Yongjian and Sun Wukong are fighting, everyone discovered the difference again. You see, Sun Wukong has used several magical powers, but this Erlang Shen is still able to do it with ease. Not only that, Sun Wukong's every move seems to be predictable in his eyes. Besides, he is obviously giving in to Sun Wukong. No, rather than letting it go, it's better to stimulate the medicinal properties of the elixir and flat peach in Sun Wukong's body. Everyone was lost in thought at this time. Even Xiao Xuan didn't speak. He remembered that after Sun Wukong became a Buddha, he fought against the Erlang God Yongjian many times. They all ended in failure. At that time, his combat power was already 100 times what it is today. It can be seen how powerful Erlang Shen Yongjian is. Then, Taisheng Laojun knocked Sun Wukong unconscious with a diamond bracelet. After pressing down on the heavenly court, slashing with swords, and striking with lightning were all useless. Sun Wukong was thrown into the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace of Taisheng Laojun. After 49 days of experience, Sun Wukong also developed a pair of fiery eyes. However, they are such a pair of eyes that are very powerful in everyone's eyes. But Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Although the fiery eyes and golden eyes are powerful, they are far inferior to 1/10,000th of those of these immortals. Once you have cultivated to their level, you can know the true state of all things in the world even without piercing eyes. But Sun Wukong lost his natural consciousness because of these blazing eyes. This divine consciousness is also something that all the immortals are afraid of. At this time, Sun Wukong burst out of the furnace, covering his face with his hands, tears streaming down his face. As he kicked open the Bagua furnace, he walked away. Taisheng Laojun and his 2 boys also breathed a sigh of relief. The panic from before was completely gone. I saw Taisheng Laojun looking at Sun Wukong's leaving figure and sighing. It's done. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. I also understand why Xiao Xuan sighed when he talked about the fiery eyes and golden eyes. That innate spiritual consciousness was actually something that these immortals needed to solve. And at this time, when everyone met Taisheng Laojun's gaze, they felt that he was not looking at Sun Wukong's leaving figure. On the contrary, there is a kind watching them feel. Everyone was suddenly shocked. I just feel like my consciousness is going to explode. When they looked at Taisheng Laojun again, I couldn't help but gasp. He seemed to have seen them. But how is this possible? There are countless galactic years between them. What's more, this is still a virtual scene. How could he see himself? Chapter 94 Secret Realm Search, The Secret of the System. Everyone kept denying the thoughts in their hearts. But Taisheng Laojun's see-through eyes were telling them. This is real. How is this possible? Those piercing eyes actually make me feel a little scary. There are countless galactic years between us, how can he see us? This look makes me feel like I have nothing to hide. However, their denials became reality. Taisheng Laojun not only saw them. You can also communicate with them. The people from the heavens are coming. This sound made everyone in the Xiao family feel like their hearts were exploding. Disbelief and unacceptable emotions burst out from their eyes. How is this possible? He can actually see us? Oh my God! What kind of existence is this? It's just an illusion, and it can know our existence. What's more, we are not in the same time period yet. For a while, everyone in the Xiao family was panicked. Xiao Tianyun was also shocked. Uncle Xian, he felt that he had no place to hide in front of such a powerful person. Xiao Xian's expression at this moment was also extremely solemn. This is not a plot he designed. But why the plot changed suddenly, he still doesn't know the reason. At the same time, Taisheng Laojun opposite was also watching them. I even felt a familiar aura on them. Until he laid his eyes on Xiao Xian. But he found that he could not deduce the origin of this person. Even his presence is invisible. This breath feels so familiar. I wonder which Taoist friend it is. Taisheng Laojun's words suddenly shocked everyone in the Xiao family. Even this powerful power. There was no way to sense Xiao Xian's existence. That. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Xian in unison. So how powerful was his ability at that time? He could even tell that Sun Wukong was being manipulated by someone else. In that history, what kind of identity does it play? Xiao Xian did not answer Taisheng Laojun's question. Under the uncertain factors, he didn't want to have anything to do with such an existence. There are too many uncontrollable factors here. As the screen changes, everyone's attention was also diverted. It was also at this time that Xiao Xian spoke up again. This is Taisheng Laojun, the senior brother who has the power to mend the sky. What you see now is just a shadow of him. As Xiao Xian's explanation voice came, everyone also had a little bit of understanding of this great Mian Tian. But just when they wanted to continue discussing things about Taisheng Laojun, the figure of Taisheng Laojun had already disappeared in their hearts. Even if they still have everything related to him in their minds. But he couldn't say even a single word related to him. This shocked everyone. At the same time, he also admired Xiao Xian even more. Not even the great powers of that period could sense his existence. He even called him a Taoist friend. How powerful must such strength be? Xiao Junlin also thought of what happened before at this moment. Especially the series of things related to my sister. On the surface, he seemed to be making things difficult for her. In fact, they are all facing themselves. After thinking about it like this, Xiao Junlin suddenly remembered the Tiandao ranking. He smiled helplessly in his heart. I'm afraid that besides being unable to hear my voice, he already knows my identity. Otherwise, why would the Xiao family not thoroughly investigate Emperor Morong Yi, who appeared inexplicably on the Tiandao ranking? Not only these, Xiao Xian also knew the techniques he practiced. When Xiao Junlin sighed at Xiao Xian's strength, he couldn't help but complain. In his heart, as expected of Lao Yinbi, he can still pretend to be nonchalant even after knowing my identity. As the reincarnated empress, Xiao Qingyun completely let go of her guard against Xiao Xian at this moment. Since the other party is a powerful person from that era, then her identity and the supreme divine court where she practices. In the eyes of the other party, it is nothing more than a child and her toys. It was the jade seal he gave to himself. As the level of cultivation increases, the functions become more and more numerous. She could even cooperate with the supreme divine court, which had an immeasurable impact on her practice. But she was still guarding against the other party. It's really ridiculous. As the picture changes, Sun Wukong has been fighting with the immortal official for a long time. But it is not difficult to see that the immortal official is giving way to Sun Wukong. Not only that, even the immortal officials and even Xianyi who were watching around looked indifferent. Just an incarnation of an immortal official is so powerful, let alone other people. If all this hadn't been planned a long time ago, I'm afraid anyone in the heaven could suppress Sun Wukong. Also at this time, the Jade Emperor, who was hiding under the table, suddenly shouted, "Quick! Get people to go to the Tathagata Buddha in the West." If not for starting to know the true identity of the Jade Emperor, they were all impressed by the timid Jade Emperor in front of them. Such acting skills are truly outstanding. Emperor Haoyan is the first supreme god. He represents heaven and is not restricted. It is also the incarnation of heaven and the founding spirit of all things in the world. Even Tathagata Buddha is under him. Emperor Haoyan is not only the master of ancestor Hongjun, but also the founding Yuanling. You can even order Yuanshi Tianzuan to become a god. His identity is definitely the most mysterious. What you see now is just a ray of his phantom clone. Everyone gasped. It is difficult for them to imagine the Jade Emperor hiding under the table at this moment. It could be such a powerful power, because he looked so cowardly. Subsequently, Tathagata Buddha then appeared in heaven. At the same time that Sun Wukong was suppressed under the 5 elements mountain, Tathagata Buddha bowed to the Jade Emperor and then left. At this time, the Jade Emperor no longer looked as timid as before. At this moment, his whole body burst out with the majesty of a giant. Even Tathagata Buddha showed a trace of fear when he saw the Jade Emperor like this. Subsequently, Xiao Xuan waved his hand. I saw the heavenly court originally filled with immortals and heavenly soldiers and generals. It has now become deserted. Even so, the spiritual energy inside is very rich. The flower and fruit mountain in the lower realm has also become withered. The monkeys and grandchildren have long since disappeared, and countless moss has grown inside. Even the 5 elements mountain has been moved away. But the energy of the 5 elements contained in it is extremely rich. Then there is the place where Erlang God Yongjian and Sun Wukong fight. It looks ordinary on the surface, but everyone knows it. This contains very important opportunities. If it weren't for the rich aura coming from the air. There is also the aura of heaven that carries endless pressure. They really want to think that they are still in an illusion. Look at all this. Everyone is looking forward to the next moment of finding opportunities. This place is divided into 2 worlds, heaven and earth, but you can only choose one to go to. Just choose in your heart which side you want to go to, and you will appear there. Xiao Xuan's words made everyone extremely excited. Although you can only choose one of them. But anywhere here can give them unimaginable opportunities. After hearing Xiao Xuan's words, everyone made their choice immediately. Then the figure split into 2 parts, heading towards the heaven and the human world respectively. Those who went to heaven felt that the cultivation level of the immortals in heaven was unfathomable. If you can get a bit of their inheritance, it will be of great help to your own improvement. When choosing the part of the human world, I thought of being under the Huagua mountain and the 5 elements mountain. Looking for even a trace of the inheritance of Sun Wukong, causing havoc in the sky. Watching all the geniuses of the Xiao family go to where they want to go. Xiao Xian's expression gradually became serious. Although there are hundreds of Xiao family geniuses. But the secret search also takes a certain amount of time. Even if they gather in one place, they may not be able to search them all. What's more, it is divided into 2 places, heaven and earth. Thinking back to Taisheng Laojuan's words, Xiao Xuan pursed his lips tightly. Taisheng Laojun is just an incarnation that he redeemed with exchange points. He was actually able to see through time and space and discover the existence of the Xiao family's geniuses. You can even feel his presence. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of the system. Maybe within its scope, It also includes prehistoric people, saints, heavenly Dao Hongjun, and even Pangu. Or, even the way of heaven is within its scope. Suddenly, I thought of the legendary world. Xiao Xuan's heart skipped a beat. It seems that only by reaching that state can we see the full picture of the system. From the moment Xiao Yanyao saw the incarnation of Taisheng Laojun, he became extremely calm, and even the exclusive talk about the emperor's physique seemed to have disappeared. Walking through the Yute pavilion in heaven, Xiao Yanyao could feel the changes in himself. Just walking in the heaven, his body is constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Finally, he came to the Tushita palace of Taisheng Laojun. There are no Taisheng Laojun and 2 boys here. Even after countless galactic years, the spiritual energy here is extremely abundant. Even the smell of the elixir inside has not dissipated. Just for a moment, Xiao Yanyao felt a breakthrough in his cultivation. Then he came to the place where Taisheng Laojun placed the Bagua furnace. He remembered that it was here that Sun Wukong was refined by the true fire of Samadhi for 7749 days. Maybe you can find some inheritance and insights about him here. As expected, there is a hidden grid on the ground where the Bagua furnace is placed. Xiao Yanyao seemed to have telepathy. Open this hidden compartment. A spear and a shield suddenly appeared inside. With just one glance, Xiao Yanyao felt the terrifying aura coming from the spear and shield. Holding his hands tightly, a powerful feeling entered directly into his consciousness. Then he heard Taisheng Laojun's words and his ethereal figure. This is made from the leftover materials left over from when the Poseidon needle was made. It is a growth-level magic weapon that can only be obtained by those who are destined to have it. It contains supreme cultivation techniques. As Taisheng Laojun's voice disappeared, a huge amount of energy poured into his consciousness. This power alone was enough to shock Xiao Yanyao. Not to mention seeing the training content above. This book on cultivation techniques, even if combined with hundreds of books in the past, would not be as good as 1,000th of it. Looking at the spear and shield in his hand, Xiao Yanyao once again showed a proud and erect expression. With the blessing of the divine weapon, it will be easier for me to journey through the eternal galaxy and become an immortal king. Think so. Xiao Yanyao began to refine these 2 magic weapons. After all, it was refined by Taisheng Laojun, and things of this era can produce spiritual wisdom. If they generate intelligence, transform into a human form and run away with his ability. But it takes a lot of effort to conquer them. Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction when he saw this. Both of these things are growth-level magic weapons, containing supreme power. This time, the secret opportunity was revealed randomly. To find them, you must have certain opportunities and blessings. It is rare for Xiao Yanyao to not be greedy. At the same time, Xiao Jianqin also came to Lingxiao Palace. Among the geniuses of the Xiao family, he was also the first to arrive here. Xiao Jianqin walked around the Lingxiao Palace. We went straight to the place where Sun Wukong and the immortal official fought. The immortal official was able to fight Sun Wukong with just a ray of incarnation. You must have realized something here. More importantly, it was the immortal official's sword moves that attracted him. With just a long sword, he can be on par with Sun Wukong. You must know that Sun Wukong at that time not only had the catalyzed flat peach and elixir in his body. There is also the Dinghai Shen needle as a weapon, coupled with his own cultivation level. It can be said that it has reached an extremely terrifying peak state. So as soon as I arrived at Lingxiao Palace, Xiao Jianqin began to feel the changes here carefully. At some point, his divine sword appeared in his hand. Also at this time, Xiao Jianqin felt a powerful sword power. The power of the sword made his heart explode. Immediately afterwards, He then saw the shadow of the immortal official who was fighting Sun Wukong. Wang Lingguan, appearing in front of him. In his hand was the sword that he had fought against Sun Wukong. Relying on the feeling between the sword cultivator and the sword, Xiao Jianqing jumped up the mountain. Fight with that Wang Lingguan. Every move carries a monstrous sword power. When the other geniuses of the Xiao family arrived at the scene, they saw the battle between Xiao Jianqing and the immortal official. Those ethereal yet substantial sword moves. They had to sigh. But they also knew that this was the opportunity Xiao Jianqing got this time. Therefore, there was a tacit agreement not to get close to the surrounding area. Some even tried to get closer to the Jade Emperor's throne, which was emitting golden light and covered by a golden shield. But since I didn't have the chance to do it, I had no choice but to give up. Except for the geniuses around here. More people went to Pantoiwan and Yaoqi Wonderland. They think they might be able to get more opportunities there. At the same time, at the entrance of Nanshanmen, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. The beautiful shadow gradually moved towards the golden gleaming jade Emperor's throne. Even if it has failed several times, Xiao Qingyun was not willing to give up. Because she could feel that on the throne of the Jade Emperor, there were more powerful techniques than the Supreme Divine Court. At this time, Xiao Qingyun's consciousness suddenly exploded. Chapter 95 Xiao Xuan, Mysterious Identity. At this moment, she only felt that her mind was clear and clear, but it was also mixed with the breath of the long river of time and space. Next moment, a vague figure appeared in her consciousness. Just a figure can make her feel the domineering aura that dominates the world. I saw that figure standing with his hands behind his back, looking extremely majestic. The whole body exudes the unique aura of an emperor that cannot be disobeyed. Around him, there are countless long rivers of chaos flowing. Within those long rivers of chaos, there are countless rivers of time and space. Behind this figure, small worlds are formed. The power of time and space revealed in it was something that even the peak of her previous life would not dare to approach. It turns out that the long river of time and space is just a small part of the long river of chaos. But it is this small part that gathers into countless small worlds. Even though she had already traveled through all the heavens and worlds in her previous life, at this moment, in this long flow, it suddenly seemed extremely small. Watch this scene. Xiao Qingyun felt like his heart was about to burst. Also at this time, that figure seemed to feel something. Turn around slowly. Just a glance. Xiao Qingyun felt like his soul was exploding. She was certain that the person in front of her was definitely not Emperor Yu. He not only gives people a sense of majesty. There is also an ability that is undeniable. Coupled with the royal aura on his body, Xiao Qingyun is almost certain. The person in front of me. It's Emperor Haoyan. The other party looked at her. This glance actually made Xiao Qingyun feel like he was in the long flow of time and space, traveling through the years. Yes, I am Emperor Haoyan, the Lord of Heaven. The majestic voice of Emperor Haoyan kept echoing in Xiao Qingyun's mind. The reincarnated empress, practicing in the Supreme Divine Court, has the blessing of the National Jade Seal, which is good. The other party just took one look and understood everything about her origins. Xiao Qingyun knew that in front of such a powerful person, I have no secrets. The moment Emperor Haoyan spoke, the overwhelming feeling in Xiao Qingyun's heart also disappeared instantly. I was originally a rough stone of chaos, but was shaped by my master's enlightenment and became his servant boy. Also with me was Yao Ji from Yaoqi. Later, in the ancient times, I watched the period when the ferocious beasts were destroyed. I also watched the process of the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn, working hard until they were destroyed and the river was stained with blood. I also witnessed with my own eyes my master's narrow escape from death in the battle between Tao and demons, and he attained the Tao of Hunyuan. In the Lich tribulation, the two shocking forces of the Witch clan and the Demon clan. The fight for the fate of the ancient world was so fierce that the world was shattered and the ancient world was shattered, but both sides suffered losses. It was also at this time that the demon court was born, but due to the war between the two Lich clans, I was appointed by my master as the second Jade Emperor, in order to bring heaven to the pinnacle of demon court. I continued to develop, but found that it was just useless work. When it comes to this, Emperor Haoyan's complexion turned livid. Even the momentum around him has changed. Xiao Qingyun didn't know how to describe this scene. What kind of thing can make a powerful man of the founding Yuanling's level show such an expression? After the Lich measured the calamity, the 6 saints were born. They were supposed to be the right-hand assistants to assist the Emperor of Heaven in controlling the wilderness. But with the rise of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, they have become the existence that suppresses me. 3 religions exist. People in the world only know the 3 religions, but don't know about heaven. They are existences like the Antarctic immortal. You dare to despise the power of heaven and run rampant in heaven. Even if I conquer many times, it will be useless. Even a human emperor has a higher status than me. Just because there is a saint standing behind him. Saints who have survived since ancient times. When Emperor Haoyan said this, he became extremely excited. Especially when he talked about the saint, there was anger between his brows. Even Xiao Qingyun, who had been separated for countless galactic years, could feel it. But Xiao Qingyun knew the saint he spoke of. He is definitely not on the same level as the saint he knows. Otherwise, with a strong man like Emperor Haoyan, he is so powerful. How can there be a time when there is nothing to do? As Emperor Haoyan's mood calmed down, his voice came through again. I thought that as long as I proved my strength, I could change the status quo. However, everything is in vain. With the suppression of the 6 saints in heaven, no one from the 3 religions dares to act wildly in heaven. Emperor Haoyan's words revealed deep helplessness. Xiao Qingyun even felt the same way. But she was also confused. Why didn't Emperor Haoyan go to the powerful person who enlightened him? With such great power, the 6 saints would not dare to show off their power like this. It seemed that he had seen through Xiao Qingyun's inner thoughts. Emperor Haoyan smiled bitterly. Why haven't I looked for it before? The result is that the 6 saints intensified their suppression during the war between humans and gods. In order to balance the order of the human world, the heavenly court started to confer gods. Who would have thought that this would be the beginning of another conspiracy? In the battle of the conferred gods, not only were the conferred gods' court divided, but there were also 4 more emperors, for emperors who could equal my strength. Not only that, the gods on the list of gods have also taken refuge with the other 4 emperors. Coupled with the suppression of the 6 saints, I became completely alone. Xiao Qingyun finally understood at this moment. Where did Emperor Haoyan's anger come from? I wanted to focus on doing a good job in my career. But he was blocked by a stronger power. Not only that, but his strength was completely divided. At this time, there was a rumbling sound in Xiao Qingyun's ears. This pressure, even after countless galactic years. It can also make Xiao Qingyun feel the explosion of his soul. If you are in it, I'm afraid it has already become a blood mist. All these pressures were heading towards Emperor Haoyan. However, Emperor Haoyan felt this pressure. He showed a sarcastic smile. With what you are now, you still want to suppress me? Get out. I saw him wave his hand. The 6 invisible pressures disappeared instantly. Urgent. Emperor Haoyan looked at Xiao Qingyun. As the reincarnated empress, you practice the emperor's skills like the Supreme Divine Court. I am also destined to have you, so today I will teach you my self-created kung fu. This is a unique technique that I created after countless galactic years. When talking about this technique, Emperor Haoyan rarely showed a smile on his face. This technique cannot be defeated even by the six saints. For this reason, the six saints ignored their master's pressure and they also want to prevent me from cultivating it to the state of Dzogchen. Just because this technique, it allows me to realize Hunyuan by myself without relying on Hongming purple qi and heavenly luck. How could the six saints, who are bandits, allow someone who can stand alongside them to appear? Speaking of this, Emperor Haoyan smiled bitterly again. So, even this emperor has not practiced to the last step. Since you are destined to obtain this skill, just practice hard, and if you can break through to the great perfection, even the long flow of chaos will not be able to block your path. Perhaps, we can also see the master who disappeared due to the calamity. After saying that, the figure of Emperor Haoyan disappeared from sight. But his voice still echoed in my mind. If I have a chance to see Yao Ji, wait until I say sorry to her. As the owner of Yao Qi, she is also the Queen Mother of the West, and she is the Supreme Mistress of Heaven. But because of me, I have endured hardship for so many years without even a single complaint. If you meet such a person, I hope you will not have any regrets. What kind of existence is Yao Ji, the owner of Yao Qi, who can make Emperor Haoyan feel guilty? What kind of woman can remain unknown behind a man's back? Even Xiao Qingyun, as the reincarnated empress, couldn't help crying for her. Subsequently, Xiao Qingyun knelt on the ground and gave a disciple salute to Emperor Haoyan. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I will definitely remember them in my heart. The moment she looked up, it seemed that Emperor Haoyan had a look of relief on his face. This was also the third expression he showed after mentioning the six saints. And Yao Ji. I thought that after Emperor Haoyan disappeared, everything would come to an end. But the last words left by Emperor Haoyan. But it made Xiao Qingyun's soul feel like it was exploding. He remembered that when I said hello to him, he said that I was still waiting for him at the place where he first saw me. Xiao Qingyun felt extremely shocked. Even Emperor Haoyan is in awe of him. What kind of person should this be? But Emperor Haoyan just asked her to tell him. Xiao Qingyun really couldn't figure out what kind of power she had around her. Even think of this. Xiao Qingyun suddenly became excited. Except for the head of the family, Xiao Xuan. There is no one around her who can be involved in this matter. At the same time, Xiao Qingyun was also more curious about Xiao Xuan's identity. What kind of existence he was, and what kind of identity he played during that period. The first thing that can be eliminated is the six saints. It can also be judged from the tone of Emperor Haoyan. Xiao Xuan may be a more powerful being than the six saints. Is it possible? It was the powerful one who enlightened him. Think of this. Xiao Qingyun felt extremely shocked. But that great power has long since disappeared in immeasurable calamities. Is it possible that Xiao Xuan is his reincarnation? If this is the case, then all this can be explained. As Emperor Haoyan disappeared in her divine sea, Xiao Qingyun also regained consciousness. On the Jade Emperor's throne, there is still a trace of Emperor Haoyan's breath. It's better to quickly refine Master's aura and that skill. As for the rest, she believes it. As long as your cultivation realm reaches a certain level, you will definitely be able to discover them all, including Xiao Xuan's true identity. Everyone saw that Xiao Qingyun not only sat on the Jade Emperor's throne. I also started practicing on it. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, opportunities still come to those who are destined. Otherwise, they came so long before Xiao Qingyun, but they couldn't even get close to the Jade Emperor's throne. But come to think of it, as the king of Nanming, Xiao Qingyun ranked first in the Tiandao ranking. His strength is also the most powerful among the Xiao family's geniuses. She is naturally the most qualified to obtain the throne of the Jade Emperor. The geniuses of the Xiao family saw that Xiao Qingyun had such an opportunity. I didn't feel jealous or dissatisfied. On the contrary, she felt that this was what she deserved. With the continuous search around, everyone also had their own gains. Even though it was just elixir and wine, it was not even as good as 1/10,000th of Xiao Qingyun's. But to them, they are already the supreme treasure. However, Xiao Xuan was a little helpless. This time the secret realm was beyond his expectation. First, Taisheng Laojun discovered their existence after countless galactic years. Now he doesn't even know what happened to Xiao Qingyun. This is still with the blessing of chaos pupils. This is unprecedented. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he looked at the other geniuses. He is the protagonist with the added power of the system. Are you still afraid that something will happen that you cannot control? At this moment, Jamal Xiao came to Yaoqi Wonderland and obtained Yaoqi gold liquid from it. This is a huge opportunity. You must know that this Yaoqi gold liquid was a treasure that everyone robbed. Even in the prehistoric era. Although Xiao Jingyan obtained this pot of Yaoqi gold liquid, there is only a trace of energy contained in it. But it was enough for him to catch up with the other geniuses of the Xiao family. Jamal Xiao naturally also knew that this Yaoqi gold liquid was extraordinary. Then he jumped into the golden liquid of Yaoqi and began to improve his qualifications. Xiao Junlin on the other side was also there without anyone noticing. We arrived at the residence of the great sage Qitian. Just as he expected. Everyone went to places like Nanshanmen, Yaoqi, Pantoiwen, and Lingxiao Hall. But as the residence of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, how could there be no inheritance left behind? Therefore, Xiao Junlin adhered to Go's essence and began to search the Monkey King's mansion. No, search for it. It's just that wherever he went, he almost always had his hair plucked out by geese, leaving no trace of his armor behind. Even Xiao Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth after seeing it. This guy has really learned a technique that suits him. As expected, Xiao Junlin was on the bed where Sun Wukong slept. Found him and left him to incarnate. Let me tell you, as the place where the Monkey King slept, how could it not have any inheritance at all? Doesn't this allow me to find my own incarnation? This guy is comparable to the 3 hairs of Sun Wukong. It's a treasure that can create another version of me. Now I want to see it. Who else dares to gossip in front of this heavenly lord? In the eyes of the Xiao family's genius, Xiao Junlin was qualified to enter the secret realm because he was attracted by Xiao Xian. Otherwise, why would other geniuses have to go through the competition on the dragon and tiger list? But he is an exception. And he is also a sideline. Even the qualifications are average. Even his sister Xiao Qingga relied on her true ability to enter the secret realm. Therefore, Xiao Junlin was often commented behind his back by other geniuses and disciples of the Xiao family. Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin was also unambiguous. He sat directly on Sun Wukong's bed and started practicing. Even Xiao Xian couldn't help but sigh when he saw his opportunity. I entered the secret realm twice, and the opportunities were good both times. It all came quite easily. It seems that the Goshen Dao has really been brought to its extreme in some aspects. Thinking of this, Xiao Xian couldn't help laughing and shook his head. Then, he turned his attention to other geniuses. But this time he looked at the geniuses in the world. Chapter 96, cheating openly and honestly, Xiao Xuan's life experience. At this time, Xiao Tianyun was walking in the Huagua mountain. From the moment I heard that Sun Wukong was transformed from a colorful spiritual stone, he was eager to know everything about Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, a stone monkey transformed from a spiritual stone. But he can occupy an area of a cave and become the king. And he became sworn brothers with the 6 demon kings. Although in their eyes, Sun Wukong is just a clown. But he has the courage to challenge the world. He even calls himself the Monkey King. Go down to the East China Sea to borrow the Dinghai divine needle, and enter the netherworld to destroy life and death. He went up to heaven to steal the elixir of flat peach and cause turmoil in heaven. Even if he was pinned down by Tathagata Buddha under the 5 elements mountain, he would not give in to fate. Such Sun Wukong. Even if everything he does is just a game of chess for others. But in Xiao Tianyun's eyes, Sun Wukong is a powerful man who can suppress all directions and is even feared by the Emperor of Heaven. He is a veritable Monkey King. Unconsciously, Xiao Tianyun came to the center of Shuiliandong. Looking around, he seemed to see the scene of the former majestic Ling Ling, leading his monkeys and grandchildren to drink and eat elixirs. Then he came to the top of Huagua Mountain. Here, it is a place where colorful spiritual stones are transformed. Even though countless galactic years have passed, there is still a hint of rich flavor on it. Closing his eyes, Xiao Tianyun could feel that this was where Sun Wukong was born. Fingers rubbed over it. Without further ado, I sat cross-legged on the colorful spiritual stone where Sun Wukong was born and began to comprehend. The moment he sat down, all the spiritual energy around him converged on Xiao Tianyun. Wisps of small air currents gradually formed, entrenching themselves around Xiao Tianyun. Even Xiao Xuan was attracted by this vision. At this time, a figure appeared in Xiao Tianyun's mind. That figure was as huge as the sky and the earth. The momentum is majestic, as if it contains endless power. This figure was huge and had the shape of a monkey. But Xiao Tianyun can be sure that this is not Sun Wukong. So who is he? Even as powerful as Sun Wukong, he still looks too small in front of him. Compare the two. Sun Wukong is like his child. What surprised him even more was another figure that was almost invisible. And the aura exuded by that figure was enough to open up the world. It's like being the pioneer of heaven and earth. At this time, Xiao Tianyun's body began to feel uncomfortable. He didn't even notice the changes happening around him. In his cross-legged position, a trace of blood poured into his body, continuously strengthening his physical qualifications. Xiao Xuan's heart moved, and he quickly checked with his eyes of insight. Chaos Demon Ape, the controller of the law of power. Like Pangu, he majors in physical magical powers. He is naturally extremely powerful. But when Pangu created the world, he was split into 4 by the god's axe, and his blood flowed between heaven and earth. 4 monkeys were born, and a trace of their blood flowed into the colorful spiritual stones. Although there is only a trace of the power of the Chaos Demon Ape, it still contains tremendous opportunities. Xiao Xuan was also shocked when he found out the news. I thought Xiao Tianyun's opportunity was already the best. But I never thought that I couldn't even reach 1,000th of Xiao Tianyun's level. Could this kid be the son of destiny? Although the Chaos Demon Ape was split into 4 by Pangu with the god opening axe, but his bloodline gave birth to the 4 monkeys. Even if Xiao Tianyun only got a trace of Chaos Demon Ape bloodline at this moment, it will also be of great help to his future practice. Even all the opportunities in heaven combined are not as good as the good fortune brought by this trace of blood. The Chaos Demon Ape has the same status as Sanqing and Pangu Father God. Emperor Haoyan and Tathagata Buddha are simply not enough in front of him. At this time, Xiao Tianyun's combat power was more than 100 times stronger, and even his cultivation level was constantly improving. Xiao Tianyun, who was immersed in enlightenment, felt nothing but his own discomfort. It was the battle scene between the two figures in my mind. Boom! When the two collided, even the void barrier shattered. The figure of the demon ape gradually became clearer. Under the full blow of the demon ape, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. As expected of the chaos demon ape, this move is quite powerful even when the demon ape is alive. If you continue to grow, even I will have to be careful. I saw the strong man waving the axe in his hand. At that moment, the void flowed, and the world was in chaos. Immediately afterwards, an axe light struck the demon ape's head. Instantly split the demon ape into a bloody mist. Under the influence of the power of law, the blood mist was directly swallowed. Some turned into a trace of blood and blended into the world. When the picture is about to disappear, Xiao Tianyun saw clearly the appearance of the strong man. I always feel that this breath is very familiar, even that strong man. It also gave him a sense of déjà vu. With a burst of light came the stick that the strong man called the demon ape was deeply engraved in Xiao Tianyun's mind. In an instant, the appearance of the strong man with the power of law overlapped with the figure in his mind. That is Xiao Xuan's natal dharma. Even the smell is exactly the same. Xiao Tianyun was extremely shocked at this moment. Uncle Xian, who are you? What role does it play in that world? Even a powerful man like the demon ape has no power to fight back in front of this dharma appearance. But Xiao Xuan has him as his natal dharma sign. Xiao Tianyun felt extremely shocked inside. Starting from Taisheng Laojun, Xiao Xuan has become more and more mysterious. Until now, there is the demon ape and the strong man who looks exactly like Xiao Xuan. The demon ape, which has the power to destroy heaven and earth, couldn't even catch the strong man's axe. But Xiao Xuan has him as his natal dharma. What kind of inextricable relationship is there? Is Xiao Xuan his reincarnation, or his previous life was even more powerful than this great master? But he quickly dismissed the idea. If it is really so powerful, then who killed him? And what kind of existence can kill him who is considered invincible? The more he thought about it, Xiao Tianyun felt that there were more and more mysteries in it. Finally, he decided not to think about it anymore. Turn your mind to cultivation. Apart from realizing that the demon ape was alive, he did not receive any other substantial reward. But even if it is just like this, it already has terrifying power that reaches the heaven and the earth. Then he fell into practice. As he continued to comprehend the image of the magic ape stick in the world, Xiao Tianyun also experienced tremendous changes. An aura capable of destroying heaven and earth gradually gathered in his body. Looking at the changes in Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Xian's eyes also fell elsewhere. At this time, Xiao Yan had arrived at the Flame Mountain. Huagua Mountain, Five Elements Mountain, and Flame Mountain were originally supposed to be scattered in different places. But because Xiao Xuan had limited exchange points, he gathered them all together. Even so, if the geniuses of the Xiao family want to be like the gods in heaven, it is also impossible to travel between them at any time. Even though they are extremely outstanding and powerful people in the vast world. But here, there is not only resistance from the heaven and earth barriers. There is also the suppression of the power of law and the power of heaven. Even talented people like Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun. It is also impossible to come and go freely in here. Not only that, even the speed of speed was suppressed. I want to get a chance here. Just rely on perseverance and patience to find it. Xiao Yan practices swallowing strange fires, and his goal is to swallow all the strange fires in the world. So we came directly to the Flame Mountain. When he first stepped into the flame mountain, he felt like he was in a sea of fire. Even the soul felt like it was being burned. It's just a few fire bricks dropped from the Bagua furnace, but their power is even more powerful than the dozens of different fires I've fused. Xiao Yan approached inside step by step. When the fire bricks fell from the Tushita palace, he noticed the specific location. Therefore, he headed directly towards the center of the flame mountain. In addition to his own Tao body, there are more than a dozen kinds of strange fires that have been swallowed up. Xiao Yan can say that he is the incarnation of fire. Therefore, I have a certain degree of confidence in entering the center of the flame mountain. However, he found that he had underestimated the few fire bricks dropped from Tushita Palace. After several attempts, Xiao Yan gave up. It can only be searched and comprehended on the periphery. As the time spent in the flame mountain increased, Xiao Yan's understanding of the artistic conception of fire became deeper and deeper. Gradually, even his body underwent great changes. Not only was the whole body red and hot, but it was even burning. This change was almost too much for Xiao Yan to bear. But he knows that if he survives here, the opportunities he will gain will be endless. That's when the seeds of Samadhi true fire were also born in Xiao Yan's body. The true fire of Samadhi is divided into fire in the eyes, fire in stones, and fire in the air. It is also called the top is the emperor's fire, the middle is the minister's fire, and the bottom is the people's fire. Samadhi, true fire, is also called Samadhi divine fire. If you want to extinguish it, you can only use Chankuan jade dew or sea water from all over the world. Although the seeds of Samadhi true fire are still in a very weak state at this moment. But Xiao Yan knew that even if it was just this faint spark of fire, it can also make him more comfortable on the road of devouring strange fire. Since the fire of Samadhi true fire can be born in my body, then I am confident that I can fuse you all into one. Achieve the true fire of Samadhi. By then, no one will be able to compare with me in understanding the fire. Xiao Yan then consolidated these 3 weak fire seeds. Then he headed towards the core of the flame mountain again. Even though he knew he couldn't get there. But even if he takes a step forward, what he realizes is incomparable to the outside world. At this time, Xiao Yan was like a burning man, walking forward in the flames. Even if this flame is enough to burn him, Xiao Yan is unwilling to give up. At the same time, he also admired Xiao Xuan even more. I really don't know what kind of method the family master used to bring the flame mountain that existed countless galactic years ago. Move it in front of us, and you can even gain insights from it. But these are not my business right now. As long as I continue to improve my strength and have enough ability, even if the master wants to do something, I still have the ability to help him. Xiao Yan didn't stop practicing here until he had walked 1,000 meters. As soon as the other geniuses of the Xiao family arrived at the flame mountain, they were forced back by the power of the flames. But when they saw Xiao Yan, who was almost burned by the power of flames inside, then he knew why there was such a big gap between him and himself. People who are stronger than you work harder than you, and suffer hardships. And hardships that you cannot bear. But since they can appear here, it proves that his strength is not bad. After the last experience in the secret realm, everyone understood it. If you want to obtain better resources, you have to keep moving forward and make efforts that others cannot imagine. Only by moving to the front can you get the top resources. Today's Xiao family has vast resources, and people have more opportunities to gain opportunities. Likewise, competition is greater. Relaxing a little bit makes a world of difference. It is almost impossible to reach the original position again. Are they talented? No, not only are they not strong, some of them are even just behind. But they were able to join the Xiao family's dragon and tiger rankings, because of their efforts that other geniuses couldn't do. So when I saw Xiao Yan not afraid of the burning power of the flames, he still kept moving forward. These geniuses are also moving towards the flame mountain. Although there is no way to compare with Xiao Yan's opportunity. But the spiritual roots and spiritual fruits obtained here are for practitioners who practice the art of fire. It was also a huge opportunity. At the same time, the last legendary genius of the Xiao family also came to the foot of 5 Elements Mountain. Xiao Zongtian's physique and the mysterious coffin behind him. It attracted Xiao Xuan's attention. Therefore, he also received special attention from Xiao Xuan. Although 5 Elements Mountain is the place where Sun Wukong was suppressed. But the geniuses of the Xiao family, including Xiao Tianyun, none of them chose to come here. Because the chance of obtaining Sun Wukong's inheritance here is very slim. But Xiao Zongtian felt that there was an opportunity to change his life here. When I first entered here, Xiao Zongtian found a 5 elements fruit. After swallowing it, his cultivation realm directly broke through to the Tao realm. Even the mysterious coffin behind him has undergone subtle changes. Not only that, the 6-character mantra also appeared at this time. Xiao Zongtian followed the prompts of the 6-character mantra and came to a mountain pass in Wuxing Mountain. Just at this time, a burst of light suddenly came from within the black coffin. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Zongtian followed the instructions given to him by the black coffin, moving at the pass of 5 Elements Mountain. Then, he stopped at a certain location and smashed the black coffin directly into it. Next moment, a monstrous black light rushed into the sky. Along with it, there is also the power of the 5 paths and 5 elements. Under the invisible mountain, these 5 powers of the 5 elements directly converged into Xiao Zongtian's body. Xiao Zongtian seemed to have already anticipated this change. Just sit cross-legged and start practicing. But Xiao Xuan was not calm after seeing this scene. This black coffin can not only accurately find the exact location of the power of the 5 elements, it can also directly integrate the power of the 5 elements into Xiao Zongtian's body, reducing his training time to a greater extent. People get opportunities randomly, but it would be better for you to just cheat. There is no excuse for you to cheat. Xiao Xuan also smiled angrily. There really wasn't any genius given to him by this system. Chapter 97 How terrifying is Xiao Xuan's strength? At this time, the 8 geniuses of the Xiao family have all obtained their own destiny. Even Xiao Xuan had to sigh with emotion. The geniuses rewarded by the system, regardless of their qualifications, talents or luck, are all excellent. Although the opportunities of other geniuses of the Xiao family are not as good as theirs, but they also obtained the best creation of their respective cultivation methods. Some are not even weaker than these legendary geniuses rewarded by the system. For example, Xiao Junlin's sister, Xiao Qingge. During this experience in the secret realm, I obtained the eye of reincarnation from Erlang God Yongjin. Although it does not have the magical power of Erlangshan's third eye, it is still possible through acquired practice. It is possible to return to the ancestral heaven, or even transcend. In addition, the top 3 geniuses on the Xiao family's Genius Dragon list have also obtained 80% to 90% of the cultivation techniques inherited from other traditions. However, the time to experience the secret realm is only 1 month. If you give them a little more time, these geniuses will not only break through themselves, but also occupy a place on the genius list. A month passed quickly. As Xiao Xuan's voice reached the ears of all the geniuses and several elders, everyone also knows that there is only 1 day left in this secret search trip. Therefore, they also cherish the remaining time more. It wasn't until the last day that everyone slowly woke up from their practice. looking at the Sendai pavilion in front of me, even though it is somewhat in ruins. Let them remember it endlessly. At the same time, the 8 geniuses gradually woke up from their cultivation. With this spear and shield, I, Xiao Yao, will be on my way to the eternal galaxy and become the immortal king more smoothly. In the long course of reincarnation, my name will also become a symbol of an era. Xiao Yao looked at the spear and shield in his hand, and the emperor's physique once again returned to its previous domineering appearance. During this month of cultivation in Tushita Palace, his cultivation realm also broke through to the 3rd level. Xiao Jianqin also acquired invincible swordsmanship and endless cultivation techniques during this experience. I saw him slowly opening his eyes, and a terrifying sword force burst out from his eyes. The body exudes the terrifying aura of the secret of the Dzogchen sword. Break through the restrictions instantly. Breaking through to the realm of swordsmanship, at this moment he reached the point where man and sword truly become one. It can be said that with one sword, mountains and rivers are broken. Even when facing Xiao Xuan, competing with sword moves alone, he also has some chances of winning. At this moment, his whole body was exuding sword energy that could destroy the world. Looking at the shadow of Wang Lingguan in front of him, Xiao Jianqin bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance this month. Kenshin is very grateful. This month, Wang Lingguan not only gave instructions on his sword moves, it also reminded him of his understanding of the way of the sword. Coupled with his sword skills and making up for his shortcomings, his sword moves at this time, it can be said to be impeccable. Even Xiao Xuan couldn't take him down with sword moves. The shadow of Wang Lingguan on the opposite side also showed a happy smile when he saw this scene, then gradually disappeared into the sky as the incarnation of obsession from countless galactic years ago. At this moment, it can be regarded as an inheritance for myself. Made a happy ending. Xiao Qingyun on the other side also gradually opened his eyes. A majesty belonging to the emperor burst out from her body. Wherever his eyes passed, no one dared to look at him. The first level of cultivation of Emperor Haoyin's scripture was successful. After practicing the holy scripture of Emperor Haoyin, even the Supreme Court can only be used as an auxiliary skill. Not only that, she even felt that the golden dragon in her body was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone in the Xiao family saw the power of the emperor erupting from Xiao Qingyun. Everyone was shocked when they saw the aura of the kendo field surrounding Xiao Jianqin. These two people are worthy of being the devil-level geniuses of the Xiao family. This time in the secret search, they have become stronger. At the same time, in the Yaoqi, Jamal Xiao was slowly waking up. After being baptized by Yaoqi golden liquid, his body exudes golden light. This not only forged his physical body, but also increased the power of thunder in his body. A majestic momentum burst out from him. This time, the Yaoqi gold liquid has not only eliminated the slightest gap between me and Xiao Jianqin. Even my physique has been forged to perfection. But I can't slack off easily. I have to continue to work hard to practice in order to be on par with them, or even surpass them. The gold liquid in Yaoqi that originally emitted golden light has turned into a pool of ordinary water. If he can stay here for a longer time, he can get a new pot of Yaoqi gold liquid. Unfortunately. Thinking of this, Jamal Xiao shook his head regretfully. In the Monkey King's mansion, Xiao Junlin took out his external incarnation. After blowing on the side, a young man in his 30s appeared. That was his previous incarnation. It was also this incarnation that appeared in previous training missions. He has always protected Xiao Qingga. Xiao Junlin observed it carefully and took another breath. I saw another person who looked exactly like him appearing next to him. Even Xiao Junlin himself had a hard time distinguishing the aura in his movements. But this is all without being serious. Although this incarnation is the same as him. But if he wants to fight with others, his level of cultivation is only the state of transformation. But it's enough. Anyway, that guy Xiao Xuan already knew his identity. With this external incarnation, if something urgent happens, he can leave a clone in the Xiao family. The real body goes outside to solve the problem. As for the rest of the Xiao family, in their eyes, they have the cultivation of becoming gods. So there is no need to worry about being exposed. In the Flame Mountain, Xiao Yan exhaled a breath and slowly stood up. The moment he heard Xiao Xian's message, he felt a little regretful. If only I could give him some more time. He can understand more of the artistic conception of fire. Even breaking through the realm of fire is not a problem. But fortunately, he still has the seeds of samadhi, true fire, in his body. As long as he practices hard, he can always merge them into the real samadhi. True fire. On the top of Huogua Mountain, Xiao Tianyun has absorbed all the blood of the chaos demon ape. A terrifying turbulent force burst out from him. I saw him slowly stand up. A spiritual stick formed by condensed spiritual energy gradually appeared in his hand. Although it's not as good as the chaos demon ape stick. But this one also has the ability to let him fight the Daozhong king. I saw the spiritual energy stick under his control. It flew towards a peak of Huogua Mountain. Bang sound. The mountain peak was directly exploded. Seeing this, Xiao Tianyun showed a satisfied smile. This time I really got a great opportunity. Not only did his combat power soar 1,000 times, but he also gained a spiritual energy stick. Even the physical body has become stronger. This stick can only destroy a mountain in the world at this time. But in the vast world, this power can directly defeat the enemy and kill the Dao King. Even Xiao Xian couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Xiao Tianyun's changes. Xiao Zongtian, who was in 5 Elements Mountain, also gradually woke up from his practice. The first level cultivation level of the Great Dao realm, which has just been broken through, is constantly soaring at this moment. It didn't stop until it broke through to the 6th level of the Great Dao realm. The black coffin behind him also underwent several invisible changes. Not only that, Xiao Zongtian also understood the power of the 5 elements. When he opened his eyes again, a terrifying power rushed into the sky. The fighting method of fighting the Holy Buddha. The aloof and indifferent face also showed a slight change at this moment. With my ability at this time, I should be able to ask the head of the family to help me. Xiao Zongtian thought about it carefully. Although he won the top spot on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, his qualifications and strength have not yet reached a level that would impress Xiao Xian. Even if he spoke at that time, he would not necessarily risk implicating the entire family to help him. But it's different now. He already has the strength that can make him look at him differently. Plus this experience in the secret realm. He also realized the power of the Xiao family. Therefore, even if there is a case of taking action with Wanqiang Tiangong, Xiao Zongtian also has the ability to fight with him. Along with the terrifying power, it rushed into the sky. The geniuses of the Xiao family have also gradually completed their cultivation. Seeing this, Xiao Xian didn't talk nonsense and waved his hand. Then he brought all the geniuses of the Xiao family out of the secret realm. Many geniuses felt a shake as soon as they woke up. Immediately afterwards, a white mist rose. When you stabilize your body shape again. They had appeared behind Xiao Xian, and the secret realm turned into a white mist and poured into Xiao Xian's body. Immediately afterwards, the mechanical sound of the system sounded. Ding, the secret realm experience has been completed. Does the host receive feedback rewards? Xiao Xian didn't waste any time, he closed his eyes and started to receive the Reward this time. Everyone in the Xiao family also unanimously remained silent and did not cause any disturbance to Xiao Xuan. Ding, the host's cultivation realm has been upgraded to the 8th level of the Tao-killing king, and he has obtained a low-grade fairy spirit vein. A drop of Pan Peach Tree's 10,000 years spiritual liquid, a westward journey elixir recipe, and a 10,000-year flat peach stone. 1 drop of Erlangshan's essence and blood, 1 drop of Sun Wukong's essence and blood, and the power of the 5 elements to practice the law. Samadhi, true fire seed, you can rend a roaring dog back. Low-grade fairy spirit veins, the lowest grade fairy spirit veins in journey to the west, mixed with a faint trace of fairy energy. Long-term smoking can help improve their physical fitness and purify impurities in the body. Peach tree 10,000 years spiritual liquid, it can help ordinary spiritual roots to advance. Taking it can improve your qualifications and break through the realm. Journey to the West first grade immortal pill recipe, the lowest level elixir recipe in the world of Journey to the West, containing all first grade elixir recipes. In the world of Journey to the West, elixirs are divided into grades 1 to 9, with grade 9 being the highest. Successful refining can give birth to wisdom. Although the first grade elixir prescription is the lowest level, it is still enough to defeat many powerful people in the vast world. 1,000-year-old flat peach stone, after planting, it can grow into a flat peach tree, which can not only improve the surrounding aura. The born flat peach can also help cultivators break through the realm of cultivation, and the flat peach tree is an innate spiritual root. Erlangshan essence and blood contains a trace of Erlangshan's divine power, which can improve physical fitness after absorption. There is also a chance to obtain the inheritance of Taoism and the divine power of Erlangshan. Sun Wukong essence and blood contains a trace of Sun Wukong's divine power, and has a chance to obtain Buddhist Taoism. Cultivation method of the power of the 5 elements, the Tathagata of many treasures suppresses the power of the 5 elements when Sun Wukong was born, and can control the 5 elements. Samadhi true fire seed can control Samadhi true fire and has a chance to transform into 16 divine fire. Roaring heavenly dog can evolve into the heavenly dog king, can devour the golden crow, and kill the Tao king with 8th level cultivation. Bind to the host and upgrade as the host upgrades, with the possibility of returning to the ancestors. After receiving this feedback reward, Xiao Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Then he left here with a group of geniuses. When coming down from the back mountain, everyone passed by the demon locking tower from the station. Looking at the behemoth in front of the demon locking tower, everyone was a little surprised, especially when they felt the 8th level aura of the Tao-slaying king emanating from it. He was even more horrified and speechless. However, such a terrifying beast appeared when he saw Xiao Xuan. He nodded at him as if to say hello. Then he crawled on the ground again, silently licking his paws. All the geniuses of the Xiao family couldn't believe their eyes. Even Xiao Tianyun and others were surprised when they saw the ferocious beast. Qiongqi. He also showed a trace of fear. But thinking about Xiao Xuan's mystery, I instantly felt relieved about this scene. As the talented people on the dragon and tiger list keep leaving, Xiao Qingyun is also preparing to go to Nanming. But before leaving, she still told Xiao Xuan about the scene she saw in the Sea of Consciousness. Master, this junior has gained the inheritance of Emperor Haoyan through this experience, and I worship him as my master. Before my master leaves, I have one more thing for the junior to tell you. Xiao Xuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Another change brought about by a secret realm. But he still didn't show anything on his face. The other geniuses of the Xiao family were shocked when they heard this. Xiao Qingyun turned out to be a disciple of Emperor Haoyan. Originally they thought that Emperor Haoyan was the supreme ruler of heaven. But Sun Wukong was so frightened that he pissed himself off and asked for help. At every turn. Such people are really not worthy of the Emperor of Heaven. But after hearing Xiao Xuan explain to them the true identity of Emperor Haoyan, he changed his mind about it. At this moment, I heard that Xiao Qingyun became his disciple. They were all envious, and at the same time they also admired Xiao Qingyun for his good fortune. Although Xiao Xuan was very confused in his heart, his face remained calm. He looked at Xiao Qingyun quietly, nodded towards her, and motioned for her to continue. Xiao Qingyun saw that Xiao Xuan did not let anyone else leave. Then you know what Xiao Xuan is thinking. Master asked this junior to say hello to you, and also said that he is waiting for your return at the place where he first saw you. This time, not only everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. Even Xiao Xuan was shocked. Emperor Haoyan is the founding spirit, and even Tathagata Buddha has to bow his head in front of him. But he said such humble words to Xiao Xuan. Then, they remembered the look from the Taishang Laojun into Shita Palace. Everyone saw it, but they could only sense Xiao Xuan's aura, but not his appearance. Then how powerful Xiao Xuan is. Otherwise, even a powerful being like Emperor Haoyan would have to be called a junior in front of Xiao Xuan. So how terrifying must his strength be in the prehistoric world? When everyone in the Xiao family thought of this, they felt like their souls were being exploded. Xiao Xuan just nodded lightly when he heard this. I understand, you go back first. Even the tone was extremely bland. This shocked the geniuses of the Xiao family even more. But only Xiao Xuan himself knew how shocking Xiao Qingyun's words were. At the same time, this also expanded the doubts in Xiao Xuan's heart. Chapter 98 Resurrection of Spiritual Energy. Xiao Xuan has been deep in thought since returning to the room. There were too many uncontrollable factors in the secret realm created this time. And those superpowers who originally belonged to the prehistoric era seemed to know themselves. This had to make Xiao Xuan doubt the secret realm that the system asked him to create. It's not just a fantasy. Perhaps the things involved here involve those great powers from the prehistoric era. But this is just Xiao Xuan's own speculation. He also knew that even if he asked the system, the other party would not give him any reply. At this time, Xiao Jianfeng's voice sounded from outside the door. Master, Jianfeng would like to see you. Xiao Jianfeng is the chief executive of the Xiao family and oversees all matters of the Xiao family. Since he took the throne, he has helped a lot. On weekdays, unless there was nothing important, he would not come to see you. So Xiao Xuan opened the door directly and stepped out of the door. I heard Xiao Jun's voice coming continuously. This Xiao Zongtian has something special. Not only is his qualifications comparable to those of Xiao Jianqing's geniuses, the black coffin behind him is even more mysterious, resembling the legendary coffin from the era. But why is this guy always staring at me? I am just a small affiliate, and my qualifications are even more ordinary. In comparison, the exotic flowers and plants in this yard, as well as the trees with innate spiritual roots, are more worthy of attention. Still watching? I've already looked back, but you still don't know how to look back. You think you are that old bastard, Xiao Xuan. One glance can reveal the essence of a person. Let me tell you, this guy has the legendary social badass syndrome. Xiao Junlin's complaining voice made even Xiao Xuan laugh. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Xiao Zongtian carrying a black coffin. Standing opposite, Xiao Junlin, staring at him intently. Xiao Junlin felt guilty after being stared at by this look. Brother, you've been staring at me since I walked in. Is there something dirty on my face? When Xiao Zongtian heard this, he just shook his head indifferently. Now Xiao Junlin was even more confused. Then why are you always staring at me? Xiao Zongtian explained, brothers Xiao Jianqin and others told me that those who can be favored by the family head. You are not an ordinary person. Although you are just a handyman in the owner's yard. Your qualifications are mediocre and a bit poor, but you were able to enter the secret realm twice. This is a unique exception. Therefore, I took a second look at you. These words almost made Xiao Junlin angry and vomited blood. He spoke with mediocre qualifications. If he hadn't practiced Goshen Dao, he would have wanted to prove his strength on the spot. Haha, my qualifications are mediocre to begin with, maybe the head of the family thinks I'm quite diligent. Xiao Zongtian said meaningfully, and then stopped talking. Now even Xiao Jianfeng was attracted by Xiao Zongtian's words. When it comes to practicing diligently, there are a lot of people in the family who are more diligent than him. Why could Xiao Junlin get such special treatment? Therefore, the look he looked at Xiao Junlin was also a bit inquisitive. Xiao Junlin was completely furious now. Obviously doing well. There is also Xiao Xian, the head of the family, who is covering the front. The result was that, because of Xiao Xian, he fell into suspicion. Therefore, even the look he looked at Xiao Xian had a bit of resentment. Seeing Xiao Junlin like this, Xiao Xian felt happy in his heart. Apart from doing things for his sister, this was the first time that Xiao Junlin felt embarrassed in front of him. Elder Jianfeng, you came to my family head to discuss something important? Xiao Xian coughed twice and brought his attention back to himself. His gaze swept over Xiao Zongtian's body without leaving any trace. In fact, when he saw Xiao Zongtian, he already knew what Xiao Jianfeng wanted from him. But he didn't open his mouth to point it out. He didn't speak until Xiao Jianfeng finished saying all this. The Wanxiang Tiangong is an old clan in ancient times. At that time even the Qilin sect in its heyday did not dare to compete with it. Although my Xiao family has the martial god Xiao Wushi sitting in charge, it can't compete with the Wanxiang celestial palace. Xiao Xian's words made Xiao Zongtian's heart sink. It's not that he doesn't know the Xiao family's situation, whether it's strength or resources, or even the cultivators in the family are unable to compete with the established clans that have been standing since ancient times. But he still wanted to give it a try. The main purpose of Xiao Jianfeng's visit to Xiao Xian this time was to make Xiao Zongtian give up the idea of rescuing his childhood sweetheart. But as Xiao Zongtian's adoptive father, he still had to fight for what he should fight for. So when he heard this, he knew what Xiao Xian was going to say next. He was just about to say goodbye and leave with Xiao Zongtian. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xian's words gave Xiao Zongtian a little more hope. If the Xiao family really wants to face off against the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, even if you are a genius like Xiao Tianyun, it will never be possible. The moment Xiao Zongtian heard this, suddenly, I felt like my heart sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiao Tianyun is one of the most evil geniuses in the Xiao family, and he is also Xiao Xian's nephew. Even he. However, what Xiao Xian said later gave Xiao Zongtian hope. But your adoptive father has put in so much effort for the Xiao family over the years. For the sake of your adoptive father's face, I will give you a chance. You think we should not wake up so early? I only agreed to it for the sake of your adoptive father's face. As for whether you have the strength, the head of this family will not hesitate to risk implicating the entire Xiao family. To confront the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, it depends on whether you can complete my mission. Xiao Zongtian agreed without thinking. Master, please tell me, the funeral will be completed. Compared with going to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace alone, there is no chance of winning. With Xiao Xuan's promise, he can at least have a chance to compete with the Wanxiang Tiangong. Even if the conditions given by Xiao Xuan are difficult to reach the sky, he will try his best to fight for it. Xiao Xuan looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. Although I am the head of the Xiao family, I am not the only one in the Xiao family. If you want the Xiao family to come forward, you must have that ability. There is still half a year until the list of the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang is released. I want you to become one of the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang. Within this 6 months. You can do it. It can be done. Xiao Zongtian looked at Xiao Xuan firmly. Even Xiao Junlin gasped at Xiao Xuan's conditions. This condition is tantamount to a disguised rejection. You must know that southern Xinjiang includes Tianzhou, Laizhou, Tianluo territory, etc. The total number of large and small areas is 81. These geniuses will compete for the only 36 genius positions from these 81 domains. Even if the major prodigies do not practice, they all need to be at least in the hollow void realm. Not to mention after the Qianlong Tianjiao list came out. All the geniuses are constantly improving themselves, and now they want to be on the list of the 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang. Only after breaking through the cave virtual realm will there be any possibility. But Xiao Zongtian only has the cultivation level of the Great Dao realm. If you want to break through to the Dongshu realm within half a year, it will be difficult to reach the sky. And while he continues to make breakthroughs, other geniuses are also continuing to practice. Head of the family, this condition. Xiao Jianfeng took a step forward, wanting to make Xiao Xuan change his mind. Or you can change to another condition. However, Xiao Zongtian said categorically, Father, I will definitely complete it. My name will definitely be on the list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang. He knew that this was Xiao Xuan's final concession. If he wants the Xiao family to stand up for him, he must show his own strength. Only in this way can everyone stop talking. Even if he only has half a year, he will definitely work hard. Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, the head of this family will wait for the day when you will be on the list. Xiao Jianfeng on the side saw this and knew that it would be useless to say anything more. Even as a foster father, he could not interfere with the matters decided by Xiao Zongtian. Even Xiao Junlin was surprised by Xiao Zongtian's courage. At the same time, it also made him interested in Xiao Zongtian's insistence on confronting Wanxiang Tiangong. When Xiao Zongtian and the two were about to walk out of the door, Xiao Junlin's voice sounded slowly. Master, I remember you said last time that there will be a sudden change in spiritual energy recovery in the vast world. I wonder if the family is ready. Do you need my help? After Xiao Zongtian heard Xiao Junlin's question, the steps paused involuntarily. The revival of spiritual energy may be a turning point for him. Therefore, Xiao Zongtian looked at Xiao Junlin with a little gratitude. Xiao Xuan also knew that Xiao Junlin was deliberately reminding Xiao Zongtian, and did not say anything. But this guy was so stubborn that he actually poked the broom and stood side by side with him. He looked at his baby's first grown appearance with a look on his face. Hey, tell me, can Xiao Zongtian break through to the cave void realm within half a year? You, a handyman with mediocre qualifications, can do it, so why can't he, as the Xiao family's darling, not be able to do it? Xiao Xuan's words made Xiao Junlin angry to death. Looking at Xiao Xuan's leaving figure, he cursed crazily in his heart again. You old bastard, I have finally changed my mind about your grandpa Junlin. And I want to treat you respectfully. In the end, you sent it to my door to be scolded by me. Lao Yin Bai. You damn old bastard. Xiao Xuan's face gradually darkened as he listened to the abuse in Xiao Junlin's heart. He stopped and turned around to look at Xiao Junlin. I remember that the family is in urgent need of an herb to refine elixirs. And your sister just got the opportunity. Let her go to the extremely cold Netherworld mountain and bring back a Millennium Netherworld grass. By the way, the Netherworld grass is guarded by an adult Netherworld snake. Xiao Junlin's abdominal slander also stopped the moment Xiao Xuan's voice fell. There was even a buzzing sound in his head. Adult nether snake. That has the combat power of a Dao-killing king. It can even challenge others at the same level, not to mention that it still has the Ninein bloodline in its body. As long as you are touched by it, you will be poisoned. This poison will also turn into ice threads to instantly solidify the heart and paralyze the opponent's nerves. Such a monster-level monster, let his sister, a cultivator of the great Dao realm, go? Is this teasing his sister or him? Xiao Junlin seriously doubted that Xiao Xuan could hear his own voice. How else to explain that this mission came by such a coincidence? But how could he hear his own inner thoughts? Ah. Xiao Junlin collapsed, holding his head and shouting. Xiao Xuan, you are indeed an old een. If you have the ability, come directly to me. I wish I could rip out your skin, pull out your tendons, and drink your blood. Looking at Xiao Junlin, who was almost driven crazy by him, Xiao Xuan was in a good mood and was playing with the flowers and plants in the garden very comfortably. Seeing Xiao Xuan like this, Xiao Junlin felt that his heart was about to spurt blood, and he ran away angrily. The other side. Xiao Jianfeng and Xiao Zhantian, father and son, have returned to their courtyard. Looking at Xiao Zhantian's determined face. Although Xiao Jianfeng couldn't bear to attack him, he still wanted to make some things clear. Zhantian, my father knows that you really want to save Longling, but the list of the 36 prodigies in southern Xinjiang. It's definitely not something you can get into if you want to. In half a year. It's almost impossible for you to. Father, I have made up my mind, please stop trying to persuade me, Xiao. Zhantian knew what Xiao Jianfeng wanted to say. But now that he has decided, he will not change. Compared to facing off against the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, the list of 36 geniuses in southern Xinjiang is nothing at all. Xiao Jianfeng sighed and stopped persuading. Father, my son is here to say goodbye to you today. Xiao Zhantian saluted Xiao Jianfeng. The revival of spiritual energy is coming in these few days, and I have already made plans. Prepare to seize this opportunity to revive spiritual energy and help the child break through the cave realm. Xiao Jianfeng knew that Xiao Zhantian had already decided, so he just patted him on the shoulder. Go, father, there are also treasures given by the master of the family, you can take them with you too. The rest of being a father can't help much, but you have to remember one thing. You will always have a foster father behind you. And the entire Xiao family. Xiao Zhantian nodded solemnly, my child, remember, adoptive father. Farewell. 10 days later. There were constant bursts of thunder in the sky. Purple lightning struck down from the sky and turned into thunderbolts. This means that the spiritual energy tide is coming. The Xiao family had already started making preparations 10 days ago. Not only does it strengthen the family formation, it is even specially designed to absorb spiritual energy. After setting up an exclusive formation, Xiao Xuan buried all the spiritual veins rewarded by the system into the Xiao family's residence. This time my spiritual energy revived, and Xiao Xuan had full information. Be the biggest winner. After the thunderbolt flashed, a huge eye appeared in the sky. Those eyes are clear and black and white, but they carry an unshakable immensity of divine power. The moment everyone faced him, they felt like they were being seen through. At the same time as the giant eye appeared, A large number of spiritual energy surges appeared in various mountains and blessed places in the vast world. Countless spiritual energy surged out from the ground. When seeing this scene, everyone in the vast continent had a glimmer of light in their eyes. The moment the giant eye appears, Xiao Xuan ordered everyone in the family to activate the formation when the spiritual energy tide began. All spiritual energy merged in the direction of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingyun also made preparations early to use the imperial jade seal in conjunction with the Supreme Divine Court. Increased the influx of spiritual energy at this moment. After the entire Tianzhou's spiritual energy recovered, it flowed endlessly towards the Xiao family and Nanming. Everyone in the Xiao family also started their own practice. The enlightenment room was already full of people. The aura here is many times that of the outside, above the 6th floor. The spiritual energy turned into 10 centimeters of spiritual water, fully covering them. Everyone in the Xiao family is also making continuous breakthroughs. The other side. Xiao Zongtian also appeared in front of a cave. He carried the black coffin into the cave and immediately placed it heavily on the ground. A huge pit suddenly appeared in front of us. Immediately afterwards, he put the black coffin vertically into the pit and jumped in. And the spiritual energy that was originally scattered around the cave all converged towards him at this moment. The spiritual energy at the bottom of the pit surged up like a spring. Over time, Xiao Zongtian's cultivation realm is also constantly breaking through the 7th, 8th and 9th levels of the Great Tao realm. Then only a roaring sound was heard. A Dharma figure appeared behind Xiao Zongtian, holding a black coffin that was taller than him. The black coffin exuded a faint light, and seemed to be able to bury the world within it. Xiao Zongtian slowly opened his eyes. An aura belonging to a strong man in the cave void realm burst out. But he did not stop practicing. Because his goal is to overcome the tribulation realm. Only by breaking through the tribulation realm can he have the strength to become one of the 36 geniuses of southern Xinjiang. In the past few days since leaving the Xiao family, he kept searching and finally found this cave. This cave doesn't seem to have anything special, but it can be seen from the direction of the mountains. It is the convergence point of the entire mountain range. Coupled with the function of the black coffin, it is enough to gather all the spiritual energy of the entire mountain range here. This was also the main reason why he chose to leave the Xiao family. Although the Xiao family's spiritual energy is rich, it is far from enough for him. As time goes by, the entire valley's spiritual energy had been absorbed by Xiao Zongtian.